Chapter 481. That finger technique just now was interesting. Why don't you use it? Tianbulu suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Shen and asked. Lin Shen was depressed. Do you think I don't want to use it? Just now, when I was testing the hidden hard finger, something went wrong. I don't know how I got it wrong. I tried many times, but couldn't hit the same finger force as before. That finger technique, I just practiced it not long ago, I haven't mastered it yet, I can succeed once in a while. Lin Shen had to make up a story. Then you practice it quickly, and then we can fight again, Tianbulu said. Lin Shen always used the same set of skills. Although he was also a top existence among the Ascenders, he was no longer a threat to Tianbulu. Tianbulu was no longer willing to practice with Lin Shen. The finger technique just now actually made Tianbulu's unity of heaven and man unable to react in time. Tianbulu thought that Lin Shen had hidden a killer and used it when he was forced to do so. Hearing that Lin Shen had not yet mastered it, Tianbulu urged him to practice it quickly. Only by learning a technique that could threaten his heaven and God art could he continue to improve. I also want to master it, but the problem is that I don't know how to practice it. Lin Shen calmed down and thought carefully about how he had just hit the finger. Originally, he wanted to use the technique of hiding his heart to hide the 28-finger force in the 1,000 people's finger, but because the success rate was relatively low, and he often made mistakes, sometimes the 28-finger force broke through the 1,000 people's finger and was exposed, and sometimes the 28-finger force was too fast. And the 1,000 people's finger was not used before the 28-finger force was already out. Sometimes the 1,000 people's finger was already used, but the 28-finger force did not keep up. There are two difficulties in this. One is the technique of hiding the heart. Lin Shen is not proficient enough in practice, and most of the time he can't hide it. Another difficulty is that you must first use the 28-finger force before you can hide it in the 1,000 pointing points. But the 28-finger force is extremely strong, and the speed cannot be slowed down. If the 1,000 pointing points is used a little slower, it can't keep up with the 28-finger force, let alone hide it. So there are various situations. Lin Shen remembers that the situation at that time was that he seemed to use the 1,000 pointing points directly, but he played the finger force in the air, without hiding the heart in the middle, as if they were directly fused together. Lin Shen didn't know how the two were fused together. He tried a few more times just now, and there was no way to use two finger forces at the same time, let alone fusion. Lin Shen studied and studied, but he still couldn't get the point. Tianbulu went to the pavilion again to comprehend his heaven and God art. He has reached the realm of unity between heaven and man, and the next realm is the realm of gods and ghosts. Since the gods and the emperor, there have been only a handful of people who can practice the art of heaven and gods to the state of unity of heaven and man, and only the gods and the emperor have achieved the state of ghosts and gods. What Tianbulu wants is to practice the state of gods and ghosts. Although the unity of heaven and man is powerful, it may not be able to defeat deities. If he can reach the state of gods and ghosts, Tianbulu will have a greater chance of winning. Lin Shen walked outside and took a few breaths of fresh air. His base change rate increased by 1 again, bringing his base change rate to 80. Lin Shen estimated that his base change rate would be full before the 3-month deadline. Standing on the balcony, looking at Tianbulu, who was practicing hard in the pavilion, Lin Shen could only admire. With such a good background and such hard work, it is no wonder that the Tianren clan can always stand firm. Although its ranking in the universe has ups and downs, it could always stand among the strong clans. This has a lot to do with the ethnic culture and character of the Tianren clan itself. The thin lines of emptiness on Tianbulu's body are clearer than before, which shows that he has been making progress. However, it is not so easy to reach the legendary realm of gods and ghosts. Lin Shen looked at it for a while, and then looked up at the song of heaven and gods and men engraved on the mountain wall. As he looked at it, Lin Shen's heart suddenly moved. The song of heaven and gods and men, the first few sentences are about you ignore me, I ignore you, you don't give me, I don't want it, which is in line with the way of nature. But the latter part is about you don't give me, I will grab it, you ignore me, I must let you pay attention to me. This is not in line with the way of nature, but asking for it. Lin Shen thought to himself. It seems that the song of heaven and gods and men should correspond to the two realms of heaven and gods and men. The natural way in the front corresponds to the realm of unity of heaven and man, and the way of asking in the back should correspond to the realm of gods and ghosts. Tianbulu knew what Lin Shen was thinking, but knowing it is one thing, but whether he can figure out how to do it is not easy, at least no one can do it except gods and emperors. The difference between Lin Shen and Tianbulu is that he can see those thin lines on Tianbulu's body. After understanding the details of the corresponding song of heaven and gods, he had to associate more things. If those thin lines are the strings that gods and ghosts use to control people as puppets, then the first level of the art of heaven and gods, the unity of heaven and man, is to give your body to the control of gods and ghosts, so that you can gain powerful combat capabilities that do not belong to you. At this stage, the art of heaven and gods is not actually powerful by itself, but with the help of external forces. It is indeed very strong, but not yet strong enough to defy the heavens. But the second stage of the god and ghost mirror is about controlling the gods and ghosts, who are puppeteers, and making them work for him. This is too against the will of heaven. The positions of the puppet and the puppeteer are swapped, and the Tian-gang is reversed, becoming an existence that can control ghosts and gods. What a terrifying ability that requires. Lin Shan was more and more shocked as he thought about it. The gods and the Emperor of Heaven were able to create such a technique, which was really shocking. No wonder no one in the later generations of heaven and man can practice the art of heaven and man to the level of gods and ghosts. Being able to play with gods and ghosts like puppets is simply beyond human power. Lin Shan sighed in his heart. Reverse the Tian-gang, reverse control. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something, and ran back to the house in a few steps. Lin Shan picked up his watch and looked at the technique of hiding the heart again. The technique of hiding the heart lies in a word hiding, but he doesn't have to use it this way. After carefully studying the technique of hiding the heart many times, Lin Shan finally determined that his idea should be tried. He abandoned the key point of hiding the heart, and instead used the first step of hiding the heart, which is the step of casting the shell. He did not want to hide the 28-finger force, but used the single step of casting the shell of hiding the heart as a bridge to directly combine the 28-finger force with the 1,000-man pointing. The finger he accidentally hit before should be the effect produced in this situation, and it can only be completed by abandoning the hiding heart. Lin Shan tried several times, and he succeeded once. He pointed his finger in the posture of the 1,000-man pointing, but the force broke through the finger silently. Chapter 482. Lin Shan became more and more comfortable with it as he practiced. The finger force he casually released became more and more condensed, and the resistance became smaller and smaller. It was difficult to sense the existence of the finger force through the air. Yin Ro, who was criticized by thousands of people, obtained the ability and rigidity of the 28-finger force through the air. When Lin Shan pointed out, it was as if a thin and invisible steel needle flew out, making it difficult to detect. Okay, this finger force is really great. As long as I practice the finger force more and more condensed, the fluctuation it causes will be smaller, the resistance will be smaller, and the speed will be faster, but its own destructive power will become higher. Lin Shan was ecstatic. If he continued to practice like this, it would not be so easy for Shimanjianka to borrow his power again. The key is that such finger force is difficult to be discovered. Lin Shan can fully use this finger force to silently point acupoints through the air, making it hard for people to defend against it. What name should I give this finger technique? Actually, I can continue to use the name thousands of people pointing at me. After all, it is still a move of thousands of people pointing at me, but it has integrated the characteristics of air Ba Quan. But this name sounds like someone pointing at your spine, which is too depressing. Let's change it to something more elegant. After thinking for a while, Lin Shan came up with an idea. This finger technique is becoming more and more condensed, and in the end, the finger force must be compressed into a very small particle state, but calling it granule or grain seems too unpleasant, so let's call it finger sand. Lin Shan's finger sand was just formed, and he practiced it for a while excitedly, but he felt something was wrong. Finger sand integrated the rigidity of air Ba Quan, and some of the previous moves felt a little awkward. Lin Shan simply abandoned those awkward places, and streamlined many moves that could not be used to perform finger sand. There is no other way. If you get something, you must give up something. You can't have your cake and eat it too. There are many things in the world that cannot exist at the same time. If you choose one, you can only give up the other. Come on, Emperor, my finger technique has made some progress. Come and try it again. Lin Shan wanted to find Tianbiluo to test the power of his finger sand. Here it comes. Tianbiluo stood up and walked towards Lin Shan. His whole body merged with the power of heaven and earth. Every move was in accordance with the truth of heaven and earth. Tianbiluo slapped Lin Shan with his palm, as if the whole world was pressing down on Lin Shan with this palm. Tianbiluo has improved again. He grows really fast. Lin Shan remained calm, hid his fingers in his sleeves, and flicked them lightly. Puff! Tianbiluo's palm was pierced with a blood hole the size of a pinhole, which made Tianbiluo stunned there, staring blankly at the blood hole in his palm. How could this happen? Why didn't the heaven and man react? Tian Buluo couldn't understand why the heaven and God man art didn't pull his body away from this finger force. Lin Shan didn't expect that the effect of the finger sand would be so good. Even though the fluctuation caused by the finger sand was very small, it could make the heaven and God man art have no reaction. This is definitely not something that can be achieved by small fluctuations. The finger of 1,000 men is extremely feminine, and it will also trigger the effect of the heaven and God man art, but the finger sand can avoid it. Even Lin Shan himself can't figure out what went wrong. When he accidentally used the finger sand for the first time, the immature finger sand made Tian Buluo panic. Now the finger sand is relatively mature, and it can make the heaven and God man art completely unable to react. The effect is surprisingly strong. Moreover, the destructive power seemed to be even stronger than that of the treading wave's fist. Lin Shan had reserved some strength, and did not use all his strength, but he actually penetrated Tian Buluo's palm. This destructive power was obviously much stronger than that of a single treading wave's fist. Lin Shan understood the reason after a little thought. The treading wave's fist needed to drive the momentum, so the fist force itself was relatively dispersed. The finger sand was condensed power, just like a bullet, and it had a strong destructive power at one point. Both had their own advantages. They were different types of techniques, and it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. Come again. Tian Buluo reacted, not surprised but happy, and pulled Lin Shan to continue fighting. Lin Shan used the finger sand to practice with Tian Buluo again, and soon he knew that the finger sand was not that it would not trigger the reaction of the heaven and God art, but that the heaven and God art was obviously half a beat slower when it faced the finger sand. Lin Shan did not know why there was such a half-beat slower effect, and could only suspect that the law of heaven and earth caused a delay in Tian Buluo. This discovery made Tian Buluo very excited. His understanding of the heaven and God art had reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult to move forward. Now that he found that Lin Shan's finger strength could make the heaven and God art unable to react in time, he regarded this as a breakthrough point. If this problem could be solved, he might be able to push the heaven and God art to a higher level. Because the heaven and God art was always half a beat slower, when Tian Buluo and Lin Shan fought, the strong and weak positions were reversed, and Lin Shan could easily suppress Tian Buluo. It was okay when Tian Buluo didn't use the heaven and God art, but once he used the heaven and God art, he was like a fish on the chopping board, and Lin Shan could do whatever he wanted. The heaven and God art can still find the flaws in Lin Shan's moves, but the reaction is half a beat slower, so no flaws are useful. However, Lin Shan used the heaven and God art to continue to simplify and modify the finger sand, making the finger sand's moves gradually more complete and with fewer flaws. Of course, flaws are inevitable. There is no move without flaws. Any move needs to be used at the right time to exert its true power, rather than being invincible by random use. After such a series of changes, I am afraid that even the founder of the 1,000 people pointing point can't tell that this is the 1,000 people pointing point he created. He can only see that there are some similarities, but the style is not exactly the same. Tian Buluo was abused very hard, and he now understands why the Emperor of Heaven Art doesn't want him to go this way. When he is in the state of unity of heaven and man, once he meets someone like Lin Shan who can restrain the unity of heaven and man, the heaven and God art will not only not help him, but will also become his fatal weakness. Unless you can reach the realm of ghosts and gods, the art of heaven and gods is an extremely unstable and dangerous factor, and you may die when fighting against the enemy. But it is so difficult to reach the realm of ghosts and gods. In such a long time, only the gods and the Emperor of Heaven have achieved the realm of ghosts and gods. I will definitely do it. Tian Buluo, who was very tired, sat in the pavilion and calmed down to continue to comprehend the lingering sound of the immortal laws left by the gods and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shan continued to study his finger sound sand. How to coordinate the techniques of finger sound sand with various body movements is very particular. Long battles rely on the wave-stepping fist, and the hidden arrows rely on the finger sand. Lin Shan is committed to studying how to use the finger sand in the most concealed way. Covering the hands with sleeves is just a basic operation. Chapter 483. Lin Shan studied for several days, and found a very vicious way to use it. He used the treading wave fist in a normal rhythm and manner, and then used the unorthodox techniques learned from Ouyang Yidu to hit the finger sand in the opposite rhythm. Every punch of the treading wave fist is on the beat, and every finger of the finger sand is not on the beat, which can drive people crazy. The fist is in the light, the finger is in the dark. The fist is righteous, the finger is evil, one is light, and the other is dark, one is righteous, and the other is evil. If others only pay attention to the fierce attack of the treading wave fist, and are led by the rhythm, they will be harmed by the finger sand. Poison, it's really too poisonous. After Lin Shan tried it several times, he He felt that this technique was really too vicious. Lin Shan would not abandon the technique just because it was vicious. On the contrary, he preferred to use it this way. Of course, he didn't use this trick on Tianbuluo. The two of them were just sparring normally, and they were not really enemies. Such a vicious trick naturally couldn't be used on him. Tian Qingyu hadn't seen Tianbuluo for a few days, and she was a little worried. She went to Tianbuluo's residence, but didn't see Tianbuluo, which made her have a bad premonition. Tian Qingyu went directly to the direction of Buyuju, and heard the sound of fighting from afar, which made her even more worried. There was no time to knock on the door, so she jumped across the yard and saw Tianbuluo fighting with a human named Tian. Tian Qingyu was overjoyed at a glance, because she found that Tianbuluo had actually practiced the art of heaven and God to the state of unity of heaven and man. But when she looked at it again, Tian Qingyu was shocked. Tianbuluo, who had practiced the state of unity of heaven and man, was beaten by a Tian, and there was no room for him to fight back. However, Tian Qingyu also saw that Lin Shan had been holding back and had not really killed him, otherwise Tianbuluo would have been killed long ago. This man is so powerful. Tian Qingyu was secretly surprised, and when he saw Lin Shan using the finger method, his eyes lit up. Tian Qingyu was very clear about how powerful Tianbuluo was. Not to mention being invincible at the same level, there were not many ascenders in the Tianan clan who could match him. Now Tianbuluo has also mastered the realm of unity of heaven and man in the art of heaven and God. I am afraid that no one among the ascenders of the Tianan clan can be his opponent. It was a bit too terrifying that Lin Shan could suppress Tianbuluo in this way after a level up. Tian Qingyu did not go in to disturb them, but stood outside to watch. After watching for a while, he had already discovered the clues. Lin Shan was indeed very powerful, but he was not yet at the point where he could beat Tianbuluo violently. When Tianbuluo did not use the art of heaven and God, he could fight back and forth with Lin Shan, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. But once he used the heaven and God art, he would be beaten by Lin Shan, and had no ability to resist. This man's finger technique can actually restrain the heaven and God art. He is a rare talent. Seeing this, Tian Qingyu was completely relieved. She had already seen that Tianbuluo was using Lin Shan to practice the heaven and God art. Sister Yu, why are you here? When Tianbuluo stopped to ask for information, he found that Tian Qingyu had come and hurried forward to greet him. After you left last time, there was no news for so many days. I guess you came here, Tian Qingyu said with a cold face. Ahem, Brother Tian invited me to stay here with him. I couldn't refuse his kindness, so I stayed here for a few days. I forgot to tell you, Tianbuluo said with a blink of his eyes. Tian Qingyu sighed helplessly, turned to Lin Shan, and said apologetically, Dean Tian, I'm sorry to bother you. Emperor's son, you are too kind. I invited the 17th Emperor's son to stay here with me. If there is any trouble, it is the 17th Emperor's son who is bothered by me, Lin Shan said with a smile. No matter whether they are men or women, as long as they are descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, they are all called Emperor's sons, and there is no such title as Emperor's daughter. Buluo has already called you Brother Tian, so you don't have to be so polite. When we are together in private, just call me Qingyu. Tian Qingyu said with a smile, Brother Tian, I see that your finger skills are unique. I am also good at fingering. I am a little moved. I wonder if you can learn from me. Of course. Lin Shan nodded and said. Tianbuluo said on the side, Brother Tian, you have to be careful. I only dare to admit that I am the second in the upgrade. Sister Yu ranks first. Stop bragging for me. Tian Qingyu glared at him, then turned to Lin Shan and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Brother Tian. My finger technique is called Lingxi finger. Please feel free to correct me if I practice it wrong. Tianbuluo said on the side, this Lingxi finger was created by Sister Qingyu. Each finger technique is obtained by a flash of inspiration, which can be called a rare discovery. Shut up. Tian Qingyu glared at him fiercely, then said to Lin Shan, it's just an immature idea. Brother Tian, please correct me. After that, Tian Qingyu didn't give Tianbuluo a chance to speak again, and he started to use the finger technique and pointed over. Tian Qingyu's finger seemed as fast as a meteor from outer space, and as untraceable as an antelope hanging its horns. Just this one finger made Lin Shan know that what Tianbuluo said just now was definitely not bragging for Tian Qingyu. The finger technique of this Qingyu emperor was so strong that Lin Shan had never seen it before. Of course, Lin Shan had never seen many people who knew finger techniques, except for himself and Tian Qingyu. Lin Shan used his finger sand to fight against Tian Qingyu. The finger sand had been tempered by the art of heaven and gods, and it was already an extremely mysterious finger technique. In addition, The ability to emit silent finger force through the air made Tian Qingyu feel a little uncomfortable. Each of Tian Qingyu's finger techniques was different, as if each one was a school of its own. She used 7 finger techniques in a row, and also changed into 7 different styles. Being able to mix and use so many different styles of finger techniques without any problems, Tian Qingyu has a master's demeanor of embracing all kinds of things. Lin Shen's finger sand can respond to all changes with the same method. Tian Qingyu's finger technique can't do anything to him, and he can't beat the finger sand. After the 7 styles, Tian Qingyu stopped, looked at Lin Shen with burning eyes and said, "Brother Tian, what kind of finger technique is this? It can actually produce finger force through the air, and the upgraded finger force through the air. There are not many techniques in the universe that can do it, and I have never heard of your finger force through the air. My finger technique is called finger sand, which was created by chance and can only be regarded as luck," Lin Shen said. Tian Qingyu's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Could it be that this finger sand was created by you? How can I have such ability? I just made some modifications to the techniques created by my predecessors. I dare not say that I created it myself. Lin Shen shook his head hurriedly. Who originally created this finger technique? Tian Qingyu asked again. Prince, I'm sorry I can't answer your question, Lin Shen said seriously. I was rude. Tian Qingyu was slightly startled, then realized that he was too eager. Tian Buluo explained for Tian Qingyu, Brother Tian, don't be angry. I, sister Yu, am obsessed with finger techniques. Seeing your finger techniques are so strange and mysterious, I yearn for them. I have no ill intentions. No problem. Lin Shen shook his head. Brother Tian, if I take you as my master, will you be willing to teach me the finger sand? Tian Qingyu suddenly looked at Lin Shen and said seriously. Chapter 484. Emperor Qingyu is too kind to me. I haven't even mastered it myself, so how can I teach a disciple? Lin Shen smiled and said, if Emperor Qingyu needs it, we can exchange ideas. I am not qualified to be your master. How could Lin Shen teach her finger sand? To practice finger sand, one needs to use Air Ba Quan and Qian Fu Ji as the foundation. The origins of these two techniques are questionable. Air Ba Quan can be taught to others, but Qian Fu Ji must not be taught casually. The hidden heart secret technique was learned from Red Heart A, so it can't be shown to others casually. If Red Heart A finds out, there will be big trouble. Tian Qingyu was so smart that she knew from the sound that Lin Shen was unwilling to teach her the finger sand. So she said, you can learn from each other. My Lingxi finger has 7 styles. The first style is inspired by the secret finger technique of my Tianren clan, Holy Revelation. The second style is inspired by the secret finger technique of the Phoenix clan, Double Flying Wings. The third style is inspired by the secret finger technique of Heavenly Destiny Supreme created by an immortal of the Supreme clan. And the fourth style is inspired by the finger technique of the Xian clan, Fu Sheng. Tian Buluo was afraid that Lin Shen didn't understand what Tian Qingyu meant, so he added, the Holy Revelation is the royal finger technique of my Tianren clan, one of which is inspired by the Phoenix clan, and the third style is inspired by the secret finger technique of the Supreme clan, Heavenly Destiny Supreme, and the fourth style is inspired by the finger technique of the Xian clan, Fu Sheng. Tian Buluo was afraid that Lin Shen didn't understand what Tian Qingyu meant, so he added, the Holy Revelation is the royal finger technique of my Tianren clan, one of which is inspired by the Phoenix clan, and the fourth style is inspired by the finger technique of the Xian clan, Fu Sheng. Only the royal family can learn this skill. The double wings is the secret of the Phoenix clan. Only the pure-blooded Phoenix clan are qualified to practice it. The Supreme Destiny is even more amazing. The Supreme clan who created this finger technique is almost invincible in the world. Although the Fu Sheng finger technique comes from the now declining Xian clan, it was a famous peerless skill in the world when the Xian clan was still a powerful clan in the universe. The leader of the Xian clan once used this technique to compete with the ancient world king. Now it has been lost, which leads to its obscurity. The only one in the world is the one in my sister Yu's hand. The origins of the 7 finger techniques are extraordinary, and any one of them is world-shaking. Brother Tian, let's learn from each other. How about I exchange these 7 finger techniques for your finger sand? Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen sincerely and said, the secret book of these 7 finger techniques is originally in the Misty Rain Tower. I can take it first, and give it to Brother Tian for appreciation. If Brother Tian thinks these 7 finger techniques are okay, how about teaching me finger sand? Tian Qingyu's sincerity is impeccable. If it weren't for the fact that the origin of finger sand is really not worth telling to outsiders, Lin Shen would really be tempted. He would not suffer any loss in this transaction. Anyway, it is unlikely that others can practice finger sand. He is equivalent to taking 7 world-shaking finger techniques for nothing. Emperor Qingyu, you are really sincere. Let's do this. Forget about the exchange. I have something here. If you can practice some tricks, come to me again. Lin Shan took a diary, tore off a few pages from it, and handed it to Tian Qingyu. Tian Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, but did not take the pages immediately. She had some misunderstandings about Lin Shan's meaning, thinking that Lin Shan did not think highly of her 7 fingering secrets. He did not accept her as a disciple, and did not teach her the finger sand because Lin Shan despised her talent, and thought that she could not practice the finger sand. So he took out some things and asked her to practice first. If she could not practice, she could give up. In fact, it was not a misunderstanding. The pages that Lin Shan tore off were the little figures of the Erba Quan manual that he drew. Even Tianxuan could not practice this thing. Lin Shan also told Tianxuan in detail about his experience in practicing Erba Quan and demonstrated it to her over and over again, but Tianxuan just could not practice it. There was nothing he could do about it. Tian Xian and Lao Wei also tried, but they also couldn't practice Erba Quan, and they didn't know why. Lin Shan gave this boxing manual to Tian Qingyu, mainly because she was a good person, willing to give out 7 kinds of fingering secrets in exchange for finger sand, and willing to become a disciple, and didn't force him by relying on the status of the emperor's son. If she could practice Erba Quan, there would be one more successor of Erba Quan in the world, and the technique created by my friend would also have a real successor. Lin Shan changed Erba Quan beyond recognition, and it was completely different from the previous Erba Quan. In fact, he was not a proper successor. Moreover, he had the connection of Emperor Qingyu in the Tianren clan, which was an extra guarantee for him. Lin Shan didn't take Tian Qingyu's fingering secrets, not because he looked down on her, but because he was afraid that if he took her secrets, he would not be able to teach Tian Qingyu finger sand, which would not be good. If I can master what's on this paper, would you be willing to accept me as your apprentice and teach me the finger sand? Tian Qingyu asked, staring into Lin Shan's eyes. If you can master it, you don't need to worship me as your master. Lin Shan shook his head. Is this the secret of finger sand? Tian Qingyu was slightly startled. No, it's not easy to explain. You will understand it naturally after you master it. Lin Shan didn't say much, just said to Tian Qingyu, it's best not to let others see what's on it. Just watch and practice it by yourself. Understood, wait for me. Tian Qingyu felt much better. She also understood that what Lin Shan gave her might be the entry foundation of finger sand. Tian Qingyu just thought that finger sand was weird and strange before. Compared with the finger techniques she practiced, it can be said to be a strange learning that has taken a different path. She also had the strange ability of finger force from a distance. She wanted to learn it and integrate it into her own telepathic finger techniques. If Lin Shan really didn't want to teach her, she didn't have to learn it. But after Lin Shan said that, she made up her mind to practice the finger sand no matter what, so that Lin Shan would not look down on her. Tian Qingyu was very confident in her talent. Even Tian Buluo dared to claim to be second to her, which showed that her talent was indeed very strong. Moreover, she practiced 7 different races of amazing finger techniques by herself, and took the artistic conception of the 7 finger techniques to create the 7-style Lingxi finger. It was shocking to say it out. Such a talent is the best among the best in the universe. Anyone would be as confident as Tian Qingyu. After Tian Qingyu left, Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shan with a strange expression and said, Brother Tian, are you interested in Sister Yu? So you don't want to accept her as your apprentice, so as not to mess up the generations? If so, I advise you to give up this idea. Among all of us emperors, the emperor's father loves Sister Yu the most, and will never let her marry out. Emperor's son, you think too much, I just can't teach her. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile bitterly, wondering why Tian Buluo would think about this. That's good. Tian Buluo saw that Lin Shan's eyes were sincere and didn't seem to be fake, so he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. To be honest, I am also interested in your finger sand. How about giving me a copy of the thing you just gave me? If you want to see it, go find Emperor Qingyu. I only have that one here. Since it was taken out, Lin Shan didn't care how many people went to learn it. Forget it, time is running out. I still need to practice heaven and God techniques, so I don't have time to practice those things. Tian Buluo knew that a mysterious finger technique like Lin Shan's could not be achieved overnight, and it would definitely take hard work. Chapter 485. Tian Qingyu returned to his own Yanyu tower and took out the pieces of paper Lin Shan had given him and began to study them. When Tian Qingyu saw those little figures, she burst out laughing. Such painting skills, could it be from Brother Tian? Although it is very crude, it looks very vivid, and there is also an inexplicable cuteness. After reading a few sheets of paper, Tian Qingyu's smile disappeared, and she frowned slightly. Why are there only these little figure movements, and not even a single spell? Tian Qingyu wanted to go back and ask Lin Shen, but when she thought that Lin Shen actually looked down on her and thought that she couldn't practice, she thought a little angrily. I don't know if he deliberately didn't give me the spell. If I go back to him now, wouldn't it weaken my momentum? I will practice these movements first. Even if there is no spell, I can't play the power of the moves, but I can first understand the artistic conception that these movements want to express. Let's see what he says then. Tian Qingyu practiced with the little figures, and soon she found that these movements should be a kind of boxing. Tian Qingyu has excellent talent. After just one look, she imitated these movements completely. It can't be said that the imitation is very similar, it is exactly the same, and Lin Shen also contributed to this. Although the little man he drew is very simple, the movements are still very vivid, and people can see what the movements are at a glance. After practicing this time, Tian Qingyu didn't feel anything special. This set of movements felt like a kind of fierce boxing, and it didn't have anything to do with the finger sand fingering. That guy Tian didn't just pick up a set of boxing movements without any formula to perfunctory me? Tian Qingyu originally thought that this was the entry-level foundation of the finger sand, but now it seems that it is not the case at all, and her face is not very good. Tian Qingyu practiced it several times, and felt that this boxing method was nothing special except that the punches were relatively strong. As a result, Tian Qingyu couldn't hold back, so she took the little man picture and wanted to find Lin Shen to settle the score. Before she walked out of the door, she saw Tian Shudi, who was wearing a cotton robe and slippers, walking in. My little Qingyu, who made you angry, Daddy, I will help you deal with him. Tian Shudi asked with a blink of his eyes. Tian Qingyu saw Tian Shudi and hurriedly shook her head and said, No one on Tian and Star can bully me, Emperor Father, why are you here? Tian Qingyu didn't mention Lin Shen. She was still clear about Tian Shudi's temper. If Tian Shudi knew that Lin Shen was perfunctory to her, Tian Shudi would definitely not let Lin Shen off easily. Although Tian Qingyu was a little annoyed by Lin Shen's perfunctory treatment of her, she didn't want Lin Shen to be punished for it. After all, whether or not he was willing to pass on the finger sand to her was Lin Shen's freedom in Tian Qingyu's opinion. I've told you so many times, when it's not a formal occasion, just call me Daddy, don't call me Emperor Father all day long. Tian Shudi's eyes fell on Tian Qingyu's hand, and asked with a smile, What is that? Show it to me. Nothing, just a cheap boxing manual, Daddy, I make you some tea. Tian Qingyu wanted to divert Tian Shudi's attention. That's perfect, I've been studying boxing recently, let me see what boxing manual it is. Tian Shudi stretched out his hand. Tian Qingyu knew that if she didn't give it to him, she would definitely arouse Tian Shudi's suspicion, so she had to hand the boxing manual to Tian Shudi. She had already made up her mind that as long as she didn't say that the boxing manual was related to Lin Shen, the matter would just pass. The boxing manual is really ugly. Emperor Tianshu flipped through it casually and said, as he looked at it, This boxing manual, we don't have it in the Tianan tribe, and people who can come here can't draw such an ugly picture. Did a Tian bring it in? Tian Qingyu was slightly startled and wanted to say that it was not brought in by Lin Shen, but he knew that he couldn't deceive Emperor Tianshu. I borrowed it from a Tian to take a look. Tian Qingyu had to say. Emperor Tianshu nodded slightly. That kid is not bad, he actually has the boxing manual of Air Ba Quan, and he is willing to lend it to you. He is quite broad-minded. This is my friend's Air Ba Quan boxing manual. No wonder he said when he lent it to me, Don't show it to other people. Tian Qingyu was shocked. Although my friend is not a top-level strongman, his Air Ba Quan is very famous in the universe. When he lent it to you, didn't he tell you that this was the manual of Air Ba Quan? Tian Shudi laughed and said, That kid is quite interesting. He is loyal, and not greedy for merit. He is so generous that the reward I was going to give him seems a bit stingy. Dad, there is only a manual but no boxing formula here. Isn't it too early for you to reward him? Although Tian Qingyu didn't want Lin Shen to be punished for this, he didn't want him to get any benefits either. Giving her a manual of Air Ba Quan without a formula, no matter how precious it is useless. Tian Shudi looked at the manual and said, Air Ba Quan originally has no formula. All the secrets of Air Ba Quan are in these boxing movements. As long as you can comprehend the secrets of these movements, you can learn Air Ba Quan. What? Air Ba Quan has no boxing formula. Tian Qingyu immediately realized that she had wronged Lin Shen. No wonder Lin Shen said before that after she mastered it, she would no longer need to worship him as her master to practice finger sand. Air Bakwan itself is a very famous technique of air-to-air fist force. If you can learn this kind of air-to-air fist force, you can integrate it into your finger technique, so that your finger technique has the ability to exert force in the air. She already understood that Lin Shen's finger sand should have been learned from Air Bakwan. Thinking of this, Tian Qingyu's eyes changed slightly. Lin Shen showed her this secret, but she misunderstood Lin Shen. Emperor Tianshu returned the boxing manual to Tian Qingyu, patted the dust off his body, and said, "My friend used the Herba Punch to dominate the universe, and never lost in a battle of the same level. I am also interested in his Herba Punch. I once tried to get my friend's practice notes to read. Although there is no complete boxing manual, it records my friend's mental journey of creating Herba Punch, as well as his ideas and process of creating boxing. I also studied it, and tried to create Herba Punch according to the ideas and process recorded above, but failed. Today, I saw this boxing manual and I know why I failed." Emperor Tianshu exclaimed, "My friend is indeed unique. No one can create Herba Punch except himself. Why is he the only one who can create Herba Punch?" Tian Qingyu actually wanted to ask why Emperor Tianshu failed. Because he doesn't care about his life. Only people who don't care about their lives can create such a boxing style. Emperor Tianshu laughed. So he died early, otherwise with his talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become immortal. Don't care about your life? Tian Qingyu couldn't understand. What is the 28 punch? One punch is to dissuade the opponent, and the second punch is to kill him. The first punch is to greet the opponent, and tell others that he is very powerful. If others don't run away, he will use all his strength to kill them with one punch. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts laughed and said, "Think about it. If you are my friend, you will show your boxing skills first, just like saying, 'Hey, brother, I am very strong,' you run away. Those who can't beat him will naturally run away, and then find helpers to come back to deal with him. Those who don't run away are those who are confident that they can kill him. Do you think such people deserve to die? If his 28 punches are not really fierce, then those who pretend will never live to the Nirvana level." The Emperor of Heavenly Arts pointed to the boxing manual and said, "So this boxing method can only be created by people who don't care about their lives. If you lose your life, what's the use of boxing skills?" Chapter 486. Dad, I borrowed the Air Bakwan manual from Lin Shen. He should have mastered it. I don't think he is a man who doesn't care about his life. Tian Qingyu said thoughtfully. Ahem, this is what I am going to say next, Dad. Everything has its own odds. Although only a man who doesn't care about his life can create it, if you want to learn this boxing method, although you also need a bit of courage to face death, just don't be like my friend and do it. There are still some tricks to this boxing method. You practice it first. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Tian Shudi said and went out, walking quickly. Tian Qingyu looked at Tian Shudi's hurried back, and couldn't help but smile. He knew this old man quite well. He knew that it was probably because Tian Shudi failed to create Air Bakwan at the beginning, so he said Air Bakwan was a boxing method that only a fool who wanted to die could create. Even so, Emperor Tianshu did not say that Air Bakwan was not powerful, which was enough to show that this boxing method was indeed too powerful. I almost wrongly blamed Brother Tian. He gave me such a precious Air Bakwan manual. I must compensate him in the future. Tian Qingyu began to carefully study the movements in the boxing manual this time, wanting to practice Air Bakwan as soon as possible. That night, a concubine of Emperor Tianshu came to see Tian Qingyu and handed her a handbook. Although there was no name on the handbook, it was clear from the content that it was left by my friend. With my friend's handbook, Tian Qingyu was more confident in practicing Air Bakwan. But as time went by, Tian Qingyu still couldn't practice Air Bakwan. She had obviously practiced all the movements to perfection, and even her boxing had a strong and domineering momentum, but she couldn't draw the power in her body, and couldn't punch through the air. I have already understood the boxing theory, boxing style and boxing momentum of Air Bakwan. Why can't I practice it? Tian Qingyu was extremely confused. The note was from Emperor Tianshu, and he had also read the boxing manual. There should be no problem. I don't know why I can't practice it. She wanted to ask Lin Shen, but she was so confident in front of Lin Shen at the beginning, and it seemed a bit embarrassing to ask him now. After enduring for a few days, Tian Qingyu finally couldn't help it. She planned to meet Lin Shen under the pretext of seeing Tian Buluo. Even if it was difficult to ask him anything, it would be good to see how he used Air Bakwan. Lin Shen has been studying and perfecting the finger sand and the wave-stepping fist these days. The combination of the two is really wonderful and extraordinary, making people hard to guard against. The rebellious person was reincarnated once yesterday, and the inheritance fan was the same. Originally, Lin Shan planned to make the rebellious person reach the 10th turn with all his strength, but here even the inheritance fan was reincarnated together. The 7th move of the inheritance fan, the fan dance, has a 7th move Zhe, which is also an auxiliary skill. Like Shake, it is also used on the opponent. However, unlike Shake, this skill cannot weaken the enemy's attributes in all directions. The skill Zhe can only weaken the enemy's skill effects. When hit by the Zhe move, the power of all the opponent's skills will be discounted. As for how much discount it can be, it depends on the effect in actual combat. Zhe and Shake work together to weaken the enemy comprehensively, which is simply a perfect match. It seems that the inheritance fan does not need to wait until the late stage to be useful. These two negative effect skills are already ridiculously strong. Lin Shan was very happy. This fan was a treasure that could defeat the strong with the weak. There was not much to say about the growth of the person who defied fate. As the number of reincarnations increased, he would naturally become very strong and did not need too many changes. Tianbu Luo sat in the pavilion and pondered hard. Although his heaven and god art had made great progress, he could not reach the threshold of the god and ghost realm. Lin Shan knew that it was too difficult for Tianbu Luo to enter the ghost realm. It could be said that there was a distance as far as the universe between the unity of heaven and man and the ghost realm. Other techniques were one level at a time, but the heaven and god art was very strange. The gap between the two levels was so big, but there was no buffer in between. It was like weightlifting. The first weight was more than 200 kilograms. If you grit your teeth and work hard, and you have good talent, you can still lift it. But what does it mean to go directly to 10,000 tons the second time? Shouldn't you increase it bit by bit? If you increase it directly to 10,000 tons, no one can lift it. Lin Shan didn't know how the god and emperor of heaven were trained. Anyway, he felt that the god and ghost realm was too ridiculous. Unless Tianbu Luo could transform, like a Super Saiyan, anyone who practiced this thing would be useless. Fortunately, the heaven and god art of the heaven and man in the heaven and man unity realm was also very powerful. As long as he didn't encounter a nemesis like the finger sand, he was basically invincible. When Tianbu Luo was distressed, Tian Qingyu came to Buyuju. This time, Tian Qingyu didn't break in, but stood outside the fence and called a few times. Tianbu Luo ran to open the door and welcomed Tian Qingyu in. Bu Luo, how is your heaven and god art? Tian Qingyu greeted Lin Shan, and then asked about Tianbu Luo's recent situation. Although there has been progress, it can't even reach the threshold of the ghost realm. Tianbu Luo shook his head and sighed. Since you have chosen this path, if you don't want to turn back, you should keep a calm mind. If you have other thoughts, turn back as soon as possible. Tian Qingyu said seriously. Sister Yu, I just complained to you. I must practice this art of heaven and gods. Tianbu Luo smiled. It's good that you have a firm belief. Tian Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Tianbu Luo's mind was broken, but he was still holding on. That was not persistence, but a dead end. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Tianbu Luo changed the subject and said, Sister Yu, how are you practicing the things you got from Brother Tian? Have you achieved any results this time? I'm still waiting to see Brother Tian get humiliated. I've been tortured by him these days, and I'm almost exhausted. Tian Qingyu sighed and said, I still don't have any clues yet. I'm afraid I can't practice such secret techniques. Tianbu Luo was shocked when he heard this. He knew that this sister was talented in cultivation. Among the new generation of the Tianren clan, there was no one better. Even she said that the secret techniques given by Lin Shan were difficult to practice, and she didn't even have a clue. This made Tianbu Luo a little bit unbelievable. The 7 finger techniques of the 7 style Lingxi finger, any one of which cannot be practiced without extreme talent, and others who can practice one are already amazing talents. Tian Qingyu, who can combine 7 finger techniques in one, actually said that he didn't even have a clue to get started. Tianbu Luo couldn't imagine how difficult it was to practice Lin Shan's finger sand. Until now, Tianbu Luo still thought that what Lin Shan gave Tian Qingyu was the basics of Zijiansha. Chapter 487. How hard is it to practice? Show me. Tianbu Luo reached out to Tian Qingyu for the boxing manual. Tian Qingyu stretched out his hand to open Tianbu Luo's palm and said seriously, How can you show this secret skill to others casually? Sister Yu, you are also on guard against me? Tianbu Luo said depressedly. If not you, who should I be on guard against? Just your big mouth. If you see it, it will spread throughout the universe in a few days. This is Brother Atian's secret skill, which cannot be passed on to others. Tian Qingyu said. When did I become a big mouth? Tianbu Luo retorted unconvinced. Who spread the news about the concubine of Tianju's family? Tai and Kinjia said with a smile. Tian Bulu opened his mouth, but eventually closed it, sitting on the ground weakly, and then muttered, "If you don't want to look, then don't look. I just want to help you. Thank you, just take care of yourself." Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and said, "Brother Tian, your secret technique is really difficult to practice. I wonder if you can give me some pointers?" Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but this technique is very special. I practiced it myself and succeeded, but I also taught it to others, but they couldn't get started no matter what. Later, I studied it for a long time and couldn't figure out the reason. Maybe it's a problem of talent compatibility, just like sheep want to eat grass and wolves want to eat meat. If you let the wolf eat grass, it's really a bit difficult for it. At present, this technique is very random. If you can succeed, then you can succeed. If you can't, no one can teach you." Tian Qingyu also knew that Lin Shen was telling the truth after hearing it, and nodded slightly. "Maybe my opportunity has not come yet. I may succeed if I go back and practice again." Unable to find the answer in Lin Shen, Tian Qingyu could only go back to continue studying the air Bakuan, hoping to make a breakthrough. "I don't believe that I can't practice this air Bakuan." Tian Qingyu left Tianan Star and returned to Zenith Star to check a lot of information, wanting to spy on the secret of air Bakuan from other angles. Tianxuan has been in a good mood recently. Tian Renyuan actually gave her the task of clearing the Night Ghost clan, and even the 4 pure-blooded Night Ghosts such as Yekong were handed over to her to deal with. The meaning above is also very clear. So many people have become mixed-blood Night Ghosts. If they are all dealt with like this, it is too wasteful, and it is difficult to replenish so many people for Juwan Star in a short time. So Tianxuan should use Yekong and other 4 people to command those mixed-blood Night Ghosts as a pioneering army to continue to develop Juwan Star. But in this way, it is equivalent to handing the entire Juwan Star to Tianxuan. Needless to say, the Qi family has no chance to gain a foothold on Juwan Star. And 117th situation was not much better. So many of his subordinates had turned into mixed-blood Night Ghosts, and all of them were under the leadership of Tianxuan. Not only did his strength suffer a great loss, but he also lost so many resources, which was simply the end of his life. And 117 had always suspected that Tianxuan and Lin Shen had stolen his small treasury, but unfortunately there was no evidence. Now, in the entire Giant Ring Star, it can be said that Tianxuan is the de facto master of 1 star. The people of the Yin family and the Qi family had already fought hard at the Tian Renyuan Council. Originally, they had the opportunity to gain control of Yekong and others, or at least 1 or 2. But unexpectedly Tian Shu Emperor, who had not participated in the council for a long time, actually participated in this council in person, and overruled all the opposition and directly assigned Yekong and other 4 pure-blooded Night Ghosts to Tianxuan's command, letting her clean up the mess of Giant Ring Star. This made many people's calculations fall through. They were so eager to go to the Giant Ring Star for support because they understood the value of the 4 women of Night Sky. Whoever controlled the 4 women of Night Sky would have the power to develop the Giant Ring Star. Everyone originally expected Dinan to refute the Emperor of Heaven, but this time Dinan did not mean to speak. The Emperor of Heaven pointed out coldly that the 4 women of Night Sky were captured by Tianxuan, and the situation was stabilized by Tianxuan. A problem that Tianxuan could solve. What exactly did each family want to do by going to the Giant Ring Star? This sentence forced each family to stand up and explain. Although in fact they were going to pick up the bargain, no one wanted to have such a reputation. Tianxuan got the assistance of the 4 women such as Night Sky, and the work of developing the Giant Ring Star became much smoother. The Star Belt and the ocean were directly under her jurisdiction, and most of the land reclamation work on the land under the jurisdiction of An 117 had been stopped, because he did not have many people on hand, and before getting supplements, he had no ability to develop so many places. But wanting to supplement so many at once, it is not an easy task. In order to make up for the loss and gather the resources for the next submission, An 117 had to ask Tianxuan for help and promise to share some of the resources for the land reclamation with Tianxuan. After the price was agreed, Tianxuan sent the mixed-blood Night Ghost to help An 117 to open up the land. After Tianxuan arranged everything, he went to the darkest place alone, wanting to try the trial left by the Little Wine Emperor. Qi 118 and Qi 96 could pass through, so there was no reason why she couldn't. But after entering the trial, Tianxuan realized that he had underestimated the Little Wine Emperor. Some of the previous trials were not difficult for Tianxuan, and he could pass them easily. Until there was a test called 3 Cups of Wine, which stumped Tianxuan. The 3 Cups of Wine test is actually very simple. There are 3 cups of wine in this level, one of which is poisonous. Choose 1 cup from the 3 cups and drink it. If you choose the poisoned wine, even a Nirvana-level strongman will die. In fact, there is only a 1/3 chance of choosing the poisoned wine, which is a very low probability. According to the message of Little Wine Emperor, this level is to test the luck of the trial taker. Even if a person with bad luck gets the inheritance left by Little Wine Emperor, he will inevitably die early. If you can't even choose the right one with a 2/3 chance of survival, you should have self-knowledge. Tianqiu had observed for a long time, but didn't see any difference between the 3 cups of wine, and she didn't dare to take the risk of betting on her own luck. Who can tell for sure about luck? Luck is fickle, sometimes high and sometimes low. No one can control it. What if luck is low at this moment? So when it came to this level, Tianqiu gave up and did not continue. When she won 18 and the others passed this level, it was Night Crow who drank 3 cups of wine and forced them to pass this level. After Night Crow drank 3 cups of wine, his body almost turned into a skeleton, which means that he has the talent of living dead. If it were someone else, he would have died long ago. In fact, Lin Shen could also pass this level, but unfortunately, he is not in Tianren Star now, and he doesn't know that there is such a level in the trial. Even if he knew, with his personality, he probably wouldn't run here to take risks. Chapter 488. D-Man Clan. Catherine looked at her watch again and again, but still didn't see any message. Why hasn't this guy replied yet? Catherine threw her watch aside, sat on the sofa bored, watching the universe news played on the projection to kill time. Is it time for the race ranking war again? Catherine read a few news reports, all of which were discussing the race ranking war. Catherine read for a while, and felt a little bored. What is there to look forward to? The changes in the top 20 will not be too big, and most it will fluctuate up and down a few places. The first place of the Supreme Clan should not be shaken by anyone. That's not necessarily true. A voice came from behind Catherine. How many times have I told you? Can't you knock on the door before you come in? Catherine said helplessly. A black-eyed diamond girl came to Catherine, sat down on the sofa, hugged Catherine's arm, stuck out her tongue and said, "Sorry sister, Tia forgot. I really can't do anything about you." Catherine rubbed Tia's head and asked with a smile, "What do you mean by not necessarily?" "I heard from my father that there may be a big change in the race ranking battle this time, and the Supreme Race may lose its first place," Tia said. "What big change?" Catherine was a little surprised, wondering what kind of big change would make the Supreme Race not the first. "My father said that it seems that the Phoenix Race is going to hit the first place in this race ranking." Phoenix Race? Why do they have the right? Catherine frowned slightly. She didn't think the Phoenix Clan had the strength to challenge the first place. Tia thought for a while, and said, "I just heard from my father that there seemed to be a Phoenix Clan member named Feng Lu who came back." Feng Lu. Feng Lu. Impossible. Feng Lu is still alive. Catherine was shocked, and laughed again after a moment. If Feng Lu is really still alive, then this race ranking will be interesting. I wonder if the Supreme Clan can still keep its first place. "Sister, do you want to join the battle?" Tia asked with a blink of her eyes. "I didn't plan to join the battle, but since Feng Lu is back, I can join in the fun." Catherine's eyes were playful. "Okay, I want to join the battle too," Tia said happily. "You, stay here honestly, and don't go anywhere." Catherine's words made Tia look disappointed. 3 months passed quickly. When Lin Shen returned from Tianren Star, his life base had reached the 9th level, but his inheritance fan was still at the 7th level. Even so, Lin Shen's attributes had already surpassed those of the 10th level ascenders, especially his strength attribute, which was far superior to that of the same level. The first thing Lin Shen did when he returned to Zenith Star was to go to Tianshur Academy. "Dean, you are finally back." And Sai saw Lin Shen coming back and greeted him with a smile. Other vice deans, ministers, directors, and the like looked at Lin Shen differently, and were surprisingly enthusiastic. They all called him Dean, not to mention how friendly they were, and they were completely different from before. "How come there is water and electricity?" Lin Shen asked in surprise, when he saw an old director watering the flowers in the yard. Last time, although Tianxia drove away the debt collectors, they still cut off the water, electricity, gas and other supplies. If the money is not paid, they will not supply them. Lin Shen wondered why he came again, because he did not pay the money. "Dean, don't you know what you did?" And Sai said with a smile. "What did I do?" Lin Shen was puzzled. "If you don't tell me, how can I dare to tell you?" And Sai said with a smile, "Anyway, you are now a big celebrity in front of the Emperor. Those little guys will definitely not dare to come to ask for money again in the future. This is a good thing." Lin Shen nodded. "Dean, do we have to pay the pension we owe? And should we also pay some of the wages that have been owed for so long? Ensai said again. Do we have money? Lin Shen looked at Ensai and asked in confusion. No money? Ensai looked at Lin Shen and asked back. I have no money. Is there money in the hospital's account? Lin Shen shook his head. There is no money in the hospital. Ensai looked at Lin Shen and hesitated. Lin Shen knew what she meant and smiled bitterly. We have paid everything we should pay. Didn't you get any distribution? Ensai's face was full of doubts. Anyway, I didn't see it. Lin Shen spread his hands and said. Maybe you went to Tian and Star to reflect on your mistakes before, and the things have not been distributed yet. Let's wait a little longer. Ensai sighed. As he said that, Ensai opened the door, and the old guys who were eavesdropping outside the door immediately dispersed. Hearing that there was no money, these old guys who were more realistic than anyone else suddenly changed their faces, and the dean stopped shouting and his smile disappeared. Originally, they thought that Lin Shen could get some money back this time, but who knew that he didn't even have a penny? After working so hard and suffering so much, offending so many people, he didn't even get a dime. Isn't he a fool? After Lin Shen left, the old man who was playing cards said with a sneer. Who said it wasn't? The young man is still too young. He thought he would have a good life if he pleased the Emperor of Heaven. Who knew that the Emperor of Heaven would not even give him a bone to eat? Another old man also said. It's not a good thing to go on like this. That kid is young. It's okay to suffer a little hardship and fatigue. We are old bones. We can't even pay for pocket money out of our own pockets, right? Vice Dean said, tapping the card table with his fingers rhythmically. What can we do? Our dean is too young. He doesn't know the benefits of having money. He doesn't even know how to be greedy for money. He is just a white skin. The security director said. He is a white skin, and we are not. Since he has the ability to make money, let's teach him how to put the money into his pocket. If he has money, our Tianshire Academy has money. If Tianshire Academy has money, we have money. The logistics director said. That makes sense. I think our dean is a real young man, easy to trick. Easy to talk to. Vice Dean Chiao said, as he pushed the cards down. Haha. I got a clean sheet. I won. Give me money. Give me money. It's so damn unlucky. I haven't won a single hand in so many rounds. I'm almost losing all my money. Vice Dean cursed in a low voice. Don't worry, our dean is still capable. Once we teach him a few more tricks, the money will come in like a ton. This little money is nothing. Vice Dean Chiao said with a smile. Then tell me, how do you teach? Vice Dean said as he shuffled the cards. It's simple. Teach him what he is good at. Security Director, teach him the unique skills of grabbing people with both hands. He will be useful for money in the future. Logistics Director, if you don't teach people your accounting skills, they will be buried in the ground. Olden, you have to use your connections. We can't let our dean suffer losses outside. He has to help us make money. Vice Dean Chiao said while drawing cards. Fuck, after talking for a long time, you have nothing to do, right? Vice Dean cursed. I only know how to go to prostitutes. You won't let me take him to go to prostitutes, right? Vice Dean Chiao laughed. You are pretending to be stupid when the daffodils don't bloom. You have to teach him how to deal with women, otherwise all the benefits will be taken away by Tianxuan. He has nothing. How can we make money from him? Vice Dean snorted coldly. If he wants to learn these things, I can teach him, but I'm afraid he won't want to learn. Vice Dean Chiao laughed. Chapter 489. Lin Shen returned home and opened the bedroom door. He was stunned for a moment. There were 4 large boxes neatly arranged in his bedroom. Lin Shen had never seen these boxes before. They were not his things at all. He didn't know who had put them in. Lin Shen put on his armor and summoned the stone man. He asked the stone man to open the unlocked box. He saw a box full of tianbi neatly arranged inside. He opened the second box. Inside was a set of white combat uniforms inlaid with gold edges. In the third box, there was a white pet egg as crystal as jade, which almost occupied the entire box. There seemed to be clouds flowing inside. In the last box, there was only a small card and a piece of paper. Lin Shen picked up the paper and looked at it. There was nothing written on it. It was a blank piece of paper. He read the front and back several times. There was indeed nothing written on it. Lin Shen already knew who put it here. He crumpled the white paper in his hand into ash, and picked up the card inside. Originally, Lin Shen was thinking if it was a bank card or something, but after a closer look, it turned out to be a library card. Even if it's inconvenient to give me a bank card, you can give me a more powerful pass, or a shopping card or something, I can accept it. Why give me a library card? I'm not a person who likes to study. Lin Shen put away the library card. Although he complained like this, he also knew that this card should not be that simple. He took out the combat uniform in the box. The style is simple but not simple. The tailoring and design look very regular. It is also equipped with a watch and a peg gun. Lin Shen pressed the belt buckle, and the combat suit suddenly turned into thousands of threads that wrapped around Lin Shen's arms, and soon his body was completely wrapped in the combat suit. The white clothes with gold edges looked very gorgeous and eye-catching, and had the feeling of a dress. The combat suit is successfully bound. Dear Master, the Heavenly Kingdom No. 7 combat suit is at your service. You can call me Shuqi. An electronic synthesized voice came from the watch. Shuqi, what functions do you have? Lin Shen asked directly. Dear Master, Shuqi is the Heavenly Kingdom Series No. 7 combat suit, which has the latest intelligence system, the latest cosmic communication system, a built-in pass for 1,736 planets, and the top-level Nirvana-level pet launcher, which can fill 107 pet capsules with a firing rate of 1,000. The combat suit itself has Nirvana-level toughness. Shuqi reported his various abilities. Lin Shen was shocked when he heard it, and quickly asked Shuqi to check the Heavenly Kingdom series combat suits on the internet, and found that this thing was actually a combat suit series exclusive to the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven. No wonder the function is so abnormal. It turns out to be a special series of combat suits for the Emperor's son. The combat suit that Tianxuan gave him before was damaged. This combat suit is better than the one Tianxuan gave him. Especially, it has built-in passes for more than 1,000 planets, which means that Lin Shen can use the transmission devices of more than 1,000 planets for free. These planets should all belong to the Tianan clan. Nirvana-level toughness does not mean that it can withstand the attack power of Nirvana level, but if you want to destroy it, Nirvana-level power is not so easy to do. It's a pity that Lin Shen can't use the Nirvana-level peg gun now, so he can only use it as a decoration. The box of Tianbi was a kind of white business card-sized crystal. It was unknown what kind of process was used to make it. Inside the crystal card, there was a very three-dimensional image of a celestial being, which looked very similar to the self-portrait of the Emperor of Heaven. There was no face value on it. It was the first time that Lin Shen had seen such Tianbi. After searching on the internet, he found out that it was the Tianjing coin among the Tianbi. One Tianjing coin could be exchanged for about 10,000 Tianbi. How many Tianjing coins are there in this full box? Lin Shen was overjoyed and quickly poured them out and counted them. There were exactly 30,000 Tianjing coins. It looks like a lot, but there are only 300 million Tianbi. Lin Shen was a little depressed because he found that these Tianjing coins were almost the same as the various debts owed by Tianxiyuan mentioned by Insai. The various debts owed by Tianxiyuan added up to nearly 300 million. The Emperor of Heaven was too stingy to give me more. Lin Shen already understood that the Tianbi given to him should be for him to help Tianxiyuan pay off its debts. The other things were the things that were truly given to him. Of course, Lin Shen could choose not to return it and keep the Tianjing coins for himself, then he would have to solve the problem of Tianshi Academy by himself. A pet egg, a set of Heavenly Kingdom No. 7 combat uniform, and a library borrowing card, that's all I got this time. Lin Shen didn't know what level this pet egg was, nor how much it was worth. From the performance, it was unclear what level and type this pet egg was. Lin Shen estimated that he should be able to use it, otherwise the Emperor of Heaven would not have given him a pet egg specifically. After putting the pet egg into the incubator, Lin Shen picked up the borrowing card and looked at it again. It said No. 1 Library No. 007 card. No. 7 Combat Suit, No. 7 Borrowing Card. Are these things still matched? Lin Shen asked Xiao Qi to check the information of No. 1 Library, and found that it was a library with the highest standards on Zenith Star. The borrowing card No. 007 had the borrowing rights of the second echelon. Lin Shen didn't know what the borrowing rights of the second echelon meant, but he thought the rights should be not low. He didn't have the idea of reading books for the time being. He wanted to go back to Giant Ring Star first to see what the situation was like there. Lin Shen didn't go out wearing the combat suit. This thing was too eye-catching. The combat suit that only the Emperor's son could wear, he wore it out and flaunted it in the city, who knew how many people would be jealous. He put the combat suit away and put it in his backpack, changed into ordinary clothes, and went to the teleportation array to Giant Ring Star. As for those Tianjing coins, Lin Shen hadn't figured out how to use them. Anyway, it was impossible to use them all to pay off the debt of Tianshi Academy. My little lover, how did you get? Tian Sun asked with a smile when he saw Lin Shen. The Emperor of Heaven only gave me 30,000 sky crystal coins, which is only enough to pay off my debts. Lin Shen sighed. Nothing else? Tian Sun asked with a smile. There is also a library card for library number 1, a set of battle suits from the Kingdom of Heaven series, and a pet egg. Lin Shen took the things out and showed them to Tian Sun. Tian Sun was a little surprised after reading them. The battle suits from the Kingdom of Heaven series are exclusive to the Emperor's sons. I have never heard of them being given to people outside the Emperor's family. What's more, you are a foreign race, which is a great honor. With this battle suit, as long as you don't commit any major crimes, few people in the celestial race will dare to take you. This library card is even more valuable. Library number 1 is the most advanced library of the celestial race, which contains the secrets of my race and other races. The authority of this card allows you to go to all floors except the top floor. That is to say, I still can't see the top secrets. Lin Shen said. That's not the case. Only 3 people can go to the top level, which are the cards numbered 001, 002 and 003, which belong to the Emperor of Heaven, the Empress of Heaven and Dean respectively. Most of the cards that we who have seats in the Tianren Academy can get are only the 3rd echelon, and we can't even go to the top 2 levels. Your card has surpassed most of the Tianren clan dignitaries, who have seats in the Tianren Academy. Qianshuan said with a strange look, these rewards given to you by the Emperor of Heaven are too precious. Chapter 490. Isn't precious a good thing? And I don't think it's precious that I can borrow secrets, but I can't practice them directly. Lin Shen said. This card is much more precious than you think. Those secrets are precious, not to mention how precious they are. You haven't seen them, so you can't understand them. But there are many Nirvana level, and even Immortal level cultivation experiences in the 2nd floor. These are not available in other places, and they are very helpful for cultivation. It even includes a lot of information about the base transformation lands, which are extremely important resources for Ascenders. If you only have this information and don't have the number 7 combat suit, it's useless. But if you have the number 7 combat suit and this information, it means that you can use most of the base transformation lands belonging to the celestial race. There are many other benefits. I don't know completely, after all, my card is only the 3rd echelon, and I can't go to the 2nd level. After a pause, Tianshuan continued, it's a good thing for you to be precious, but it's not all good to be too precious. There are so many big men in the Tianan clan, and their descendants can't get such treatment. You are a foreign ascender who has just joined the Tianan clan. It's already very outrageous, and arouses jealousy. Now there is such treatment. I'm afraid you will become the target of public criticism. I have thought about this question, but even if there are no such things, I am the target of public criticism when I am the dean of the Tianshi Academy. Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Tianshuan nodded and said, indeed, you brought back so many resources for the Emperor of Heaven this time, it's hard to hide it from others, and you are already the target of public criticism. You should be careful in the future. It's okay on Zenith Star. If you leave Zenith Star and go to other planets, you still have to bring a few Nirvana level with you, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. Before Nirvana, I don't plan to leave Zenith Star except to come to you. Lin Shen said. How about this, after a while, when things here are over, I will let Yekong and the others follow you. The 4 of them will join forces. Unless the top Nirvana people take action, they can't do anything to you. Tianshuan was still a little worried. Are they reliable? Lin Shen was worried that something might happen to Yekong and the others. Don't worry, I have my own ways to control them, and they dare not have second thoughts. Tianshuan paused and said, the race ranking battle is about to start, will you participate? It's useless for me to participate, and I can't make it to the top of the list. Lin Shen shook his head. The ranking list only goes up to 100 million. A race that can make it to the ranking list must have at least a few top Nirvanas. With your current strength, if you go for the ranking, you really have no chance. Tianshuan changed the subject, but going there to see it will help your actual combat ability and knowledge. The races in the universe are difficult to count. Each race has its own characteristics, and various abilities and techniques emerge in an endless stream. Every 10 years, various new abilities and techniques will appear, which is also a good exercise. Can I watch the ranking battle? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. The whole universe can see it, but watching the battle is different from fighting in person. With your ability, just participating in the elimination battle should be more than enough to save your life, without too much risk. When it comes to the ranking battle, you can just give up. Tianshuan still hopes that Lin Shen can participate in the battle. I think about it again. Lin Shen doesn't want to do these useless things. Well, It's not a big deal, just decide for yourself. Tianquan's beautiful eyes moved, blinking, and asked, Are you going back tonight? We're already home, where can I go back to? Lin Shen put his arm around Tianquan's waist, and was about to do something that would make his heart beat faster, but the communicator suddenly rang. A message from Lao Wei? Lin Shen took a look and found that it was actually a message from Wei Wufu. Although Wei Wufu had a communicator, he usually didn't send messages to Lin Shen. Is Lao Wei not on the giant ring star? Lin Shen looked at Tianquan with some doubts. He went back to your human home planet before, and it has been more than a month, and he hasn't come back yet. Tianquan thought for a while and said, Why didn't he tell me when he went back to his home planet? Lin Shen quickly clicked on the message and took a look. The message was very brief, with only 2 words returned quickly. What happened? Lin Shen was shocked. If something serious hadn't happened, Lao Wei wouldn't have sent him such a message, so he quickly replied, Come back and tell me. Lao Wei was obviously more fluent in sending messages than speaking. Baby, something might have happened. I have to go back. Lin Shen didn't know what had happened, so he could only go back first. Go do your business first. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Tianquan said softly. Lin Shen was afraid that something serious had really happened, so he had to rush back to the mother planet. The last time he left the mother planet, he still fled in a panic. This time, he didn't have to worry about anything. With his current strength, he was enough to destroy the Wan family. Even if the interstellar Wan family sent a large number of ascenders back, it would not pose a threat to Lin Shen. It's time to settle accounts with the Wan family. Lin Shen didn't let his elder sister go back with him. If he went to settle accounts with the Wan family, his elder sister might be targeted by the Wan family. When Lin Shen returned to the mother planet, Hai Daxio and Instructor Mu were already waiting for him at the transmission device. Why did you come back? Instructor Mu asked with some concern. Lin Shen went out through Hai Daxio's way, and he could only return the same way. Hai Mansion should have notified Hai Daxio. Old Wei has something going on, so I came back. Did anything happen in Tianquan? Lin Shen asked. I haven't heard of anything happening in Tianquan. If you come back, come back. Don't let the Wan family know your whereabouts. Don't go back to the Suanio base for now. There must be spies from the Wan family there. We have arranged everything for you here, and no one knows you are back. But you can't stay too long. This kind of thing can't be kept secret for too long. Instructor Mu didn't know about Lin Shen's relationship with the Tianren clan, nor did he know Lin Shen's current level. Lin Shen had only been out for a few months. No one would have thought that Lin Shen had the ability to compete with the Wan family in such a short time. Instructor Mu, I'm sorry to bother you. I go to Tianquan to find Lao Wei to see what happened to him. We talk later. Lin Shen took out 2 things and stuffed one to Instructor Mu and the other to Hai Daxio, specialties from the alien planet. See if they are useful. I'm leaving first. Lin Shen didn't give them a chance to refuse. He left the Cape base and headed for Tianquan without stopping. This kid is really thoughtful. Instructor Mu opened the box and was stunned. Chapter 491. Instructor Mu was excited and took out all the things in the box. There were 6 books in total. The Sky Cloud Art of the Celestial Clan, the 9 Heavenly Wings Skill of the Phoenix Clan, the Demon Art of the Emperor Barbarian Clan. Instructor Mu was more and more surprised. Is this true? These are all top-level evolution techniques. Where did he get them from? Hai Daxio was also shocked. Although the major families that have entered the universe now have also obtained some top-level evolution techniques, they all regard them as their lives. Not to mention passing them on to outsiders. Even if they are not core members of the family, they will not pass them on easily. Lin Shen actually took out 6 top-level evolution techniques of various clans at once. How could Hai Daxio not suspect that they were fake? He is not that kind of person. Instructor Mu looked at Hai Daxio and said, Look at what's in your box. Hai Daxio quickly opened the box, and saw a crystal-clear pet egg in the box. It was obviously not an ordinary item. This is, mutated ascending egg. Hai Daxio looked strange. It seems that Lin Shen has been doing much better than we thought during his time away. Those 6 evolutionary techniques are likely to be real. Because of the existence of King Kai, there is no shortage of basic-level mutant eggs on the human mother planet, but the super-level mutant eggs are extremely precious. Lin Shen can give her mutant ascending eggs, which shows that he is really rich. What a special product from an alien planet. That kid is really thoughtful. Instructor Mu looked complicated. He knew what these 6 evolutionary techniques meant, and he also understood why Lin Shen gave them to him. Old Mu, this burden is not light, you have to be mentally prepared. Hai Daxio said. That kid is willing to take out these evolutionary techniques. If I can't make any achievements, how can I be his instructor? Moreover, this is what I want to do. Even if I risk my life, I will certainly spread these evolutionary techniques throughout the mother planet, and not let him down. Instructor Mu laughed and said, this contribution will be remembered for thousands of years, and is a great good. Just look at his 6 evolutionary techniques. If the Wan family insists on killing him, I will do my best to help him, even if I lose my life. Hai Dashio said seriously. It should be unnecessary. Instructor Mu chuckled. Hai Dashio was slightly startled, then reacted and smiled. That's right. He can give me the mutant ascension egg, and take out these 6 top evolutionary techniques. I'm afraid his ability is beyond your and my reach. What is this last evolutionary technique? Why haven't I heard of it? Instructor Mu said, looking at the evolutionary technique in his hand. Inherited evolution technique. You may not have heard of it on your home planet, but this technique is very famous in the universe, and it is transformed from the rainbow light of the universe. Hai Dashio explained the origin of this evolution technique. 5 of the 6 evolution techniques that Lin Shen gave to Instructor Mu were selected from the box of books he coveted, and the other one was the evolution technique recorded on the inheritance fan. During this time in the universe, Lin Shen felt more and more that it was not enough for a race to develop by relying on only one person, and the entire race must become strong before it can truly stand among the powerful races in the universe. Otherwise, humans will always be vassals of the powerful races in the universe, cannon fodder sent to die, just like the Ouyang family, and may be destroyed at any time. Those 5 evolutionary techniques were considered top level by Instructor Mu and his friends, but in Lin Shen's opinion, they were just ordinary, and could be used to improve the overall level of humanity. Lin Shen was deeply influenced by Wei Wufu, and sometimes he would want to do something beneficial to humanity. Of course, the premise was that he himself was not affected. Lin Shen flew recklessly in the sky. There were not many creatures on the mother planet that could threaten him, so there was no need to be cautious. Tianqing was far from being as gorgeous as Lin Shen had imagined. It was just an ancient and dilapidated city. On the edge of Tianqing, there was a huge metal palace that looked like an ancient beast, crawling on the ground. Tianqing is a forbidden area. Please stop if you come. The guards on the ancient city wall shouted loudly when they saw someone flying over. Lin Shen quickly descended and said to the guards on the wall, I am Wei Wufu's friend Ation, please pass the message. Come in. Before the guards could answer, the gate was opened and Wei Wufu said inside. Lin Shen saw that Wei Wufu had no injuries on his body, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Old Wei, what happened? After following Wei Wufu into the city, Lin Shen asked anxiously. We tell you when we get there. Wei Wufu led the way in front, and took Lin Shen into the city. Lin Shen looked around. There were quite a few people in Tianqing, but most of them were disabled, and people with broken hands and feet could be seen everywhere. From their appearance, the injuries on their bodies had been there for a long time, not just new injuries. In some houses, many injured people could be seen recovering, and the whole Tianqing gave people a bad feeling. Old Wei took Lin Shen and walked into the ancient city and came to the huge metal building. Looking closely, many parts of this metal building have been damaged, and many people are repairing the building. The two came to the metal building. There were not many people in the building, and the space inside the whole building seemed very small. This huge metal building is actually mostly solid. Master, Lin Shen is here, Wei Wufu said to an old man who was resting in the palace. Lin Shen, can Wufu tell you what you are doing here? Wei Chongqing looked at Lin Shen and asked. No. Lin Shen shook his head. An extremely powerful nirvana creature was born in the underground space. We are no longer able to suppress it. We need to enter the underground space to take a risk. This trip is a life-threatening one. If you are willing to go with us, go to the underground space with us tomorrow. Life is only once for everyone. It is given by parents, and you cannot give up easily. If you don't go, it is also common sense. Go back now, Wei Chongqing said. I'm willing to go. Lin Shen glanced at Wei Wufu and said. Wei Wufu's asking him to come meant that Wei Wufu needed his help very much, and Lin Shen couldn't, and didn't want to refuse. Okay, this matter is imminent, you take a rest and prepare first. Let Wufu tell you what you need to do, and go to the underground space with us tomorrow. Wei Chongqing didn't say much, just asked Lin Shen to go down and rest. Wei Wufu took Lin Shen out of the town hall, and rested in a dilapidated house in the ancient city. Old Wei, what do we need to do? Time is running out. Lin Shen needs to know as much as possible about the underground space. Wei Wufu told Lin Shen the situation in detail, and the situation was worse than he imagined. The beast tide in the underground space became more and more frequent. Several nirvanas of the Wei family entered the underground space to explore, and found that the underground space had bred a very powerful nirvana creature. Several nirvanas of the Wei family joined forces, but they barely escaped, and another nirvana was seriously injured. Now that nirvana creature has not yet fully conceived and formed, it already has such terrifying strength. If it waits for it to form, I am afraid that the heavenly city that the Wei family has guarded for 1,000 years will be broken. So they have to kill the nirvana creature before it is formed. The more Lin should listen to Wei Wufu's description, the more he felt that the place where the nirvana creature was conceived was like the land of nirvana. Chapter 492. Strange, the land of nirvana should be formed by the planet itself. The underground space was formed by a spaceship crashing into the underground cavity. It is unlikely that there is a land of nirvana, Lin Shan thought to himself. But according to the Wei family, the underground cavity actually has the ability to breed nirvana creatures, which is too similar to the land of nirvana. If it is only the influence of the original eggs in the spacecraft that can make the creatures on the mother planet mutate into nirvana creatures, those original eggs are too powerful. Lin Shan couldn't imagine how powerful those original eggs would be if it was really the influence of the original eggs. Wei Wufu continued to talk about the Wei family's plan. Their mission was not to participate in killing nirvana creatures, but to destroy the place where nirvana creatures were bred. The main force to kill nirvana creatures was Wei Changqing and other 7 nirvana people of the Wei family. Including Wei Wufu, there are only 13 direct bloodlines of the Wei family left, and the rest are some children who have not grown up, or outsiders. This time, the Wei family had put all their last strength into the operation. If the operation failed or something unexpected happened, the Tiancheng Wei family would be almost exterminated. They only left a few female members, and the seriously injured nirvana. If the operation failed, they would be responsible for protecting the children of the Wei family from leaving Tiancheng. Since a few days ago, the people in Tiancheng have begun to evacuate, and even some orphans who grew up in Tiancheng have gradually begun to evacuate. It seems that the Wei family did not have much hope for this operation, otherwise they would not have evacuated in advance. Didn't you go to other families for help? Lin Shan frowned and asked. Notify. Evacuate. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shan was helpless. The notification of evacuation mentioned by Wei Wufu should be to notify those families to prepare to evacuate the mother planet. On second thought, there should be no nirvana-level strongmen on the mother planet except the Wei family. The role that the ascenders can play is indeed limited. Even if someone is willing to come, it will not be of much use. Wei Wufu showed Lin Shan some more information, all about the underground space. The more Lin Shan read, the more frightened he felt. If it weren't for the Wei family's desperate defense, there would have been countless nirvana creatures rushing out of the underground space, and humans could not resist it at all. Lin Shan's own strength plus the various items on his body, he was not afraid of ordinary nirvana creatures, not to mention that there were Old Wei and Fatty, plus the 7 nirvana people of the Wei family. The chance of success was still very high. At noon the next day, Wei Wufu brought Lin Shan to the town hall again. The 7 nirvana people of the Wei family had all arrived. There were only 9 of them left in the town hall, and the rest of the Wei family were preparing to evacuate. Once they failed, they would evacuate Tiancheng directly to preserve the last spark of the Wei family. Seeing Lin Shan coming over, Wei Changqing and the others nodded slightly to him. They had already regarded Lin Shan as their own family member for accepting Wei Wufu's invitation to come at this time. Don't rush to take action when you get down there. After we have surrounded the nirvana creature, you can try to destroy the things that breed the nirvana creature together. If it is impossible, evacuate immediately without any hesitation. Wei Changqing looked at Lin Shan and said, Kid, Wufu, I leave it to you. Master Qing, Old Wei, and I will advance and retreat together, Lin Shan said. Wei Changqing nodded slightly, turned around and walked towards the depths of the hall. Let's go. Without any extra words, everyone followed Wei Changqing and headed towards the depths of the hall, with Wei Wufu and Lin Shan walking at the back. They passed through gates that were thicker than the city walls, and after each gate, a gate would fall. When they came to the center of the Zhindi Hall, a huge cave appeared in front of Lin Shan. Only then did Lin Shan realize that the entire Zhindi Hall was built on a deep pit, suppressing the main exit of the underground space. The beast tides that Tiancheng encountered at ordinary times were just genetically modified creatures crawling out of the nearby gaps. The real big guys were all killed here by the Wei family. The cave was pitch black, and no genetically modified creatures were seen crawling out of here. Wei Changqing took the lead and jumped into the cave, and the other 6 nirvanas followed closely behind and jumped in one by one. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and jumped into the cave together. Lin Shen did not use his flying ability and let his body fall. Among the resources he looked at yesterday, there was a way to enter and exit the underground space. His body continued to fall in the darkness. It was unknown how deep the dark cave was. It seemed that he was about to fall into the abyss of hell. Just when Lin Shen thought he was going to fall into the abyss, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he felt a terrifying force pulling his body down rapidly. Everyone threw out the flying claws connected to the rope, which got stuck on the nearby stone wall. Lin Shen also did the same. After stabilizing his body, he lowered his head and looked down, and immediately saw a shocking scene. Although I have seen the description of the underground space in the information, it is still shocking to see it with my own eyes. The deep underground of the mother planet is like an independent world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes, and there is no end in sight. The sky of the underground world is a huge stone dome, but this stone dome is not an ordinary rock, but a kind of crystal jade emitting faint light. In the sky that looks like crystal jade, there are countless fluorescent lights flashing. In the distance, there are towering crystal stone mountains connecting the stone dome and the earth, just like the legendary Buzhou mountain that supports the heaven and earth, maintaining the entire underground space. They are suspended above the sky, and just below them, there is a strange spaceship that is broken into two pieces and plunged into a river. One section of the spaceship is as big as 3 or 4 football fields. The broken part is like a lotus root, with many irregular holes, and it looks like the cross-section of a honeycomb. The spaceship seemed to be carved from blue crystal, with a smooth outer shell like a mirror. The blue light inside radiated, reflecting everything around it into a ghostly blue color. The water of the river was also blue, not because of the reflection of the spaceship, but because it was polluted by something and turned into a blue color, a color like sapphire. The strong suction pulled their bodies down, and the lock rope in their hands, which was made of unknown materials by the Wei family, creaked when pulled, as if it would break at any time. Before Lin Shen could take a closer look, groups of creatures were already flying towards them in the air. Those creatures seemed to be earthworms with bat wings, and their bodies were comparable to giant pythons. Their bodies were like blue jade, and a circle of fangs appeared in their round mouthparts. Go down. Wei Changqing gave an order, and a purple phoenix feather knife appeared in his hand. With a casual slash, the purple air condensed into a knife air and swept across, instantly killing a large number of crystal-based creatures. Several other Nirvana practitioners also summoned their life bases to kill the crystal-based creatures that rushed forward fearlessly. Chapter 493. Lin Shen held the evil ghost blade in his hand and killed a few fish that escaped the net, while pulling the rope lock and sliding down quickly. The underground space actually has a flight ban. Flying ability and life base cannot fly. Only those creatures with wings can soar with physical flying ability. The creatures hanging upside down in the sky flapped their wings and rushed down, and some ascending creatures began to appear. The bodies of Wei Changqing and the other 7 were filled with purple air, and purple air crossed the sky, killing those creatures and falling into the mountains of the earth. Lin Shen was puzzled. The life bases of these nirvanas of the Wei family were all in the form of phoenix feather knife, but there were slight differences in shape. Why is the life base of Old Wei not the phoenix feather knife, and it is not even the edge, but a white robe? It is said that they all practice the purple chi phoenix art, and the difference in life base should not be that big. Even if the life base of Old Wei is not the phoenix feather knife, it should be a weapon like a sword. Under the protection of Wei Changqing and others, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu landed on the mountain next to the river. Before Lin Shen looked around carefully, he saw groups of genetically modified creatures coming towards them from the bottom of the mountain. Those genetically modified creatures were extremely strange, looking like locusts, with a dark blue and crystal body and the size of a tiger. Before Lin Shen could make a move, he heard a phoenix cry, and a purple sword energy turned into a purple phoenix flying down, and wiped out all the genetically modified creatures with a circle. The Nirvana named Wei Shouqing slid down the rope and landed next to Lin Shen and others. He swept the phoenix feather knife in his hand, and the terrifying sword energy instantly cut off half of a small hill covered with genetically modified creatures on the opposite side. The mountain that was cut off fell down, and the ground shook continuously, and the rumbling sound was endless. Lin Shen was stunned. These nirvanas of the Wei family are so strong, and their strength seems to be no less than that of the night crow. Lin Shen originally thought that the nirvanas of the Wei family were nirvana on the mother planet, and they all took the path of small nirvana, so they should not be particularly strong. But looking at the power of this knife, it is not the case at all. The power of this knife immediately scared the nearby genetic creatures, and turned around to run for their lives. Soon they retreated completely. Wei Chongqing and others also slid down along the rope. The creatures in the sky did not chase them down, but flew back to the dome and lay on the dome. The flashing light spots on the dome were emitted from them. Is this the crashed spaceship? Is there anything else inside? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu beside him. Wei Shouqing knew that it was too difficult for Wei Wufu to speak, so he said, "The material of this spaceship is special. Even our Nirvana-level power can hardly destroy it. Those holes that look like blood vessels have been oozing blue liquid. If you touch it, your body will mutate, and it is difficult to enter it." Lin Shen only knew from the information that the spaceship was the source of infection in the underground space, but he didn't expect the spaceship itself to be so hard. How could such a hard spaceship be damaged so seriously? What happened at that time? Lin Shen pondered. No one knows what happened at that time. If you can enter the interior of the spaceship, you may be able to find some clues. Wei Shouqing paused and said, "This spaceship broke into two pieces. Many things inside fell out when it fell, forming infection sources everywhere in the underground space, including space capsules containing original eggs. This river is particularly infected, and there are many ascending creatures in it. We have to clean it up every once in a while. The last cleaning was 3 months ago. Now there are probably many more ascending creatures in it. Our purpose of this trip is not them. Don't get close to the river." "Okay." Lin Shen followed Wei Chongqing and the others. There were mountains everywhere in the underground space. They couldn't fly and could only follow the mountain. There were too many genetically modified creatures in the underground space. There were groups of genetically modified creatures almost everywhere, and ascended creatures often appeared. Fortunately, the strength of Wei Chongqing and several Nirvana people was strong enough, and killing ascended creatures was as easy as killing chickens. The swordsmanship of the Wei family can be described in 2 words: domineering. Lin Shen felt that Wei Wufu was very domineering before, but compared with Wei Shouqing and others, Wei Wufu was obviously much gentler. "You wait here. There is a Nirvana creature entrenched in front. Before we go, we have to clear it out first to avoid accidents." When everyone walked to a mountain stream, Wei Chongqing stared at the water in the mountain stream and said. While speaking, Wei Shouqing had already rushed to the side of the mountain stream and slashed a purple sword energy at the blue water in the mountain stream. The sword energy directly split the water flow in the mountain stream into 2, and then there was a sound of ding. The sword energy was shattered by a purple giant claw. A purple figure rushed out from the water, jumped onto the mountain wall, and climbed the rocks with its claws. Its blue eyes were flashing like light bulbs, staring at Wei Shouqing. Lin Shen saw the creature clearly, and was slightly startled. That guy looked like the black-capped mushroom beast that Lin Shen had encountered before, but it was crystal blue all over, and there were many strange blue eyes on the mushroom cap on its head. It should not be the same species. Lin Shen had some doubts in his heart. The Nirvana creature used its claws to shatter the rocks, and its figure disappeared instantly, as if it could teleport. Dang! Wei Shouqing's figure also disappeared, and then a loud noise was heard. The purple and blue colors kept colliding between the mountains and rivers, and the terrifying air waves broke the surrounding rocks into pieces. After a while, there was a crisp sound of clicking, and the fast-moving purple and blue color stopped. Wei Shouqing flicked the blue liquid on the knife, and the head of the Nirvana creature opposite him had been separated from the body, and the head was cut off. So strong. Lin Shen's heart sank when he saw that Wei Shouqing was so powerful. Wei Shouqing was by no means the most powerful among the Nirvana people in the Wei family, but he was already so powerful, and his strength was not much inferior to that of Night Crow. Such a powerful Nirvana person. Several people besieged a Nirvana creature that had not yet fully formed. Not only did they not take advantage, but one was also seriously injured. How strong was that Nirvana creature? Lin Shen was already a little worried. The 7 people of the Wei family cleared various creatures along the way, and also took a detour to kill a few Nirvana creatures to ensure that when they surrounded and killed the Nirvana creature, no other Nirvana creatures would come to make trouble. The number of Nirvana creatures in the underground space exceeded Lin Shen's imagination. If these Nirvana creatures attacked the town hall together, it was really unimaginable. If the Wei family fell, who on the mother planet could resist? The underground space was vast and boundless, and Wei Chongqing and his men could only clear the nearby Nirvana creatures, and collect a lot of Nirvana liquid and some Nirvana-level spiritual bases. But they themselves did not use those spiritual bases, and basically fought with their own life bases. After several days of fighting, the nearby Nirvana creatures were almost cleared. What made Lin Shen feel puzzled was that those Nirvana creatures actually looked similar to the black-capped mushroom beasts, and no other types of Nirvana creatures were seen. There are many types of base-changing creatures and ascending creatures in the underground space, but there is only this kind of nirvana creature, which makes Lin Shan very puzzled. Chapter 494. Lin Shan and Wei Wufu followed behind, cleaning up the battlefield and collecting various spiritual bases and liquids so that they could be taken out for use later. The mutation rate in the underground space is quite high. Although it is not as exaggerated as King Kai's planet, it is much stronger than other places. Even the giant ring planet does not have such a high mutation rate. Wei Changqing asked them to pick out the useful things they collected and keep them. They should take the things they can take with them, and throw the things they can't take aside first, so as not to delay the action plan. All the nirvana creatures that could be found nearby have been cleaned up. Several nirvana people searched separately again to make sure that no nirvana creatures appeared nearby, and then went to the place where nirvana creatures were bred. Before they arrived at the place, Wei Changqing told everyone to be fully prepared. Lin Shan took out the Heavenly Kingdom No. 7 combat suit and put it on, and summoned the carapace to protect his whole body, and directly entered the super base form. On one side of his waist hung the Tyrant Pet gun, on the other side hung the slag knife, and in his hand was the inheritance fan. The 7 nirvanas of the Wei family were so fierce, and were so afraid of the nirvana creature. Lin Shan did not dare to be careless. Old Wei, try to see if you can get used to this. Seeing that Old Wei was wearing a white robe, but had no weapon in his hand, Lin Shan threw the evil ghost blade to him. Wei Wufu caught the evil ghost blade, tried it, and nodded. It works. After everyone was ready, they continued to move forward under the leadership of Wei Changqing. After climbing over several mountains, Lin Shan saw a huge log between the peaks in front. It was difficult to estimate how big the log was. Its two ends were stuck between the two peaks, like a long bridge connecting the two peaks. The log was ice blue, like a blue jade. The reason why it was called a log, not a jade pillar, was because there was a solitary twig on one side of the log, with a few leaves on it. The leaves were emerald green and crystal, more crystal clear than the finest blue jade, like flawless blue crystal. Below the log, there was a shuttle-shaped black insect sac hanging on it, about 13 or 14 meters long, with a maximum diameter of about 3 meters. There was a hole under the black insect sac, and half of the body of a creature was exposed outside, hanging upside down under the insect sac. The creature was even more bizarre. The naked upper body exposed outside the insect sac looked like a very strong human, and his arms and hands were no different from those of humans, all flesh and blood. But his head was different from that of humans. Although he had facial features, he had no hair. It looked like he was wearing a blue helmet on his head. A closer look would reveal that it was not a helmet, but a blue carapace growing on his head. There was a pair of tentacles, like snail horns on the carapace, which clearly grew out of the carapace. Although his face looked like a human, and could even be considered a face with sharp edges and corners, the presence of the carapace and a pair of fleshy tentacles on his head, coupled with the transparent mucus covering his body, gave people a very bad feeling. He was hanging upside down under the insect sac, with his upper body exposed, his hands hanging down, and in each of his hanging hands, he held something that looked like a large wolf's tooth. As if sensing the arrival of everyone, the creature that had closed its eyes suddenly opened its eyes, and his eyes turned out to be like the compound eyes of a fly. The eyes are particularly large, and are made of black crystals, with a honeycomb-like hexagonal structure inside, which are small eyes, densely packed and probably tens of thousands. Without Wei Changqing's instructions, Lin Shan could guess that this strange creature should be what they called a nirvana creature. Lin Shan looked around and did not find any characteristics of the nirvana land, except for the huge ice-blue log stuck between the two peaks, which made people puzzled about its origin. The strange nirvana creature should have been bred from the log. Lin Shan looked at the log, because the insect sac was close to one end of the log, and the other end was at least a kilometer away from the insect sac. The task of Lin Shan and Lao Wei was to try to get the log stuck between the two peaks down, while Wei Changqing and others were besieging the strange creature. According to the Wei family's speculation, this log was between the two mountains, and it extracted some energy from the two mountains, providing energy for the breeding of strange creatures. If the log could be taken down, and the energy supply of the strange creature could be cut off, it would not be so easy for the strange creature to be fully nurtured. If the source of energy is cut off, the ability of the strange creature itself may be greatly reduced. The strange creature stared at them coldly without making any move. Wei Changqing said coldly, and the 7 nirvanas of the Wei family were divided into 2 teams, climbing up from 2 peaks, 3 people on one side and 4 people on the other side, climbing onto the log, stepping on the log and running towards the strange creature, so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the places where it ran. Before the people arrived, the sword energy had already slashed out wildly, and the purple sword energy that could cut mountains and rivers turned into purple phoenixes and intertwined to slash at the strange creature. Lin Shan had seen the Wei family's Phoenix Immortal Sword technique with the purple mysterious chi before, and the power of one sword could cut off mountains. In a one-on-one situation, even Night Crow may not be able to suppress the Wei family's Nirvana Master, who has the purple mysterious chi Nirvana attribute and the Phoenix Immortal Sword technique. The attributes attached to the purple mysterious chi can greatly improve their four-sided attributes, skill, power, and strength in all directions, and the purple mysterious chi blade has the effect of breaking evil. The so-called evil breaking effect is actually a stronger destructive power, which has a certain breaking effect on various attributes. It can be said that the purple mysterious chi practiced by the Wei family is a very comprehensive and domineering Nirvana attribute. The more times you Nirvana, the greater the improvement to yourself. At the beginning, it may not be as good as those Nirvana powers with a single attribute, but after several Nirvanas, the advantages of the purple mysterious chi will gradually emerge, which is far from comparable to the general single attribute Nirvana power. Unfortunately, there are not many treasures on the mother planet that can suppress the impact of Nirvana on the body. The Wei family can only rely on their own will and some secret techniques developed over generations to resist the impact of multiple Nirvana on the body. In this case, the Wei family can generally only complete 7 Nirvanas. If they perform the 8th Nirvana, there is a high probability that their brains will have problems, or even Nirvana into inhuman Nirvana creatures. Among the Wei family Nirvanas, who are still alive, only Wei Chongqing has broken through the 7th Nirvana and reached an astonishing 9th Nirvana. 6 7-time Nirvanas and 1 9-time Nirvana strongmen attacked the strange creatures with the Phoenix Immortal Sword technique. 7 purple Phoenix Sword chi attacked the strange creatures from different directions. The strange creatures looked grim and moved their drooping hands. Chapter 495. Just as the 7 Phoenix Sword chi were about to slash at the strange creature from different directions, the strange creature suddenly raised its hands and waved something like wolf teeth in its hands quickly. The 7 Phoenix Sword chi were suddenly torn apart in midair, as if they were not 7 domineering purple phoenixes, but 7 phoenixes drawn on paper. Lin Shan was shocked. He had already seen the domineering power of the purple and black chi combined with the Phoenix Sword technique. It was so easy to be torn apart by the strange creature. This method alone was amazing enough. Let's go! Wei Wufu ran towards a mountain. Lin Shan followed closely behind him and ran towards the mountain with Wei Wufu. From time to time, purple light could be seen flashing in the sky, and Phoenix Sword technique slashed at the strange creature from all directions, and the sky was full of Phoenix Sword chi circling and dancing. But once those sword chi approached the strange creature, they were torn into pieces by the strange teeth in the strange creature's hands, and scattered like smoke and dust. Such a powerful sword chi, after being torn into pieces, could not even stir up a wave. The more Lin Shan looked, the more frightened he became. The strange creature was hanging upside down under the log, and the strange teeth in its hands waved again and again, leaving a series of phantoms, like the 1,000-headed Guanyin, and actually tore all the sword chi that Wei Chongqing and the other 7 people kept killing, and no sword chi could fall on the strange creature. Lin Shan knew that it was useless to watch anymore, so he ran to the top of the mountain with all his strength. The two came to a position near the top of the mountain, and carefully looked at the intersection of the log and the mountain. The log with a diameter of more than 3 meters was stuck in the rock at one end, and it actually grew roots thicker than thighs, which penetrated into the rock, and it was unknown how deep it penetrated. There are hundreds of roots, and each of them has fluorescent light surging, as if something is being transmitted into the giant log through these roots. Seeing this situation, Lin Shan also understood why the Wei family thought that the log extracted energy from the mountain and transmitted it to the strange creatures. Wei Wufu held the evil ghost blade in both hands, fully stimulated the power of the evil ghost blade, and slashed at one of the tree roots. Dang! The crisp sound of gold and jade hitting each other was heard, and the evil ghost blade was bounced up. Wei Wufu couldn't control his body, and took a few steps back before he dissipated the recoil force brought by the full-strength attack. This tree root is too hard, try to dig the rock, Lin Shan said, and transformed the inheritance fan in his hand into a lightsaber, and stabbed the rock next to the tree root with one sword. The power of his stab has exceeded that of an ordinary Tinturn ascender, but the feather-shaped blade condensed by white light shattered into pieces when the lightsaber stabbed the rock, leaving only the hilt of the inheritance fan. Why are the rocks here so hard? Lin Shan suddenly understood why the Wei family didn't just send a Nirvana to split the mountain and get the logs down. I'm afraid that the hardness of the mountain is difficult for even Nirvana people like them to break through. There's something wrong with this mountain. Lin Shen frowned and said, "Let's solve the problem together," Wei Wufu said, and activated the ability of the white robe, trying to weaken the hardness and toughness of the log's roots. Seeing this, Lin Shen also opened his folding fan, and mysterious light texts flew out from the fan and landed on the tree roots. The sixth style of the fan dance, shake, is effective for living things, but Lin Shen is not sure whether it will work on things like logs, and he has never tried to perform it on dead objects or plants. Fortunately, the mysterious light text lived up to expectations, and was imprinted on the tree root. Wei Wufu held the evil ghost blade in both hands, and chopped it hard on the tree root again. There was a dull sound, and the evil ghost blade cut a shallow mark on the tree root. There's hope! Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw this, and once again transformed the inheritance blade into a lightsaber form and chopped at another tree root. Sure enough, the tree root imprinted with the mysterious light text was cut by the lightsaber. The two of them chopped fiercely at a tree root, and the scar on the tree root gradually deepened, but such a thick tree root would probably take more than 10 minutes to cut it off. It was so hard to cut one, and there were at least hundreds of tree roots on the log. How long would it take to smash it? Lin Shen's mind moved, and he took out the mutant Yuling Long and asked it to use the skill of Xinshan. The mutated jade seal appeared in front of Lin Shen, with strange fluctuations. After it touched the tree root, the Shanhe town mark soon appeared on the tree root. Wei Wufu chopped it down again this time, and the scar on the tree root was obviously cracked a lot. It really works. Lin Shen was overjoyed, and was about to use the lightsaber to cut his own tree root, but suddenly thought of something, so that the inheritance fan returned to normal, inserted it at his waist, and then pulled out the slag knife, put it on the previous scar on the tree root, and then sawed back and forth. Originally just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect this trick to be really useful. Lin Shen sawed faster with the slag knife than Wei Wufu. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a tree root was sawed off by Lin Shen, and Wei Wufu hadn't cut it off yet. Clearly, there was fluorescence flowing in the tree root, but after sawing it open, there was nothing inside, no liquid flowing out, no light overflowing, the whole tree root was solid. As if sensing that the tree root on this side was damaged, the strange creature on the other side suddenly let out a strange scream, like the cry of a ghost. As the strange creature was furious, the strange tooth in his hand grabbed Lin Shen and Wei Wufu fiercely in the air. Ling Li's invisible force, with a piercing sonic boom, went towards Lin Shen and the others. Wei Chongqing had a purple short knife in his hand. The short knife was also in the style of the foaling knife, but it was much smaller, about the same size as a dagger. Wei Chongqing held the short knife in one hand, and the long knife in the other. The two knives rubbed against each other, as if the purple and mysterious energy was ignited, turning into purple lightning and thunder, forcibly blocking the tearing force of the strange creature grabbing Lin Shen and the others. Boom! Lightning exploded, claws shattered. This time the head-on confrontation, it turned out to be a draw. Master Qing used the dual life base of the original egg to ascend. Lin Shen was surprised. Work. Wei Wufu just buried his head and chopped hard, without even raising his head. Lin Shen hurriedly continued to saw the tree roots, and the sound of thunder and lightning came from time to time in his ears, and the purple light flashed like lightning. Wei Chongqing used the power of his 2 swords to stop the strange man's attack on Lin Shen and others. Wei Shouqing and others slashed out sword energy more frantically, trying to take the opportunity to hurt the strange creature. Most of the strange creature's power was used to deal with Wei Chongqing, and the speed of attack suddenly slowed down, and it was unable to completely stop the sword energy slashed by Wei Shouqing and others. A phoenix sword energy directly slashed on the neck of the strange creature. Chapter 496. The strange creature's neck was cut by the phoenix sword chi, twisted into a strange angle, as if broken. But the next second, the strange creature's neck turned again, and the hexagonal eyes and a pair of strange fly eyes seemed to have turned into countless hexagonal mirrors, reflecting the figures of several people. Here we are, act as planned. Wei Chongqing shouted loudly. As soon as Wei Chongqing's voice fell, the 7 people seemed to be frozen, standing there in various postures without moving. And the strange creature also froze, only the compound eyes composed of countless small eyes, like a gem with countless facets cut out, flashing a strange light. Seeing this, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu tried their best to continue sawing the tree roots. The reason why Wei Chongqing did not let them participate in the battle was because the strange creature had such a strange compound eye skill. Even if Lin Shen and Wei Wufu joined the battle, once they entered his skill range, they would be like souls being sucked out, and no matter how strong their skills were, they would not work, because it was no longer a physical battle. Using weakening skills to weaken the physical strength of the strange creatures would lose its meaning. At this time, they seemed to be fighting the souls of strange creatures in a soul state, and the weakening of the physical body would not affect the outcome of this battle. The only thing the two could do was to saw off all the tree roots quickly, and wait for the end of this soul battle. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lin Shen sawed desperately, and Lao Wei chopped desperately, and the hard tree roots were cut off one by one. Suddenly, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu raised their heads at the same time, staring at the direction of the mountain, and saw a blue figure running up quickly from the foot of the mountain. Nirvana creature. The two stood up quickly, and tightened their weapons. The blue-capped creature with eyes all over its head rushed to the middle of the mountain, and jumped onto the log. The strange eyes on its head stared at them. Suddenly, the blue-capped creature opened its mouth and sprayed blue flames, like a flamethrower, towards the two. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu dodged the blue flames on the left and right, and activated their skills at the same time. Lin Shen pulled out his folding fan, flicked his wrist, and the folding fan opened. Mysterious light text fell towards the blue-capped creature like falling stars. The mutant jade seal of the mutant Yuling Long also activated the skill of suppressing mountains and rivers at the same time, and ripples surged towards the blue-capped creature. The white robe on Wei Wufu fluttered, and an invisible momentum emanated from his body. The blue flames on the blue-capped creature burned wildly, but it was unable to resist these skills. The mysterious light text and the mountain and river seal were imprinted on the blue-capped creature almost at the same time, but this time, the mysterious light text had two different forms. One mysterious light text was shining, and the other mysterious light text was like a dark pattern, imprinted on the body of the blue-capped creature. The nirvana power on the blue-capped creature suddenly decreased greatly, and the burning blue flame seemed to be a stove fire that was turned down, and suddenly became much weaker. Lin Shen waved his stubborn boxing gloves, and waves of fist power rushed towards the blue-capped creature. The blue-capped creature violently stretched out its claws with blue light, trying to tear Lin Shen's fist power apart directly. After being weakened a lot, the powerful nirvana power of the blue-capped creature still tore apart the triple fist power, but the residual power could no longer hurt Lin Shen. Wei Wufu jumped high, and slashed at the blue-capped creature with the evil ghost blade in his hand. The blue-capped creature had no time to raise its head to spit out flames. The eyes on its head shot out blue light, and the blue light collided with the evil ghost blade, and the explosion immediately produced a terrifying shock wave. Wei Wufu's figure was shocked and bounced up, and he turned over and fell behind the blue-capped creature. Lin Shen stepped forward step by step, and his fist force was like a raging wave, one wave after another. Wei Wufu on the other side waved the evil ghost blade and slashed at the blue-capped creature. The blue-capped creature was fighting 1 against 2, and it was actually a little overwhelmed and felt unable to resist. In a few seconds, it was hit by the finger sand that Lin Shen secretly sent out against the rhythm, and its body suddenly stiffened. The evil ghost blade in Wei Wufu's hand seized the opportunity, and slashed the blue-capped creature's neck without hesitation, chopping its body. This time, Lin Shen's treading wave's fist also blasted up, blasting the head of the blue-capped creature towards Wei Wufu again. The blue-capped creature was like a sandbag between the two men, swinging back and forth. The evil ghost blade slashed horizontally and vertically, slashing the blue-capped creature one by one, and Lin Shen's treading wave's fist violently bombarded the blue-capped creature continuously. Under the violent attack of the two men, the blue-capped creature had no power to fight back, and the scars on its body became more and more. On its blue crystal jade-like body, there were already dents and cracks everywhere. "Old Wei, ask your conscience," Lin Shen shouted. Upon hearing this, Wei Wufu inserted the evil ghost blade in his hand into the log, took out the questioning wooden fish, and knocked it at the same time, singing, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I am the most rampant in my life." The white robe fluttered, and the heroic singing seemed to have a built-in subwoofer effect. In the sound of the wooden fish, it impacted Lin Shen's heart, making Lin Shen shudder, and at the same time, the power in his body became agitated. Lin Shen burst out with all his strength, hitting 4 waves of waves, with one wave of punching power higher than the other, accompanied by the magic music and singing, and punched the blue-capped creature on the mushroom cap that was already full of cracks and dents. Bang! The blue cap and its head were shattered by Lin Shen's punch, and the blue nirvana liquid splashed out. The remains of the nirvana creature also fell down. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the corpse on the ground. For a moment, they couldn't believe that a nirvana creature was killed so easily by them, and it didn't even have time to use its life base. Without time to think more, the two grabbed their weapons and continued to get the tree roots. The tree roots were broken by the two, and the number of tree roots that penetrated into the mountain body became fewer and fewer. Wei Changqing and others standing on the log still did not move at all, and the strange creatures were also motionless. After more than 2 hours, all the tree roots that had penetrated into the mountain were broken by the two people. Lin Shan felt that his arms were not his own, and Wei Wufu on the other side was not much better. His hand holding the evil ghost blade was shaking. Push. Wei Wufu jumped onto the mountain and stretched out his hand to push the log, but with his strength, he could not push the log stuck on the mountain. Lin Shan also jumped over, and the two of them pressed their 4 hands on the log and tried their best to exert force. But the log did not move at all. This log is too heavy, our strength can't push it at all. Lin Shan tried it, and knew that it was impossible to push it. Wei Wufu frowned and said the other side. Roots? No, the other side of the log is too close to the strange creature, and is definitely within its skill range. If we go there, we will definitely be pulled into the skill, and there will be no chance to cut off the roots on the other side. Lin Shan shook his head. Chapter 497. At the places where the two ends of the log connected to the mountain, roots grew and penetrated into the mountain. The original plan was to cut off the roots on one side, push the log down, and use the log's own weight and downward momentum to break the roots on the other side. But the log was stuck too tightly and too heavy, so they couldn't push it at all. They wanted to cut off the roots on the other side, making it difficult for the log to absorb the energy from the two mountains, and that side was within the skill range of the strange creatures, so they were caught in a dilemma for a while. Lin Shan looked at the place where the log connected to the mountain wall. This end of the log was stuck in the crack of the mountain, and there were protruding rocks on both sides. Unless they had enough strength to lift this end of the log, it would be impossible to push it down. If the protruding rocks on one side could be cut off, the log would be able to slide down by itself. But unfortunately, the rocks here were also surprisingly hard and could not be cut at all. Lin Shan tried it, and the shaking and folding styles didn't work on the rocks at all. However, the mountain-suppressing skill of the mutant Yu Linglong could work on the rocks. The problem was that only the mountain-suppressing skill was useful, and Wei Wufu's white robe skill was also ineffective. The hardness and toughness of the rocks were weakened to a limited extent, and it was impossible to cut off the protruding rocks like cutting tree roots. Lin Shan looked at Wei Changqing and others on the log, and saw that their face armor was bleeding, and the situation did not look very optimistic. Old Wei, start singing. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and activated all his skills, and the super base transformation was turned on. He pressed the slag knife with both hands and directly scraped the protruding rocks. Dang! 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 The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Lao Wei knocked on the wooden fish and sang the magical lyrics over and over again. Lin Shan held the slag knife in his hand and used it as a file to file the rocks. The hardness and slag force of the slag knife were beyond imagination. The rocks, whose hardness and toughness were weakened by the Jinshan River, were cut by the slag knife. It would be great if Yekong and the others were here. With their accompaniment and singing, and Lao Wei's blessing, the effect would be much better. Lin Shan also knew that it was useless to think about those things now, so he could only file the rocks hard. Although he didn't know if he would be able to make it in time, this was the only thing they could do now. The rock protrusion on the side that Lin Shan chose was higher than the other side, but there was a crack in the mountain itself. If he could file to the crack of the mountain, he might be able to directly crack the mountain. I don't know how long he had been rubbing, but Lao Wei's voice had already become hoarse, as if 3 pounds of sand had been poured into his throat. Lin Shan had some doubts. Lao Wei might not have said as many words in his life as he sang today. But the crack that Lin Shan had rubbed was still more than a foot away from the crack in the mountain. Crack! Crack! Lin Shan rubbed it a few more times, and suddenly several cracks appeared near the crack. Lin Shan was overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly rubbed it a few more times, and the cracks became more and more, and the cracking sound of the rock breaking was endless. The bet was right. Lin Shan was surprised and happy, and seeing that the rock stuck in the log was about to split from the mountain, he hurriedly called Lao Wei and ran to the other side of the mountain. Crack! Crack! The rocks made a sound, but they never broke completely. Lin Shan gathered all his strength and threw 4 consecutive punches at the mountain. This punch was like the last snowflake that triggered an avalanche, which immediately caused a huge collapse, and large pieces of rock slid down from the mountain. As the rock slid down, one end of the log, which had lost its support, also slid down. The powerful torque broke the roots of the other end of the log that were rooted in the mountain, and the log fell down the mountain with terrifying force. The log hit the mountain wall, smashing the rocks on the mountain wall. When the roots at the other end were all broken, the whole log fell directly into the mountain stream with an extremely terrifying momentum. The earth shook, the mountains and rivers shook, countless rocks rolled down from the mountain, and there was smoke and dust below. For a while, the earth shook, as if it was the end of the world. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu lay on the mountain, trying to keep their bodies steady. They looked into the mountain stream, but could not see what was happening below. Wei Wufu looked down worriedly. Although he knew that the body of a nirvana person would not be easily broken, if he was hit by the log, even the body of a nirvana person would not be able to withstand it. However, the probability of this happening was relatively small. The speed at which the log fell was much faster than the speed at which their bodies fell. As soon as the vibration stopped, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen rushed down the mountain to the mountain stream together. In the smoke and dust, they could not see anything. "Master!" Wei Wufu shouted loudly, but his voice had long been hoarse. The sound he shouted was so thin and small that he almost lost his voice. "Wufu, we are fine." A voice came out from the smoke and dust, making Wei Wufu and Lin Shen overjoyed. "It's fine, it's fine." A voice sounded in the smoke and dust, and soon the 7 people of the Wei family rushed out of the smoke and dust. Although they all had different degrees of scratches and bruises, it seemed that the problem was not serious, except for some damage on the shell. When the dust settled, Lin Shen and others saw that the log had hit the mountain stream, and a deep pit had been smashed in the mountain stream. Everyone searched with their eyes, and soon saw the location of the strange creature and the insect sac, which was at a relatively low position. The insect sac was pressed under the log, and the upper front body of the strange creature was exposed outside. The place where the body and the insect sac were connected was sprayed with disgusting mucus everywhere. Maybe the contents of the insect sac were all pressed into pulp and splashed out. The weight of the log was too terrible, and even the nirvana creature could not bear to be smashed under it. When Wei Changqing and his companions were about to go over and cut the strange creature into pieces, the strange creature moved. He pressed his hands on the ground, straightened his upper body, stared at Lin Shen and others in a strange posture, and made a strange creaking laugh. Finally came down. "Thank you so much." The strange creature spoke in human language, which shocked Lin Shen and others. Wei Changqing reacted, and the friction between his 2 swords produced an indestructible purple lightning bolt, which struck the strange creature. The strange creature supported the ground with one hand, and waved its strange teeth with the other hand to meet the purple lightning. With a loud bang, Wei Changqing's power was blocked. The log shook a few times. As the log shook, countless roots grew where the log touched the ground. Roots grew under the entire log and penetrated into the earth. Waves of fluorescence were drawn from the earth and poured into the logs, gradually causing them to glow. "This is bad." Lin Shen's face was a little ugly, knowing that their plan was wrong from the beginning. Chapter 498. As the log's roots penetrated the ground, the log gradually turned, causing the strange creature and the insect sac to turn to the side. The squashed insect sac was rapidly expanding and recovering due to the injection of energy. The strange creature's body stood straight like a snake with its head raised, holding its strange teeth in both hands, and its originally dark skin was covered with protruding blood vessels like a small snake, and its waist twisted slowly. It can be seen that his body is growing rapidly, as if he is trying to break free from the insect sac. "It seems that I can only use that trick. Are you willing?" Wei Changqing's eyes swept across the faces of the other Wei family members, and his always firm tone actually had a hint of hesitation. Everyone nodded. Wei Changqing said no more. Holding 2 swords in his hands, he shouted to Wei Wufu and Lin Shen, "You retreat to the mountain and watch this attack. If it works, come down. If it doesn't work, retreat immediately without any hesitation." "Master, I will help you." Wei Wufu stepped forward and said, "No need. If this move doesn't work, no matter how strong the help is, it will be useless." Wei Changqing's face was radiant, and he stepped towards the strange creature step by step. Lin Shen originally wanted to use the shaking style, folding style, and Xinqian to help the Wei family, but after hearing what Wei Changqing said, he could only retreat. As Wei Changqing moved forward, Wei Shouqing and others followed him, and stood behind Wei Changqing. The purple air on their bodies rose, and magically connected together, and the energy continued to gather on Wei Changqing. "What skill is that?" Lin Shen, who ran to the mountain, saw this scene, and was extremely surprised. It was the first time he saw someone being able to transmit his own power to others. "Purple and mysterious." "Qi," said Wei Wufu, who was standing next to him, while staring at Wei Changqing and the others below. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the purple and mysterious Qi should have this special function. The 7 people of the Wei family walked towards the strange creature step by step, and the purple and mysterious Qi on their bodies became stronger and stronger, as if they were ignited by each other, rising wildly, and in a moment, it was unknown how many times it had increased. The purple and mysterious Qi on the 7 people was so strong that their figures could not be seen, like a purple phoenix flying at low altitude. A little purple spark flashed at the tip of the mouth of the purple Qi phoenix, instantly igniting the entire purple Qi phoenix. The purple Qi phoenix turned into a purple lightning phoenix, and its power exploded in an instant. The fluctuation was so terrifying that it was unimaginable, and the dazzling purple lightning illuminated the valley and the sky. No wonder Master Qing said that there was no need to weaken the opponent. With such a terrifying power, if you can't win, even if you weaken some of the opponent's power, it will be useless. Lin Shen watched the purple lightning phoenix walking with thunder and lightning. The surrounding rocks rose from the ground because of the terrifying force and turned into powder in the air. The earth shook, the mountains and rivers swayed, and everything around seemed as fragile as tofu in front of the terrifying purple phoenix. Wei Changqing crossed his 2 swords, and the purple phoenix let out a phoenix cry, leaving the body and rushing towards the strange creature on the log. Boom! The purple thunder suddenly sounded, and for a moment the entire mountain stream was illuminated by the purple lightning, and the eyes were almost blinded. Wei Wufu looked into the valley without blinking. His eyes were red from the light, until the lightning gradually weakened, and he saw Wei Changqing and the other 7 people fell to the ground. Their bodies could not even maintain the state of base transformation, and their shells were gone. They were sweating profusely, and their combat uniforms were soaked. The combat uniforms they wore were actually the low-grade ones that Wei Wufu brought back. Anyone could see the state of Wei Changqing and the others. They were overdrawn very seriously. If this attack did not work, they could only wait for death. Wei Wufu's eyes quickly looked at the place where the insect sack was, and he could not help but feel happy. There was only a piece of black charred ash on the ground where the insect sack was on the log. The strange creature was probably turned into charred ash along with the insect sack. Many roots growing on the log were also affected by this attack and turned into black charcoal. Even the log itself was the same, turning into a huge piece of black charcoal. What a powerful purple and mysterious Qi! Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The joint attack of Wei Changqing and the other 7 people was already so powerful that it was unimaginable. Among the Nirvana level, no one could stop it. If such a strong force could not kill the strange creature, then there was no need for them to fight anymore. They could just turn around and run. Just when everyone thought that the strange creature had been killed, they heard a sneer as if coming from the sky. Everyone trembled and looked up in disbelief at the place where the sound came from. They saw that on the top of the mountain, the strange creature, which had only exposed its upper body, was now standing on the top of the mountain with a healthy body. It was tall but not strong, but seemed to be full of explosive power. In addition to the flesh and blood, there was a strange blue exoskeleton. Those exoskeletons were not genetically modified shells, but part of his body, completely different from humans. I didn't expect that on a primitive planet, in such a short time, so many Nirvana-level creatures could evolve and practice such a strange technique. The power of your joint attack is almost touching the edge of the immortal law. The strange creature looked down at Wei Changqing and others, and said with interest, "It seems that the effect of the god-making egg is better than imagined." Lin Shen. Wei Changqing sat on the ground and roared with all his strength. Lin Shen knew what Wei Changqing meant, and looked at Wei Wufu, who also looked at him. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. If he pointed at Wei Wufu now, and took him away by force, I am afraid that Wei Wufu would live in pain for the rest of his life. With Wei Wufu's character, he would rather die in battle than accept living like this. Master Qing, I'm sorry, I only promised you to advance and retreat with old Wei. Lin Shen followed Wei Wufu, and ran down the mountain. When he came to Wei Changqing and others, Lin Shen said to Wei Changqing. Wei Changqing sighed, and it was meaningless to say anything more at this time. The strange creature jumped up from the top of the mountain, and instantly landed on the log that was charred by electricity. The strange compound eyes swept over them. Wei Wufu stood in front, facing the strange creature, and said firmly, "Go. I'm here." Lin Shen shook his head. He knew that Wei Wufu wanted to fight to the death, but even if he didn't want his life, how long could he stop him? It seems that you are not an ordinary Nirvana creature, but a race from the universe. What is your name, and what race are you from? Lin Shen did not leave. He shook his folding fan, walked to Wei Wufu, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and said to the strange creature, It's only been a short time, and we have entered the interstellar era. It's really surprising. The strange creature looked at Lin Shan with interest and said, "How many of the billions of races in the universe do you know?" "I know a few, but not much." "You can tell me." Lin Shan's expression did not move. "Since you helped me push the Yuan tree down, allowing it to absorb enough energy from the second realm mountain, so that I could be born, you should listen carefully. My name is Dongli, and I am a member of the God-making clan." The strange creature had an arrogant look on his face, as if it was a great honor for Lin Shan and the others to hear his name. Chapter 499. Lin Shan recalled his knowledge of cosmic races, and found no information about this race. At least the God-making race is definitely not one of the top 100 races in the universe today, and Lin Shan is still sure of this. "Xiaoqi, tell me about the God-making race." Lin Shan's fingers quickly typed a line of information on the communicator. He could ask Xiaoqi directly by voice, but asking someone else about their race in front of others seemed to be suspected of contempt. "Don't check. You can't find any information about my race on the cosmic network," Dongli said with a strange smile. "Dear Master, the God-making race is not a race, but an organization established by some extremely dangerous elements. They have been using extreme means to plunder planetary resources in the universe for a long time, causing planetary destruction and genocide." Xiaoqi's voice suddenly sounded. When everyone heard this information, they were silent for a while. Lin Shan and the people of the Wei family were silent, because the other party was more terrible than they imagined. It was probably not just to kill them, but even to destroy their planet. Dong Li's silence seemed a little awkward. Is there a person named Dong Li in the God-making clan? Since Xiaoqi had already said it, Lin Shan asked directly. "Dear Master, there is only one person named Dong Li among the suspected members of the God-making clan. Changhen Dong Li was originally a Dong Li star. He caused the Dong Li star tragedy, which led to the destruction of Dong Li star and the nearly extinction of the Dong Li clan. He is an extremely dangerous lunatic. His level is unknown, and his strength is unknown. There are no more detailed information." Xiaoqi didn't say much information, but it was enough to shock people. If Dong Li is Changhen Dong Li, then he is a madman who can destroy his own home planet and his people. If he comes to the human home planet, then the entire human home planet will be in danger. Not bad, you can even find out my origin. Which universe race is the communicator on you from? Changhen Dong Li tacitly agreed with the information Xiaoqi said. "You came here to destroy our planet and race?" Lin Shan did not answer Changhen Dong Li, staring at him intently. "Destroy your race and planet?" Changhen Dong Li laughed. "You are not qualified yet. In a sense, it is me who gave you uncivilized primitive creatures the opportunity to embark on the road of evolution and enter the interstellar age. Without me, you are still a group of ignorant barbarians, forever imprisoned on a planet until the extinction of the race. So in theory, I am your savior. So your coming to our planet is just an accident?" Lin Shan wanted to ask for more information. Perhaps because he had been trapped for too long, Changhen Dongli had a strong desire to communicate, and took the initiative to answer Lin Shan's question. Of course, otherwise a planet like this with no resources at all, and uncivilized and barbaric creatures like you, is not worth my attention at all. Only ignorant people would think that the God-making clan is a madman who creates terror. What we do is the future of this universe. Changhen Dongli suddenly pointed at Wei Changqing and others, and said, "You are all beneficiaries of my God-making clan. If you hadn't used the God-making eggs left here, how could you have evolved so many strong people in such a short evolutionary history?" "God-making eggs? You mean those original eggs?" Lin Shan's heart moved. "You call them original eggs? This name is somewhat appropriate. They are indeed the most primitive batch of God-making eggs, pet eggs developed for the purpose of making gods. You ignorant creatures have no idea how great they are." Changhen Dongli continued indifferently. "This batch of God-making eggs should have been sent to a planetary civilization that is countless times more advanced than yours, so that the advanced creatures there can be used as test subjects. If there had not been an accident on the way, my spaceship would have crashed on your planet. You low-level creatures would not be worthy of using God-making eggs at all." As he spoke, Changhen Dongli looked up at the underground space, with an evil smile on his face. "Fortunately, mistakes have their benefits. I didn't expect. In such a low-level planetary civilization, there is actually such a magical place for base mutation, and it also allows you low-level creatures to verify the feasibility of creating a god egg. I will accept this great gift. From now on, this planet will be my testing ground. You low-level creatures should feel honored to be my test subjects. I will give you the opportunity to become a god, which is an opportunity that all races in the universe are eager for. I feel very honored too." I don't know what you mean by becoming a god. I only know that the pinnacle of evolution is immortality. If you want to go further, you could only become the supreme realm king in the universe. I have never heard of the term god level. Lin Shan just wants to know as much as possible. Immortality, realm king is nothing. Who defines immortality, and who conferred the realm king? What we want to fight against and control is the core order that dominates this universe, the true origin of the universe. What we want to create is a god who can dominate this universe, not ignorant beings imprisoned by the order of the universe. Changhen Dongli said. What a great plan. I am willing to participate in it. Lin Shan thought it would be best to stabilize Changhen Dongli first, and said with admiration, No, you can't, you have to die. You all have to die. Changhen Dongli looked at Lin Shan and said jokingly, Although you use the god-making egg, it is obvious that the degree of evolution has not reached the requirement, so you are all waste and have no use. Moreover, in order to be able to experiment with peace of mind, people cannot find out that I am here, let alone let people know that there is such a magical place for base mutation here, so all of you must die, especially you. After Changhen Dongli finished speaking, he pointed at Lin Shan. Lin Shan was speechless immediately. Qing Yi and his men fought with him for so long, and I didn't touch him at all. I also helped him push down the yuan tree, so that he could be born successfully. Why must I die, and the one who was named? In fact, Lin Shan also knew in his heart that he had such an advanced communicator in his hand, and was the most likely person to spread the news. Of course, Changhen Dongli would not let him live. In comparison, the combat uniforms of the Wei family members were all low-end. Except for Wei Wufu, Qing Yi, and the others did not even have a communicator. Naturally, Lin Shan was the biggest threat. Unfortunately, after arriving in the underground space, the communication equipment had no communication signal. Even if Lin Shan wanted to send a message, it was impossible. Moreover, Lin Shan did not want to send a message. Changhen Dongli said that this place was a magical place of base change. If the alien race knew about it, they would try every means to come to the human mother planet. Chapter 500. What is that? Lin Shan suddenly widened his eyes and looked in one direction. Changhen Dongli turned his head subconsciously, but saw nothing. When he turned back, he found that Lin Shan was running for his life in the distant mountains. Childish. Changhen Dongli moved like a ghost, and was behind Lin Shan in almost the blink of an eye, reaching out to kill Lin Shan directly. Bang! Lin Shan didn't even turn his head back, but fired a shot at the back. At the moment of firing, his speed increased directly, soaring to more than 1,000 in an instant. Changhen Dongli stretched out his hand and grabbed the pet capsule shot by Lin Shan, and crushed the bullet with a little force. However, Lin Shan's soaring speed made Changhen Dongli's eyes fixed. What's the speed of this guy? That's not the speed that an ascender should have. Looking back at Wei Changqing and others, Changhen Dongli chased Lin Shan without hesitation. Lin Shan's strange speed surprised Changhen Dongli, who was unwilling to give him any chance. Moreover, the direction Lin Shan fled was the exit of the underground space. If Wei Wufu and others wanted to leave the underground space, they could only go there. The tyrant in Lin Shan's hand fired the pet capsule again, but this time he did not hit Changhen Dongli, but hit the front, allowing him to maintain a speed of over 1,000. However, the speed of over 1,000 was still difficult to escape Changhen Dongli's pursuit, and he was still caught up by him quickly, almost behind him in the blink of an eye. Lin Shan did not even look at it, and fanned the inheritance fan in one hand twice, and the mutant Yu Ling Long in the other hand sprayed out the life base, and used the Xinchan. Changhen Dongli, who was about to catch up with Lin Shan, suddenly saw countless mysterious light patterns and waves coming, and his chi was agitated, trying to directly shatter the mysterious light patterns and waves. What he didn't expect was that the mysterious light patterns and waves actually passed through his body, forming a mark on him, which instantly reduced his speed greatly, and the speed between the two people was actually widened again. Changhen Dongli accelerated and used his strength to erase the mark on his body, but found that it didn't have much effect. It's interesting. The weakening talent of the rapid upgrade can actually have such an effect on me. These talents themselves are already close to exceeding the standard. Changhen Dongli was not surprised but happy, with a weird smile on his face. With triple weakening, he actually caught up again, and the distance between the two people quickly closed again. Master! You! Go! Wei Wufu didn't hesitate at all, and got up and chased in the direction where the two people left. Others might suspect that Lin Shan wanted to escape, but Wei Wufu would only think that Lin Shan was trying to lead Changhen Dongli away. Wei Wufu desperately chased after him, but his speed was much slower than Lin Shan and Changhen Dongli, and he was left far behind. Damn it, this guy is too fast. Lin Shen cursed in his heart. Chahin Dongli, who was triple weakened, was about to catch up with him in a few breaths, and his speed was incredible. Lin Shen fired a shot directly, and he flew into the air and rushed into the sky, looking for death. Chahin Dongli almost followed behind Lin Shen, and also jumped up. His speed was much faster than Lin Shen. He was about to catch up with Lin Shen in the air, but suddenly found that Lin Shen changed direction strangely in the air. Chahin Dongli's outstretched palm was unable to catch Lin Shen, and his flying figure also rushed past Lin Shen. Chahin Dongli was furious, and his hand shot out a series of terrifying chi, trying to kill Lin Shen directly in the air. But Lin Shen moved around in the air as if he was on the ground, and he actually dodged Chahin Dongli's attack again and again. This time Chahin Dongli saw clearly that Lin Shen actually stepped on each other with his feet, and kept moving in the air. What kind of talent is this? It seems to be beyond the scope of the laws of the universe. Chahin Dongli's eyes lit up, and he actually gave up using his strength to attack Lin Shen. After falling down, he chased him again. The pet capsules in the tyrant are limited. After Lin Shen fired a few shots, he also tried his best to rush to the sky. Unfortunately, although there are flight restrictions in this underground world, there are also height restrictions. There is a stone roof on top. Otherwise, he only needs to keep rising to the sky to escape Chahin Dongli's pursuit. Chahin Dongli, who was chasing Lin Shen on the ground, saw Lin Shen's speed drop, and jumped up again and rushed into the sky. Lin Shen wanted to use the air advantage to get rid of Chahin Dongli again, but saw Chahin Dongli's hand slap out a surging force, and that force actually pushed his body back to change direction and move quickly in the air, like a jet propeller. You can still play like this? Lin Shen was shocked, and quickly fired another shot to increase his speed, and then quickly changed direction in the air. Fortunately, Chahin Dongli's method could only make him move quickly in one direction. It was much more difficult to change direction than Lin Shen, and he was finally thrown away by Lin Shen. Seeing Chahin Dongli falling to the ground again, Lin Shen seized the opportunity, stepped on his feet to increase his height again, rushed directly to the stone dome, grabbed the gap on the stone dome, and hung under the stone dome, staring at Chahin Dongli below. Are you also using the God-making egg? Chahin Dongli saw that Lin Shen had stopped, and did not attack again. He looked at him with strange compound eyes and asked, So what if it is? So what if it is not? Lin Shen was stalling for time, and thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Chahin Dongli was actually only a Nirvana level, but his speed was obviously much faster than that of ordinary Nirvana levels. Lin Shen thought that he did not have the ability to take on Qin Yi and the others' combined attack head-on, but just used his speed to dodge. If he really had the ability to fight head-on, why did he dodge? Chahin Dongli defeated all the attacks of Qin Yi and the others head-on before, but he dodged the last attack, which showed that the attack was beyond his ability to bear. Chahin Dongli's tone was big, but in the end, he was just a Nirvana level. If it was really like what he said, and the Immortal and the Realm King didn't care about him, why would he be so afraid of the news leaking out? If you use the God-making egg to advance, you really have the possibility of becoming a god. I will allow you to be my test subject. Chahin Dongli's tone seemed to be a gift to Lin Shen. That's really an honor. I wonder how you plan to arrange me as your test subject after I become your test subject? Lin Shen asked back. You can use the God-making egg to continue to advance, Nirvana, Immortality, Realm King, until you break through the limitations of this universe and become a god who controls the order of the universe. Chahin Dongli's voice was full of charm. Unfortunately, there are not many God-making eggs scattered in the underground world, Lin Shen said. Chapter 501. You don't need to worry about this. As long as you become my test subject, I will naturally find a way to make sure you have enough God-making eggs to use, Chahin Dongli said coldly. That means there are still many God-making eggs in the crashed spaceship, right? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, so as long as you follow me, you can naturally continue to use God-making eggs to advance, Chahin Dongli said. If I kill you, all the God-making eggs in the spaceship will be mine. That's not wrong, right? Lin Shen laughed. Haha, that's right. The problem is that you don't have the ability to kill me, but I can kill you easily. Chahin Dongli laughed, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he jumped up again, like a stream of light, and rushed towards Lin Shen hanging on the stone dome. Lin Shen's words just now had already angered him a little. Almost at the moment, when Chahin Dongli rushed up, Lin Shen fired again and rushed in another direction. But this time, Chahin Dongli actually predicted his direction of movement, and his hands burst out with terrifying strength, pushing his body towards Lin Shan. While flying towards Lin Shan, he pulled out the strange fangs hanging on his body, and waved them at Lin Shan again and again. One after another, strange strengths, like the fangs in the mouth of an invisible giant beast, bit into Lin Shan's body from different directions, leaving Lin Shan no room to dodge. Chahan Dongli had already a killing intention, and no longer planned to leave him alive. Lin Shan tried his best to adjust his position, and blasted out 4 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves at the same time. Under the dual blessing of the super basic form and super basic transformation, the 4 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves with all his strength were still directly torn apart by the strange tearing force. Lin Shan was unable to dodge the tearing force that continued to rush over. He only felt a huge pain in his chest. The shell on his chest shattered, revealing the Heavenly Kingdom No. 7 combat suit inside. The combat suit was twisted, but it was not torn apart. Lin Shan's body was shaken and flew backwards, hitting a mountain below like a meteor. Bang! The mountain collapsed in a corner. When Lin Shan climbed out of the broken rocks, Chahan Dongli was already standing outside the ruins. He looked at the embarrassed Lin Shan jokingly and said, "Don't you want to kill me? Do it." After that, he didn't give Lin Shan a chance to speak, and rushed up again, swinging the strange tooth in his hand at Lin Shan. Lin Shan retreated in panic, and seemed to instinctively throw whatever he could grab at Chahan Dongli. The slag knife and pet gun on his waist, and the backpack on his back, all hit Chahan Dongli. The slag knife and pet gun were not torn apart by the tearing force of the strange teeth, but were bounced out. The backpack was torn apart, and the things inside were scattered. Most of the things were instantly torn apart by the tearing force of the strange teeth, but a white light suddenly flashed among them. Chahan Dongli retreated subconsciously. The white light just now was too fast, and he didn't even see how it disappeared clearly. In the process of retreating, Chahan Dongli suddenly felt his body sink and fell straight to the ground. Above Chahan Dongli's head, a fat boy like a snowball appeared. Lin Shan didn't pretend anymore, and turned around and rushed towards Chahan Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, and pointed a finger at his waist. Originally thought it would be a surefire attack, but Chahan Dongli twisted his waist to avoid it. Lin Shan was shocked that Chahan Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, could still move. But Chahan Dongli's movement was obviously very reluctant, and he could only barely avoid Lin Shan's finger sand. What the hell is this? Chahan Dongli's compound eyes saw the fat boy standing above his head, showing a look of surprise, and stretched out his hand to grab the fat boy on his head. Lin Shan couldn't give him this opportunity, and he attacked Chahan Dongli frantically with his fists and fingers. Fortunately, under the suppression of the fat boy, Chahan Dongli's speed became very slow, not faster than Lin Shan. If he tried to grab the fat boy on his head, he would not have time to resist all of Lin Shan's attacks. Chahan Dongli subconsciously put down his hand, and waved the strange teeth in his hand, trying to tear Lin Shan's attack apart first. But when the two forces collided, Lin Shan found that his strength was much weaker, not much stronger than his own. If it weren't for the tearing effect of the attack from the strange tooth, perhaps the two would be evenly matched. Lin Shan was overjoyed, and attacked Chahan Dongli frantically. Chahan Dongli was shocked. Not only was his body suppressed, but his strength was also suppressed to such a weak level. This was simply unimaginable. Damn it, I kill you anyway. Chahan Dongli kept resisting Lin Shan's attack, and didn't get rid of the fat guy on his head at all. His face was gloomy, and he stopped trying to get rid of the fat guy on his head. He wanted to get rid of Lin Shan first. Even if the difference in strength and speed was not big, he was confident that he could kill Lin Shan. His techniques and various skills were not comparable to these uncivilized primitive people. But when Chahan Dongli really fought with Lin Shan on an equal footing, he immediately found that Lin Shan's techniques far exceeded his expectations, and it could even be said that he felt very uncomfortable. Lin Shan used fists with one hand and fingers with the other. His fists were fierce and unparalleled, but his fingers were extremely sinister. Chahan Dongli had no difficulty dealing with the wave after wave of fists, but the silent finger force made Chahan Dongli dodge every time. Not only was the finger force difficult to detect, but the key point was that every time Lin Shan used his fingers, it was in a very uncomfortable rhythm for Chahan Dongli. If it weren't for his body being different from ordinary people and his unique skills, he would have been almost hit by the finger force several times. Chahan Dongli couldn't be sure whether his body had become fragile under the suppression of the monster above his head, so he didn't dare to withstand Lin Shan's attack. Lin Shan's fingers and palms were misplaced, and he forced Chahan Dongli to retreat step by step, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Wei Wufu chased after him, with the evil ghost blade in his hand, and his white robe fluttered. Lin Shan was overjoyed. Wei Wufu came at the right time. With his white robe ability, Changhen Dongli would be weakened again. No matter how powerful Changhen Dongli was, he would find it difficult to avoid his finger sand. Sure enough, as Wei Wufu approached, Changhen Dongli's speed and strength were weakened again. The strange teeth in his hand tore the wave-stepping fist, but failed to prevent the finger sand from suddenly shooting. The needle-like finger force directly pierced Changhen Dongli's waist. Although it failed to penetrate, it made Changhen Dongli's body stiff there. The place where the finger force pierced was exactly the acupuncture point on Changhen Dongli's body. "Kill him!" Lin Shan roared, and his fingers pierced Changhen Dongli's eyes. Wei Wufu also held the evil ghost blade in both hands, and chopped at Changhen Dongli's neck from behind. Changhen Dongli stood stiffly, his eyes shining with a mirror-like light. In his honeycomb-structured compound eyes, there were small hexagonal mirrors that reflected the figures of Lin Shan and Wei Wufu. Chapter 502. Lin Shan and Wei Wufu suddenly felt as if their souls could not stop and rushed out of their bodies. It was not as if, but they really rushed out and were sucked into a dark place. The darkness seemed to be a magic fog that devoured the soul, making Lin Shan feel that his will was being eaten away, and his brain was in pain like a needle. Suddenly, a white light rose from the darkness, illuminating the dark space. The white light was a phoenix-like spirit body condensed by white light. Its wings fluttered, and the darkness was ignited like a curtain wherever it passed, making the space brighter and brighter. After the dark space was illuminated, Lin Shan was surprised to find that this was actually the interior of a huge building. All around were various sci-fi instruments and various transparent containers. Inside those containers, there were all kinds of strange creatures, like specimens soaked in formalin. Lin Shan just glanced and found that there were a few creatures that he was familiar with. The angelic Tianan tribe, the demonic Diamond tribe, the Tage tribe, and some other strange races that Lin Shan had never seen before. Wei Wufu, who was glowing white and looked like a spirit, was also nearby. What they didn't expect was that inside the building, there was a bed that looked like an operating table, with various instruments on it. Changhen Dongli, who looked like a spirit like them, was tied to the bed, with various tubes and metal rings inserted into his body, and his head was tied by a hemispherical crystal. Wherever the white spirit bird flew over, everything in the building started to burn, and soon the entire building was on fire. Changhen Dongli, who was tied to the bed, was also ignited by the white flames. He screamed in pain and struggled desperately, but he could not get out of the bed. Boom! Lin Shan felt dizzy and opened his eyes to find that he had regained his normal vision. Changhen Dongli on the opposite side screamed in pain and grabbed his eyes with both hands. The black compound eyes were burning with white flames. Fatty flapped his small wings and flew up with his round body, landing on Lin Shan's shoulder. Lin Shan used a finger sand to hit Changhen Dongli, who was screaming, hitting his acupuncture points again, causing his body to stiffen. At this time, Changhen Dongli was digging his own eyes with both hands, and his fingertips had been inserted into his eyes, and he remained in this posture and could not move. The white flames in his eyes burned more and more fiercely, as if his brain was burned with white light. Seeing Changhen Dongli's fingers moving slightly again, Lin Shan gave him another finger sand, constantly controlling his body and making him unable to move. The white flames continued to burn, gradually spreading from his eyes, igniting Changhen Dongli's whole body. Soon, Changhen Dongli's whole body was engulfed by the white flames, and his body had completely lost its reaction, standing there like a piece of wood and burning continuously. The white flames were completely extinguished until they burned into charcoal. Changhen Dongli's body, like charcoal, stood there straight, and a gust of wind blew over, and immediately turned into black ash, and scattered all over the ground, and a black crystal the size of a pigeon egg rolled out. The ashes of reincarnation. Lin Shan immediately recognized what it was, and reached out to pick it up. Wei Wufu breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that even he could not keep calm this time. If Changhen Dongli could not be killed, not only would the Wei family be doomed, but the entire human race on the mother planet would be doomed. Fatty, I give you a snack later. Lin Shan stroked Fatty's feathers, and felt a little scared. This Changhen Dongli was really scary. If it weren't for Fatty's killer, I'm afraid they would not be a match together. This also made Lin Shan remember the name of the God-making clan. When he was controlled by Changhen Dongli's compound eye skill, and saw the weird scene, Lin Shan had some doubts. This Changhen Dongli might not be a member of the God-making clan at all, and might just be a test subject of the God-making clan. However, Changhen Dongli was already dead. What exactly was his identity? The answer might be found in that spaceship. Just wanting to enter the interior of the spaceship is obviously an extremely dangerous thing. No one knows that there are creatures like Chahin Dongli in the spaceship. It is also unknown what means the God-making clan has come up with in the spaceship. The two rushed back to find Wei Changqing and his friends. When Wei Changqing and his friends learned that Chahin Dongli was dead, they were a little unbelievable at first, and then they were deeply relieved. Lin Shen gave them some medicine to help them recover some strength first. Fatty flapped his wings and flew to the log that was charred by Wei Changqing and his friends. He landed on the log and pecked at something with his head down. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that the small branch on the log still maintained its crystal blue color and did not turn into black charcoal. The leaves on the branches were still crystal clear, like flawless blue crystals. Fatty ate them one by one, and soon he had pecked all the leaves clean. After losing the leaves, the twigs gradually withered and soon lost their luster. Fatty jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder, shrunk his head, and closed his eyes, motionless like a plush ball. Chahin Dongli said that this underground space is a base change place. But it's a pity that I couldn't ask clearly what kind of base change place it is. I can only explore it slowly in the future. Lin Shen thought to himself. After everyone rested, they left the underground space. Lin Shen planned to wait for Wei Changqing and the others to recover, and then invite them to explore the underground space together. It would be best to enter the interior of the spaceship that was broken into two pieces to see what was inside. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that Chahin Dongli was not normal. It was very likely that he was just a test subject, or just an ordinary member responsible for escorting the God-making egg. After returning to Tianqing, Lin Shen used Xiaoqi to search for information about the God-making clan, but the information he obtained was very little. The closer to modern times, the less information there is about the God-making clan. Most of the information related to the God-making clan is before the ancient dynasty. After the ancient realm king, the information about the God-making clan became unusually scarce. This is only in the database of the emperor family of the celestial clan, which can find such a little information. The information that ordinary people can access is probably impossible to have any content related to the God-making clan. What surprised Lin Shen was that the information about Chahin Dongli was also from the ancient realm king era. Chahin Dongli was not a person of this era at all, and the destruction of Dongli Star was also a matter of the ancient realm king era. What's going on? Could it be that the spaceship that transported the God-making egg crashed here in the era of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen was full of doubts. This was obviously impossible. More than 200 years ago, many people in the Wei family witnessed the spaceship crash into the underground space. Chapter 503. Could it be that this spaceship carrying the God-making egg had already set out in the era of the ancient world king, and had experienced countless billions of years of space travel before it crashed here due to an accident? Why didn't they choose to teleport, but instead traveled for such a long time? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the key. It seems that I can only get the answer by entering the interior of the spaceship. When Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. I thought it was Wei Wufu, but when I opened the door, it was Wei Changqing standing outside. Master Qing. Lin Shen was a little surprised, not knowing why Wei Changqing came here alone. Wufu is in the town hall. I have something I want to talk to you alone. Wei Changqing said. Master Qing, let's talk inside. Lin Shen probably guessed what Wei Changqing wanted to say to him. Wei Changqing looked at Lin Shen and said, Child, I want Wufu to follow you and leave the mother planet, and let him achieve nirvana outside. I want to take him away, but this is not up to me. Lin Shen sighed. Wufu's temper. As long as you are willing, I have my own way. Wei Changqing also sighed, and then continued, Do you want to explore that spaceship? I want to, but it's difficult. Maybe it's not the right time now. Lin Shen shook his head. According to Chahin Dongli, there should be the God-making egg he mentioned in the spaceship, and it can make people reach nirvana or even immortality. Wei Changqing said, I have discussed with others, and when the time is right, we will try to enter the interior of the spaceship. If we succeed by chance and take out the God-making egg, you and Wufu will leave the mother planet with the God-making egg and never come back. With those God-making eggs, you can still be immortal on the mother planet, and you don't have to go out. Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did Wei Changqing and the others insist on letting Wei Wufu leave the mother planet? According to the Wei family's style of doing things, they should hope that Wei Wufu would stay to guard the mother planet and suppress the creatures in the underground space. Besides, with those God-making eggs, they can still be immortal on the mother planet, and it seems unnecessary to take risks in the universe. Wufu, in fact, should not be surnamed Wei. Wei Changqing revealed a secret that made Lin Shen's eyes widen. Not surnamed Wei? Lin Shen asked with a strange look. Then what should his surname be? I don't know. Wei Chongqing shook his head. So, he is an orphan adopted by the Wei family. Lin Shen didn't expect Wei Wufu to have such a pitiful life experience. It's not what you think. Although Wufu should not have the surname Wei, he is indeed my grandson, but a grandson-in-law. Wei Chongqing shook his head and said. Lin Shen was slightly startled, knowing that he was wrong. Then who is his father? I just don't know who his father is, otherwise how could I not know what his surname should be? Wei Chongqing smiled bitterly, and revealed a secret. Back then, Wei Chongqing's daughter had left Tianqing and entered the universe for a while. When she came back, she brought Wei Wufu back, and gave him to Wei Chongqing to raise, then left the mother planet, and never returned. Wei Chongqing asked Wei Wufu's mother who Wei Wufu's father was, but she refused to tell him and secretly left. So Wei Chongqing didn't know who Wei Wufu's father was, and he kept him by his side and raised him like his own grandson. In order to let Wei Wufu have a complete childhood, Wei Chongqing never told Wei Wufu about this. Wei Wufu still thought that he was the child of Wei Chongqing's son who had died in the war. I know my daughter well. If it wasn't for the last resort, she would never abandon her child. She must have encountered great difficulties to make such a choice. Wei Chongqing stared at Lin Shen and said, So I want to ask you to do me a favor and find out whether Wufu's mother is still alive and who his father is. But all this can only be done in secret and must not be discovered by others, otherwise it may bring you unwarranted disaster. Don't worry, Master Qing. I will do my best to find out these two things. Lin Shen said seriously. Also, before you find out, don't let Wufu know about this. Wei Chongqing said again. Understood. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Now he finally understood why Wei Chongqing didn't want Wei Wufu to stay on the mother planet. Child, it is a blessing for Wufu to have a friend like you. Wei Chongqing stood up and said, Master Qing, you got it wrong. It is my blessing to have a friend like Wufu. Lin Shen corrected. Good, very good. Wei Chongqing laughed. I feel relieved to have you by his side. After finding out, you decide whether to tell him or not. Lin Shen watched Wei Chongqing leave, then closed the door, and thought about where to start the investigation. The only information Wei Chongqing gave him was the name Wei Jiayuan. The Wei family's naming of children is also quite unique. It is unique for a woman to have such a name. Apart from this name, Wei Chongqing was unable to provide more information. He only knew that after Wei Jiayuan went to the universe, his first stop was the Celestial Clan. He did not find out where Wei Jiayuan went afterwards. However, Wei Chongqing still gave Lin Shen a clue. Wei Jiayuan once said that she had met a very good girlfriend in the universe, and perhaps he could get some information from her. Wei Chongqing only knew that Wei Jiayuan's girlfriend was called Yi, but he did not know which tribe she belonged to. With the surname of Yi, is it possible that the girlfriend of old Wei's mother is a human? Lin Shen thought to himself that there seemed to be no surname of Yi among the Celestial Clan. He himself knew a human woman with the surname of Yi, and her age seemed to be not much different from Wei Jiayuan's. The woman with the surname of Yi that Lin Shen knew was naturally Yi Yuzhen's mother, Yi Jingren's daughter. Maybe it's just a coincidence. How can it be so coincidental? Lin Shen didn't know what Mrs. Ye's full name was. He wondered if he should ask her. What if Mrs. Yi was really Wei Jiayuan's best friend? Lin Shen originally wanted to wait in Tianqing until Wen Chongqing and the others recovered, and then explore the underground space to find out what kind of base change place it was. A message from Tianqing forced him to return to Zenith Star first. The Emperor summoned Lin Shen, and it seemed that there was something important. Lin Shen had to leave the mother planet immediately, and return to Zenith Star through the transmission device of High Mansion after many twists and turns. What does the Emperor have to do that he has to find me back? Is there another opportunity to make money? Which planet will he let me go to make money this time? After Lin Shen came to Huakai Palace, he didn't see the Emperor. Only the concubine of heaven was sitting on the main seat. Tion, you are so brave. The concubine of heaven stared at Lin Shen with a very unfriendly tone. Chapter 504. What do you mean, madam? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tian Fei with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't expect that Dean Tian is so young, but he is such a talented actor. Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen, who seemed to be at a loss, and snorted coldly, I asked you Kong Chuan to go to Juwan Star to protect you. It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but you forced him to dig out the peacock eye. Do you think Kong Chuan is easy to bully, or do you think I am easy to bully? Madam, this should not be said by Kong Chuan himself, right? Lin Shen said calmly. Kong Chuan is a kind gentleman, so he won't say anything in front of me. But the fact is like this, Do you still want to quibble? The heavenly concubine suppressed her anger, stared at Lin Shan fiercely, and said, "The entire celestial clan is waiting to see you laugh, hoping that you will die on the giant ring star. I asked Kong Chuan to protect you, but you forced him to dig out the peacock eye. Is this how you repay me?" Lin Shan took out the peacock eye and placed it in front of the heavenly concubine, bowed calmly, and said, "If your majesty thinks of me this way, please take back Kong Chuan's peacock eye and punish me. Do you think that the emperor favors you, so I can't punish you?" The heavenly concubine's face looked a little better, but at the same time she was a little confused, why Lin Shan would easily hand over Kong Chuan's peacock eye. "No matter how ignorant I am, I still understand the importance of this. If your majesty believes that I am such a stupid person, please punish me." Lin Shan still lowered his head to plead guilty. The Queen of Heaven was actually somewhat puzzled. It was impossible to conceal such a big thing as forcing Kong Chuan to dig out the peacock's eye. Lin Shan was able to handle the matter of the giant ring star so beautifully, and was deeply loved by the Emperor of Heaven. How could he be so stupid? "If you have anything to say, just say it," Tian Fei said with a cold face. "Your Highness should know what kind of personality Kong Chuan has." Lin Shan paused and continued, "First, I did not force Kong Chuan to dig out the peacock eye, I just asked him to leave. I can't use such a person. Second, it is because Kong Chuan is the person sent by your Highness to protect me that I accepted the peacock eye." "You mean, if Kong Chuan was not sent by me, even if he dug out the peacock eye for you, you would not keep him?" Tian Fei said with a cold face. "I say something that your Highness may not like to hear. If he was not your man, he would not be alive now," Lin Shan said. Tian Kong was slightly startled. Being able to say such words, Lin Shan obviously had a great resentment in his heart. "Please make it clear." Tian Fei frowned. Lin Shan then told him that Kong Chuan had locked him in the house, and he went to chase the enemy alone, which almost caused him to lose his life. If Lin Shan had defended himself like this at the beginning, the heavenly concubine might not have listened to him, but with the previous preparations, the heavenly concubine could understand why Lin Shan was so resentful after hearing this. "Kong Chuan's contributions have been clearly stated in front of my emperor, and I have not mentioned anything else. I am worthy of your kindness. Please have mercy on me. I will not use this person anymore. I only have one life, and I want to live a few more years. Please have mercy on me." Lin Shan bowed again. The heavenly concubine stared at Lin Shan, and after a long while, she suddenly said softly, "President Tian, please don't be like this. I already know that you have been wronged. This matter is indeed owed to you by my eldest brother and me. We will definitely compensate you in the future. Your Highness has good intentions, and I am grateful," Lin Shan said. "It's good that you know that was not my original intention. I apologize to you on behalf of my elder brother. I will ask you to take good care of him in the future. I will also remind him that similar things will never happen again," Tian Fei said. "My ability is limited. I really can't do anything. Your Highness should ask for someone else." Lin Shan still lowered his head and said. Tian Fei looked at Lin Shan, feeling a little angry, but it was not easy to get angry. This matter was indeed handled too brainlessly by Kong Chuan. If it were her, she would not use such a person again. But Kong Chuan was her elder brother after all, and the Emperor of Heaven had tacitly allowed Kong Chuan to serve in Tianshi Academy. But now Tianshi Academy is under the jurisdiction of Lin Shan, and the position of the head of the Special Service Department that she liked is still occupied by someone. Lin Shan, the dean, must transfer the original head to arrange Kong Chuan to take the position. But Kong Chuan did such a stupid thing, Lin Shan would rather disobey her orders than use Kong Chuan again, so this matter is not easy to handle. Tian Fei called Lin Shan here, originally wanting to punish him, and then let Lin Shan help Kong Chuan to the position of the head of the Special Service Department. Things have come to this point, which is a bit unpredictable for Tian Fei. The Special Service Department is now in the hands of the Yin family. If you don't change the head, I'm afraid that things will be done like this time in the future, and it will be difficult to drive even one person. The Yin family has been operating the Special Service Department for so many years. Even if you change a head, ordinary people can't control the Special Service Department. After experiencing this incident, Kong Chuan has learned a lesson and will never act rashly again. In addition, my brother and I owe you a favor, and the Special Service Department will definitely follow your lead in the future. Tian Fei had to explain the interests to Lin Shan clearly, and still wanted Lin Shan to give Kong Chuan another chance. Your Majesty, I am not capable enough, and am planning to resign from the Emperor. I am really not qualified to be the Dean of the Tianshi Academy, Lin Shan said. When Tian Fei heard what Lin Shan said, her face suddenly turned cold again, Dean Tian, you can't be the dean just because you want to be one. Don't mention this again in the future. Seeing Lin Shan lowered his head and said nothing, Tian Fei had to sigh, stood up and walked to Lin Shan and said softly, I only have this one brother. I also know that his temper is hard to describe. If there is no reliable person to watch him, I really can't rest assured. Ah Tian, your talent and wisdom are incomparable to ordinary people. You are a person who can do great things. If my eldest brother can work under you and be trained by you, I can feel at ease. My queen, if you must let Kong Chuan work under me, it's fine, but he can only start from his original job. When I think he is capable, he can take up a high position. If it remains the same, please forgive me, I can't do anything. Lin Shan's meaning is very clear. It's okay if he must let him keep Kong Chuan, but he will definitely not give Kong Chuan the position of the head of the Special Service Department now. I know your difficulties. Let's do this for now. There are still more than 100 Peacock Ascendants on Zenith Star. If you need them, you can send them in the future. Don't worry about the expenses. It's a little apology from me and my elder brother, Tian Fei said thoughtfully. Lin Shan did not refuse. Free labor is useless. After all, he is also a dean. He can't do everything himself. There must be some people running errands. The Special Service Department can't be relied on now. Kong Chuan and the more than 100 Peacock people can just serve as free labor. The race ranking war is about to begin. Do you plan to participate? Tian Fei sat down again, looked at Lin Shan and said, if you want to participate in the war, I have a gift for you, which may be helpful to you. Chapter 505. Lin Shan didn't know what the gift that Tian Fei was talking about was, but as far as he knew, pets and spirit bases could not be used in the race ranking war. Because this was a ranking of race strength, it was limited to using only one's own strength and life base, and even equipment and combat uniforms could not be used. Although Lin Shan had no intention of participating in the war, Tian Fei said that her things could help Lin Shan, which made Lin Shan a little curious about what it was. Come here. Tian Fei waved at Lin Shan. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, and thought to himself, whether to participate in the war or not. If there are benefits, I will naturally take them first. What's more, now is the time to get closer to Tian Fei. Maybe my spark still has a chance, so it's hard to refuse. Thinking of this, Lin Shan walked in front of Tian Fei, keeping a distance of 3 steps. Closer. Tian Fei said again. Lin Shan had to take another step closer, only 2 steps away from Tian Fei. Closer. Tian Fei looked at Lin Shan and continued. Lin Shan hesitated. If he got any closer, he would have to stand in front of the heavenly concubine. This seemed a little inappropriate. But if he said this, it would be a little inappropriate. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shan took a small step forward. Stretch out your hand. The heavenly concubine was satisfied. Lin Shan honestly stretched out his hand in front of the heavenly concubine. He originally thought that the heavenly concubine was going to give him something, but he saw that the heavenly concubine suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed his palm. Lin Shan was a little surprised. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take his hand back. If the heavenly emperor knew about this, would he be misunderstood by the heavenly emperor? Fortunately, there were only him and the heavenly concubine in the room, and Lin Shan didn't find any monitoring equipment. As long as the heavenly concubine didn't say anything, no outsiders should know. But Lin Shan didn't quite understand why the heavenly concubine suddenly wanted to hold his hand. Could it be that she wanted to keep a lover behind the emperor's back because he was handsome? My queen, I am a person with morals and bottom line. I will never do such a thing. Lin Shan secretly established his own personality in his heart. If I give you a chance to make a request to me, what do you want? The heavenly concubine looked at Lin Shan and asked. Lin Shan thought, what else can I ask for? Of course, I want to sleep with you. I have no other request. I just hope that the queen and the emperor can achieve their wishes. Lin Shan said. You are good at talking. The heavenly concubine let go of Lin Shan's hand, and there was something in Lin Shan's palm. Lin Shan was relieved. It turned out that she really gave him something. Take the things back, they will be helpful to you. You will also need to spend more time on my elder brother's affairs. The queen seemed a little tired, waved her hand and said, Go. Thank you for your grace, my lady. I will take my leave. Lin Shan saw that the queen did not want to say anything more, so he could only take the things and leave. After Lin Shan left the Huakai Palace, the queen looked at Lin Shan's back. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she secretly spit in her heart. This person is not a good thing. He only thinks about those dirty things. Lin Shan had no idea that what he was thinking just now was known by the queen. If she knew, he would definitely not let the queen touch his hand. After leaving the imperial palace, Lin Shan took out the things that the queen gave him and looked at them carefully. At first, he thought it was a divine object, but it turned out to be just a crumpled paper ball. He opened the paper ball and saw that it was full of small words. 7 steps to lock the soul. Lin Shan looked carefully for a while and saw that it was written on the bottom. It was just a simple 7 steps, but it could be used in a variety of ways. What's the point of giving me a step? I don't have time to practice these things. Lin Shan folded the paper and put it away, intending to give it to Ayan to practice later. Back home, Lin Shan opened the box and checked the 3,000 sky crystal coins again. He was really reluctant to use them to pay off his debts. Anyway, no one has come to collect the debt yet, so keep it for now. When Lin Shan was thinking about what to do with the money first, he suddenly saw a strange light in front of him. The light spot appeared very abruptly, as if it jumped out of thin air, but there was no fluctuation. Lin Shan flew back, the shell wrapped around his body, one hand holding the slag knife, the other holding the pet gun, staring at the light spot. The light spot spread out strangely, and turned into a scroll of light in the air. There was no picture in the scroll, but countless light spots were flowing, like a sky full of stars. One of the stars flew out of the scroll, gradually expanded, and turned into a balloon-sized light planet. When Lin Shan saw this, he already knew what it was. Every time the race rankings were opened, a race invitation card would appear in front of those who were qualified to participate. This thing that appeared out of thin air should be the race invitation card. Generally speaking, as long as it is an adult cosmic creature, and has used a teleportation device to leave the mother planet and reach other life planets, it will receive a race invitation card. However, on the human mother planet, Lin Shan had never seen a race invitation card, and had never seen a race ranking war. The next second, the light ball turned into a palm-sized elf, flapping its wings and saying to Lin Shan, "Human, you already have the qualifications to participate in the race ranking war. Are you willing to join the war? I want to learn about the rules of the race ranking war first." Lin Shan looked at the elf-like light and shadow and said. He was very confused, who organized the race ranking war, and who sent the invitation card. Even the supreme race did not have the ability to do something that involved the entire universe. The race ranking war is divided into elimination war and ranking war. The elf light and shadow explained the rules of the race ranking war in detail. After listening, Lin Shan thought about it and asked, "Can I only represent humans to participate in the war, but I can use any name?" "Yes, you can only represent your own race to participate in the war. As for what your own name is, it is entirely up to you." The elf light and shadow replied. "You can only use your own abilities and life base in the battle, and you cannot use any equipment or pets." Lin Shan asked again. "Yes." The elf light and shadow once again confirmed Lin Shan's question. "Is it possible that I don't participate in the battle myself, but only let my life base participate in the battle?" Lin Shan asked again. "No, I must participate in the battle myself." The elf light shadow shook his head and said, "After I sign up for the battle, can I give up?" "Yes." "Is there any penalty for giving up?" "No." After asking a lot of questions, Lin Shan chose to sign up first. Anyway, it's okay not to participate after signing up. Thank you for your participation. There are still 10 cosmic days before the first round of eliminations. Please make sure to stay in the best competitive state. Goodbye. The elf light shadow flew back to the scroll, and then the scroll quickly closed, and finally condensed into a light point and disappeared. It's so weird. Who organized the race ranking battle? Lin Shan thought of those teleportation devices. Chapter 506. All the teleportation devices were discovered later. Even the teleportation devices used by the top 10 races in the universe were all found on different planets. They could not make interstellar teleportation devices themselves. But these teleportation devices could not be formed naturally. Someone must have made them. Lin Shan thought of what Chahan Dongli said again, and suddenly felt that there was still some truth in it. However, these are not what he needs to consider now. Those powerful races in the universe have not figured out this problem for so many billions of years. Now he only needs to consider whether to participate in the war. Unfortunately, there is no practical benefit in the elimination match. Unless you participate in the ranking battle and bring the race into the billion ranking, you can get some benefits. As long as you can enter the ranking list, the evolution speed of the entire race can be strengthened to a certain extent. The higher the ranking, the more powerful this strengthening will be. A large part of the reason why the supreme race can give birth to a natural nirvana, like deers, is that the supreme race has never fallen out of the top 3 in many rankings. Their race evolution speed is naturally much faster than those of the smaller races. Such a rule is that the stronger, it is too difficult for other smaller races to overthrow the old higher races. Lin Shan pondered the pros and cons. Shaoqi, search for news related to the race ranking war. Lin Shan gave Shaoqi an order. Now the internet is flooded with news related to the race rankings, and all the major races are reporting on this matter. Many well-known strong men have signed up to participate in this race ranking battle. Originally, Lin Shan thought that the race ranking battle should be the stage for those top strong men, and the immortals were the main force of this battle. But after searching the news, he found that there was little information about the immortals, but there was a lot of information about the Nirvana and the Ascendants. After reading for a long time, Lin Shan finally figured out what was going on. Because the immortals are too powerful, their battles are not easy for ordinary people to see. Basically, they just see a dazzling light, and then wait until the battle is over and the winner is announced. On the contrary, the battles between Nirvana and Ascendants can be seen almost as long as you have a certain ability. Especially the battles of Ascendants are more enjoyable to watch. In the battles between Nirvana, Ascendants can barely see some tricks, and even lower ones can't see anything. So the most popular battles are still the battles between Ascendants. Most of the universe races can see a little trick, and the threshold for watching is not that high. Among the Ascenders, the one with the highest popularity is Deers, who is the first without any dispute. In addition to Deers, there are many powerful tribes. For example, Feng Shenxiu of the Phoenix tribe, Christine of the Emperor Barbarian tribe, Wu Mian of the Chaos tribe, Zhang Xian of the Soul Warrior tribe, etc., all have high popularity. Among the Celestial tribe, the one with the highest popularity is the Emperor's son Tianbiluo. In addition to Tianbiluo, there are several Celestial tribe Ascenders, who also belong to the series of the Proud Sons of Heaven, and they are also not to be ignored. Of course, it is not just the Celestial tribe. There are not only one or two geniuses in other powerful tribes. Only the Supreme tribe has only Deers participating in the battle for the upgrade. Lin Shan didn't pay much attention to these, but there was a very popular news that caught Lin Shan's attention. The undefeated Heavenly King joins the war, and all the heroes are sharpening their knives. My brother, why are you joining in the fun? After reading the news, Lin Shan's face turned green. Lin Xiangdong actually publicly announced his participation in the war, and many well-known Ascenders of various races have expressed their intention to defeat him in the elimination battle. During this period, news of Lin Xiangdong challenging well-known Ascenders of various races was exposed from time to time. Almost all the well-known Ascenders of powerful races were challenged by him. Although he didn't win, those Ascenders didn't win very happily. It seems that no matter who he fights, Lin Xiangdong can retreat unscathed. Although he is defeated, many people now think that the strength of the undefeated Heavenly King is actually not weak. Otherwise, how come none of the Ascenders could really hurt the undefeated Heavenly King after fighting with so many top Ascenders? Some people even started to brag about the undefeated Heavenly King, saying that the undefeated Heavenly King's strength was not inferior to that of Deers, but he just kept it to himself and could fight anyone equally. If anyone refuted them, they would only say one thing: if you have the ability, you can knock down the undefeated Heavenly King. This sentence brought so much hatred to Lin Xiangdong. Many Ascenders have said that they will definitely defeat the undefeated Heavenly King in the elimination round, and some extreme ones have even threatened to kill him. Lin Shan was so depressed. If Lin Xiangdong continued like this, he would soon be the enemy of the whole world. But he knew the character of his fourth brother. Since he had publicly said that he would join the battle, he would most likely join the battle. Lin Shan was a little worried that his fourth brother would be besieged in the elimination round. Even if he was not besieged, he would not be able to bear the round-robin battle. According to Lin Shan's understanding of the rules of the elimination match, you can give up before it starts. But after it starts, you must wait until the end of the elimination match before you can give up and not participate in the next match. There is a time limit for whether the elimination match can be completed. Lin Shan is very skeptical that Lin Xiangdong can hold on until the end of the elimination match, when so many people want to get him. Lin Shan is considering whether he should also join the battle. In case the fourth brother is really besieged, he can also help. With his current strength, the Ascenders are not a big threat to him. Even if he is besieged, with his endurance, he should be able to hold on until the end of the elimination match. Of course, Lin Shan still hopes that the fourth brother is just bluffing and will not really participate in the elimination match. Anyway, there is still some time before the elimination match starts, and Lin Shan plans to see the situation first. As time goes by, the heat of the undefeated king incident remains high. More and more top Ascenders stand up and say that if the undefeated king participates in the battle, He will definitely make him look bad, which makes Lin Shan a little worried. Suddenly, a message came in the communicator. Lin Shan looked at it, and found that it was sent by Ouyang Yudu. I want to join the war, what about you? I haven't decided yet. Lin Shan replied. Where's Lao Wei? Ouyang Yudu's message came again soon. He is on the mother planet, he should not join the war. Lin Shan replied. Ouyang Yudu did not reply again. Lin Shan was about to put away the communicator, but received another message, which was a stranger's request to add a friend. Tu Xiaodao? Lin Shan saw the name of the applicant clearly, and clicked to agree. Master Xiaowu, I want to participate in the race ranking war, do you want to join? Just after the addition was successful, Tu Xiaodao's message came. Chapter 507. When did you leave the mother planet? Lin Shan communicated directly with Tu Xiaodao. Not long after you left, I also left the mother planet. Now I am practicing on the green water star, and have reached the 10th turn. Tu Xiaodao said. You have reached the 10th turn so quickly? Lin Shan was a little surprised. When fighting with the Wan family, Tu Xiaodao seemed to have only reached the 2nd turn of ascension. It has only been a short time, but he has already reached the 10th turn. Not soon. If it weren't for participating in this race ranking war, I should have gone to Nirvana. Can't Nirvana also participate in the war? I have no advantage in participating in the war as a Nirvana level body. But participating in the war as a 10-turn ascender is always a little better than those below 10 turns. It's a pity that the rules don't allow it, otherwise I would rather go to Nirvana to fight the ascender. Tu Xiaodao smiled and said, but if the rules allow it, there will be more high-level masters of the alien race, which will be more disadvantageous to me. Now it is the best arrangement. By the way, Master Xiaowu, how many turns are you now? My life-based fan is just 7 turns now. Lin Shan replied. What's the matter? You taught me the principle that the higher the level, the greater the advantage. Why are you only 7 turns? I thought you had already 10 turns, and didn't go to Nirvana to participate in the war. Tu Xiaodao said with some confusion. When did I say that? Lin Shan was confused. He didn't remember saying that. However, Lin Shan had no confidence in his memory. What if he forgot what he said? So he could only say, I have been busy recently, and my reincarnation times have increased a little slowly. Then will you still participate in the ranking battle? I heard that the people of the Wan family will also participate, including the Wan Gu Lu. Tu Xiaodao said a piece of news. Wan Gu Lu. Lin Shan thought for a while before remembering. It's the last Wan family ascender who escaped. I remembered he is the younger brother of the Wan family's 7th-turn ascender. Yes, it's him. I got the news. After Wan Gu Lu escaped, he went to the interstellar Wan family. I don't know how he got close to the princess of the Diamond Tribe, Catherine, and got a lot of benefits. Now he has ascended to the 9th turn. Tu Xiaodao told the story of Wan Gu Lu. If you want to participate, you'd better be careful if you meet Wan Gu Lu. The Wan family may not consider the overall situation. I haven't decided whether to join the war yet. Lin Shan was still a little hesitant. Little 5th Master, let's go together. When I asked Lao Wei for your number, I asked him. He doesn't plan to leave the mother planet. The mother planet has not received any invitations. He will definitely not join the war. We have to work together to make a name for mankind, otherwise it will be difficult for mankind to live in the universe. Tu Xiaodao said. Let me think about it. Even if I join the war, we better not be together. Lin Shan said in a deep voice. Why? Tu Xiaodao asked puzzledly. Does the undefeated Heavenly King know about it? Lin Shan asked. Who doesn't know about such a famous person? It is said that he is our fellow human. I don't know whether it is true or not, but he does look like a human. Tu Xiaodao said excitedly. I heard that many top ascenders from various races are eager to deal with him. That undefeated Heavenly King may be my brother. Lin Shan said helplessly. What? Undefeated Heavenly King is your brother? Tu Xiaodao was shocked, and then said quickly, don't let anyone know this news, otherwise I suspect those top ascenders will deal with you as well. No, you'd better not join the war. This is too dangerous. My brother's reputation is really too scary. It's really hard to bear. That's why I hesitated whether to join the war. Lin Shan smiled bitterly. What's there to hesitate about? Don't join the war, and tell our brother not to join the war either. Tu Xiaodao said. I can't contact him. Lin Shan thought for a while, and said, okay, I think about it again. Lin Shan originally wanted to tell Tu Xiaodao that Ouyang Yudu would join the war, but after thinking about it, he decided not to tell him. Ouyang Yudu's ability was too weird, and Tu Xiaodao and him together would be detrimental to the performance of both of them. Lin Shan wanted to help his 4th brother, But he was afraid of becoming a public enemy of the universe. He was used to being taken care of since he was a child. If he really let him go out and wander around, he would be enemies everywhere. He really couldn't bear the hardship and the pain. But he couldn't ignore his fourth brother's affairs. When the elimination round was about to start, Lin-Shan decided to go in and see first. Anyway, no one knows that he is the younger brother of the undefeated king. He will keep a low profile after entering. If the fourth brother does not come, or if nothing happens, it will be the best. If something really happens, he cannot watch the fourth brother being besieged. When the time is up, the light spot appears in front of Lin-Shan again, turning into a scroll, and the elf light and shadow also flies out again. The elimination match is about to start. Please confirm whether to enter? The elf light and shadow looked at Lin-Shan and asked. Enter. Lin-Shan replied. Please confirm your race and name. Human, EP481. Welcome to the elimination match. I wish you a good result. The elf light and shadow smiled happily, blew a halo at Lin-Shan, and then turned and flew towards the scroll. Lin-Shan only felt that his whole body was pulled into the scroll by a force, and then the scroll disappeared. In the starry sky, cosmic rainbow lights extended out, forming a mysterious scene like a mirage, and also like a scroll full of stars. Those scenes can be seen on each planet. The scroll is divided into 5 areas, corresponding to the 5 levels of base change: Ascension, Nirvana, Immortality, and King of the World. Each image in the scroll is an independent planet, and the scroll shows the scene of the entire planet flatly. On the other 4 planets, people have appeared one after another, but the planet belonging to the King of the World has always been empty. There is no King of the World in this era, so the King of the World War is a mere formality, and no one participates in the war. There are not many participants in the Immortal level, and the number of people on the battlefields of the other 3 levels of planets is increasing. Lin-Shan came to the battlefield of the planet with an upgraded level and found that everything on his body was gone. Even his own clothes were gone, and he was wearing a white combat suit that he had never seen before. Looking around, several ascenders appeared nearby, and they were also wearing the same white combat suit. There is also a watch-shaped device on the wrist of the combat suit, which counts down to 72 cosmic hours, which is 3 cosmic days. Contestant, EP481. Current points, 1. Current ranking, 0. In this FE Upgrade Elimination Tournament, contestants who rank in the billionth place can enter the ranking battle. Lin-Shan already knew the competition system before. If you defeat a contestant, you can take their points. The more points, the higher the ranking. Chapter 508. Lin-Shan looked around and saw that there were already more than a dozen contestants of different races nearby, and none of them were the same race. In the entire universe, there were countless ascenders of different races participating in the battle. If not hundreds of billions, there must be tens of billions. It was obviously not that easy to meet people of the same race in one place. Lin-Shan saw that there was a shadow of the word 1 above the head of each contestant. It was projected from them, representing how many points they had now. The initial points were all 1, and they were all the same. While Lin-Shan was looking at them, they were also looking at each other, and they were all vigilantly keeping a certain distance to avoid being attacked. You, hand over your points. A giant with an elephant head and a height of more than 4 meters flew in front of Lin-Shan, holding a battle axe in his hand, pointing at Lin-Shan and said. Lin-Shan turned his head and looked around, then looked at the elephant man with a puzzled look and asked, There are so many people here, why do you want to steal my points? The elephant man was startled and asked in a buzzing voice, What's the difference? Can I choose you? You are so big and I am so small. You come to me because you think I am weak and easy to bully? Lin-Shan asked again. The elephant man shook his head repeatedly. Of course not, it's just because you are closest to me, so I came to you first. The elephant warrior is not afraid of any strong person and dares to face any challenge. Lin-Shan saw that the elephant man was honest and powerful, so he said seriously, A real warrior must dare to challenge a stronger existence. Do you think I look stronger than you? No. After the elephant man looked at Lin-Shan again, he said apologetically, I'm sorry, I found the wrong person. As he said that, the elephant man turned around and left, flying towards the tall ascender in another direction. He really left. Lin-Shan was a little surprised. He didn't expect the elephant man to be so honest and leave as soon as he said he would. The tall ascender, who was waiting to watch the show next to him, was a little depressed when he didn't expect the elephant man to let the human go and come towards him instead. But he was not as shameless as Lin-Shan, so he had to summon his life base to fight. The 2 ascenders immediately fought in a group, and for a while, the sand and stones flew, and the sound of the life base colliding was endless. Both ascenders were power type, and there was no tricks in the battle. One used a battle axe, and the other used a mace. They just kept fighting, and neither of them retreated. What a sinister human! You can fool the stupid elephant man, but you can't fool me. I give you the points, and let you live. An ascender with wolf ears, with a dog-legged scimitar-like base around him, came to Lin Shen. You are indeed much smarter than him. But have you ever thought that if I don't give you the points, you will fight me now? Even if my strength is not as good as yours, you will have to spend some physical strength to kill me. If I get hurt again, do you think those guys will take advantage of the fire to rob me? Lin Shen pursed his lips at the ascenders in the distance. The wolf-eared ascender heard this, and his face changed slightly. He turned his head and looked. Sure enough, he saw that several ascenders were paying attention to them. Humph, don't think your sweet words can deceive me. The wolf-eared ascendant stared at Lin Shen with a gloomy face, but did not take action immediately. With your intelligence, how could I deceive you? What I mean is, why don't we join forces and snatch other people's points first? In a 2-on-1 situation, our consumption is not large, and others dare not take advantage of the situation. What do you think? Lin Shen said slowly. It makes sense. The wolf-eared ascendant rolled his eyes, and stared at a nearby super-burning ascendant, and said, Then let's go, and snatch his points first. Let me see your sincerity. You go first. The wolf-eared ascendant was not stupid. He just wanted to use Lin Shen as cannon fodder, and when they were both injured, he would snatch all their points. Okay. Lin Shen agreed immediately and flew towards the super-burning ascendant. The wolf-eared ascendant just watched from a distance, and had no intention of entering the battlefield. When the ascender of the super-burning clan saw Lin Shen coming, he tightened his life-base axe in his hand cautiously, ready to fight with Lin Shen. He would never give up the points. Brother, follow me in the future. Lin Shen came to the super-burning clan, but had no intention of taking action. He just said something to the ascender of the super-burning clan. Why? The super-burning clan frowned and asked. Can you beat the two of us? Lin Shen pointed to the wolf-eared ascender in the distance. You know only after trying. The ascender of the super-burning clan snorted coldly. Even if you can beat us, you have to pay a price to fight two people alone, right? Do you have the energy to deal with other ascenders? Lin Shen smiled and said, But if you follow me, it will be easy for the three of us to grab anyone's points. I will give you a share of the points I grab. Although it's not much, it's better than being robbed by others, right? That makes sense. The super-burning clan ascendant looked at the ascendants around him, and felt that it would be of no benefit to him to fight with Lin Shen now. It would be better to pretend to be friendly with this human first. After dealing with the other ascendants, he would find a chance to deal with Lin Shen and the wolf-ear ascendant. The wolf-ear ascendant saw that after Lin Shen went over, he did not fight with the super-burning clan ascendant. Instead, after a few words, the super-burning clan ascendant actually followed him. He was immediately shocked, and thought that Lin Shen and the super-burning clan ascendant were going to join forces to deal with him. Old wolf, this is Lao Ao, follow me from now on. Let's go deal with other ascendants together. Lin Shen pointed to the ascendant on the other side and said. Old wolf was slightly startled and wanted to say something, but seeing the super-burning clan ascendant following Lin Shen, if he didn't agree, wouldn't Lin Shen and the other two team up to deal with him? He could only say in a deep voice, Okay. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shen had formed a 3-person team and surrounded an ascendant. The ascendant saw that there were too many of them, turned around and wanted to fly away, but was intercepted by Old Wolf and Lao Ao. Don't do it yet. Lin Shen stopped Old Wolf and Lao Ao from doing it, waved his folding fan in his hand, walked to the ascendant, and said with a smile, Brother, joining us only requires a few points. Do you want to join us to get points, or do you want to compete with the three of us? Brother, I want to join the organization. The ascendant was very tactful, and transferred his few points to Lin Shen. Very good, from now on, you are our brother. I will keep the points for now. When there are more points, and they are enough to distribute, everyone will get points. It is definitely more than what you can get alone. Now, let's start from there. Lin Shen closed his folding fan, and pointed to the fleeing ascender in one direction with high spirits. Chapter 509. Most people in the universe were watching the images on the battlefield of the ascendant planet. Strangely, the first person they were looking for was not an ascendant from their own race, nor was it Dies, who was known as the strongest ascendant. Everyone was looking for the guy in white, pretending to be invincible, and running away first. But after searching for a long time on the Starry Sky scroll, some people had already started looking with magnifying glasses, but still could not see the figure of the man. Many people were disappointed, thinking that the guy who called himself the undefeated Heavenly King must be scared, and did not participate in this race-ranking battle at all. Think about it, it is right. and ascended from a small race, with no background and no strength, but enemies are all over the major races in the universe. There are so many top ascendants from various races, who have said that they want to deal with him. He dared to participate in the race-ranking battle. He was mentally ill. Although they knew that this was the best choice for the undefeated Heavenly King, most people felt extremely disappointed and even a little frustrated. The undefeated Heavenly King has a bad reputation and seems to have never won. But what he did made many people who were also from small races feel a little more like him. It is very difficult to be as victorious as those geniuses from big races. But the undefeated king made them see another possibility. Being undefeated is victory. I can't beat you, but you can't kill me either. Isn't this another kind of victory? So many people who pay attention to the undefeated king may not really want the undefeated king to be killed by the geniuses from big races. Although many people are unwilling to admit, and are embarrassed to tell others that they think the undefeated king is a good guy, they still hope that the undefeated king can continue to be undefeated. But what they want to see is undefeated, not no war. So the undefeated king's waver still made them feel a little disappointed. Undefeated is just a kind of self-consolation after all. When it comes to the point where you have to fight, it's just a joke. Zhuo Qinglong, who has already ascended to Karama Star, couldn't find the figure of the undefeated king on the battlefield of the upgraded planet, and couldn't help but sigh. Not long after leaving the mother planet, he knew about the existence of the undefeated king, and always felt that maybe that was the direction of his efforts. Although the undefeated king's waver today was a very correct choice, and the most reasonable choice in Zhuo Qinglong's opinion. But for some reason, Zhuo Qinglong still felt a little disappointed. The person he paid the most attention to did not participate in the war, and Zhuo Qinglong was much less interested in watching the war. After looking at the information on the Skynet, Zhuo Qinglong suddenly widened his eyes, and then quickly looked up at the sky. But this time, he was not looking at the battlefield of the upgraded planet, but the battlefield of the Nirvana level planet. Compared with the battlefields of the flying level and the base level, the number of people in the Nirvana level battlefield is obviously much smaller, and there will not be a situation where a large number of Nirvanists appear in a small area. However, the competition in the Nirvana level is the most intense, because the battles in the Nirvana level are the battles that can truly affect the ranking of the universe. Zhuo Qinglong repeatedly compared the scenes in the news, and looked for the corresponding position in the sky. However, because the starry sky scroll is so large, it is obviously not an easy task to find a specific location in it. But Zhuo Qinglong had no intention of giving up. Finally, he saw a place that was exactly the same as the one in the news. It was a cliff by the sea, on which grew a purple flower tree, whose crown looked like a huge mushroom cap. The wind blew through the crown, and the purple petals fell to the sea along with the wind, like falling purple stars. Under the flower tree stood a human man in white clothes, reaching out to catch a floating petal. The petal fell on his slender fingers, but what attracted people's attention was not the petal, but the slender fingers as crystal as jade. The undefeated Heavenly King. It's really him. He has reached Nirvana. No wonder I didn't see him in the Fashing Star battlefield. So that's it. So that's it. Zhuo Qinglong couldn't help but draw an upward arc at the corner of his mouth. At this time, many people had already discovered this matter. The undefeated Heavenly King did not give up, but he had been promoted to the Nirvana level, and entered the Nirvana level planetary battlefield. No wonder I didn't see him in the Fashing Star battlefield, but went to the Nirvana level planetary battlefield. Catherine looked at the starry sky scroll with interest. He had such a hard time fighting in the flying upgrade, and he actually achieved Nirvana at this time. At most, it was just a Nirvana. In his situation, no one would be able to beat him in the Nirvana level battlefield. Wouldn't it be even more miserable? Tia said on the side. How would the undefeated king who was flying to upgrade be trampled by others in the Nirvana level? It's interesting to think about it, Catherine said. Many people, like Catherine and the others, felt that the undefeated king who entered the Nirvana level planetary battlefield would probably only become a point-raising tool for others, and it would be difficult to even get 1 point. While people from various planets were discussing, a Nirvana person happened to fly near the cliff, and saw Lin Xiangdong under the flower tree. You are? The undefeated Heavenly King. The Nirvana recognized Lin Xiangdong, and said in surprise, while floating outside the cliff. Who are you? Lin Xiangdong looked at the Nirvana with bright eyes, and casually stroked the petals on his fingertips, letting them float to the sea. This human is very good-looking, even better looking than the people of the celestial race. Tia's eyes were wide open. What's the use of being good-looking? There are many things that are good-looking but useless. Catherine said indifferently. Although the Nirvana he met was from a small race that he had never seen before, It seemed that he should have experienced nirvana at least 3 times. It is hard to say whether he can escape. There are more people who are not good-looking and useless. In comparison, those who are good-looking but useless are already excellent. Tia said with a blink of her eyes. Haha, there is a little truth in that. You are right. At least this undefeated heavenly king is quite pleasing to the eye. Catherine laughed. The Nirvana looked at Lin Xiangdong and said condescendingly, Flying Demon Clan, Wulianghai. I haven't heard that the leaders of the Flying Demon Clan are as ugly as you. Lin Xiangdong is very good-looking, but unfortunately he has a big mouth. I originally just wanted to take your points, but now I have to teach you a lesson. Wulianghai's face turned cold, and black demonic energy rose from his body. The next second, Wulianghai directly slapped out with a palm, and the infinite demonic energy was like a dark cloud covering the sky, covering Lin Xiangdong. Looking at the overwhelming demonic energy, those who secretly paid attention to the undefeated heavenly king couldn't help but raise their hearts to their throats. Below were the surging waves, and above was the overwhelming demonic energy. For a moment, the cliff seemed to have become the last piece of pure land at the end of the world, as if it would be swallowed up at any time. On the cliff, under the flower tree, Lin Xiangdong stood in the wind and stretched out his hand to flick out a snow-white petal. The petals flew against the wind against the demonic energy in the sky, and in the air 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000, 1,000 turned into 10,000, and in an instant they turned into a storm of flowers that swept across the sky and the earth. Chapter 510. The overwhelming demonic energy, under the impact of more and more petals, gradually seemed weak. People watched the demonic energy being dispersed by the petals like a mudslide, and watched the Nirvana sacrifice his life base and carapace to resist the petals, and then the life base and carapace were also broken bit by bit in the torrent, and finally the white combat suit on the Nirvana was also broken, and the watch exploded. The body of the Nirvana was washed up to the sky by the torrent of petals, and the scored light and shadow above his head disappeared. After a long time, the Nirvana was not seen falling, probably because he was blasted out of the atmosphere. Is the Nirvana so weak? It's really disappointing. Lin Xiangdong shook his head slightly, with a look of extreme disappointment on his face, and the score above his head also changed from 1 to 2. Looking at Lin Xiangdong, who returned to sit cross-legged under the flower tree, the people watching were all blown up. The undefeated heavenly king was still an ascender more than a month ago. At that time, he challenged a famous ascender. In such a short time, he should have just achieved nirvana. How could he be so powerful? I know that Wulianghai. Although the Feimal clan is a small race, its strength is definitely not weak. A nirvana who has achieved nirvana 3 times has a good fighting level. He was actually shattered by the undefeated heavenly king with 1 blow. When did the undefeated heavenly king become so strong? He just can't beat those top geniuses, but it's also a 50-50 level. Why do those ordinary people from small races dare to challenge the undefeated heavenly king? Do they really think he's a loser? Haha, you still want to get points from the undefeated heavenly king. What are you dreaming about? Even if Deers returns to nirvana, he can't keep the undefeated heavenly king of the same level, okay? Sister, is this good-looking and useful? Tia's eyes were full of stars. It's not bad, Catherine said casually. Lin Xiangdong was watching the sea comfortably here. Lin Shen didn't know that he was not in the battlefield of the Ascenders. He was in the battlefield, and had no source of information. At this time, he was still collecting points in a low-key manner while looking for Lin Xiangdong's whereabouts. More than a dozen Ascenders nearby were forced to join Lin Shen's team. Whoever didn't join the team would be dealt with together. Those who could run away ran away, and those who couldn't run away either joined the team or had their points robbed. Lin Shen had become the leader of the bully bandits in the nearby area. He didn't rush to develop outside. He took a dozen Ascenders to watch the Elephant Man and another tall Ascender fight on the side. The one fighting with the Elephant Man was a weak fighting tribe. The name of this race was told to him by Lao Lang. He had never seen anyone of this race. The name Ruda sounds a bit inferior, but his body size is not much different from that of the Elephant Man, and his strength is not inferior. The 2 giants fought fiercely, and the shock wave generated by the collision was very terrifying. These 2 are not easy to deal with. They are probably at the level of the 7th or 8th revolution. We may not be able to defeat them. Let's go find other Ascenders. The old wolf whispered in Lin Shen's ear. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Lin Shen shook the fan lightly, saying calmly. The Elephant Man and the weak fighter were evenly matched, and their levels were about the same. It would be difficult to tell who was better in a short period of time. Lin Shen was not in the mood to keep watching them fight here, so he gently shook the folding fan in his hand at them. The mysterious light flew out and landed on the two people, which immediately reduced their strength. The effect was extremely obvious. Lao Lang and Lao Ao, the ascenders who were forced to join the team, were surprised and happy to see that Lin Shan actually had such a skill. Weakening abilities are very rare. I didn't expect Lin Shan to have such an ability, and the effect seems to be very good. Just now, Lao Lang thought that the elephants and weak fighters were too strong, and he was afraid that he was not their opponent and didn't want to provoke them. But now Lao Lang felt that he was not inferior to any of them, which showed how obvious the effect of Lin Shan's skills was. Now all the ascenders who joined the team began to feel fortunate that they joined the team. With Lin Shan's skill in hand, they can rob many ascenders who are stronger than them. Although Lin Shan will definitely only give them a small part of the points, it is always better to be robbed than others. Boss, let's go get them now. Old Wolf and the others were eager to try, and even changed their names. Just now they were all calling each other brothers, but now Lin Shan has the title of boss. Don't worry, I go talk to them first, Lin Shan said as he walked towards the elephant man and the weak fighter. The two men had stopped fighting because of Lin Shan's skills, and stared at Lin Shan. Is it you? The elephant man recognized Lin Shan and frowned and said, I don't fight you. Why do you use skills on me? If you don't fight me, why fight him? Lin Shan asked back. Didn't you just say that a true warrior should fight the strong? He is very strong, so I want to fight him and get his points. The elephant man said. Wrong, he is not strong at all, so you found the wrong person. Lin Shan gently waved his fan and removed the skills of the elephant man. Isn't he strong? The elephant man looked at Lin Shan in doubt, and then at the weak fighter. Of course not, I don't think he can even withstand your axe. If you don't believe me, I ask him. After saying that, Lin Shan looked at the weak fighter and asked, Are you strong? You removed the weakening skills on the elephant man, but the weakening skills on me are still there. You ask me like this, how can I not be weak? The weak fighter's eyes twitched, and he had already started to curse in his heart, but he could only say, Not strong. You see, I said he is not strong, Lin Shan said with a smile. Then who is considered strong? The elephant man asked. Look at the score numbers above our heads. The ones with small score numbers are weak, and the ones with large score numbers are strong, Lin Shan explained. I can't read, the elephant man said embarrassedly. It's okay. Follow me. I tell you, when we meet a strong man, we defeat them together, take their points, and give them to us poor weaklings. This is called robbing the rich to help the poor, Lin Shan said. What is robbing the rich to help the poor? The elephant man was still puzzled. Have you heard of the story of a warrior defeating a dragon and giving the treasures it robbed to the poor? Lin Shan said gently. That's called robbing the rich to help the poor? The elephant man's eyes lit up. Yes, that's robbing the rich to help the poor. Lin Shan looked at the weak fighter and asked, Are you willing to join our team of robbing the rich to help the poor? Yes. The weak fighter's eyes twitched wildly again. Could he say he didn't want to? His skills were still there, and Lin Shan obviously had no intention of letting him go. Thank you, a little point as a team entry fee. Lin Shan stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. The weak fighter had a dark face, and transferred his only points to Lin Shan. You still need to pay the joining fee, so I give it to you, the elephant man said on the side, and also handed his only points to Lin Shan. This fool. The weak fighter looked at the elephant man as if he was looking at an idiot, the kind of fool who was sold and still gave money to others. Lin Shan accepted the joining fees of the two, and the team was able to grow again. Chapter 511. Although there are many ascenders from the big clans participating in the war, they are only a small number among the hundreds of billions of ascenders. On this huge planet, the probability of ascenders of the same race appearing in the same area at the same time is really a bit small. Of course, the ascenders from the big clans participating in the war are only a small part of the ascenders in the clan. After all, it is useless to have more ascenders participating in the competition. They will be eliminated in the ranking battle, and the ranking of the ascenders will have almost negligible impact on the race ranking. The same race has not been seen in the area near Lin Shan, but as time goes by, more and more ascenders of the same race will gather together. That is all in the future. Now these ascenders who fight alone have become part of Lin Shan's team. After dealing with the elephant man and the weak fighter, Lin Shan's team has been flying along the big river next to them. As long as the ascenders they can see do not join their team, they can only hand over their points. Lin Shan didn't kill anyone, he just grabbed points, and all the points were gathered in his hands. Among the people in front, there are people from the Diamond Tribe. We shouldn't go over there. A group of people were flying in the sky looking for prey, and saw a few people resting by the river in front, one of whom was from the Diamond Tribe, and Lao Lang hurriedly flew to Lin Shen and said, "It's okay for them to grab some points from small races, but when they meet people from a strong tribe, like the Diamond Tribe, no one dares to attack. Not to mention that their strength is not as good as the other party. Even if their strength is stronger than the other party, they generally don't dare to attack the people of the Diamond Tribe. If he provokes a diamond with status and position, he might win the game here, but his clan will be exterminated outside." Lin Shen glanced at the diamond, and found that he already had 17 points on his head. The numbers on the heads of the people next to him were still 1. They were probably the younger brothers who followed the diamond. One of them looked familiar. After a closer look, he was a human, and the Wan Gu Lu who escaped from him in the previous battle. Lin Shen pondered for a moment, and decided to ignore him. This was a race-ranking battle. Lin Shen didn't want to fight with his own race at this time, and let the human race in the universe laugh at him, and he didn't want everyone to think that humans were a race that was good at killing each other. It was only a matter of time to deal with the Wan Gu Lu and the Wan family. There was no rush at this moment. Killing a Wan Gu Lu would not have a big impact on the Wan family. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have to uproot the interstellar Wan family. Killing a Wan Gu Lu would make people feel relieved, but it would alert the enemy. Just as they were about to fly to other places, the Emperor Barbarians brought people to stop them. "You 3 stay, the others can go." The Emperor Barbarians pointed at Lin Shen, Lao Lang and Lao Ao, and said in an imperative manner. Everyone hesitated for a moment. They couldn't afford to offend the Emperor Barbarians, but all the points were in Lin Shen's hands. If they left, they wouldn't get any benefits. Among the more than 20 ascenders, only Lao Lang and Lao Ao, who were the first, still had some points, and the others were all 0. If they could run away, Lao Lang and Lao Ao would have run away now, but the Emperor Barbarians had their eyes on their points, and it was impossible for them to run away without handing over their points. "Ah Tian, this can be used to rob the rich and help the poor, right?" The Elephant Man looked at the Emperor Barbarian and asked in a muffled voice. After hearing what he said, Lao Lang and others wondered if he was mentally ill, and he actually wanted to steal the points of the Emperor Barbarians. "Yes." Lin Shen laughed. He didn't want to deal with them now, but he didn't expect these guys to come to him. When the Elephant Man heard that he could rob the rich and help the poor, he summoned his life-based battle axe without saying a word, and rushed up with a roar. Lao Lang and others were a little stunned. They knew that the Elephant Man was a fool, but they didn't expect him to be so stupid and go straight up. Seeing that an Elephant Man dared to attack him, the Emperor Barbarian was immediately furious. "Go, kill him all." The Ascenders around the Emperor Barbarian released their life bases without hesitation and killed him, surrounding the Elephant Man. They were all standing forward, but Wang Yuliu was retreating. He was afraid of Lin Shen from the bottom of his heart. When Lin Shen hadn't ascended yet, he killed his elder brother Wan Shuilu, who had ascended to the 7th level. Now that Lin Shen had ascended, he didn't want to take the risk without seeing with his own eyes how strong he was. The Diamond people didn't pay any attention to Wan Shuilu. After the Ascenders around him stopped the Elephant Man, he walked towards Lin Shen. "You go help the old elephant. You can share the points this time." Lin Shen didn't expect these people to dare to fight the Diamond Tribe. But Lin Shen still underestimated the deterrent power of the powerful races in the universe against the small races. The Ascenders looked at each other, and no one dared to take action. Even Lao Lang and Lao Ao, the 2 people whose points were to be robbed, didn't dare to take action. "If you don't take action now, it means you voluntarily give up your points," Lin Shen continued. Still no one took action, and it was like a one-on-many battle, and they were stuck in a bitter battle. "Okay, this is your own choice," Lin Shen said calmly. "Stop talking nonsense, hand over your points, and I give you a way to live." The Emperor Barbarian walked to the opposite side of Lin Shen and said contemptuously, "Is there a possibility that we can cooperate?" Lin Shen looked at the Emperor Barbarian and said lightly, "Cooperation? Are you qualified? Stop talking nonsense, hand over your points." The Emperor Barbarian cursed directly. "It seems that your mother didn't teach you how to talk." Lin Shen directly fanned the face of the Emperor Barbarian. "Want to die? I fulfill your wish." The Emperor Barbarian was arrogant and only used the shell, and didn't even summon the life base. He punched Lin Shen's fan directly. He did have the capital to be arrogant. Just by listening to the sharp explosion of his fist breaking through the air, he knew that his strength was at least around the 9th turn. But before his fist touched the fan in Lin Shen's hand, some mysterious light characters suddenly flew out of the fan and landed on him. As soon as the mysterious light characters appeared on his body, the Emperor Barbarian suddenly felt as if he had shrunk, and his speed and strength were instantly greatly weakened. Lin Shan directly slapped him in the face with a fan, twisting the face of the Emperor Barbarian to the side, and the visor was dented. Snap! Snap! Lin Shan's fan was slapped back and forth, slapping the old face of the Emperor Barbarian left and right, and the man was stunned and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Bang! Finally, Lin Shan folded the fan and used the fan as a stick. He hit the Emperor Barbarian on the head and smashed a big hole in the ground. Both sides were dumbfounded. Emperor Barbarian's 9 revolutions ascension was just defeated like this? This didn't look like a fight at all, but more like a father beating his son. The key point is that this person really dared to do it. Wasn't he afraid of the Emperor Barbarian's revenge outside? For a moment, people on both sides were stunned. The few ascendants who were fighting with the Elephant Man didn't dare to fight anymore, and withdrew from the battlefield one after another. Chapter 512. They had never dreamed of such a situation. They had never thought that a person from a small race would dare to fight the ascender of the Emperor Barbarians, and he really beat them. If they go up now, they can't beat the ascender of the Emperor Barbarians. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to death? If they don't go up, they will flee in the face of the enemy. The Emperor Barbarians will probably not let them go. They were caught in a dilemma for a while. It's not right to leave or not. The only one who had already escaped was the Eternal Flow. Now even his figure could not be seen. Lin Shan didn't care about them so much. He landed next to the Emperor Barbarians, pointed at his head with a folding fan in his hand, and said, "Are you going to fight or not?" "No, no." The mysterious light text on the Emperor Barbarian's body was still there, and the attributes were weakened by nearly half. How could he dare to be stubborn? He himself was not a top-level strongman among the Emperor Barbarians. He could only show off in front of small races. "Since we don't want to fight anymore, let's transfer the points," Lin Shan said. "Didn't you say we can cooperate?" The Emperor Barbarian Ascendant said with a turn of his eyes. "We can cooperate, but we have to pay the membership fee first," Lin Shan said with a smile. The Emperor Barbarian Ascendant knew that he could not pay the points, and he didn't know if the other party was really a fool or had some background that didn't take his identity as an Emperor Barbarian seriously. After transferring the points to Lin Shan, the Emperor Barbarian was about to say something, but he saw Lin Shan pointing his fan at the Ascendants in the air and shouting, "What are you guys still doing? If you don't pay the points to join the group, you're waiting to be beaten? Transfer all the points to the Elephant Man. What are you standing there for? I'm asking you to pay your points." The Ascendant of the Emperor Barbarians shouted at the side. After being shouted at, the Ascendants transferred their points to the Elephant Man with strange expressions. Lin Shan looked at the Ascendant of the Emperor Barbarians with some surprise. He didn't expect that he would be so proactive in cooperating. "Brother, your weakening skill is very strong. If we two join forces, we can rob anyone we want, except for big guys like deers." The Ascendant of the Emperor Barbarian stood beside Lin Shan, regardless of his injuries, and pointed out a bright future for Lin Shan. "You 30% and I 70%. Lin Shan said directly. "That's too little. Let's split it 50 to 50. Rand said. 20 to 80. Lin Shan said expressionlessly. "Okay, 30-70 is 30 to 70. Rand said hurriedly, knowing that the master he met was not easy to talk to, and he would collapse if he continued talking. Lao Lang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that after being beaten and having their points robbed, the D-Man tribe would actually join the team. This seemed a little different from the domineering D-Man people in their impression. Seeing the increase in points on the Elephant Man's head, they were a little envious, but they did not regret their previous decision. No matter how good the points were, they could not provoke the D-Man tribe for the points. Now the D-Man tribe looked friendly. Who knew if they would turn against each other after leaving? You can only get dividends if you work hard, and if you don't work hard, you will be regarded as giving up the previous benefits. You should all know this, right? Lin Shan did not intend to give up their plan, and said to Lao Lang and the others with a smile. "That's natural, it should be." Everyone nodded in response. They were thankful that Lin Shan did not settle accounts with them. They took everyone on the road again. With the addition of Rand and others, the scope of their looting suddenly became larger. With the current status of the Diamond Tribe in the universe, there are really few people they dare not rob. At first, Lao Lang and others were still timid, but with Rand, the Pioneer and the Elephant Man, and the increasing number of people in the team, they gradually let go of the looting. As the team grew, no matter what race of Ascenders they met, they would rob them. When they met those who didn't know the time, many Ascenders sacrificed their life bases, and a round of volleys, ordinary 10-turn Ascenders couldn't stand it. Soon their team developed into a team of thousands of Ascenders. With Lin Shan's order, thousands of Ascenders sacrificed their life bases everywhere, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Rand originally just wanted to delay Lin Shan and wait for him to meet the strong men of the Diamond Tribe, and then deal with Lin Shan. But as the team grew, after snatching the top 100 races several times, Rand suddenly found that in this situation, he seemed to get points faster than if he snatched them himself. He himself didn't have the strength to snatch those who didn't have the strength to snatch, but now, with just one order, thousands of life bases were thrown down, and few ascenders could withstand it, and they had to obediently give up their points. Moreover, the team was still growing rapidly. Lin Shan created a series of titles such as Team Leader, and General Leader, and also absorbed some members whose races ranked in the top 100, and actually built this ragtag army. This team has attracted the attention of many people. Originally, the elimination rounds were fought by each person, and at most people of the same race would join forces. Many people have never seen such a situation where different races fought together. That human is interesting, Catherine said in surprise. He's taking advantage of others. Tia didn't like Lin Shan very much. She preferred the romanticism of individual heroes like Lin Xiangdong. You don't understand. Although personal force is important, the ability to unite a team is also very precious. Moreover, the ascenders on the battlefield of the ascended planet are from different races. It is very difficult to build such a team in such a short time and form combat effectiveness, Catherine said. Really? Tia looked at it and still didn't like it. She pouted and said, the undefeated king is still handsome. Catherine shook her head helplessly and stopped arguing with her. The emperor was lying in the clouds, and the beauty beside him was peeling grapes for him. That boy's ability is good. While enjoying the service of the beauty, the emperor looked at the scroll in the sky. He didn't pay attention to the battlefield of the immortal planet, which was the most important to the celestial race, but looked at Lin Shan here. Dean Tian's ability to unite the alien races is really too good. And Rong said on the side. Her words were really heartbreaking. The celestial race was originally a very exclusive race. It was difficult to be valued if you were not of celestial blood. And Rong's words about Lin Shan would undoubtedly make the Emperor of Heaven doubt whether he would form a small group of alien races. Without even this ability, how can you be the dean of the Tianshi Academy? The Emperor of Heaven seemed not to understand what Rong meant. He smiled and said, as if he was very satisfied with Lin Shan's performance. Your Majesty is right. Seeing the Emperor of Heaven like this, Emperor Rong did not dare to say anything else, so as not to displease the Emperor of Heaven. As the team grew stronger, more and more people paid attention to Lin Shan's team. What's going on? How can there be a team of 10,000 ascendants, and they are all composed of ascendants of different races? Oh my god, the Phoenix ascendants were robbed. Haha, that guy is still trying to show off his status. When tens of thousands of life bases are revealed, I'm almost scared to death. Fuck, if the elimination round is played like this, who can compete with him? Even if Deers comes, he will have to retreat. It's only been a short time, and the number of people has already reached tens of thousands. Chapter 513. When Lin Shan led his team to grab points, the sacrificial halo sacrifices were increasing and improving. There may be nearly 100 billion ascenders participating in the upgraded planetary battlefield. Lin Shan's not killing people does not mean that others will not kill people. There are many top ascenders who are too lazy to talk nonsense. For them, killing people is much faster than persuading the other party to hand over points. These dead ascenders have become Lin Shan's sacrifices, which rapidly improves the attributes of the sacrificial halo. Because the quality of the sacrifices is too good, they are all ascenders, so the attributes are improved very quickly. In just half a day, it has exceeded 500 points, reaching a height never seen before. Until the evening, Lin Shan's team had grown to more than 50,000 people. At this time, Lin Shan also carried out the first dividend. Because the ascenders who were robbed later had already robbed a lot of other people's points, the amount of points has doubled many times. There are now 5 captains, more than 500 general leaders, and thousands of small captains. The points are distributed level by level, and ordinary ascenders also get 2 points. 2 points are enough to make them very excited, because under normal circumstances, they are cannon fodders robbed by others. Now they not only have 2 points, but also don't need to worry about being robbed by other powerful ascenders in the team, and they are very safe. If they can get points every day in the future, they may be able to rush into the ranking battle that they could not enter before. Most of the ascenders are willing to continue to work with Lin Shan. Those small captains, big captains and general captains can get a certain commission every time they rob, and they are also very motivated. The more they rob, the more they get. Lin Shan's 50,000 plus ascenders are nothing in the entire ascender battlefield, but the powerful people of the big races can't gather so many ascenders. Or, the ascenders of the big races don't look down on these ordinary ascenders at all, and have never thought of gathering them together to form combat power. Now that there are so many of us, if we act together, the efficiency is too low. It's time to divide the troops. Lin Shen found 5 captains, and planned to divide the troops into 5 groups to go to different directions to rob the rich and help the poor. Rand and the other 5 captains from the big clans were overjoyed. With Lin Shen here, Lin Shen would definitely take the lion's share of the points they robbed. But without Lin Shen, they couldn't command such a large team. Lin Shen took the initiative to propose to divide the troops, which was naturally a great thing for them. In the future, the points they robbed could belong to themselves. In order to avoid conflicts between our own teams, we still have to agree on a slogan. Lin Shen waved his fan and said with a smile, "Boss, you talk, we listen." Rand said hurriedly, "Let's put it this way. No matter what name you give your team in the future, our unified slogan is the sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I am the most rampant in my life. When you hear this slogan, it means you are in our team. Just don't let your own people fight against each other." Lin Shen asked Rand and several captains to pass on the slogan. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. When more than 50,000 people shouted in unison, Lin Shen felt a terrifying force surging up in his body, almost breaking his head. Brothers, the world is vast, and the road ahead is long. No matter where you go in the future, no matter what difficulties you encounter, please remember that you were once a member of my team. You were warriors who were invincible, fearless, and unstoppable. You were invincible under the starry sky. No matter what difficulties you encounter, no matter what difficulties and obstacles there are on the road ahead, don't give up, don't bow your head, don't hesitate, don't be helpless. As long as we can unite as one, no one can defeat us. Come! Let's sing a war song together, and let the world hear our voice. Brothers, see you on the leaderboard. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. The voice shook the 4 fields, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Rand and his men looked at each other. They originally thought that after the team they led merged with their family members, they could turn around and snatch Lin Shen. But looking at the current situation, if they were asked to turn around and fight Lin Shen, I'm afraid they might not be willing to help. Take care, everyone. Lin Shen said goodbye to Rand and the others, and assigned most of the personnel to them. He left more than 1,000 ascenders, including the Elephant Man, the Weak Fighter, the Old Wolf, and Lao Ao, with him. The main reason was that he had earned enough points, and it was useless to bring so many people. Anyone who saw so many ascenders gathered together would have run away long ago, and the points he robbed were not enough to share. After all, this is just a planet, not a cosmic battlefield, and there are simply not enough resources to support so many ascenders. Lin Shen led more than 1,000 people to continue on the road to rob the rich and help the poor, but once the snowball started rolling, it would stop even if he wanted to. On the second day, another 20,000 to 30,000 ascenders gathered around Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue to divide his troops, and he continued to search for Lin Xiangnong's whereabouts on the battlefield with more than 1,000 people. After a day, some of the ascenders from many large tribes had begun to gather together, and Lin Shen and his team finally met a team of the Celestials. Old Wolf and his team saw the Celestial Ascendant team of dozens of people, and although they were not as scared as before, no one dared to rush up to rob them. The Celestial team was also shocked to see so many ascenders from various tribes together. Even a large number of ants can bite an elephant to death, and they did not dare to act rashly when they saw so many ascenders. Lin Shen raised the folding fan in his hand, and more than 1,000 ascenders stopped and floated quietly in the air. Boss, it's bad. Among the celestial beings on the opposite side, there is the Emperor's son Tianbuluo. Old Wolf looked at the celestial beings, and was shocked when he saw the face of the leader clearly. He hurried to Lin Shen's side and said, Old Ao and others heard it nearby and were shocked. When they turned to look at the Emperor's son Tianbuluo of the celestial race, they saw that he actually brought people to fly over. Seeing Tianbuluo flying over with people, Old Wolf and others felt a little uneasy. Brother Tian, you actually joined the battle too. But when Tianbuluo came closer, he greeted Lin Shen. Everyone was shocked by Tianbuluo's address to Lin Shen. The famous Emperor's son Tianbuluo of the celestial race actually called Lin Shen a brother. Chapter 514. Is this your team? Tianbuluo asked, looking at the thousands of ascenders in the sky. Yes, are you interested in joining my team? Lin Shen said with a smile. I'd love to. Tianbuluo readily agreed, without even asking how to divide the points. Lao Lang and others were stunned. Before, they thought that Lin Shan was a lucky guy with strong team ability, flexible mind, good at socializing and negotiation, and a rare weakening skill. In the final analysis, he was just a person from a small race with no background. Only in the special situation of the planetary battlefield could he stir up a little trouble. After leaving the planetary battlefield, he was nothing. But now they suddenly found that this person seemed to be different from what they imagined. Even Tianduo's son seemed to obey him, and agreed to join his team without asking anything, as if joining his team was taking advantage. Now they are a little glad that they followed Lin Shan from the beginning. Lin Shan knew that Tianduo joined the battle purely to defeat deers, and points had no meaning to him at all. Even if they were not given to him, he would not care. However, Lin Shan still told Tianduo the rules of the team clearly. Even if Tianduo did not want points, the celestial beings who followed him also needed points. Tianduo had no objection, and the celestial beings who followed Tianduo naturally did not dare to have any objection. Seeing that Tianduo's son followed Lin Shan's arrangements and everything, Lao Lang and his men suddenly understood. No wonder the boss dared to rob the Ascenders from those big clans. It turns out that the boss has such a deep foundation. Old Wolf and the others were all rolling their eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. With the addition of Tianbu Luo and the others, Lin Shan's team of thousands of people became even more crazy, robbing the rich and helping the poor. Even the emperor of the celestial race was in their team, and Old Wolf and the others had nothing to fear anymore. As long as Lin Shan gave an order, thousands of Ascenders would attack wherever he pointed, without any hesitation. Not long after, the number of people in the team exceeded 10,000 again. This time, Lin Shan assigned another 10,000 people, and let a well-known Ascender from the celestial race lead the team to develop freely. Lin Shan's original intention was that there were too many people, and he couldn't grab a lot of points, and he couldn't afford to support so many Ascenders, but he didn't expect that things were developing in a direction he didn't expect. There was no one like Lin Shan before. Even if someone gathered Ascenders to form a team, most of them only gathered Ascenders from their own clan, and at most recruited more Ascenders with connections to join the team. Even if there were people who recruited Ascenders from various clans, they were all self-centered and could not share power. Lin Shan gathered power, split it up, and distributed dividends to them. No one had played like this before, and even if there was, it did not form a large scale. But this time it was different. After Lin Shan set up the template, the split teams followed suit. Lin Shan could not lead so many people. After the split teams grew rapidly, they also encountered the same problem, so they also followed Lin Shan's method and split the teams out. This method snowballed too quickly. In just over a day, there were more and more teams on the battlefield of the upgraded planet. One team split into 10 teams split into 100, and the number of teams was exploding geometrically. Many powerful people from the big clans, who were robbed, also learned this trick, and began to form their own teams. When the team they formed met the team split from Lin Shan, they heard the other side shouting something like, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, and I am the most rampant in my life." At first, I thought those people were too crazy. After fighting a few times, I found that as long as I shouted these few words, the other side would treat them as their own people, and they would live in peace and go in different directions. As a result, these few words were also learned by them. When they met a large group of people, they would say these few words to each other, and then no one would mess with each other, and they would leave to find single or small groups of people to rob. The entire battlefield of the upgraded planet was like being infected by a virus plague. Countless teams emerged. Even the top-level Ascenders found it difficult to fight against thousands of Ascenders alone. They were robbed or forced to join a team, or they formed their own team. So the entire battlefield of the upgraded planet saw a situation that had not appeared in the past few hundred years. Countless teams were frantically swallowing up the scattered Ascenders on the planet. There were more and more teams, and fewer lone Ascenders. Interesting. It's really interesting. I'm afraid even the initiator would not have thought that such a situation would occur. Catherine laughed very happily, and said while laughing, "If this continues, we will soon see a battle of Ascenders in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions. This is something that has never happened before in the race ranking war." Will that really happen? Tia was surprised. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. When there are no shrimps and small fish, it's the big fish fighting each other to see who can become stronger. Unfortunately, the elimination round is too short, only 3 days. If the timeline is longer, it is even possible to see hundreds of millions of Ascenders fighting. Catherine's eyes became brighter and brighter, the guy who caused all this is really amazing. I don't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. He disrupted the entire battlefield of the ascending planet with his own strength. That little guy is very capable of making trouble. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and watched the development of the battlefield of the ascending planet. He also wanted to know what kind of situation would develop in the end. If it really caused a chaos among hundreds of billions of ascenders, it would be a devastating disaster. And Roan said nothing on the side, because she no longer needed to fan the flames. Once a terrifying war of that magnitude is triggered, a large number of ascenders will inevitably fall. It is unknown how many ascenders from the major powerful tribes will die in it. At that time, the tribes will definitely not give up. As the initiator, Ateon, I am afraid that even the Emperor of Heaven cannot save him. Now there are still small groups or lone ascenders to grab. Once those lone ascenders are reduced to a certain extent, the teams will inevitably swallow each other up, and no one can stop them. Christine of the Emperor Barbarian tribe is leisurely strolling on the grassland. He has gained more than 1,000 points. According to previous experience, these points are enough to enter the ranking battle, so he is not in a hurry to grab points, just waiting for other ascenders to come to him. Suddenly, Christine saw ascenders appearing in front of him, and there are still many of them. At first, Christine was very excited. If he could get a lot of points, his starting position in the ranking battle would be very high, and he would not need to go through so much trouble to slowly fight his way up. What a kind-hearted group of people, here to give you points again. Christine smiled. But soon, Christine's smile froze on his face. There were more and more ascendants in the sky, covering the sky like dark clouds. There were at least tens of thousands of them, and the number was still increasing. Fuck, what's going on? No matter how strong Christine was, he couldn't fight against the tens of thousands of ascendants who sacrificed their life bases together. Chapter 515. Oh my god. Crazy, crazy, all crazy. Christine, the genius ascender of the diamond tribe known as the Sword Demon, actually had his points robbed. Haha, Christine is so unlucky. He met a team that has expanded to 100,000 ascenders. The leader is an ascender of the best tribe, who is not afraid of the Phoenix tribe. If they didn't want to cause a dispute between the two tribes, I'm afraid Christine would not even be able to save his life. This time, the ascender battlefield is really interesting. What genius, what invincible at the same level, are all dregs in front of the terrifying ascender team. It's not Christine's fault. Even if Deers came, he would still have to hand over his points. Fuck, the guy who came up with this team model is really a genius. Ah! The direction Christine went, it seems like we are about to meet another team. Oh my god, that is the team led by Wumian of the Chaos Clan. Although the number of people is not as large as the previous team of the Best Clan, there are also more than 10,000 people. Wumian himself is not weaker than Christine, and now he has more than 10,000 ascenders. It's over. It's over. We really met. Fuck. Christine ran so fast. Is she running away? Wait, how come Wumian suddenly has a team? Wasn't he alone before? Haha, I saw it. When you were watching Christine being robbed, I saw Wumian was also robbed, but he chose to join the team that robbed him. Now he has successfully taken the position and squeezed out the previous captain. It's a mess, it's all a mess. Tia's eyes widened to the limit, and her mouth didn't close for a long time. Christine is actually doing so badly in the Ascension battlefield. Catherine on the sofa laughed. Christine has always been very proud, and now he is being robbed and chased by others. He is just like a dog that has lost its home. It's so interesting. But if this goes on, the teams will start to fight each other soon. Ah, Dies will also encounter a team of 50,000 people. Tia suddenly shouted. Catherine looked over and saw that Dies was about to encounter a big team. People who were paying attention to the Ascendant battlefield all cast their eyes on Dies. If Dies was robbed again, this Ascendant elimination tournament would be completely messed up, and the fight between the teams would soon begin. Dies didn't take the initiative to grab points at all. He was fishing by the river, waiting for others to come to him. He only needed to win those who wanted to challenge him, and the points would be enough to enter the ranking battle. Suddenly, Dies saw a swarm of ascenders appearing in the sky across the river, so dense that they were hard to count. Dies watched the ascenders in the sky rushing over and surrounding him. The surrounding riverbanks and the sky were full of ascenders. Dies, we meet again. The leading ascender came to Dies and said with a smile, Lei Si. Dies looked at the ascender in front of him and remembered his name. Lei Si of the Thunder Clan had challenged him before, but unfortunately he was defeated by him. However, Lei Si's own strength is quite good, and Deers still has some impression of him. Deers, It seems that the battle between you and me will continue, Lacey said with a smile, but you have to wait until you can enter the ranking battle. Now, hand over your points. You want to steal my points? Deers asked, looking at the sky full of ascenders. It's not stealing, it's robbing the rich to help the poor. You robbed so many points, I just gave the points you robbed back to those weak ascenders, Lacey said with a smile. Lacey knew that he couldn't beat Deers, but now he has more than 50,000 ascenders as a backing. Even if he can't beat Deers, robbing Deers' points will make him feel good. That makes sense. Since we want to rob the rich to help the poor, we should share them equally. I will divide my points equally among each ascender, and the same goes for yours, Deers said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. You don't have to worry about my business. Hand over your points to me. Otherwise, if my more than 50,000 brothers get angry, I can't stop them. It will be bad if you get hurt. Lacey snorted coldly. I will now distribute everyone's points equally. If you want to stop me, just do it, Dia said as he stood up and walked towards Lacey. Lacey's face changed slightly. While summoning the life base, he shouted loudly, Brothers, work together to suppress Dias, and let this number 1 master see our power. However, Lacey did not hear the whistling sound of the life base. He turned around and saw that those ascenders looked at each other, and none of them summoned the life base. It turned out that some ascendants, who were on good terms with Lacey, wanted to summon their life bases, but seeing that no one moved around, and being swept by Deers' eyes, they did not summon their life bases. You? Lacey was shocked and angry. Before he could say anything more, Deers was only a few steps away from him. Every step of Deers seemed normal, but Lacey felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. Every step of Deers made him feel that death was approaching, and he could not dodge, escape, or stop it. I will. Lacey's forehead was bulging with veins. He wanted to attack several times, but he never found a chance to attack. In the end, he put away his life base, and said with gritted teeth, Deers took Lacey's points, and then kept his promise, and divided them equally with all the ascendants together with his own points. As the leader of this team, Lacey took most of the team's points. After being evenly distributed by Deers, each member's points reached 11 points. So many ascenders did not take action, not only because they were afraid of Deers, but the most important thing was that Deers wanted to share the points of the Thunder Temple with them, which was much more beneficial than them robbing Deers. Deers only had so few points, but the points of the Thunder Temple were more than all the ascenders combined, so this choice was not difficult at all. When Deers distributed the points, he asked them some questions. He was a little confused as to why these ascenders of different races would form such a large alien team. It was difficult for aliens to trust each other. According to common sense, it should not form such a large scale. After understanding what happened, Deers showed a strange look in his eyes. What kind of person is it to plant the roots of chaos by using chaos as a game? Deers is going to break the game, and this is boring. Catherine sat back on the sofa, seeming to find it very boring. Chapter 516. Lynchen felt something was wrong. In the past hour, they had already encountered 3 waves of teams. Although they exchanged secret signals from a distance when they met, and then left in different directions, Lynchen took a quick look and found a clue. He didn't even recognize any of the leaders of those teams. After a moment of silence, Lynchen suddenly laughed. Brother Tian, what are you laughing at? Tian Bulu looked at Lynchen curiously and asked, Emperor, have you ever played Snake Battle? Lynchen asked Tian Bulu in return. I played it when I was a kid. Tian Bulu was slightly startled, as if he thought of something. We just encountered several teams. Could it be that a large number of teams have appeared in the Ascension battlefield, and have begun to devour each other? We have to act quickly, otherwise once a giant-level team appears, we will be ruthlessly crushed. Lynchen looked at the time on his watch and said, There are more than 25 hours left. This time is a bit too much. It will be troublesome for those teams to develop. Instead of passively waiting, it is better to take the initiative. Tianbulu said. Do you remember how to defeat other snakes in the Battle of Greedy Snakes? Lynchen said. A snake cannot survive without a head. Tianbulu and Lynchen smiled at each other. While they were talking, another team appeared nearby. Lynchen's team has always maintained a number of about 1,000 people. Compared with the teams he has divided out, the size is obviously much smaller. The number of teams that appeared this time is as many as tens of thousands. Seeing that the other party did not take the initiative to sing the war song, Lynchen waved his hand and said, War song. Start. Thousands of ascenders including Lao Lang immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Over and over again, but the opponent's team did not intend to respond. The Ascenders like locusts approached quickly and surrounded their 1,000-man team. I am dying of laughter. He set a trap himself, and finally got it on his own neck. This is the end of the harm to others. Tia laughed and covered her stomach. Her waist was almost unable to straighten up. I am afraid it is not that simple. Catherine narrowed her eyes slightly. 1,000 against 40,000, the opponent is still Christine, the guy who has been resented by the team, and is not bound by any secret code at all. If a Tion does not surrender, he can only run away. Tia said. I always feel that the guy is not that simple. Catherine looked at the scroll and said slowly. Emperor Tian Buluo, hand over your points, or fight, choose one. Christine saw Tian Buluo, and thought this team was Tian Buluo. He was robbed once, and then he was chased by another team. He was very depressed. Now he finally got his team together. He didn't care who you were. He would rob the son of the Celestial Clan. What's more, the relationship between the Diamond Clan and the Celestial Clan was very disharmonious. There were almost no frictions and wars between the two tribes. Brother Tian, what do you think? Tian Buluo looked at Linshan and said. Linshan looked at Christine and said, we want to invite you to join our team. What do you think? What are you dreaming about? Give me points and I will allow you to join my team. Christine thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Isn't the current situation obvious? Wanting a 40,000-man team to join the other team of 1,000, only a person with a brain disease would think so. In that case, let's do it on our own. Linshan said, as he swung the folding fan in his hand, and countless mysterious light texts flew out. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Christine was furious. He just didn't want to start a war under the gaze of the entire universe, so he didn't do it directly. If he hadn't been in the Ascension battlefield, but had met Tian Buluo outside, with such a big advantage, he would have taken action long ago. He didn't take action, and the other party actually dared to take action first, which made Christine feel very aggrieved. Take action. Christine directly summoned a sword with a red glow, and the sword instantly turned into a stream of light, attacking Linshan. Linshan punched Christine's sword, and Tian Buluo beside him also moved at the same time, flapping his wings, and instantly arrived in front of Christine. Christine swung his fist to blast away the mysterious light patterns, but the mysterious light patterns landed on his fist and turned into a brand. In just a moment, his whole body was branded with both light and dark marks, and he suddenly felt as if he had withered. Not only did his strength and speed decrease greatly, but even the effects of his skills were weakened. Christine and Tiandilu were opponents of almost the same level. When one side suddenly lost half of its strength, Tiandilu activated the Heaven and Man Unity technique and captured Christine in just 2 encounters. Of course, the main reason why Christine was captured alive was that his waist suddenly felt numb, and he could not move. He didn't even know what happened. Linshan's fingers were hanging down at his side, his eyes were fixed, as if nothing had happened. The many Ascenders who had listened to Christine's orders had already summoned their life bases, but they found that Christine had been captured. For a moment, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Everyone, there are teams everywhere on the battlefield now, and there are many teams with more people than you. We can only keep our points if we unite. Those who are willing to join my team do not need to pay points. We just unite to keep our points. Linshan took the opportunity to say, what are you still hesitating about? If you don't unite to protect yourself, are you going to wait to be robbed? Tian Buluo lifted up Christine, who could not move, and said loudly, I am willing to join. Someone stepped forward, and someone immediately responded. Most of the Ascenders in Christine's team chose to join Linshan's team. They had already grabbed some points, and now keeping the points is obviously more important than grabbing them. After recruiting Christine's team, Linshan did not make things difficult for Christine. After all, if Christine was killed in public, the Diamond Tribe would never be able to bear it. Even for the sake of face, they had to go to war with the Tianren tribe. Linshan just asked Christine to hand over his points, and then let him go, letting him choose to stay or go. Christine turned around and left without saying a word. Today's battle of Ascenders really pitted him. He could never have imagined that he was one of the top Ascenders. Why would he fall to this point? Wasn't the previous elimination rounds the stage for top Ascenders? The spectators were all stunned. They had never seen such a situation. In the previous elimination rounds, the top Ascenders of each tribe killed each other. One by one, the extremely powerful Ascenders showed amazing strength in the elimination rounds, and showed their prowess in the universe. But in this Ascendant elimination tournament, individual combat power is nothing at all, and any team with a certain number of players can crush those so-called geniuses from the big clans. Chapter 517. Lin Shan led his team to continue flying at high speed in the air. Now they didn't need to look for lone ascenders, they just went for the team. Except for the necessary rest time to restore the strength of the ascenders, the rest of the time was flying at high speed. Now in the flying upgrade battlefield, there were teams everywhere, and not far away they encountered another team of tens of thousands of people. This time both sides shouted out the secret code, but Lin Shan still led the team to fly towards the other side. The opposing team was shocked and summoned their life bases to prepare for battle, but they saw the team stopped and one person stepped out of the crowd. Boss! The man relaxed immediately when he saw Lin Shan. Lin Shan was also a little surprised to see him, and said loudly, "Scattered, they are stars in the sky, gathered, they are a ball of fire. Now, the battlefield is full of teams. We must work together to protect ourselves. I ask you to return to the team. You should return to the team." The man also knew what the situation was now. He had encountered many teams, and was already frightened. Now he couldn't find any single or small groups of ascenders, and he didn't dare to rob other teams. He didn't know what to do. Lin Shan successfully incorporated the teams that were separated. 10,000 were sent out, and nearly 30,000 returned. Lin Shan and Tian Bulu rushed all the way down, and they directly incorporated the teams they met. Now many people in the teams have been in Lin Shan's team before, or in the teams that Lin Shan separated. In addition, given the current situation, many teams are willing to return on their own initiative, making Lin Shan and Tian Buluo's team bigger and bigger. Those who were reluctant to join dared not say no in the face of such a large team. If they did not join, they would be robbed. There was no third way. No one is stupid. Joining such a big team and being able to keep your own points, who would be stupid enough to let others take away their points? Just over an hour later, Lin Shan's team has reached the million level and is still expanding rapidly. The spectators are talking about it at this time, because now there is a very interesting scene on the battlefield of the Ascenders. There are two forces that are madly absorbing Ascenders, and the scale has exceeded the million level, and it is still expanding rapidly. Originally, it was thought that there would be a battle between teams. Although the battle between teams did happen, it was only a very small number, because many teams were swallowed up by these two forces before the battle started. The snowballs of the two teams are getting bigger and bigger. One team is naturally Lin Shan's team, and the other team is Dai's team. Dai's is to share points equally, and Lin Shan is to protect points. Although the concepts of the two teams are different, after the snowball starts to roll, ordinary teams can only be dragged in whether they are willing or not. Even many Nirvana level, and even Immortal level bosses have begun to pay attention to the Ascendant battlefield. This situation is too rare. If it continues to develop, it is likely to evolve into a shocking war. People of all races are terrified. Once these two teams meet, the result is unpredictable. If neither can suppress the other, and they really fight, God knows how many Ascendants will die. Many people are looking forward to the encounter between the two behemoths, and some are worried about what will happen after they meet. Destiny is really a magical thing. The two super teams are wreaking havoc on the planet, but they miraculously did not meet. There were several times when they almost met, but the two teams chose to go in different directions and missed each other magically. The closest distance between the two teams was less than 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers is already very far for ordinary people, but for the Ascenders, 1,000 kilometers is really nothing. The two super teams never met, and the result was that their size became larger and larger. If the teams they met did not react in time and escape early in the morning, they would be forced to join. As time passed, the two teams developed to the tens of millions level, and soon broke through to the hundreds of millions level. The Ascenders of the entire planet were trembling under the power of the two terrifying teams. The strong men of various races outside were also trembling. If these two teams fought, who knows what terrible things would happen? This scale of battle can no longer be called a battle. In the interstellar war, the magnitude is not small. The Celestials, the Emperor Barbarians, the Chaos Clan, and other powerful cosmic clans were also dragged into it. Once a war broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Ascenders who participated in it had never seen such a grand scene. Hundreds of millions of Ascenders passed by, and the momentum alone was earth-shaking. The magical thing was that even at this point, the two super teams still couldn't meet, and they always missed each other with fate. Fortunately, the super upgrade planetary battlefield was large enough. The two teams looked big, but for the planetary battlefield, it was just like a locust plague. The lone Ascenders and some small teams basically fled at the sight of the wind, and dared not show up at all, just wanting to wait until the elimination time was over. The two teams now ignored those Lone Rangers and small teams, and only annexed the big teams. When there were more than 7 hours left before the end of the elimination round, the scale of the two teams had exceeded the billion level. Although this was still a small number for the Ascenders participating in the battle, a team of this scale was actually quite terrifying. Being able to command a team of this scale was already very difficult. Fortunately, the elimination round was relatively short, otherwise it would not be possible for ordinary people to control such a team. Because of the disruption of these two big greedy snakes, it was impossible for the teams to fight in chaos. Those small teams didn't have time to escape, and who dared to rob other teams, for fear of attracting the attention of the two super battles. The two super teams triggered the catfish effect, making most of the small teams remain vigilant and dare not rob other teams at will. Although this is the best result, it is a bit too boring. I hope they can collide with each other in the end, which will be interesting. Catherine leaned on the sofa, staring at the scroll with burning eyes. Maybe God heard Catherine's wishes. After passing each other again and again, when there was less than an hour left before the end of the elimination round, the two super teams actually met. This time they did not pass by each other. When both sides saw the Ascenders on the opposite side that covered the sky and the sun, they were stunned. For so long, both sides have been constantly devouring the weak. In front of them, other teams are scum and have only the fate of being eaten. They are invincible, and don't need to worry about encountering any resistance. How come such a terrifying team suddenly appeared? The appearance of both sides made the members of the other side tremble. If they really fight, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The leaders of various races who were watching outside were so nervous that their palms were sweating. What if a fight really broke out? No one would be able to stop it, and it might even trigger a cosmic war. Chapter 518. Lin Shan was in a bad mood. He came here to find his fourth brother and help him. But the elimination round was almost over, and he didn't even see the shadow of his fourth brother. Fortunately, the team mode he created disrupted the situation on the battlefield, so that those who originally wanted to trouble Lin Xiangdong had no chance to besiege Lin Xiangdong. This can be regarded as helping the fourth brother. Lin Shan thought so in his heart. How could he know that Lin Xiangdong was wandering around the Nirvana battlefield at this time, looking for a soft persimmon to participate in the points? Lin Xiangdong is now considered a scourge on the Nirvana battlefield. When he encounters a strong Nirvana, he runs away, and he runs faster than anyone else. When he encounters those who seem to have fewer Nirvanas and are easier to bully, he goes up to grab points. He really grabs them accurately. I don't know how he can tell them apart. He has never met a Nirvana who has more than 3 Nirvanas. Lin Xiangdong's points were enough to enter the ranking battle, so he did well, and was very relaxed during the last period of time. If Lin Shan knew this was the case, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The other side is deers. Tianbulua's eyes lit up. But the other powerful people from the big clans, who followed Lin Shan and Tianbulua, didn't look very good. There are too many people on the other side, don't do it. Someone said hurriedly. Don't worry. Lin Shan waved his hand. When the elephant man saw Lin Shan waving his hand, he immediately shouted with his throat, using the elephant's cry method, heaven and earth. The loud voice resounded through the sky, making everyone hear it. The elephant man's shout was originally intended to lead the Ascenders of his own team to shout slogans together. But after he shouted, not only the Ascenders of his own team shouted, but also the Ascenders of the opponent team. No one wants to fight in this situation. They come to participate in the race ranking war to make a name for themselves, to make a name for their own race, not to be cannon fodder. If they fight like this, no one will know who they are even if they die. No one wants to fight for their lives in such a meaningless way. The Ascenders gathered by deers are also members of various teams before, and basically know this slogan. The elephant man's earth-shattering roar made them happy immediately, and subconsciously felt that they didn't need to fight if they matched the secret signal. Because there were too many Ascenders, the Ascenders behind them didn't know who shouted the slogan at all. They all thought that the people in their own team were shouting the slogan, so they shouted along. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Soon, the voices of billions of Ascenders unified, and the sound shook the clouds to ripple around, and the momentum rushed to the sky and the earth. After shouting several times, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Lin Shan only felt that the terrifying power rising in his body was almost about to burst his body. Billions of Ascenders shouted the battle song together, and the blessing given to him was too strong. Lin Shan suspected that he could directly blow all the Nirvanas into slag with a casual blow. If he used the treading wave fist, he might be able to kill more than half of the opponent's Ascender team. Of course, Lin Shan would not take action at this time. No matter how strong he is now, he will still be a small ascender once the battle song stops. He still has to live his life in the future, and he can't play like this. Originally, Lin Shan thought that since it has come to this, no one wants to fight, so let's just go our separate ways and wait for the countdown to end. Who knew that Tian Bu Luo actually flew out and arrived in front of the opponent's formation? As Tian Bu Luo stepped out of the formation, the voices of shouting slogans gradually weakened and finally stopped. Dears, since we meet here, there is no need to wait for the ranking battle. One-on-one, you and I will settle it here. Tian Bu Luo floated in the air and said to Dears. Okay. Dears also came out. He did not expect that the opponent would also pull up such a large team. The current situation, if not handled properly, may cause chaos. A one-on-one battle may be the best solution. As long as they can hold on until the end of the knockout round, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Lin Shan thinks this is also good. He hopes that their battle will not end so quickly, and it would be best if they can fight until the end of the knockout round countdown. How about we only compete in skills in today's battle? Dears said, floating opposite Tian Bu Luo. What if we can't decide the winner? Tian Bu Luo asked. Then we fight again in the ranking battle. Dears was afraid that if they fought with all their strength, if there was an accidental discharge of a gun involving others, the consequences would be disastrous. With so many ascenders, once chaos broke out, even if it wasn't a battle, it could cause an uncontrollable disaster. Okay. Tian Bu Luo nodded slightly, and he also entered a state of unity between man and nature. After so much hard training, he still couldn't touch the threshold of the realm of gods and ghosts, but the state of unity between man and nature had already penetrated into his bones. Heaven and God technique? Dears recognized the technique used by Tian Bu Luo at a glance. Please teach me. Tian Bu Luo had a blank expression on his face, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. His every move was natural, and people could not feel any flaws. Dears moved at will and fought with Tian Bu Luo. Lin Shan watched Tian Bu Luo and Dears fight from the side, and could not help but admire. Dears is indeed worthy of his reputation. He can counter Tian Bu Luo's moves in the state of unity of heaven and man without losing the upper hand. Such skills and abilities are really amazing. You should know that Tian Bu Luo's every move is in line with the truth of heaven and earth. Dears fought against heaven and earth with his own strength and did not lose the upper hand. Such a mind and technique are already extraordinary and almost beyond human power. The strong men of various races watched the two people fighting with their skills, and they were all secretly surprised. Their casual moves were magical and incomparable. In terms of skills alone, no one was sure that they could beat these two people. Seeing that the two were evenly matched, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. They all thought that this battle would end in the knockout round, and they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The leaders of various races who were watching the battle outside were also in a much more relaxed mood. This should be the best ending. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the team on the side of Dies, and came to the front of Lin Shan's formation. Everyone was stunned, wondering what someone wanted to do at this time. A closer look showed that the man was actually Wu Mian from the Chaos Clan. The Chaos Clan is almost the same size as humans, but although there are angular curves on their faces, they do not have mouths, ears, eyes, noses, and other facial features. He floated in front of the formation, and I don't know how he made a sound. Although the sound was not loud, all the ascenders heard it clearly. Ah Tian, let me ask you, is the undefeated Heavenly King your brother? Wu Mian's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Shan frowned slightly, wondering how Wu Mian knew that the undefeated Heavenly King was his brother. As expected, in order to divert the attention of the strong men of various races and help your brother escape, you actually set up a chaos, triggered a war among various races, and caused countless deaths and injuries to the ascenders of various races. The source of the war among the ascenders was all caused by you. It is not wrong to say that you are the culprit, and your heart is worthy of death. If you let the source of this disaster leave safely, it will definitely cause trouble to the universe in the future. Today I, Wu Mian, will get rid of you, the disaster for the universe. Wu Mian's words were heart-wrenching, and for a while, the strong men of various races looked at Lin Shan with unkind eyes. Chapter 519. You said I am the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King, so I am the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King? Lin Shan looked at Wu Mian coldly and asked. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, one Gulyu you tell me. Wu Mian suddenly pointed his finger at the team behind him. Hundreds of millions of eyes followed the direction of his finger, and the ascenders in front consciously made way, revealing a human ascender in the crowd behind him, who was Wan Gulyu. Wang Gulia stood in the team and said with gritted teeth, I can prove that his real name is not a Tian, but Lin Shen, the younger brother of Lin Xiangdong, who is also known as the undefeated Heavenly King. When he was on our home planet, Lin Shen had not yet become an ascender and offended several ascenders. At that time, Lin Xiangdong stood up for him and shattered the life foundations of 5 ascenders by himself at the Jinshui Lake. This matter is known to everyone on our human home planet. Just ask any human who came out of the home planet, and you will know. Wang Gulia knew that if he stood up to testify against Lin Shen now, he would definitely be despised by his fellow humans. But he had to make Lin Shen pay the price for killing his brother, and for almost putting the Wan family into an irretrievable situation. A Tian. No. Lin Shen. You still don't have anything to say? Wumian's words drew everyone's attention to Lin Shen. Yes, my name on my home planet is indeed Lin Shen, and I do have a brother named Lin Xiangdong. Lin Shen paused here. Many people thought that Lin Shen would have more to say, and there should be a reversal, but Lin Shen continued, my brother does have a nickname called the undefeated Heavenly King. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lin Shen was actually the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King. Many top ascenders glared at Lin Shen, and even in Lin Shen's own team, there were many ascenders from large clans staring at him angrily. Very good, you dare to do and take responsibility, you are a man. Since I have not wronged you, today I will get rid of you, the scourge, for the universe. Wumian said righteously. Get rid of me, the scourge, for the universe? What qualifications do you have to represent the universe? Lin Shen's expression did not change, and he said lightly, it is true that the undefeated Heavenly King is my brother, but I have nothing to do with him in forming a team. Do you think it is useful to quibble now? Wumian said disdainfully. Quibbling? Why should I quibble? Lin Shen looked at Wumian and said, you said that I set up a plan to trigger a war among various races in order to rescue my brother, resulting in countless deaths and injuries among the ascenders of various races. Then I want to ask you, who here can trap my brother, and who needs me to do that? Is it you? If the undefeated Heavenly King did not escape, he would have been a dead soul under my hands. Wumian said lightly. Okay. Lin Shen was waiting for Wumian to say this, so he said okay, and then raised his index finger to Wumian. No one understood what he meant, and Wumian didn't know what Lin Shen meant by raising his finger. I don't know your name, nor do I know which race you are from. I will only point a finger at you. If you don't die, I will take the name of the scourge that caused a war among all races. Lin Shen's voice spread throughout the universe. For a moment, everyone was stunned, almost thinking that there was something wrong with their ears, or that there was something wrong with their brains, and they had hallucinations. Killing Wumian with one finger, what kind of fairy tale is this? That was Wumian, not some random person. Wumian is a Chaos Clan genius, who can enter the top 10 in the universe. Even compared with Deers, his reputation is not much inferior. He is one of the most famous ascenders in the universe today. He has already ascended to the 10th level, and has practiced the Chaos Sutra to perfection. He has 3 physical strengthening talents. His life base is the Chaos God Bell, which is known as the first defensive life base. He was once a terrifying strongman, who could not hurt him at all under the siege of hundreds of ascenders. Among the same level, Wumian may not be the invincible one, but it is probably not that easy for Deers to hurt him, let alone kill him. In the battle with Lin Xiangdong's Petal Torrent attacked him for 3 minutes, but he didn't even use the Chaos God Bell, didn't retreat a step, and his shell was not damaged at all. For such a person, Lin Shen actually said that he would kill him with one finger. Either Lin Shen is crazy, or there is something wrong with their ears, and they have auditory hallucinations. Is that man crazy? Tia opened her mouth in surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. What an interesting guy. If he is not dead, it is worth meeting him. Catherine laughed very happily. She did not believe that Lin Shen could really kill Wumian with one finger. She was just wondering what tricks Lin Shen had. The Emperor of Heaven narrowed his eyes, and said with a strange look, what does that kid want to do? And Rong had a happy look in the corner of her eyes. Although she did not say a word, she was ecstatic in her heart. Lin Shen was so ignorant of life and death that he might not be able to step down today. Even if he fled back without any shame, the Emperor of Heaven would probably not use such a person, who was full of nonsense and caused such a big trouble. If she were Lin Shen, she would definitely not admit that she was the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King. Young, or too young. As long as he points out that the Wan Gu Lu has an old grudge against him, and deliberately framed him, muddying the waters, how can others tell the truth from the false? And Rong suppressed his excitement, and waited for how Lin Shen would end. Are you talking to me? Wumian's face was gloomy. He had never been despised like this before. I like the name of the source of chaos. No need to talk nonsense. Show your strongest power. I sincerely hope you can survive. Lin Shen said calmly. Okay, I will do as you wish. I will accept your finger, and then I will kill you. Remember my name, Chaos Clan Wumian. Wumian was extremely angry at this time. The gray shell wrapped around his body, and strange chaos symbols appeared on it. The gray particles on his body flew out, and turned into a gray ancient giant bell, covering his body. Everyone knew that Wumian was really angry. He wanted to withstand the power of Lin Shen's finger, and then kill him with all his strength, and never give Lin Shen a chance to escape. I originally wanted to look to the bright moon, but I can only see the ditch. Since you say that I am the source of chaos, then I will cause chaos for you. Brothers, let's sing a war song to cheer you up, and watch how I will cause chaos to all living beings in the world. Lin Shen said coldly. At this point, Lin Shen didn't expect many people to sing war songs for him. If enough people sang war songs for him, he would use the blessing of the war song to kill Wumian. If no one helped him, or if the number of people singing war songs was insufficient, it didn't matter, he could use the power of the heavenly sacrifice halo. After such a long period of sacrifice blessing, the attributes that his heavenly sacrifice halo can have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even without the blessing of the war song, it is not something that an ascender can stop. Chapter 520. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most arrogant in my life. The elephant man roared with all his strength. This voice seemed so abrupt and out of place among the billions of ascenders. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Is there only such an honest person willing to speak for me? My character is really bad enough. Don't waste time, Wumian said coldly. Before Wumian finished speaking, he heard thunderous voices from all directions, drowning out his subsequent words. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most arrogant in my life. Countless voices echoed the roar of the elephant man, and the voices became more and more, louder and louder, over and over again. A force surged from Lin Shen's body, and instantly filled his whole body. The power of the war song is not like the halo of offering to heaven, which can directly bless his attributes. The war song is more like a blessing skill like the Phoenix Secret, which can amplify his attributes. However, the battle song does not double his attributes steadily. When there are few people, the blessing of the battle song may be better than nothing, unless it is accompanied by special instruments like Wei Wufu and the heart-searching wooden fish. The effect is obviously much stronger than just singing. But once the number of people increases, even without special instrument accompaniment, the amplification effect that can be produced will far exceed the general attribute doubling skills. Moreover, now there are hundreds of millions of ascenders singing the battle song together, and Lin Shen himself does not know how many times the battle song can multiply his attributes. The strong men of various tribes, including Wumian, did not expect that at this time. There are still so many ascenders willing to speak for Lin Shen, and there are even many people from large tribes among them. In fact, they were all wrong. Even though Wumian pointed out that Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King, those who had followed Lin Shen knew it clearly. At the beginning, Lin Shen did rob some people of their points, but that was only a few people, and those who were robbed by him, after joining his team, really got points, much more than what they were robbed of. Later, Lin Shen led his team to roam the battlefield and annex so many teams. He never asked them for any points, and never asked them to pay anything. Instead, he saved their lives in points. Whether Lin Shen is the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King, what does it have to do with him? The undefeated Heavenly King also harmed those top ascenders, and he never caused trouble for them. They didn't care whether Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King. It is even more absurd to say that Lin Shen provoked the war, and caused countless casualties among the tribes. They only felt that they were protected. If there was no Lin Shen, they could only let the genius ascenders of those powerful tribes plunder their points. How could they have so many points like now, and no one dared to rob them? Compared with Wumian, they are of course more inclined to Lin Shen. What source of trouble? He is clearly their umbrella of protection. Anyway, Lin Shen does not need them to fight, but just send a war song. What is there to be afraid of? So many people sing the war song together, what can Wumian do to them? Lin Shen felt that his body was blessed by the mysterious power. He felt his scalp tingling, his blood rushed to his head, and goosebumps all over his body. Wumian, let's go! While the war song was not stopping, Lin Shen's body suddenly moved. Originally, he was going to use the sand between his fingers, but now there were too many people shouting out the war song, and the blessing given to him was too strong. Lin Shen was afraid that this finger would not only kill Wumian, but also penetrate the planet. When Lin Shen moved, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Because his speed was too fast, he felt that everything around him slowed down. Even the sound of the war song seemed to be slowed down. In the eyes of others, Lin Shen's movements did not seem very fast, but they made them feel that they could not move. Wu Mian saw Lin Shen coming, but he could not move no matter what. This does not mean that they really cannot move, but because their physical reactions cannot keep up with their thoughts. So this situation occurs. Lin Shen suddenly understood why he saw that half-human, half-iron weirdo. Every move seemed very slow, but he could not dodge it. It was not that the weirdo was slow, but that he was too fast, so fast that the thinking and physical reactions of others were disconnected. Everyone watched as Lin Shen placed his finger on the Chaos God Bell outside Wu Mian's body, and watched as the Chaos God Bell, known as the #1 defensive life force, exploded into powder under his finger. Watched as Lin Shen's finger touched Wu Mian's head, and watched as Wu Mian's shell and body also exploded into powder. In an instant, Wu Mian and the Chaos God Bell turned into ashes and disappeared. The battle song suddenly stopped, and everyone fell silent, staring at Lin Shen floating in the air. That was where Wu Mian should have been, but now Wu Mian was no longer even ash, and was directly crushed by a finger. Fear spread in everyone's heart. That was the faceless man who was known as the strongest defense in the same level, but he was turned into ashes by a single finger. What a terrifying power. Tia was stunned, her mouth opened into an O shape. Catherine could no longer remain calm, her eyes were full of astonishment. The Emperor of Heaven was silent, but Enron was pale. Even Tian Buluo and Deer stopped fighting, and looked at Lin Shen with strange expressions. This finger seemed to make the whole universe silent for a second. Oh my god, Wu Mian was turned into ashes by a single finger. Oh my god, what kind of finger technique is that? It's really amazing. This Lin Shen seems to be more powerful than his brother, the invincible Heavenly King. On the battlefield, everyone looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions. They didn't look like they were looking at a person, but more like looking at a monster. Sure enough, I am more like a human. Yang Yudu, who was hiding in the deer's team, felt a sense of comfort. My level is still not high enough. I must continue to upgrade quickly. I must be at least 1 level higher than him. No, 2 levels higher, before I can fight him. Tu Xiaodao, who was also hiding, felt that he had to upgrade again. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, and only one person retreated. Fear hit Wan Guliu's nerves like a tide, making his body tremble with fear. He knew that Lin Shen was very strong, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen was so strong. That was Wu Mian, the Wu Mian with the strongest defense in the flying upgrade, the Ascendant, who could rank among the best in the universe, was killed by Lin Shen in 1 finger. He just wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. He knew that Lin Shen would not let him go this time. Chapter 521. Lin Shen slowly raised his right hand, clenched his pinky and ring fingers, and spread his middle finger, index finger, and thumb to form a pistol, then pointed at the fleeing Wan Gulu. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what his gesture meant, and thought it was a unique way for humans to point at people. At least it couldn't be a child playing house, using his hand as a gun. Wan Gulu. Lin Shen's voice made Wan Gulu tremble, and he didn't dare to look back, let alone rush out of the team. He rushed into the crowd desperately, hoping that Lin Shen, as the enemy, would not dare to rush into the team here. The hatred between the Wan family and my Lin family is as deep as the sea. When I first saw you here, I didn't touch a hair of yours. That's because you are still a human. In this race war, you and I both represent humanity. Even if the Wan family and my Lin family are in a situation of life and death, I don't want to kill you here. But since you don't want to be a human and insist on being a beast, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Shen said, and his gun-shaped palm suddenly retreated, as if shooting. Everyone felt puzzled. Fei Jiexing had no long-range attack ability at all. If Lin Shen used his life base to attack Wan Guliu, it was understandable. His childish behavior was a bit confusing and even funny. Bang! But the next second, a blood hole suddenly appeared on the head of Wan Guliu, who was fleeing in the crowd, and red and white things sprayed out from the blood hole on his forehead. Wan Guliu widened his eyes, fell forward, and fell to the ground powerlessly. For a moment, all the ascendants nearby felt as if their souls were scared out of their wits. Then, looking at Lin Shen's pistol, which seemed like a child's play, no one found it funny anymore. Some even felt that the pistol was more terrifying than another pistol. Killing people from a distance, piercing the skull with 1 blow, taking a life in a crowd of millions of troops with just 1 finger, what kind of demonic technique is this? Even though they are in such a bizarre world, they still feel it is very absurd. What kind of skill is that? It's too cool. Many people were surprised and envious, and Tia's eyes were shining. This person is so weird. Catherine seemed to have thought of something, and said to herself with a strange look, the Lin family and the Wan family have a grudge. It's rare that he is the brother of the woman related to Wan Yinbei. So, I have some bad fate with him. Lin Shen retracted his palm, his eyes swept over the billions of people in the two teams, and said lightly, if there is anyone who thinks that I am the source of the chaos and needs to use such a despicable means to cover for my brother, just come and kill me, I will bear the debt of the undefeated king. For a time, none of the billions of ascenders stood up. Lin Shen crushed Wumian into dust with one finger. The operation of killing people with a pistol in the air was too terrifying. Even the top ascenders were a little hesitant at this time, and did not dare to act easily. Moreover, most people also knew that with such strength, there was no need to bother to play those tricks. An ascender who could crush Wumian with one finger was already invincible among the ascenders. Even if it was Deers, the recognized first ascender in the universe, and the strongest one they had always regarded, they were not sure whether Deers could survive against Lin Shen. Not long after Lin Shen finished speaking, the countdown for the elimination round ended, and all the ascenders were teleported out. On the cosmic scroll, the image of the planetary battlefield disappeared, replaced by 5 rankings. The rankings are base transformation level, flying upgrade level, nirvana level, immortal level and realm king, and there is no name on the realm king ranking. No one in the contemporary world can point to the sky and become the realm king who rules the universe. On the other rankings, the rankings are based on the number of points, which is also the starting position of the next round of ranking battles. The number of people on the immortal level ranking is obviously much smaller, and it is still far from the perfect ranking of the billion clans. Moreover, few people pay attention to the immortal battlefield. Only the big brothers of the strong clans can understand the battle over there. Most people just glanced at the immortal level rankings and found that the first immortal on the list was a relatively unfamiliar name Feng Lu, but judging from the surname, he should be a member of the Phoenix clan, which is not a special surprise. On the Nirvana level, flying upgrade level and base transformation rankings, the billion clan rankings are all full, and there is basically no big suspense. Most of those who can rank at the top are people from the universe's strong clans. The only exception is the ranking of ascenders, where many races that have never been heard of before are on the list, and even some unknown ascenders are ranked at the top of the list. The top of the ascender ranking list is the 4 characters human Ateon. Lin Shen has accumulated a lot of points, and after killing Wumian, Wumian's points are all attributed to him, which makes his points rush to the first place. The Battle of Ascenders was originally a hot topic, because of Lin Shen's series of operations. This Battle of Ascenders has alarmed many high-level strongmen, and the discussion heat has risen sharply, far exceeding the heat before the game started, that the undefeated king was going to be surrounded. People are discussing how strong Lin Shen is, who crushed Wumian with one finger and shot Wan Gulyu with a pistol, and whether he is really invincible in the same level. Theoretically, even Deers could not achieve the level of Lin Shen, which made many people feel that perhaps Lin Shen, an ascender from a small race, might be the strongest in the same level. Many people began to study what kind of evolutionary technique Lin Shen practiced, what kind of innate skills he had, and what kind of techniques he had. Was the one finger that crushed Wumian an innate skill or a certain technique, or a combination of the two? What kind of skill was that cool pistol killing skill in the air? Various people who analyzed Lin Shen's images and skills were constantly innovating on Skynet. There were even many Nirvana-level masters, who personally came out to analyze and speculate on Lin Shen's various skills. Some people have speculated that Lin Shen's finger that crushed Wumian was not actually his own strength, but was helped by some kind of skill. Of course, some people also think that is Lin Shen's true strength, and the two factions are arguing on Skynet. It was not until an immortal named Mr. Jinghua spoke up and analyzed Lin Shen's various skills and abilities in detail that it gained a relatively wide recognition. Mr. Jinghua analyzed that Lin Shen's finger that crushed Wumian was blessed by external power, and pointed out that this blessing actually came from the strange-sounding war song. He compared the finger with the pistol's air-killing skill, proved the power distance between the two, and the power attribute restrictions of the ascenders, etc., and explained that Lin Shen's true strength was actually the blow used to kill the eternal flow, and that blow was also within the strength range of the ascenders. Mr. Jinghua also listed all of Lin Shen's skills. In addition to the pistol's air-killing skill, he listed the war song blessing, 2 weakening skills, etc., and analyzed them quite thoroughly. Chapter 522. Mr. Jinghua's analysis is quite accurate. In the end, Mr. Jinghua also gave a summary. Even without the blessing of the battle song, Lin Shen is still a top-level ascender. However, except for the pistol remote killing skill, Lin Shan's skills tend to be auxiliary and supportive. If it is on a large-scale battlefield, Lin Shan will be a very terrifying general and commander. But if it is one-on-one, Lin Shan does not have much advantage against the same top-level ascender. As for the pistol remote killing skill, it is not unsolvable. Mr. Jinghua also gave several theoretical methods to break the pistol remote killing skill. Finally, Mr. Jinghua gave the evaluation that if Lin Shan had not fallen halfway, he would definitely become a hall-level figure in the future and shine in the universe war. How could such a skill exist in the world? When others sing the war song, they can actually bless him with strength? Once the war song sounds, anyone who comes will die. This is too powerful. Even without the war song, he is still a top-level ascender. How shocking is his skill of killing people with a pistol from a distance. At the beginning, people were still discussing Lin Shan's skills and abilities, but after seeing Mr. Jinghua's last comment, many people couldn't hold back. Mr. Jinghua himself is an immortal, and a very famous immortal. However, a large part of his fame is not because he is an immortal, but because he has a nickname called Palace Destroyer. Because Mr. Jinghua often evaluates those newly emerging geniuses on Tian Wang, and often ends his evaluation with the sentence, he will definitely become a hall-level figure in the future. But among the geniuses he had evaluated in this way, 7 or 8 out of 10 would die midway, and the remaining 2 or 3 would be forgotten by the crowd, and gradually no one would know about them. So Mr. Jinghua's evaluation made people feel that Lin Shan's next road might be a bit difficult. After Lin Shan came back, he went online and found out that his fourth brother had actually reached Nirvana, and was not at the Ascendant Planet battlefield at all. He was almost depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. If he had known that his fourth brother was not there, why would he go there to do something strange? Wouldn't it be better to just eat, sleep, and level up at home? What made Lin Shan even more depressed was that some top ascendants had already stood up and called out to him online, saying that they wanted to fight him in the ranking battle, and there were more than 1 or 2 people calling out. After a quick check, he knew what was going on. He also watched Mr. Jinghua's analysis video, which was generally quite accurate. However, Mr. Jinghua obviously underestimated the effect of the battle song on him. When so many people sang the battle song at the same time, the effect was much stronger than Mr. Jinghua had speculated. When Lin Shan killed Wu Mian, he actually had to hold back and only used a small amount of strength. Lin Shan estimated that if he really used all his strength, that strike might be able to destroy some small planets. The exposure of Zhang Ge was actually expected. After all, it was too obvious. And this is not a bad thing. After all, when Zhang Ge is needed in the future, a large number of people will be needed to cooperate, and it is impossible to keep it secret. Now that everyone knows that he is such a talent, it will not be so troublesome when others need cooperation in the future. My little lover, you are so brave. The message from Tianxuan made Lin Shan feel a little bit dizzy, and his brain uncontrollably imagined some scenes that had nothing to do with the elimination match. My husband can be more brave. Is my beloved good at fighting? Lin Shan's fingers seemed to be uncontrolled by his brain, and he replied a message. When he reacted, the message had already been sent. Get lost. Lin Shan was about to withdraw the message, but Tianxuan's message had already been sent. Lin Shan was thinking about how to turn his image around, and Tianxuan's message came again. Come back. When Lin Shan saw this message, he suddenly felt an inexplicable anger rising in his body, like a volcano about to erupt. He wanted to fly back to Giant Ring Star immediately, but unfortunately, he couldn't leave Zenith Star yet. He talked a lot of harmonious topics with Tianxuan and promised to go to Giant Ring Star to see her soon. Anyway, he didn't plan to continue participating in the ranking battle. As long as he could get the permission of Emperor Tianshu, he could leave Zenith Star and go to Giant Ring Star to see Tianxuan. In fact, he doesn't need to ask for permission from Emperor Tianshu at ordinary times. After all, he is the head of a hospital, so he still has some freedom. It's just because of the last incident that Emperor Tianshu asked him not to leave Zenith Star casually to avoid being assassinated, so he needs to ask for permission. When Lin Shan was thinking about how to ask for leave from Emperor Tianshu, Tian Songyun came to him. Dean Tian, your invincibility on the planetary battlefield is really amazing. There is no one else in the world who can do it. Tian Songyun came up with a round of compliments. General Manager Yun, these polite words are all we need between you and me, Lin Shan said with a wry smile. Tian Songyun shook his head and said seriously, it's not a polite remark. There are countless ascenders in the world, but even Nadia's can't crush Wu Mian with one finger. You should be the first ascender in the universe. We are family, so I won't hide it from you. I can hit that finger purely because of the blessing of the war song talent. My war song talent can stimulate my potential as long as someone sings the war song for me, allowing me to burst out infinite potential. The more people sing the war song, the stronger my potential will be stimulated. Lin Shen made a slight change and told Tian Songyun the effect of the war song. Tian Songyun nodded and said, "Such a magical skill is indeed extraordinary. If Dean Tian leads the army to the battlefield in the future, he will definitely be a god general." Tian Songyun said so, but he no longer felt so amazed in his heart. What Lin Shen said was basically consistent with Mr. Jinghua's analysis, but Mr. Jinghua believed that this kind of stimulated power had an upper limit, while Lin Shen himself said that there was no upper limit. Regardless of whether there is an upper limit or not, if it is just to stimulate the potential of the body, it is no big deal. The physical strength of the ascender is limited. No matter how much potential is stimulated, even if there is no upper limit, the body cannot support it. If the sky is broken, it can only destroy a nirvana, and the body will inevitably be damaged. The reason why they think so is that this is the normal rule of the universe. It is impossible to have such a skill with unlimited superposition. This is common sense. They have never seen the fire ability that does not follow common sense, so naturally they will not believe that there is a skill like the battle song that almost infinitely amplifies the attributes. Lin Shen himself said that the battle song skill is very strong, but Tian Songyun felt that his skill is not that strong. "Dean Tian, the Emperor asked me to come to inform you that you must participate in the next ranking battle, and you must get a rank." After a few pleasantries, Tian Songyun explained his purpose. Chapter 523. Lin Shen was extremely confused, no matter where he was now, what his identity and status were. In the race ranking war, he could only fight on behalf of humans. Even if he kowtowed to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts as his godfather, and obtained the identity certification of the celestial race, the race ranking would not recognize him as a celestial race, and his race could only be human. He fought on behalf of humans, and whether he got a ranking or not had nothing to do with the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts actually asked him to get a ranking, which was too much. Seeing the doubt in Lin Shen's heart, Tian Songyun smiled and said, "The Emperor means that you must at least get a top 5 ranking. The Emperor has great expectations for you, Dean Tian, but the Emperor also has his own difficulties. He wants to give you more resources and authority, and train you with all his strength. He also needs a reason that can convince the whole clan, and it must be justified. So only if you show enough potential, the Emperor can give you greater support, and others will have nothing to say. And with your ability, Dean Tian, it should not be difficult to upgrade to the top 5. General Manager Yun, you know my situation. There is no way that the battle song can be used in the ranking battle. I am afraid it will not be so easy to be in the top 5. Lin Shen pondered. Tian Songyun smiled slightly. It is indeed not easy to be in the top 5. If it is impossible, don't force yourself too much. But you should also understand the Emperor's difficulties, and give the Emperor a legitimate reason to cultivate you. But if you really can't get the top 5 ranking, there is a shortcut. Please teach me, Mr. Yun. Lin Shen hurriedly bowed solemnly, and asked for advice. We are all brothers, Dean Tian doesn't have to do this. Tian Songyun whispered, if you can't get into the top 5, it's not a big deal, but there is one person you must defeat. It's best to kill him, or at least you can't defeat him. If you can do it, the Emperor's cultivation of you is justified. You don't want me to defeat Deers, do you? Lin Shen heard that this was the real purpose of Emperor Tianshu. Of course not, it's really too difficult to defeat Deers. Tian Songyun whispered, the person I'm talking about is Christine. My tribe and the Diamond Tribe have always had many disputes. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are feuds. Christine is the strongest person among the Diamond Tribe's promotion level. If you can defeat him, the Emperor will cultivate you again, and naturally no one will have any objection. Kristen? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Don't underestimate this person. Just because he didn't perform well in the elimination round, you can think that his strength is average. In fact, this person is very strong. His swordsmanship has reached a level that is beyond belief. He has the nickname of Sword Demon. In addition to the 10-turn ascension and many other means, it is not easy to defeat him. The reason why he performed so poorly in the elimination round is mainly because he is not good at teamwork. Fighting alone is his specialty. Don't be careless. Tian Songyun told Lin Shen some information about Christine. Tian Songyun obviously came prepared. It must be the intention of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Fighting for the top 5 is just an excuse. The original intention is to let him deal with Christine. However, Lin Shen is not sure whether the Emperor of Heaven wants to deal with Christine because he really wants to win some face for the celestial race or because of a personal grudge. Of course he couldn't ask this question. Since it was the order of Emperor Tian Shu, Lin Shan had to agree to join the war and do his best. After Tian Songyan left, Lin Shan carefully studied Christine's information and felt that the powerful races in the universe were indeed full of talents, and there were too many powerful geniuses. Christine had been taught by many famous swordsmen since he was a child, and each swordsman taught him for no more than a year. It was not because he was unbearable, but because his talent in swordsmanship was too strong. The short one taught for a month, and there was nothing to teach. The long one persisted for about a year, and then resigned automatically, because there was nothing to teach. When he was a teenager, Christine had already created his own swordsmanship Juxiang. After being seen by a king of the Diamond Tribe, he said with admiration, "The swordsmanship in the world is all stupid, only this sword is Juxiang," and the name of Juxiang swordsmanship came from this. Today, the Juxiang sword technique is still stored in the Imperial Library of the Diamond Clan, alongside many master-level sword manuals. Only nobles or ordinary clansmen who have made great contributions are qualified to learn it. Later, Christine's sword technique continued to improve, and he challenged many sword masters without losing a single one. It was not until he was accepted as a close disciple by an immortal who was good at swordsmanship that he restrained his hostility. However, it is said that his sword technique has reached a higher level and reached an extremely high level. No one of the same level, even in the Nirvana level, is worthy of him to discuss swordsmanship, so Christine has never challenged anyone again. Originally, Christine was about to reach Nirvana and did not want to participate in this race war, but because the Diamond Clan's top leaders wanted to make a difference in this race war, they let him participate. The Emperor Barbarians originally wanted to let Christine compete against Hughes, but he suffered a major setback in the elimination round, all because of Lin Shan. Although Christine did not speak online, after Lin Shan looked at his experience in the elimination round, he doubted that if he participated in the battle, Christine would definitely challenge him, even more eagerly than challenging Hughes. I hope the benefits given to me by the Emperor of Heaven are worthy of my efforts. After studying for a long time, Lin Shan found that the information about Christine was all about how powerful his swordsmanship was, but as for what kind of evolutionary technique Christine practiced, and what kind of innate abilities he had, it was basically some speculation, only saying that it was related to the sword, and there was no substantial content at all. With Lin Shan's current strength, he would naturally not be afraid of an ascender, but if there was no benefit in the battle, he would not waste his energy. Now the research and analysis of Lin Shan on the internet is getting more and more detailed, and his various skills have a lot of cracking methods on Skynet. After watching for a while, Lin Shan found that these people were really whimsical, and there were many cracking methods that made Lin Shan feel very surprised. Hey, this technique seems very interesting, let me try it. Lin Shan saw a lot of strange ideas, and couldn't help but try it. After this try, Lin Shan found that these people are really geniuses. Some of the whimsical techniques are actually feasible. Lin Shan couldn't help but burst into tears, thinking, what a good person, if they hadn't proposed it, I couldn't think of it even if I rack my brains. It's actually possible to play like this. There is a person named Swordsman, who can't use a sword, who also talked about a theory of separation method to break the sand between Lin Shan's fingers. He also said that during the ranking battle, this separation method would be used to break Lin Shan's pistol killing technique on the spot. Although he only talked about the theory of separation method and didn't have any actual operation methods, Lin Shan's eyes lit up after seeing it. This is something. Because this name is not famous on the internet, this video did not cause any waves. There are too many such videos on Skynet now, and most of them are not taken seriously. After Christine posted his video using his online name, he waited for a long time, but found no response at all, and he was very depressed. Just wait, when I use the separation method to break his pistol killing technique in the ranking battle, you will know how ignorant you are. Christine sneered in his heart. Chapter 524. Lin Shan was at home watching the ingenious ideas of various tribes on the internet, and Tian Bu Luo and Tian Qing Yu came to his house together. Brother A Tian, the finger you used to kill Wu Mian was really shocking. Tian Qing Yu said with a smile. Fortunately, I got the help of the war song, otherwise the name of the disaster would have to be on my head. Lin Shan repeated what he said to Tian Song Yun to the two siblings. There is such a strange skill in the world. With this skill alone, Brother A Tian, you will definitely be a god general of our tribe in the future. Tian Bu Luo exclaimed. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Let's solve the problem in front of us first. Do you know Christine, who is known as the Sword Demon? Lin Shan wanted to know more about Christine, and it would be best if he could get rid of Christine without using too many trump cards. We don't know much about this person. We only know that he is obsessed with swordsmanship and rarely participates in other things. What I know about Christine is basically his deeds of fighting with sword masters of various races when he was a teenager and created the Juxiang sword technique. After that, I don't know much about him, Tianbu Luo said. Tian Qingyu also shook his head and said, everyone knows that Christine is very strong, but how strong he is, and what kind of abilities he has are not well understood. I watched the battlefield of the Feishing planet, and Christine also made a few moves. The moves were still the routines of the Juxiang sword technique, but it can be seen that his sword technique has indeed reached the realm of perfection. The Juxiang sword technique is so mysterious and strange, he can easily pick it up effortlessly. It is estimated that the Juxiang sword technique is no longer his strongest sword technique. Lin Shen didn't hear any substantial information, so he could only wait until he fought with Christine to get to know him. What do you want to see me for? Lin Shen then realized that two people came to see him together, so there must be something. Brother Tian. That boxing method. Is there really no way out? Tian Qingyu hesitated to speak. She saw Lin Shen using finger sand on the planetary battlefield, and she wanted to practice air bakwan more and more. But she had studied for so long, had been practicing hard, and had used up all the methods she could think of, but still couldn't get started. She could practice air bakwan backwards, but she couldn't punch with any force. If I had a way, I would have taught you a long time ago. I was able to practice air bakwan myself, but it was inexplicable. I just practiced it casually. There is really no special technique, Lin Shen said helplessly. This was a bit rude, and Tian Qingyu was helpless after hearing it. She believed in Lin Shen. Lin Shen had already taken out such a precious air bakwan manual, so there was no need to hold her back on such a matter. Although she knew that air bakwan was too special, and it was normal that she could not practice it, Tian Qingyu was still unwilling to give up. I can't teach you air bakwan, but I found a very interesting and powerful technique. I wonder if you are interested, Lin Shen said. What technique? Tianbu Luo and Tian Qingyu asked in unison. For Lin Shen to say that it was very interesting and powerful, it must be a very magical technique, and of course they were very interested. I saw it on the internet. I find the video and show it to you. Lin Shen found the video of the separation method in his collection. Brother Tian, did you find the interesting and powerful technique you mentioned on Skynet? Tianbu Luo's expression became strange. It's not that there are no real things on Skynet. There are still many real things, but most of them are similar to the 5 basic evolutionary techniques that have been eliminated by the times. Even if they are used to practice now, they are not as powerful as the current evolutionary techniques. Yes, I don't know who posted it. It's simply a magical skill. Lin Shen clicked on the video while speaking. Tianbu Luo and Tian Qingyu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. If there were such powerful techniques published on Skynet, they would have spread throughout the universe long ago. There would be no magical skills waiting for Lin Shen to pick up the leak. They guessed that Lin Shen didn't know what outdated techniques he saw on Skynet. Some outdated techniques were indeed very powerful, but they had serious defects, so they were eliminated. Those who don't know will feel very strong after learning those skills, but when they meet someone who knows, those skills will become fatal weaknesses. However, they didn't want to offend Lin Shen, so they watched it together. After watching the opening introduction, the two people's expressions became even more strange. Tianbu Luo looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression and asked, "The content of this video is that someone else broke your finger sand?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Lin Shen said casually. "You learned the skills from the video of others teaching others to break your skills? Are you going to break your own finger sand?" Tianbu Luo felt a little tongue-twisted when he said it himself. How should I put it? His idea is really amazing. It's just a stroke of genius. I think it's very interesting, so I studied it. Lin Shen smiled and said, "You guys take a look first. If you are interested, let's study it together." The two continued to watch suspiciously. They really couldn't imagine what real things would be in such a video. Sure enough, after watching the video, they found that this was just a whimsical theory. There was no practical operation method at all. It was estimated that this theory itself was just someone's flash of inspiration, and there was no possibility of practical operation at all. Even if it is not operated, just looking at this theory itself, it is already very abstract. Brother Tian, this separation method only has a conceptual theory, no practical operation method, and I think the feasibility is actually not high. Tian Qingyu spoke frankly and expressed her thoughts. I think this separation method still has a lot of room for operation. Lin Shen did not agree with Tian Qingyu's opinion. Tian Qingyu said patiently, The basic theory of the separation method is to separate your body from the finger force you send out, so that you lose control of the separated force. Let alone whether this operation can be completed. Even if it can be completed, your finger sand is so fast that it no longer needs to be controlled after it has been sent out. What's the point of cutting it off at this time? Your understanding is correct, but I have another understanding. Linshan thought for a while, and said, what if the separation method wants to separate not the connection between me and the finger sand, but to separate the finger sand itself? What do you mean? Tian Qingyu and Tian Buluo didn't understand what Linshan meant. What did it mean to separate the finger sand itself? They didn't understand. Chapter 525. Linshan pondered how to explain his point of view to the two people. He was silent for a long time before he spoke. Nirvana level can produce power with attributes, that is, nirvana power. Do you know what the essence of nirvana power is? Nirvana attribute is that the body absorbs the power of nirvana eggs, or the base change land, transforms its own power particles, and makes it have the attribute of nirvana power. Tian Qingyu looked at Linshan and continued, this is the most common understanding. Is your understanding different, brother A Tian? No difference, it's just a matter of explanation. The power particles of the body are attached with nirvana attribute particles, that is, the power particles have nirvana attributes. In fact, this is the fusion of two particles. The more times nirvana occurs, the higher the degree of fusion of the two particles. If they are completely fused together, the power particles are completely fused with the nirvana attribute particles, then one side may be assimilated by the other side. If the power particles are completely assimilated by the nirvana attribute particles, then the human body will be completely nirvanaized and become a basic creature without flesh and blood. On the contrary, if the nirvana attribute particles are completely assimilated by their own power particles, they will lose the nirvana attribute and no longer have the ability to control the attribute particles. It is equivalent to no practice. The best result is naturally to find a balance point, so that the two can be perfectly integrated without affecting each other's characteristics. Tian Qingyu nodded and said, your statement is clear and straightforward. The nirvanists are in nirvana again and again, and the ultimate pursuit is the perfect fusion of the two. It's just that it is very difficult to achieve this. The more nirvanas, the stronger the nirvana attribute particles will be. After the fusion degree deepens, the possibility of their own power particles being assimilated will become higher. This is why after more nirvanas, nirvanists will mutate into nirvana creatures and eventually become non-humans. That's right. So before achieving perfect fusion, the power particles and attribute particles are not completely integrated. When the number of nirvanas is small, the attribute particles and power particles are just mutually attracted and have not merged together. Linshan pointed to some text introductions in the video and said, this separation method actually separates the attribute particles and the power particles. Tian Qingyu and Tian Buluo were stunned when they heard this. How is this possible? Who can separate the attribute particles and the power particles? Tian Buluo didn't quite believe that such a thing would happen. Because the attribute particles and the power particles are extremely small, the naked eye of ordinary people can't see a single particle at all. Only when the particles gather together and form a larger substance can they be seen by people. It's like someone telling you that he can disassemble the nucleus and the electrons outside the nucleus with his bare hands. Who can believe this? It's not impossible. Linshan had realized the mystery of the true extreme evil slaying divine light before. That thing can cut the nucleus, and it is easier to separate two mutually attractive particles. Of course, one must practice the true extreme evil slaying divine light to be able to complete such an operation. Linshan is not at the nirvana level, and has never practiced the true extreme evil slaying divine light, so he certainly can't do it. But separating attribute particles and power particles is not as difficult as dismantling the nucleus and extranuclear electrons with bare hands. According to the theory of separation method, one needs to activate one's own power particles to a certain degree, and then use one's own active power particles to trap the opponent's attribute particles, so as to achieve the effect of separating the opponent's power particles and attribute particles. In the case where the power particles and attribute particles are not completely fused, the effect of the separation method is still very obvious. Is this just a theory? I don't believe that anyone can really complete this operation. Even if they are nirvana, it is probably difficult to do it, right? Unless they have the corresponding talent and ability. Tian Buluo pondered and said, according to this theory, I remember that the Phoenix clan has a variant nirvana attribute called Phoenix Yin Yang Divine Light, which can erase the nirvana attribute of others. It may be a similar principle. However, those who can practice Phoenix Yin Yang Divine Light are also rare nirvana attributes that are not seen in 1,000 years among the pure-blooded Phoenix clan. It is even more impossible to practice without phoenix blood. Without the corresponding genetic talent and supporting evolutionary techniques, it is really hard to imagine how to complete the separation method by relying only on one's own skills. It is indeed difficult, but if it can be done, it can indeed restrain me. Linshan nodded and said, whether it is the finger sand or the 2-8 punch, in fact, they are essentially the same as the power of nirvana. They all use their own power particles, and combine with another kind of particles in the space to produce telekinetic power. However, this combination is only temporary, unlike the power of nirvana, which is a permanent combination. Therefore, the finger sand and the 2-8 punch are more easily separated by the separation method. Once separated, the telekinetic power immediately loses its effect. It can be said that the separation method is a natural counter to my finger sand. If this is the case, the person who made this video really practiced the separation method, and he is a player participating in the flying upgrade ranking battle. If he challenges you, your finger sand will be useless. Tian Bulu realized the seriousness of the problem. Tian Qingyu looked at Linshan and smiled. Brother Tian, you should have thought of a countermeasure, right? I haven't thought of it yet. If I really encounter it, I can only use the sand between my fingers. Linshan thought for a while and said, but I can also try to study this separation method. It may be effective against nirvana in the future. It's difficult, too difficult. How to practice it? The person who made the video only talked about a concept, which is not even a theory. What you just analyzed from his concept is that you have no corresponding talent, no actual operation method and formula, and no direction at all. Tian Qingyu shook his head. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Study it. Even if it doesn't work, it won't be a loss. Do you want to join us? Linshan was just interested in the separation method. He didn't care whether he could practice it or not. Tian Bulu and Tian Qingyu shook their heads quickly. If they had the corresponding talent and skills, they would still be willing to give it a try. It's much more difficult to come up with a separation method with only a concept than to create a top-level technique. What's more, we don't even know whether the concept of separation method can come true. Maybe it's just a wild idea and not feasible at all. Brother Tian, the particle combination theory you just mentioned has inspired me a lot. I will go back and study Air Bakwan again, maybe I can gain something. Tian Qingyu said goodbye and left. Instead of wasting time on such vague concepts, she might as well go back to practice Air Bakwan. Tian Bulu chatted with Linshan about the ranking battle for a while, and left soon. Linshan continued to study the separation method at home alone. He suspected that he had seen similar abilities of separation method before. When the black cap mushroom could make the base mutation power disappear, it was very similar to the skill of separation method. Chapter 526. There are still 10 days before the ranking match begins. The most popular guess is that there is such a long time interval between the elimination match and the ranking match is to give time for those injured in the elimination match to recover. Linshan does not need to recover, so he basically spends all his time studying the separation technique. Unfortunately, the separation technique is not so easy to practice. Without the secret method to activate one's own power particles, there is no way to attract the opponent's attribute particles. Linshan tried many methods, but he could not activate his power particles to the theoretical state. It seems that without detailed operation methods, it is really difficult to succeed. Linshan thought about it, and felt that he could not do this method for the time being. However, Linshan thought again that if he wanted to separate the two particles, he did not have to use this method. The power of the true extreme evil slaying divine light, let alone separating the two particles, can even directly cut the particles. The reason why the true extreme evil slaying divine light is so strong is because his power particles are small enough and strong enough. Linshan's finger sand follows a similar path. If the finger sand can be made small enough and strong enough, it can also separate the two particles, or directly penetrate the particles. However, there are several problems. How can one make the finger sand small enough to split the power particles? If it is really small to that extent, the lethality of the finger sand itself will become extremely small, and it will be difficult to hit the target. It is like when realizing the true extreme evil killing divine light, the particles of the true extreme evil killing divine light directly pass through the body of the creature, or even the entire planet. That is because the true extreme evil slaying divine light is too small. The seemingly tightly arranged matter is like a sea of stars to the particles of the true extreme evil slaying divine light, and the hit rate is frighteningly low. There are two ways to solve this problem. One is to increase the density of the particles, and the other is to find a method that can accurately hit the target. Increasing the density of particles is a relatively easy method to achieve, but it is not so easy to hit accurately. The power of the true extreme evil slaying divine light lies in that it can accurately hit the target in a vast space, like the universe, without increasing the density. The separation method can be released over a large area, because this method does not require hitting or condensation. The larger the area, the higher the possibility of attracting particles. Lin-Shan does not have the conditions to complete these two methods for the time being, so he can only try to increase the density. This method also has an advantage. He can compress his own power particles to make the two temporarily combined power particles become more compact. If it can be compressed to a certain extent, it may not be induced to separate by the separation method, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Lin-Shan repeatedly shot out the sand between his fingers, trying to make it smaller. Because he had originally taken this approach, it was relatively smooth at the beginning. He controlled the sand between his fingers and gradually compressed it from needle-shaped to granular, just like real sand. The name of the sand between his fingers was well deserved. But it was not so easy to continue compressing it. Lin-Shan tried again and again, but the effect became less and less obvious. Lin-Shan hated boring practice. As he practiced, he tended to do some small movements. Sometimes he shot out the sand between his fingers by flicking his fingers, and sometimes he shot out the sand between his fingers by pistol posture. While practicing, Lin-Shan used his hand as a gun and threw out a finger sand. Hey! Lin-Shan suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world, and his eyes widened. He felt that the finger sand he shot out was not shot out in a straight line, like before, but the trajectory became an extremely exaggerated arc. Lin-Shan looked at the finger sand that hit the bullseye along the arc, and then looked at his pistol-shaped palm, muttering to himself, with a strange look, hand. Gun? Is it also a gun? Lin-Shan was extremely happy about this discovery. He didn't expect that he could actually activate the gun fighting technique and shoot out arc finger sand in this way. Thanks to the tolerance of the fire seed ability, Lin-Shan felt that this thing was getting more and more unscientific. Lin-Shan was in a playful mood, using his hand as a gun to shoot out various arc finger forces. Although he was unable to continue to compress the finger sand, this effect made him very happy. Since the finger sand cannot be compressed, Lin-Shan changed to control the finger sand, so that the finger sand can be transformed into the most suitable form, making it more difficult to be discovered and closer to the state of being calm. Lin-Shan found that only when the finger sand is used in a pistol posture can the gun fighting technique be triggered, so only in this posture can the arc be shot. After practicing for a while, Lin-Shan found that he did not need to practice to the point where the separation technique could not be separated, and he could still temporarily solve the problem of the separation technique. The separation technique requires activating one's own power particles to a certain degree before it can trigger the effect of tempting the power particles to separate. If the ascender wants to use this technique, it should be difficult for the whole person to be in that state, and it is even more impossible to stay in that state all the time. After all, activating the power particles itself consumes a lot of energy. In other words, if Lin-Shan can make his opponent unaware of when he will use the finger sand, or where his finger sand will be directed, even if the finger sand will be restrained, he will not be restrained. You can break my technique, but mine is still unsolvable. After playing for a while, Lin-Shan knew that his method should be feasible. However, he still had to continue to study how to suppress the finger sand, because this trick should be very useful against the separation technique of the ascenders, but if the Nirvana uses the separation technique, it may be able to keep the particles active for a long time, and then they can only choose to fight head-on. Therefore, it is very necessary for Lin-Shan to develop his own version of the separation technique as soon as possible. There was a big quarrel on Skynet. Some people believe that even if Lin-Shan did not have the blessing of the battle song, he would still be a top ascender. In addition to Deers, there were not many people who could threaten his first position. Some people also believe that without the blessing of the battle song, Lin-Shan might not even be able to enter the top 10. Some people think that Lin-Shan's weakening skills are also effective in individual battles, while others think that there are ways to restrain weakening skills. Once the weakening skills are ineffective, Lin-Shan's combat power is far inferior to those of other top ascenders. The Nirvana-level bosses of various races, even immortals, have secretly studied something to target Lin-Shan, and quietly taught or recommended them to the younger generations who participated in the Ascension War. They have two main research directions. One is how to deal with the pistol's killing skills from a distance, and the other is how to solve the weakening skills. Chapter 527. In just 10 days, Lin-Shan's skills were almost exhausted, and various methods to restrain Lin-Shan emerged one after another, and Lin-Shan himself was enjoying watching them. However, most of the techniques that can really restrain Lin-Shan will not be announced. When the ranking battle started, the Emperor of Heaven, accompanied by Tian Songyun, lay on a beach chair on the island in the clouds, watching the picture scroll in the starry sky. Songyun, do you think that boy can withstand the test? The Emperor of Heaven asked casually. Tian Songyun knew what the Emperor of Heaven meant. The emergence of a powerful genius or a new technique was not terrible. There is no truly invincible technique in the universe. Once someone emerges, he will be studied by the strong in the universe, and various means of restraint will be found. Many newly created techniques, or geniuses who amaze the universe, are invincible at the beginning and almost unstoppable. But later they gradually fell into silence, because they were studied thoroughly by others, and they could not adapt to this targeted environment, so they could only become mediocre. Only those who can withstand this test, and go against the current in such an environment, have the opportunity to become a real strongman. Every famous strongman in the universe has gone through this stage. If you can't cross this stage, it is the so-called genius envied by heaven. In fact, it is not that geniuses are envied by heaven, but that those geniuses cannot bear the pressure that geniuses should bear. If they don't withstand the test, they are just ordinary people who are better. Like Dias, he withstood such a test. No matter how others study him, or how they target him, as long as he is not crushed by the level, no one and no technique can suppress him. Dean Tian is determined and flexible, so he should be able to withstand the test. However, the whole universe is now targeting him, so it is inevitable that he will suffer some setbacks. As long as his heart is not broken, he will eventually stand out. Tian Songyun guessed what the Emperor was thinking. He knew that the Emperor admired Lin Shan very much now, but the Emperor did not necessarily want Lin Shan to have a smooth sailing in this ranking battle. Maybe Lin Shan would think that the Emperor asked him to defeat Christine because of some grudges. But based on Tian Songyun's understanding and speculation of the Emperor, he thought this might be a test from the Emperor to Lin Shan. If Lin Shan could not cross this threshold and became mediocre, he would not be qualified to be valued by the Emperor, let alone enjoy the cultivation of the Emperor. The Emperor was looking for a strong man who could rebuild the Tianshi Academy, not a flash-in-the-pan genius. Lin Shan could lose, but he could not become mediocre. That kid is not someone who gives up easily. Let's see what kind of interesting performance he will have in the face of the attacks of various races. The Emperor was in a good mood, because Enrong was not nagging him. When the ranking battle began, the Scroll of Light and the Light and Shadow Elf appeared in front of him again. Respectfully, the contestant won the first place in the elimination round. Your super initial ranking in the ranking battle is the first in the flying upgrade level. You can choose your home planet. The Light and Shadow Elf pointed his finger at the starry sky scroll, and 10 planets gradually came from the distant starry sky, becoming larger and larger. This is the battlefield of the top 10 planets in the flying upgrade ranking. As the first in the flying upgrade ranking, you have the right to choose first. Next, the Light and Shadow Elf introduced the differences between the 10 planets. Each planetary battlefield has its own special environment. In fact, for ordinary ascenders, the impact of the planetary environment is relatively small, not as obvious as for Nirvana. However, for Lin Shan, the worse the environment, the more beneficial it is to him. Evolution can allow him to quickly adapt to the bad environment, but his opponents may not be able to adapt so quickly. A bad environment can also enhance the super basic talent, which is also a huge help. After listening to the introduction of the Light and Shadow Elf, Lin Shan directly chose one of the planets. Are you sure you want to choose the evil planet as your main battlefield planet? The Light and Shadow Elf asked again. Sure. Lin Shan answered very affirmatively. The environment of the evil planet is quite powerful for Lin Shan. There are terrible hurricanes blowing on the evil planet every moment. The terrible tornado storms are like pillars of heaven, constantly moving between heaven and earth, and lightning roars and flashes in the gloomy sky. Thunder and lightning, the wind is whistling. The thunder and the whistling wind are like the devil's spell, which is terrifying, so this planet is called the evil tongue. If you are caught in the terrifying tornado or hit by lightning, even if it is not fatal, it will never be easy for the ascenders. Of course, the planetary battlefields that appear in the ranking battles of the ascending level are all able to be endured by the ascenders, and there will be no planetary battlefields where the ascenders cannot survive. The harsh environment of the evil tongue planet can not only bring home advantage to Lin Shan, but also cover up the fluctuations of his use of finger sand, making the finger sand more difficult to be discovered. It is simply a place chosen by heaven. The main battlefield planet, the evil tongue star, confirms that the ranking battle rules are as follows. There is no time limit. You can only challenge opponents who are ranked 10 places higher than you, and you can only be challenged by opponents who are ranked 10 places lower than you. The ranking battle ends when no one challenges you within 24 universe hours, or no one can complete the challenge. The top 10 at the end can enter the next round of cross-level ranking battles. The Light and Shadow Elf repeated the detailed rules again, and then brought Lin Shan into the scroll, and came to the Evil Tongue Star where thunder rolled and wind whistled. Lin Shan had just arrived at the Evil Tongue Star, when he was almost blown away by the whistling hurricane. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and in the dark clouds covering the sky, lightning flashed like a spider web. The roaring thunder seemed to explode in the ears, one after another, overlapping and turning into rolling thunder. Between heaven and earth, huge tornadoes were moving everywhere. The dark clouds in the sky were sucked into the tornadoes, forming gray tangible tornadoes that looked like movable pillars. Lightning was introduced into the tornadoes from time to time, crackling inside the tornadoes, and lightning spread on the tornadoes. Even if there was no contact with the tornadoes and lightning, the hurricane that was blowing all the time made flying very difficult. The speed of flying against the wind was obviously much slower, and it was easy to lose control of the speed and force of flying with the wind, and the body's shape and posture were easily deformed. This place is really amazing. Listening to the thunder and whistling wind, Lin Shan felt that his ears were about to be deafened. In such a place, if someone could still find him using finger sand, it would be really amazing. Chapter 528. Lin Shan was still observing the environment of the Evil Word Star when he found a space portal opened and a figure walked out of it. Challenges that meet the rules cannot be rejected, but you can choose to give up the battle. Giving up the battle means admitting defeat, and your ranking will be replaced by the opponent. Those who can challenge Lin Shan are all the top 10 ascenders, and most of them are very powerful. The reason why I say most is that there are too many variables in this ascender elimination match. Many truly top ascenders can't even rush into the top 100. Deers is even worse. He is directly ranked more than 90 million and almost didn't make it to the list of 100 million races. This was unimaginable before. However, Deers didn't feel anything. He could keep challenging, and he would eventually be promoted. Deers didn't originally plan to get a high ranking and participate in the race ranking battle. He mainly wanted to fight with a few interested opponents. As long as he can achieve this goal, he doesn't care about the ranking. Originally, the opponent he wanted to fight the most was the undefeated Heavenly King, but now it has become Lin Shan, so Dies will definitely rush forward. Dies can only improve 10 places each time, and God knows how long it will take him to rush into the top 10. Originally thought it would take a long time, but after Dies succeeded in 100 consecutive challenges, he triggered the cross-level challenge rule and could directly challenge the Ascenders, who were 100 places higher than him, which also accelerated his rapid ranking climb. Christine's situation is better than Dies, but her ranking is also after the 10 millionth place. Like Dies, she is struggling to climb the ranking. On the contrary, many of the people at the front are unknown Ascenders. For example, the one challenging Lin Shan now is a little-known Ascender, not even from a large family in the universe. His only fame came from the Ascendant Elimination Tournament. Kebble, from the Earth Core tribe that no one has ever heard of, seized the opportunity during the Elimination Tournament, using his eloquence and good organizational skills to build a large-scale team in the early stage, and also gathered most of the resources he had robbed in his own hands. In the later stage, he had a clear mind and took the initiative to join Lin Shan's team, saving his points and not being found by Deers to divide his points. Kebble, who is not famous at all now, has become one of the top 10 Ascenders in the universe. Although it is only temporary, it is enough to make him excited. Originally, with his strength, it was unknown whether he could enter the list of billion families. How could he dare to think about the top 10? Kebble knew that he would not be able to keep his ranking, so he challenged Lin Shan first, and did not give others the chance to challenge him. "Boss, don't do it, we are one," Kebble shouted directly when he came up. This confused the spectators. He and Lin Shan were not of the same race. There was no such thing as one of them in the race ranking battle. If they were really of the same race, they would not challenge their compatriots. Lin Shan was also a little confused, and could not figure out what was going on. After only seeing each other once or twice, Lin Shan could not remember who was who, not to mention that he had more than 1 billion Ascenders under his command at that time, so how could he remember this Kebble? Kebble quickly shouted again, "Boss, in the elimination round, I followed you." Lin Shan finally understood why Kebble called him boss, but after looking at him for a while, he still couldn't remember which one he was. Kebble had already walked over, shouting as he walked, "The noise here is too loud, boss. Why did you choose such a planet?" Without giving Lin Shan a chance to speak, Kebble continued to shout, "I came here just to say thank you to you, boss. If it weren't for you, with my strength, let alone entering the top 10 of the ranking list, it would be difficult to even enter the list of the billion races. Thank you so much." Keble excitedly walked in front of Lin Shen, stretched out his hands, and wanted to shake hands with Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Keble and stretched out his hand. Keble immediately held Lin Shen's hand enthusiastically and said, "It is the honor of my life to meet the first ascender in the universe here. I, Keble, have been obsessed with the research and development of aircraft all my life, and I am committed to carrying forward the aircraft that has been passed down in my family for thousands of years. I have been constantly improving and innovating for 100 years. Recently, I finally made the latest model of the Light Chaser aircraft, which is of high quality, powerful, and first-class control." Lin Shen looked at Keble, who was holding his hand and yelling at the top of his voice, and felt a little bit amused. The Light Chaser aircraft allows your life to catch up with the footsteps of light. The person is gone, but the aircraft is still there. One aircraft is passed down for 3 generations. Boss, remember to come back to me. I have prepared the most advanced Light Chaser aircraft for you, free of charge. After Keble finally finished yelling, he bowed to Lin Shen, said thank you, and chose to give up the battle directly. Everyone watching the battle was stunned. Such a weird thing would appear in the top 10 battles of the universe ascenders. Haha, that Keble is really a genius. Tia laughed so hard that tears came out. It was because Lin Shen did so many things that such a person got into the top 10 of the rankings. Catherine was also a little amused. Life is full of all kinds of uncertainties. Tia laughed even more happily. Kerbal had just left when another portal appeared and a new challenger came in. The spectators were afraid that it would be another weirdo like Keble. After a closer look, they saw that the person who came was a member of the Chaos Clan, and they knew that such a farce would not happen again. In front of everyone, Lin Shen turned Wu Mian into ashes with one finger, which was considered to have offended the Chaos Clan to death. When a contestant from the Chaos Clan meets Lin Shen, it will definitely be a fight to the death, unless Lin Shen is willing to give up. Can you break the Chaos God Bell with one finger? Break another one for me to see. This Chaos Clan member named Wu Mian directly summoned the Chaos God Bell life base, protected his body, and rushed towards Lin Shen. Because the Chaos Clan members don't even have facial features, they all look similar, and their life bases are the same, Lin Shen couldn't tell the difference between Wu Mian and Wu Mian. At first glance, he thought Wu Mian was resurrected. Although Lin Shen has the ability to break the Chaos God Bell life base of 10 revolutions with one finger, he won't waste it on him. Seeing Wu Mian rushing up, he casually blasted out a wave-trading triple punch. The fist force hit the Chaos God Bell like a huge wave, and directly shook the Chaos God Bell and Wu Mian inside it out. Lin Shen has a double life base bonus, and the infinite power contract of a die-hard fan. The power of one punch is far above the 10-turn ascension. His casual threefold punch sent the Chaos God Bell flying backwards. The Chaos God Bell was indeed a defensive artifact, and such a punch could not leave any trace on it. However, the Chaos God Bell flew backwards and was blown by the hurricane. Wu Lian could not control his body at all and crashed directly into a tornado. Boom! Boom! Lightning and thunder exploded in the tornado, and there was a crackling sound, lightning and thunder. Chapter 529. No one expected that the environment on the Evil Whisper planet would be so bad. Although they knew there would be tornadoes and lightning, the physical strength of the upgraded players was so strong that ordinary tornadoes would not have much impact on the Ascenders. Withstanding a few lightning strikes was not a big problem, and at most they would suffer minor injuries. The Chaos Clan was famous for their strong bodies, and with the protection of the Chaos God Bell's life base, ordinary lightning did not cause much damage to them. But when Wu Lian was caught in the tornado, under the constant bombardment of lightning, not only could he not rush out, but the Chaos God Bell was cracked everywhere in the blink of an eye, and the cracks were dripping iron juice like a red-hot iron block. Wu Lian was so scared that he chose to give up the battle directly, and did not dare to delay even a little time. At the moment when the Chaos God Bell was exploded, he teleported away from the planetary battlefield. Looking at the Chaos God Bell that was splashed like magma after the explosion, and instantly led away by the tornado, the people watching were all shocked. The harsh environment of the Evil Whisper Star was beyond everyone's expectation. Even the Chaos God Bell could not last for a few seconds in it. Once the ordinary ascendants were caught in the thunder and lightning, they might not even have the chance to choose to give up the battle. Wu Face, who returned to his home planet, looked even paler. He originally wanted to avenge Wu Face, but he did not expect that his life base would be blown up. His own strength was greatly reduced, and he was afraid that he could not even keep his current ranking. As expected, someone challenged Wu Face soon, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity of his life base being destroyed and his strength being damaged to defeat him and rush into the top 10. Wu Fei's strength was unexpected. Even with his life base destroyed, He still defeated a 10-turn ascendant of a large clan with his injured body and kept his ranking. Relying only on his own talents and skills, the 10-turn ascender could not break the defense of Wu Lian. This also indirectly shows how bad the environment of the evil Tongue Star is, which made many ascenders who were originally preparing to challenge Lin Shan hesitate. Not only because of the bad environment of the evil Tongue Star, the full-strength attack of the 10-turn ascender could not repel the injured and lifeless Wu Lian. Lin Shan blasted Wu Lian, who was protected by the Chaos God Bell, away with one blow, and it was a remote fist force. This alone shows how terrifying Lin Shan's power is. Even without the blessing of the battle song, it is still the top of the top. If the weakening skill is added, they have to consider whether they can withstand Lin Shan's attack. Of course, this is information known to the players, who have time to use watches to watch Lin Shan. Lin Shan, who originally thought that he would be challenged all the time, suddenly became idle at this time. For a while, no one in the top 10 dared to challenge him. There were several powerful ascenders who were ready to challenge Lin Shan. After watching the battle and seeing Lin Shan's strength, their previous plans were disrupted. They were all prepared to deal with the pistol's remote killing skills and weakening skills, but suddenly found that those preparations were not used at all. Lin Shan could suppress everything with absolute power. I knew long ago that even without the blessing of the battle song, Lin Shan was still invincible. The punch just now was not only a remote punch, but also a skill of overlapping waves. The punch force was stacked layer by layer, and the destructive power generated was double or even triple that of the top ascenders. The average top ascender couldn't even take his punch head-on, so how could he fight him? You are all stupid. You have studied the pistol killing skills and weakening skills for so many days, but you can't even take a punch from someone. What's the point of studying? Isn't it said that Lin Shan is invincible in battle formations, but weak in single combat? This is different from what was said before the ranking battle started. There are only a few techniques that can hurt people from a distance after flying upgrades. Which one did Lin Shan use? Why does it feel different from those world-famous techniques? This is a fist and finger double unique. How can others play it? The people who were optimistic about Lin Shan on the internet began to mock him, and those who had been pessimistic about Lin Shan before the game seemed to have disappeared suddenly. In the Nirvana-level battlefield, Lin Xiangdong, who ranked more than 8,000, was constantly challenging upwards and quickly defeated one opponent after another. Wherever the petals flowed, no one could withstand this infinite impact. The difference was just a matter of holding on for a while. After winning hundreds of battles in a row, Lin Xiangdong also triggered the cross-level challenge rule and could directly challenge over 100 rankings. Lin Xiangdong directly chose to challenge Yu Baishe, but this time his opponent was different from the previous ones. In 99, a Nirvana from the Celestial race was a strong man who could enter the top 100 of the Yin family. He was not comparable to the Nirvana from other small races. And 99 was actually a person with the life base of the Archangel Sword, and his attack power was almost the top among the Nirvanas. The moment Lin Xiangdong appeared on the battlefield, the Archangel Sword came to him like a stream of light with a dazzling sword light. Fast. It was too fast. Even some Nirvanas only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, and did not see clearly what it was. People who were under Nirvana didn't even have time to react. So when everyone thought that Lin Xiangdong had no time to respond, and even if he was not killed, he would be seriously injured, they found that the stream of light transformed by the Archangel Sword suddenly stopped. The tip of the Archangel Sword was only a dozen centimeters away from Lin Xiangdong's throat, and the bright sword light on the tip of the sword almost touched the skin on his neck. But the sword of the Archangel Sword was clamped by Lin Xiangdong's 2 fingers. No matter how much it trembled, it could not move forward even an inch. And 99 controlled the Archangel Sword and wanted to make it retreat, but the Archangel Sword could not move, and could not be taken back at all. Petals transformed by white particles fluttered out from Lin Xiangdong's body, wrapped around the Archangel Sword, and completely wrapped it in the petals, as if it had turned into a petal sword. Lin Xiangdong loosened his hand holding the Archangel Sword, but the Archangel Sword was still not controlled by a 99. The Archangel Sword wrapped in petals slowly turned around and flew to a 99, with the tip of the sword pointing downward and the hilt pointing upward, floating in front of a 99, and then the petals dispersed and disappeared in an instant. I have always respected the heroes of the Celestials. I just saw the rankings, and didn't know that the noble heroes were here. I'm sorry for the offense. I'm leaving. Lin Xiangdong calmly chose to give up the battle and withdraw, and the challenge failed. Although Lin Xiangdong failed the challenge, and was even so humble, no one dared to look down on him. Everyone's heart was like a mirror. The undefeated king who could forcibly control the Archangel Sword was not defeated by a 99, But because his brother was developing in the Celestials, he would rather give up the battle and retreat. Handsome, elegant, capable, and so loyal, Brother Lin is really a perfect dream lover. Many young girls were so envious that their eyes were full of peach blossoms. Chapter 530. Christine wanted to break into the top 10, so all the battles were fought quickly. After winning 100 games in a row, the rules of the challenge of leapfrogging were triggered, and she could challenge the 100th place. Then she won 100 games in a row, which triggered the rules of the challenge of leapfrogging again, and she could challenge the 10,000th place directly. In the past, few top contestants would be ranked very far back. This time was too special. Many top ascenders, like Christine and Deers, were madly striving for the ranking. There were also a few humans who were quietly striving for the ranking. Tu Xiaodao was not among them. He did not participate in the ranking battle at all, and went back to strive for the Nirvana level directly. Ouyang Yudu's ranking was not too high, so he could only rush up little by little. Although he was not as eye-catching as Christine and Deers, he also reached the rules of triggering the challenge of leapfrogging and continued to challenge the ascenders in front. Zui Qinglong was also striving for the ranking, but his ranking was surprisingly high, and his starting ranking was among the top 10,000. This is because Zui Qinglong also formed a team in the early stage of the elimination round, and under his command, this team was not swallowed up by Lin Shen and Deers, and lasted until the end of the elimination round, so his points are already relatively high. That is, the proportion of points he distributed to his teammates is relatively high, otherwise the ranking should be higher. Zui Qinglong's ranking is relatively high, but his speed of impacting the ranking is not as fast as Ouyang Yudu, mainly because his fighting style is not as domineering as Ouyang Yudu, and secondly, there are still many top ascenders within the 10,000th place, and it is not as easy to rush to the ranking as the latter. When Ouyang Yudu triggered the first cross-level challenge rule, Zui Qinglong had only won 3 duels. Zui Qinglong calmly won one battle after another. He had already tried his best, but he was only a 6th-turn ascender after all. He felt that he was already unable to reach this point. If he had not relied on his own outstanding talent and combat ability, combined with the body skills taught by Lin Shen, he would have been defeated long ago. Among his 3 opponents, 2 were 9-turn ascenders and 1 was 8-turn ascenders. This was the result of his careful selection, but most of the 10,000 were 10-turn ascenders. He was very lucky to find these 3 ascenders to challenge. If Lin Shen had not disrupted the situation of the cross-level promotion elimination match, it would be almost impossible for there to be 10-turn ascenders in the 10,000. Seeing that the people in front of him were all 10-turn ascenders, and the people behind him were also 10-turn ascenders, Zui Qinglong, who was already injured in many places, shook his head helplessly, did not continue to challenge, and directly chose to give up. Giving up is different from giving up the battle. Giving up means giving up the ranking battle directly, and there will be no more ranking. Zui Qinglong knew in his heart that he had tried his best, but his strength was indeed too far behind, and it was meaningless to continue. After leaving the battlefield, Zui Qinglong was slightly startled when he saw Lin Shen, who was still at the top of the list, and no one challenged him. Well, finally a top powerhouse appeared among his humans. Zui Qinglong felt very happy. His compatriots suppressed countless top powerhouses in the universe with their own strength, which made him feel extremely excited and proud. His compatriots have proved that humans are no worse than any other race in the universe, and he just needs to keep working hard. Zui Qinglong went to Skynet and watched Lin Shen's previous battle video. When he saw Lin Shen blast Wu Lian into the tornado with a fist from a distance, he was slightly startled. Could it be that Lin Shen is the Great Red Bull Knight? Zui Qinglong was filled with mixed feelings, and laughed after a while. Whether he is the Great Red Bull Knight or not, since I have received the body technique, I cannot let others down. I must practice something to live up to your expectations. Unfortunately, the time is too short. If I were given some more time, and I could participate in the ranking battle with my 10-turn ascended body, maybe I would have the opportunity to walk up to him and ask him in person whether he is the Great Red Bull Knight. Christine has gone crazy in battle. As long as the ascenders challenged by him do not give up the battle, no one has been able to force him to use the second sword so far. Among so many top ascenders, who were madly striving for the ranking, Christine was the first to complete the feat of leapfrogging 3 levels in a row, and the first to trigger the 3rd leapfrogging challenge rule, and the challenge range was directly expanded to the 1,000th place. Almost. Christine looked at the ranking in front of him, getting closer and closer to Lin Shen. Christine's condition is not right. Catherine looked at the starry sky scroll and frowned. What's wrong? I see that he is in a very good condition. Even in Qingji, the famous ascender of the celestial race, was frightened away by his sword and gave up the battle directly. Isn't this a very good condition? Tia looked at Catherine in confusion. You don't understand. The evolutionary technique that Christine practiced is Extreme Devil. It is a very evil evolutionary technique. It requires one to transform into a devil with one's own evil thoughts, and control oneself with the extremely evil way, making it ruthless and desireless, and gaining the ultimate concentration and determination to fear no death. The cultivation ability will be greatly blessed. This kind of evolutionary technique is a forbidden technique that only a few people in my clan can practice. The main reason is that extracting one's own evil thoughts and transforming them into a devil is equivalent to raising an extremely evil devil personality in one's body. It is easy for the devil personality to replace the main personality and become a devil with only extreme desires. Catherine stared at Christine and said, From my observation of Christine's condition, it seems that he can no longer control the devil personality. Since you are practicing with the help of the devil personality, then after the practice, can't you just erase the devil personality? Tia said naively. That's not that easy. In history, I have only heard of people practicing extreme devil and being dominated by the devil personality in the end. I have never heard of anyone being able to erase the devil personality. Catherine smiled and said, You are still young and don't understand the horror of evil thoughts. Christian won't really become a devil? Tia said with some concern. Although she is not very familiar with Christine, she doesn't want him to become like that. It shouldn't be that bad yet. He became a disciple of our clan Sword Saint Sophia, who taught him the Sword Saint way of using the sword to nourish the heart, making his heart like a holy sword that can cut off extreme desires. Although in this state, the effect of the extreme devil will be greatly reduced, suppressing his growth rate, but with this holy heart sword as a gate, the devil personality will hardly make any waves. But if he continues in this state, the holy heart sword should be activated soon. Once the holy heart sword is triggered, the devil personality will be weakened, and his strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, it will be difficult for him to compete with top ascenders such as Lin Shan and Diers. Catherine sighed. Chapter 531. Lin Shan originally thought that there would be many ascenders to challenge him, but after the Faceless, it took a long time before another challenger finally entered the Evil Tongue Star. I am Hong Xian of the Heart Ape Clan, please teach me. The challenger was burly and hairy, looking like an ape. As soon as he finished speaking, he put on the shell, and the particles in his body surged, turning into a boxing glove that wrapped around his left hand. Hong Xian's shell seemed to be woven from black gold wire, and the boxing glove was made of black gold. With his tall physique, he looked majestic. Roar! Hong Xian roared, and his body swelled up, as if it was blown up. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to a height of 7 or 8 meters. He looked full of power, but not clumsy. Lin Shan hit with a threefold punch, and Hong Xian did not dodge or avoid, and took Lin Shan's attack head-on. The boxing gloves collided with Lin Shan's fist force, and the fist force, one wave higher than the other, was actually blasted away by Hong Xian. The power of his punch was not inferior to Lin Shan's, and even stronger. After blasting away Lin Shan's fist force with one punch, Hong Xian immediately rushed towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan stood still and blasted out the treading wave fist again, one punch after another. Although Hong Xian's strength was not weaker than Lin Shan, he could not rush to Lin Shan. He could only passively resist Lin Shan's fist force, and did not pose a threat to Lin Shan at all. Hong Xian attacked again and again, and was repelled by Lin Shan's fist force again and again. Although he had the courage to defeat thousands of men, it was useless if he could not get close to him. In the Huakai Palace, Kong Chuan and Tian Fei were also watching the battle on Lin Shan's side. Brother, what do you think of Dean Tian's strength? Tian Fei asked as she watched. Of course he is very strong. There are not many people of the same level who can beat him. That kind of telekinetic fist force is too advantageous in the process of upgrading. Kong Chuan analyzed. Hong Xian is also a top talent of the old family. His skills and strength are top-notch and very aggressive. But when he met the Dean, he couldn't even get close to him. But the Dean also has a problem. His telekinetic fist force should be extremely energy-consuming, right? If he can't seriously injure Hong Xian for a long time, his consumption will definitely be more than Hong Xian. I just don't know how long he can last. Kong Chuan thought for a while, and said, I remember the very famous telekinetic fist force Air Ba Quan in the universe. The users usually fight quickly, and rarely use Air Ba Quan to fight with others for a long time, which shows that the telekinetic fist force should be. It should be a technique that consumes more strength. Tian Fei looked at Kong Chuan and said, Brother, you have followed Dean Tian for so long and fought with him. Is this the only understanding you have about him? Kong Chuan said helplessly, I made a mistake when I fought side by side with him for the first time. Later, I didn't have the opportunity to watch his battles, but I know he is really strong. You? Tian Fei was a little helpless, but there was nothing she could do about him. She could only say, Dean Tian has shown such strength. He should be valued more by the Emperor of Heaven in the future. You must not neglect him when working under him, and you must not look down on him just because his level is temporarily lower than yours. How dare I dig the peacock's eyes myself? Do you think I want to do it again? Kong Chuan said with a bitter face. Tian Fei showed a smile. Lin Shen forced Kong Chuan to dig out the peacock's eye, which made Kong Chuan remember a little. It can't be considered a bad thing. This person is very capable, born in a small family, with a clean background, and can handle things. The Emperor of Heaven likes him very much. This time, the Tianshi Academy is probably going to be proud. You will not suffer any loss if you follow him. Tian Fei reminded again. I know. Kong Chuan's ears are almost calloused. What Kong Chuan said is actually not wrong. If he doesn't use the super basic text, it is indeed difficult for Lin Shen to use the wave trading combo for a long time. Hong Xian obviously has a variety of power type skills. Lin Shen's 3 wave trading combos can't do anything to Hong Xian, which shows how strong Hong Xian is. However, Lin Shen didn't plan to drag it on. He summoned the folding fan and shook it at Hong Xian twice. The first shake is a shake, the second shake is a break. The shake style reduces attributes, and the break style reduces skills. The combination of the 2 styles is simply a nightmare for opponents with similar strength. Here it comes, finally Lin Shen's weakening skills are forced out. Everyone's eyes lit up. So many people analyzed Lin Shen before, but they didn't use it at all. Now it's finally back on track. Everyone is waiting to see how Hong Xian will deal with Lin Shen's weakening skills. The shake and break styles are difficult to block even for Nirvana, so Hong Xian naturally has no way to keep them out. He was still hit by the skills, and mysterious text marks appeared on his body, with 2 types of bright and dark marks. After being hit by the shake and break styles, Hong Xian's strength was obviously greatly reduced. Lin Shen blasted out another 3-punch wave. If Hong Xian didn't have a countermeasure, even if he was not killed, he would be blown away and caught in the tornado, and he would probably die. Roar! Hong Xian roared to the sky and beat his chest with both hands. With each blow, his body suddenly expanded. After several consecutive hammerings, his body almost doubled in size and reached a height of more than 10 meters. Hong Xian's huge fist blasted out and forcibly blasted Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches. At this time, everyone understood that Hong Xian's way to fight against weakening skills is his own strengthening skills. You weaken me, and I will grow back myself, which is equivalent to no weakening. I just don't know how long Hong Xian's skill can last. Hong Xian, like a giant, launched a fierce attack on Lin Shen, punching one punch after another, and rushed up step by step against Lin Shen's fist force. Hong Xian's boxing gloves have enhanced his strength. The initial gigantic skill also enhanced his strength. The subsequent furious gigantic ability should have enhanced the attributes of the 4 surroundings, which roughly offset Lin Shen's weakening skills. It seems that he has not suffered any loss, but in fact, he has suffered a hidden loss. Kong Chuan said, the Dean has not even used his base transformation talent yet, and his trump cards are almost used up. However, the Dean has the talent of the battle song, and he is indeed at a disadvantage when fighting alone, which is equivalent to having 1 less skill than others. Tian Fei did not comment, but just watched the battle between Lin Shen and Hong Xian while sipping tea. Many people watching the battle had similar views to Kong Chuan. Hong Xian was indeed at a disadvantage, but he might not have no chance. It depends on what kind of talent Lin Shen will use next. Hong Xian was attacking while waiting for Lin Shen to make a move. He still had a talent skill that he had not used, and that should be the moment to decide the outcome. Lin Shen looked at Hong Xian, who was getting closer and closer, and hit the wave trading fist again, but this time the wave trading fist was not a 3-hit combo, but a more violent 4-hit combo. Hong Xian punched again, and felt something was wrong as soon as it made contact. He was horrified and quickly used his best talent. His fist suddenly expanded, becoming twice as big as the other one, like a giant hammer, and smashed into Lin Shen's 4-hit combo. Chapter 532. Boom! Under the collision of fists, Lin Shen's 4-strike wave trading punch was blocked again, and Hong Xian took 2 steps back to stand firm. Hong Xian was shocked that Lin Shen could actually punch with higher power, and forced out his last trump card with just the power of his fist. Everyone could see that Hong Xian had no chance. Even if Lin Shen's innate skills were all auxiliary, he had no chance. Besides, Lin Shan still had the pistol's air-killing skill, which was not used. Hong Xian himself had already realized that he had lost. Your Excellency is indeed worthy of your reputation. I lose. Hong Xian was straightforward, without any thought of dragging his feet, and directly admitted defeat and left. Watching Hong Xian leave, Lin Shan sat on the stone next to him and retracted his shell. Without using the super base text, the consumption of the 4-strike wave trading punch was too great. Almost one attack drained the strength in his body, and it would take some time to recover. Seeing this situation, the spectators immediately realized that Lin Shan's strength was seriously depleted. As they had speculated before, the air punch force was very energy-consuming, especially his last 4-punch combo, which had obviously made Lin Shan's strength almost exhausted. Many people felt sorry for Hong Xian. If Hong Xian could hold on a little longer, he might be able to defeat Lin Shan, who was seriously depleted. While others were feeling sorry for Hong Xian, another challenger entered the evil word star. This was an ascender who had just rushed into the top 10 from the hundreds of rankings. When Hong Xian challenged Lin Shan, she happened to rest for a while and recovered. After Hong Xian gave up the fight, Lin Shan chose to challenge Lin Shan directly when he was able to be challenged. Although she didn't know Lin Shan's current situation, she just happened to catch up with such a point. Nadaga's luck is really good. She challenged Lin Shan just when Lin Shan's strength was overconsumed. This battle has a good chance. Many people envied Nadaga's luck. Nadaga was slightly startled when she saw Lin Shan sitting on a stone without wearing a shell to rest. It seems that your strength is seriously consumed. I will give you time to rest. We will fight again after you recover, Nadaga said to Lin Shan standing in the storm. Thank you. Lin Shan actually sat there to rest, and did not stand up to fight. He didn't really need to rest, but he felt that it was too troublesome to constantly accept challenges. The only person he really needed to defeat was Christine. He had just seen Christine's ranking, and he was still far away from him. Instead of fighting challengers one by one, it would be better to rest for a while, and wait for Christine's ranking to rush up. Nadaga waited patiently. Lin Shan looked at Nadaga, and saw that her upper body was human, and her lower body was like a python. She looked like a strange beauty. He used the watch that came with a race ranking war to check, and found that Nadaga was now ranked 7th, and came from a race called Snake Girl. As far as Lin Shan knew, the Snake Girl race was also a large race that could enter the top 100 in the previous race rankings, and it had not fallen out of the top 100 of the race rankings for hundreds of years. It was considered an old and powerful race. However, Lin Shan didn't know much about the Snake Women race, and didn't know what kind of evolutionary techniques the Snake Women were good at, and what abilities they had. Nadaga thought that Lin Shan would rest for a while, and would stand up to fight when he was in good condition, but who knew that Lin Shan had been sitting there for an hour, and he didn't even have the slightest intention of standing up to fight. Even the people watching the fight were very impatient, and they all thought that Lin Shan was going too far. If someone asked you to rest, it would be fine if you almost recovered, but do you really have to wait until your body is back to its peak condition? This is too ungraceful. What do you know? This is called psychological tactics. Lin Shan is consuming Nadaga's patience. When Nadaga's patience is almost exhausted, and she is impatient, he will attack her. It will be difficult for Nadaga to win. Using other people's kindness with such tactics, isn't that too despicable? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Shan is not that kind of person. He should be sympathetic and gentle. He can't bear to attack a beauty like Nadaga, so he can only delay time so that Nadaga will give up. Can you wash it like this? No matter how you look at it, Lin Shan doesn't seem to be the kind of person who will be sympathetic and gentle. The debate on the internet is much more exciting than the battle here. Lin Shan also saw that Nadaga seemed to be almost out of patience, so he took the initiative to say, Nadaga, let's fight. If you win, can you keep the first place? I will do my best. Nadaga said seriously. Okay, then you win now. Lin Shan chose to give up the battle, and gave up the first place. Nadaga was teleported back to her home planet. Seeing that she had become the first place, she was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to react. Haha, I told you, Lin Shan must be sympathetic to women and couldn't bear to attack Nadaga. Oh my god, it's really hard for a hero to resist a beautiful woman. He gave up the first place just like that. Nadaga is in a difficult situation now. After becoming the first place, should she repay the Emperor's kindness with her body? Please stop bragging. Lin Shan was obviously overdrawn, and had no ability to fight again. That's why he had to give up the battle. What does sympathy have to do with it? Skynet said all kinds of things. Lin Shan didn't know these. The reason why he chose to give up was not because of Nadaga, nor because he couldn't fight again. But he felt that Christine was too far away from him. He didn't know how long he would have to wait for Christine to rush up. So when he was looking at the rankings just now, he suddenly had an idea. Why not rush down, so that Christine can catch up with him quickly? Nadaga's challenge had just ended, and someone else challenged Linshan. The ascenders who were originally ranked in the top 10, and could not challenge Linshan could now challenge him. When Linshan saw the challenger coming in, he chose to give up the battle without saying a word, and sat there without any intention of standing up. Then Linshan fought, and gave up one after another, and his ranking dropped rapidly from the first place, and soon, he was hundreds of places away. Anyone who saw Linshan, as long as they could reach him, would choose to challenge him, which also caused Linshan's ranking to drop again and again. This operation stunned everyone. They didn't know what he was doing. Others were rushing up the rankings, but he was rushing down the opposite way. Most people thought that Linshan's physical strength was really a problem. Otherwise, why would he give up the battles continuously? All battles have been lost, triggering the loser rule, and the challenge limit has been relaxed to 100th place. When Linshan dived into the 1000th place ranking, the watch gave a prompt. Chapter 533. While other top ascenders were madly attacking their rankings, Linshan was also madly diving. This operation stunned everyone, and the corners of the Emperor's eyes began to twitch. That guy, couldn't he do it so obviously? The Emperor knew what Linshan was doing, but he felt that this person didn't care about his reputation. In order to complete the task quickly, he didn't even care about the ranking. Songyun, what did you say to him? The Emperor saw Songyun on the side. And Songyun said quickly, I told him to strive for the top 5. If that doesn't work, being Christian is fine. This is definitely not what I meant. The Emperor of Heaven also knew that this was not what Songyun meant. Looking at Linshan, whose ranking was still rapidly falling, he snorted coldly. That kid is good at guessing my mind, but it's a pity that he is only so smart. He must have thought that I had some personal grudge with Christian or the Emperor barbarians, so he did this. He underestimated me a little too much. How could I be so ignorant? I let him participate in the competition just to give him real training so that he can stand on his own as soon as possible. It's a waste of my efforts. Tian Songyun didn't dare to say much, but the Emperor didn't let him go. He asked coldly, Songyun, how do you think I should deal with that stinky boy who failed my good intentions? Your Majesty, I think that although Dean Tian used the wrong intention and failed to understand your painstaking efforts, he was able to disregard his own honor and disgrace and work for you wholeheartedly. This loyalty is really precious. Tian Songyun thought for a while and said, what you said does make sense. Although he is a little stupid, his heart is good after all. The Emperor of Heaven smiled. Linshan didn't really not understand, but he just didn't want to be too perfect. He always kept Liu's words in mind. Suffering a loss is a blessing, and being too perfect may not be a good thing. Linshan's ranking continued to plummet. When others triggered the cross-level challenge rule twice, he also triggered the loser rule twice, not long after. The challenge range expanded to 10,000, and the ranking plummeted faster. Because there were too many people challenging him, Linshan's ranking dropped again and again, to the point where everyone could bully him. Not long after Christine triggered the third cross-level challenge rule, Linshan also triggered the third loser rule, and the challenge range expanded to 1 million. After the unremitting efforts of the two, their rankings were getting closer and closer. The spectators were stunned. With Linshan's strength, it was impossible for him to drop so much. Wu Face, whose life was destroyed, was still in the top 100. He just consumed his strength and rested for such a long time. He was challenged for such a long time and didn't even get up from the stone. He should have recovered a little. How could he be ranked so low? Linshan didn't care about that and continued to dive down. When Christian chose to challenge his opponent again, he suddenly found that the name of the human Tian appeared in his selection range. He thought he had seen it wrong, so he looked again carefully and looked at the top of the list. Sure enough, he was not wrong. Linshan's ranking had indeed fallen. Christine was suspicious, but he still chose to challenge Linshan. However, in such a moment of distraction, he was challenged by someone else first, and he didn't get the chance. But it was only a moment, and Linshan, who couldn't challenge, could challenge again. Christine didn't care about that, and directly chose to challenge him. Finally, he successfully got the right to challenge him, and entered Linshan's home planet through the open portal. When Linshan saw Christine coming in, he didn't choose to give up the battle this time, and finally stood up. Oh my god, after all this time, Linshan didn't want to play with those people, and swooped down to find Christine. I said, no matter what Linshan is, he can't be that weak. Lin must not play himself to death. Christine is in great shape now. Many top ascenders can't resist the power of his sword. In the elimination round, Christine was hurt so badly by Lin. If they fight, I'm afraid it will be a situation of no end. Are you looking for me? Christine stared at Lin and said coldly. I guess so. Lin did not deny it. Very good, show your strongest power. Christine pointed the life-based sword in his hand at Lin, but did not attack immediately. Okay. Lin did not waste words, directly used the shell, summoned the folding fan, and used both positive and negative skills on Christine. The two mysterious light texts of light and dark flew towards Christine. Christine ignored it, and let the two light texts fall on his shell, forming a brand. Christine had a sneer on his lips, and a dark golden strange symbol appeared on the gun-gray shell. Everyone stared at Christine, wanting to know how he could crack Lin's weakening skills. However, they only saw the emergence of the strange symbol, and the mysterious light text on the shell was not erased. When they thought Christine's method of cracking was ineffective, they suddenly found that the same strange symbol appeared on Lin's shell. What was even more strange was that along with those strange symbols, there was also Lin's own mysterious light text, and the light and dark light texts were exactly the same as those on Christine now. Lin suddenly felt his body sink, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, feeling that all his attributes were weakened, including his skills. What kind of ability is that? Can it actually react to the shaking and folding styles on myself? Lin was surprised. Theoretically, this is Lin's own power, and he should be able to clear it, but he found that he couldn't even clear the mysterious light text on his body. This is my innate ability, evil spirit possession. The negative power you use on me will also act on you. Now we are at the same starting point. Christine stared at Lin and said coldly. Very strong. Lin exclaimed. Don't waste time, put away your little tricks, use the pistol to kill people from a distance. Christine was already impatient, and wanted to break Lin's famous technique. No hurry, I heard that your swordsmanship is very strong, I want to experience it first. Lin flicked his wrist, closed the folding fan, and the feather-like light blade popped out, turning into a feather-like lightsaber. The spectators were very surprised. They all thought that Lin's life was a supporting type, but they didn't expect that he could have such an attack state. Christine didn't answer, and directly stabbed with a sword against the wind. The sword broke through the wind, and the sword against the strong hurricane was still incredibly fast. It was in front of Lin in almost the blink of an eye. If he hadn't been hit by two weakening skills, this sword would probably be faster, so fast that even his shadow might not be seen. Chapter 534. Lin neither defended nor dodged, and stabbed Christine with the lightsaber in his hand, which turned out to be a fight to the death. This shocked everyone, and they had no time to react, and the two swords stabbed each other's bodies at the same time. Almost at the same time, Lin's lightsaber pierced Christine's body, and Christine's sword also pierced Lin's body. The shells on the two people seemed to be useless, and could not play a protective role at all. Because of the shaking and folding, their attributes were greatly weakened, and the hardness and toughness of the shells were only about half of the previous ones, which could not resist the life base that had not been weakened. Zhuo Qinglong, who was sitting and watching the battle, suddenly stood up, his eyes almost popped out. Lin Miao was almost scared to death, and stood there blankly. What the hell is this? One sword strike and both sides are destroyed. Do you have to be so tough? Do you have to fight so hard? Brother, this is a ranking battle, not a life and death battle. Is it necessary to play like this? Everyone was shocked. Two top-level ascenders, both died in the first strike. What the hell is this? No one has ever seen such a game. They were stunned, but Lin and Christine did not stop. They drew out their swords, stood in front of each other, and then stabbed each other's body. One sword. Two swords. Three swords. The two people were like desperate men who were bloodthirsty. They didn't care about their own lives at all, and just stabbed each other desperately. They were pierced with blood holes, but it seemed that because of the surge of adrenaline, they didn't feel the pain at all and ignored it completely. Looking at the two people facing each other, they were like two street thugs who didn't know how to fight, stabbing each other with swords, as if whoever took a step back and dodged a sword was a coward, would be despised, and would never face up to fighting again. Everyone was stunned. They had imagined many battle scenes between two top ascenders, but they could never imagine that it would be such a scene. This was not a fight between masters, it was simply a life and death fight, to see who had a stronger life. But in a blink of an eye, both of them stabbed each other several times, and no matter how strong their lives were, they couldn't stand this kind of play. What kind of hatred and grudges do you have to play like this? They are going to die on the spot. Tian Songyun's eyes were about to pop out. He won't die that easily. Tian should, he snorted coldly. Tian Songyun took a closer look and found out what was going on. The wounds on the two people were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds on the places that were pierced at the beginning were almost invisible now, and even the scars on the shells were almost gone. Soon, not only them, but many people watching the battle saw the problem. They were stabbed so many times by the opponent, but no one fell down, and there was no blood splattering. The wounds on their bodies were also wrong, and the previous wounds seemed to have disappeared. Oh my god, these two people have super strong self-healing abilities. They are trying to kill each other with their lives. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? They thought of the same thing. I guess they are confused now. Why didn't the opponent fall down after being stabbed so many times? What's going on? It's such a brutal battle, but why do I feel an inexplicable sense of humor? This self-healing ability is so strong. Lin Shen's skill is exposed. It's actually self-healing ability. Christine is the same. Lin Shen is so weird. Others have some skills to enhance their combat effectiveness. What are his skills? Battle song, self-healing, remote punching, and hitting a monster. It's to be unexpected. Who has ever seen two masters fight like this? For a moment, I actually felt very happy to watch it. Every sword hits the flesh. Not only the flesh, but also the body. Superbase recasting continued to repair Lin Shen's injured body and shell, but the speed of repair was obviously a bit slower than the speed of the opponent's piercing his body. He had already begun to retreat. Is this guy crazy? His self-healing ability is not better than mine. Why doesn't he retreat? Christine had no intention of retreating at all, and became more and more crazy, and his sword was getting faster and faster, constantly stabbing at different parts of Lin Shen's body, as if he wanted to find Lin Shen's weakness and kill him with one blow. Dang, Lin Shen couldn't stand it first, and directly backhanded a sword to block Christine's stabbing sword. But when he blocked it, he immediately fell into a disadvantage, and Christine's sword seemed to be like a violent meteor shower, stabbing wildly. The folding fan in Lin Shen's hand opened and closed, and when Christine's sword passed through the gap between the fan bones, it was locked by the closed folding fan, the fan dance lock. Lin Shen twisted the folding fan, and Christine's hand holding the sword couldn't hold it, and the hilt of the sword fell out of his hand. When Lin Shen thought he had succeeded, Christine's body began to spin like a drill in the direction of the hilt. Her other hand grabbed the hilt again, and with the force of the rotation, she made the sword spin along with it. The folded fan was forcibly opened by the rotating sword, but Lin Shen couldn't hold the inherited fan, and it slipped out of his hand. Open! Lin Shen shouted coldly, and the folding fan in the air instantly disintegrated and turned into a series of lightsabers, which seemed to be interweaving and killing Christine like a stream of light all over the sky. Christine held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed out with one sword after another. Each sword was as fast as thunder and lightning. He slashed left and right, blocking all the lightsabers in the sky. No lightsaber could get close to him. Because the movement was too fast, it left a series of afterimages, and it looked like Christine had become a three-headed and six-armed man. For a while, people were dazzled and couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two people. How could it suddenly change from a stab between gangsters to such a strange battle? In the eyes of everyone, although Lin Shen retreated first, when they stabbed each other just now, it seemed that he had the upper hand now. Lin Shen only fought with his life force, and did not consume his own strength. Christine's slash seemed very fierce, but it was consuming his own strength. He was definitely the one who suffered. When people were guessing how Christine would break the situation, they suddenly saw that while slashing the sky full of light swords, Christine actually had the spare strength to slash a sword in the direction of Lin Shen. Lin Shen was already dozens of meters away from him. When he slashed with his sword, a black crescent-shaped blade flew out from the blade and instantly slashed in front of Lin Shen, who was dozens of meters away. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Fei Jiexing had no long-range attack ability. Only a few people who practiced strange techniques had the ability to hurt people from a distance. There was a very famous sword wind blade technique that could use a sword to slash a wind blade to hurt people from a distance. However, the sword wind secret technique had long been lost with the death of the wind swordsman, and no one had heard of inheriting that secret technique. What's more, what Christine slashed out was not a sword wind, but a force similar to sword light, which seemed to be something that only Nirvana level could do. Lin Shen didn't have time to think so much, and directly used 3 consecutive attacks to meet Christine's crescent blade light. Boom! The fist force was divided, and the blade light lost its luster after breaking through the threefold fist force and dissipated into the void. Chapter 535. Christine slashed wildly, and black crescent blades flew towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan stretched out his hand, and the sky full of light swords flew back in front of him, reorganizing into a feather fan of light like a peacock spreading its tail. The feather fan of light spun rapidly, like a huge wheel of light blocking Lin Shan. The crescent blades slashed on the wheel of light, but were bounced off, deviated from the track, and flew in other directions. Christine rushed forward while slashing out crescent blades quickly. Countless blades slashed on the wheel of light, but were bounced off by the wheel of light. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and in the roar of the wind, the crescent blades and the wheel of light collided wildly, shining and sparkling. People were fascinated by the scene. Such a battle was almost impossible to see in the flying upgrade. Christine had already rushed to Lin Shan, holding the sword with both hands and slashing at the light wheel. Lin Shan stretched out his hand to grab the center of the light wheel, and the light wheel instantly turned into a lightsaber, fighting with Christine. Crack! The feather blade of the lightsaber was actually shattered by Christine's sword, and the blade was still slashing towards Lin Shan's body like a gust of wind. Lin Shan's body suddenly bounced back, with strange movements and incredibly fast speed, and he actually dodged the almost face-to-face slash. Christine held the sword and continued to rush forward, with a strange pink mist oozing out of his whole body. His strength was constantly increasing, and the speed of his sword was getting faster and faster. Lin Shan waved his folding fan while retreating, and feathers of light appeared on the folding fan again, but every time it collided head-on with Chris's sword, the feathers of light would be shattered. Lin Shan could only fight while retreating. His retreat speed was faster than Christine's forward speed. Lin Shan's body movement is so strange. He retreats faster than he runs forward. Tia said in surprise. Humph, that is a body movement secret skill called Shrimp Slip. It is the unique secret skill of Enlu of the Celestial Clan. Most people in the world only practice running forward. Only Enlu studies how to retreat. At the beginning, he relied on Shrimp Slip and another secret skill of moving sideways, Crab Step, and was also the best in the world. No one in the same level could hurt him. It is said that he jokingly called this secret method Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. He didn't even pass it on to the people of the Yin family. Unexpectedly, he passed it on to Lin Shan. Catherine's knowledge is very broad. She even knows Enlu's Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Lin Shan relied on the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals' body movement. Although he dodged all of Christine's attacks, Christine's strength and speed were still rising rapidly. I don't know what skills he used. It seems that he can be infinitely enhanced. Lin Shan knew that this was not a solution. He had just used the lightsaber to pierce Christine's acupuncture points, but he was not able to seriously injure him. This meant that although acupuncture points were Christine's weaknesses, his self-healing ability could make up for this weakness, so unless his acupuncture points were pressed, it would not be easy to seriously injure him. Thinking of this, Lin Shan suddenly put away his folding fan and turned to fight Christine with boxing, trying to find an opportunity to shoot sand between his fingers and press Christine's acupuncture points. This guy's fighting power was stronger than Lin Shan had imagined, and he seemed to have no fear at all. He remained calm under the sword and the body, and it was difficult to shake his will. Lin Shan madly blasted out the wave-stepping fist, and Christine also slashed out the crescent blade. The fist force and the blade light collided and exploded in the air, and the shock wave made both of them retreat several steps. The fist force and the blade light kept colliding in the air, making it difficult for the two to get close to each other, and they could only keep blasting each other from a distance. Is it really okay for Lin Shan to do this? His fist force from a distance consumes a lot of energy, right? When he fought with Hong Xian before, he consumed too much energy, and even had difficulty maintaining his shell. On an ancient planet, Yi Yuzhen looked at the man who was fishing by the river and said. The fishing man needed the bait in his hand and said, "Why do you care about his life or death? I have seen the kid and taught him a few tricks, but he is too stupid to learn it at all, and can't achieve anything big. Grandpa, he is also our fellow human being after all. He participated in the race-ranking battle, and fought for the honor of our human beings. How can you say that about him?" Yi Yuzhen said angrily. "Something's wrong," Yi Jingren suddenly said. "What's wrong? Is Lin Shan in danger?" Yi Yuzhen suddenly became a little nervous. "I mean, something's wrong with you. I've never seen you care so much about others. Do you have any relationship with that boy?" Yi Jingren turned around, squinted his eyes, and looked at her, smiling. "It's none of your business." Yi Yuzhen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away angrily. "I can ignore other things, but if you are looking for a man, you must find someone who can inherit my skills, otherwise my good skills will be lost. That boy is so stupid, he definitely can't do it," Yi Jingren said directly. Grandpa, your eyesight is not very good. How can he be stupid? Don't you see how powerful he is? What kind of successor can you find to be more powerful than him? Yuzhen said with a pout. My eyesight is very good. His fist force consumes a lot of energy. The sword light of the boy who uses the sword comes from the power of his sword. After a while, when he runs out of energy, I'm afraid he will be slaughtered. Yi Jingren laughed. Yi Yuzhen was not unhappy when he heard it, but laughed instead. What are you laughing at? Yi Jingren looked at Yi Yuzhen in confusion and asked. Grandpa, you probably don't know that when Lin Shen was on the mother planet, he actually had a very loud nickname. Guess what it was? Yi Yuzhen said mysteriously. How do I know what his nickname is? Yi Jingren stretched out his hand and pulled the fishing rod, but no fish was caught, and the bait was eaten. His nickname is Perpetual Motion Machine Ation. Yi Yuzhen said proudly. TSK, he actually gave himself such an uncultured nickname. He must have never been to school. Yi Jingren said disdainfully. Grandpa, since you look down on him so much, let's make a bet. If his physical strength is overconsumed by Christine, I will listen to you and find you a grandson-in-law who can inherit the skills. On the contrary, you helped me convince my mother to leave me alone. How about it? Yi Yuzhen said with a blink of his eyes. He had said so much just now to prepare for this moment. Okay, you wait for me here. I won't be fooled by this. Yi Jingren said with a godly look. So you admit that your vision is not good, and those words that said Lin Shen was not good just now were all nonsense? Yi Yuzhen said slowly. The provocation is all my leftover tricks. Your tricks won't work on me, but I can give you a chance. It's purely for your sake. I make this bet with you. It's a deal. Yi Yuzhen was overjoyed. Don't worry. We make this bet, but we have to change it. If he can beat Christine, I talk to your mother. Yi Jingren interrupted Yi Yuzhen. Grandpa, why are you cheating? Yi Yuzhen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Christine was too strong, and she couldn't be sure that Lin Shen would win. If you don't want to bet, forget it. It's not like I need you to help anyway. Yi Jingren said indifferently. Grandpa. Yi Yuzhen patted Yi Jingren's shoulders and acted like a spoiled child. Bet or not? Yi Jingren was completely unmoved. Bet? Yi Yuzhen angrily let go of his hand and stopped patting his back. Chapter 536. Lin Shen's body was already shining with the mysterious light patterns of shaking and folding. After opening the super basic text, it was not as conspicuous as usual. To others, it seemed that there were just more mysterious light patterns. With the opening of the super basic text, the violent world power around him poured into Lin Shen's body like a tide. The lightning and tornadoes around him generated much more world power than in ordinary places. Just by opening the super basic text, Lin Shen felt that his strength was increasing. That was because he absorbed too much world power and could not consume it all, which had some good effects on his body. Christine's strength was also increasing, and the blade light he chopped out was getting stronger and stronger. The 3 punches of stepping on the waves were obviously at a disadvantage. Lin Shen felt the surging world power in his body, which was almost overflowing, and he did not hesitate to hit the 4 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves. Boom! The fist force that had been suppressed actually smashed Christine's blade light and gained the upper hand. Lin Shen punched one after another, making the blade burst, and the force of the punch was actually pushed back. Who is saying that Lin Shen's telekinetic punch consumes a lot of power? I am sincerely worried about you. You are playing me, right? You said that it consumes a lot of power, and you can't hold on after 4 consecutive punches? You are an actor, right? Actor Lin, the whole universe owes you an actor award. Okay, this level of performance, can I watch it without paying? Please, Actor Lin, please stop your acting skills. Can't we be more sincere? Your focus is a little wrong. Lin Shen obviously used a talent skill, which is obviously a talent ability of strength recovery, battle song, self-healing and energy recovery. These 3 talents of Lin Yingdi are all sharp weapons on the battlefield. If he goes to the battlefield, he will be a killer on the battlefield. For a moment, everyone watching the battle felt that they had given their hearts to the wrong person. Whether they were worried that Lin Shen's energy consumption was too serious or hoped that Lin Shen would run out of energy quickly, they all felt that they were shocked. After hitting Hong Xian with 4 consecutive punches, he was so tired that he couldn't even maintain his shell. He had hit so many punches, but he was like a normal person. Lin Shen pressed Christine step by step. Although Christine's strength was increasing, it was not strong enough to resist another weight-treading punch. Suddenly, the life-based sword in Christine's hand, the original black sword body, gradually turned into a dark gold. The blade light that was cut out also turned into dark gold. This sword blade actually cut off the power of Lin Shan's four-wave treading punch directly, and its momentum was still unabated, and it instantly cut in front of Lin Shan. Lin Shan moved sideways, dodging the dark gold blade with an incredible gesture. The dark gold blade brushed past his body and rushed into a tornado, cutting a hole in the tornado, causing a crackling sound inside the tornado. Christine's life base is a double life base talent. Tia saw the door. Lucky. Catherine frowned. Christine's double life base talent immediately put Lin Shan in a passive position. The dark gold blades cut through Lin Shan's fist power, like a knife cutting tofu. What a tough guy. Looking at the dark gold blades flying, Lin Shan could only increase the number of layers of the treading wave fist again, and directly hit the treading wave five-fold fist. The five-fold fist's power was stacked one after another, and it withstood Christine's dark gold blade. Although it was still a bit disadvantageous, after the dark gold blade cut through the five-fold fist, the remaining power was not enough to pose a threat to Lin Shan. Actor Lin, you are really daring to act. You pretended to be dead after 4 consecutive punches, and you beat me with 5 consecutive punches. Where is the most basic trust between people? I don't know why, but I always feel that Actor Lin seems to be able to keep adding more. To be honest, Actor Lin's boxing skills are really fierce. The more he stacks his punches, the stronger the power. Theoretically, as long as he has enough energy, he can stack them infinitely. Infinite stacking is impossible. Not to mention that he can't have infinite energy. Even if he has infinite energy, it takes time to stack his punches. It's impossible that you are still stacking when others' knives are in front of you. The distance and time are not enough. I think 5 consecutive punches are the limit. It should be the limit. Christine throws a sword, and Actor Lin throws 5 punches. It's amazing that Actor Lin can hold on until now. They are right. 5 consecutive punches of treading waves are indeed the limit. It's not because of insufficient energy, but because Lin Shan can only swing his punches so fast. As soon as Christine swung out with the sword, Lin Shan had to throw 5 punches in the same instant. That is to say, the way of exerting force of the wave-trading fist is special. It is not necessary to retract the arm and punch every time, but it is a high-speed shaking punch, which can exert fist force with a small amplitude. If he really throws 5 punches in a row, Christine's sword may have slashed his face before he finishes the second punch. The two men fought in the air, the collision of fist force and blade light, the shock wave generated by the explosion, disturbed the airflow around, making the nearby tornado more violent, and thunder and lightning roared more frequently between heaven and earth. Lin Shan has super basic text, and the world power is almost unlimited, but Christine obviously does not have such endurance. Although his strength has been constantly improving, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Christine's body has obvious signs of fatigue. How is it, Grandpa? The nickname of Perpetual Motion Machine is well deserved, right? Seeing Christine showing fatigue, Yushin finally showed a smile on his face. Until the end, the outcome is still unknown. Don't be happy too early. Be careful that the higher you float, the harder you will fall. Yi Jingren was unwilling to suffer a loss, and quarreled with Yushin. Inside the Diamond Tribe, Catherine's face suddenly changed. Not good, Christine's devil personality is going out of control. Just as Catherine finished her words, she saw Christine, who had been unable to be attacked for a long time, with more and more pink mist coming out of his body, almost like spraying out. The next second, Christine's original black shell was dyed pink, and even the magic sword in his hand turned pink. Lin Shan looked at Christine, who was covered in pink, with a strange look on his face, and thought to himself, is this the legendary macho pink? The pink Christine moved, and immediately scared Lin Shan. The magic sword in his hand burst out with pink sword light, and he rushed over like a ghost. Lin Shan's 5 consecutive punches were cut like paper. Lin Shan used his body skills to dodge, but he couldn't completely dodge. In just a moment, several wounds were cut on his body. Christine's speed and strength increased by more than 1 level, and her body twisted into various movements that were unimaginable to humans. The magic sword stabbed out from all kinds of strange angles, leaving wounds on Lin Shan's body one after another. Chapter 537. Sure enough, Actor Lin is more suitable for the battlefield. Christine is better at fighting alone. Actor Lin has already used all his skills. There should be no possibility of a comeback. There are no pets and spirit bases available in the race ranking battle, and there are no other equipment. He can only rely on his own strength. What's the situation with Christine? His swordsmanship is so weird. Why does it feel like he is not human? Can those movements be made by humans? This battle is really exciting to watch. All kinds of wonderful techniques are flying all over the sky. You come and I go. You break my techniques, and I break your techniques. It's really interesting. It's a pity that actor Lin is one step behind. There should be no suspense in this battle. Pink Christine is really too powerful. On a high mountain of the Diamond Tribe, the Sword Saint Sophia, who seemed to be an ascetic, put down the work in her hands, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked at the scroll in the sky. The devil's personality is out of control. It will take at most 10 seconds to activate the Sacred Heart Sword. If we can't win in these 10 seconds then... Sophia showed a worried look on her face. Lin Shen, who was beaten by Christine, couldn't stand it anymore and directly activated the super basic form. The people watching the game only saw that Lin Shen's shell was shining like a silver crystal, and his speed and strength suddenly increased. He was not weaker than Pink Christine, and even better. Lin Shen violently suppressed Christine's crazy punches, and the wave-stepping fist was combined with a wave-stepping step. Each punch was stronger than the last, and each step was faster than the last. He oppressed Pink Christine and forced him to retreat. No matter how crazy Pink Christine was, she could not resist Lin Shen's violent punches. Bang bang. Crazy Christine only attacked but did not defend. She was hit by Lin Shen several times. Her shell was dented and she flew backwards. What's going on? The actor has a backhand? Hey, hasn't he used up all his skills? What the hell is this? It's really fucking unsolvable. There is even a big move that improves all attributes. The actor is really good at acting. Actor, put away your acting skills quickly. If you have the ability, can you use it quickly? Why are you flying a kite here? You've had enough of shooting cold arrows whenever you have something to do. When people saw that Pink Christine was suppressed, those who thought the overall situation was settled just now felt that they were slapped in the face, and were a little tired. Christine, who was blown away, suddenly had a white sword-shaped mark on his forehead. Lin Shen, who was about to rush up and beat Christine to death, stopped in his tracks, thinking that Christine had some strange skills to use. Most people had the same idea as Lin Shen, thinking that Christine had some secret skills to use. Only some core figures in the Diamond Tribe knew that Christine was defeated. Christine is finished, the Sacred Heart Sword has been triggered, his strength has been greatly reduced, and he can no longer compete with Lin Shen. Catherine sighed. As the sword-shaped mark on the forehead shone, the pink mist on Christine's body suddenly dissipated a lot, and the pink on the shell also faded. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen realized that Christine was not using any secret skills, but his skill time limit had expired and he could not hold on. It's not easy, I'm finally going to win. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle was finally over, and he could finally report. The people watching the battle also thought the same as Lin Shen, thinking that this battle with many twists and turns would finally end with the victory of Liningdi. Suddenly, Christine raised her sword hand, pointed the tip of the sword at her forehead, and stabbed it fiercely. The tip of the magic sword stabbed directly on the shining sword-shaped mark, shattering it directly, and the tip of the sword penetrated into the shell, and blood flowed out along the blade. What is he doing? Catherine stood up suddenly. That was Christine, the most outstanding and talented person in the Diamond Tribe, who would definitely enter the ranks of immortals in the future. Even though Catherine didn't have much interaction with him, she didn't want the genius in the tribe to die. Christine pierced the Sacred Heart Sword, which was equivalent to completely liberating the devil personality. The consequence was that the devil personality would replace his main personality. Even if he could win this battle, he would no longer be the Christine of the past. The body controlled by the devil personality was extremely evil, and would only kill and do evil. It was impossible for it to make any contribution to the race, but it might cause a disaster. In the past, many of the Diamond Tribe who practiced extreme devil would kill their relatives and friends first after being dominated by the devil personality. Originally, I thought that Christine would not become a madman who only knew how to kill with the protection of the Sacred Heart Sword, but I didn't expect that he would destroy the Sacred Heart Sword himself. Is winning or losing a duel really that important? Catherine muttered to herself and sat down dejectedly. The matter is done, and it can't be reversed. Sophia looked at Christine in the scroll, with a strange look on her face, but she didn't say a word. The Sacred Heart Sword was broken, and the pink mist on Christine's body gushed out again, dyeing his shell pinker and pinker, pinker than the Death Barbie pink. Christine was completely crazy, pulling out the pink magic sword that had pierced his skull, and killing Lin Shen again. It's just a battle. Do you have to fight so hard? Lin Shen was depressed. He just wanted to complete the task easily, and didn't want to expose so many things. But this Christine was too difficult to deal with. His strength and speed actually increased again, and his behavior became more and more unpredictable. Christine turned his back to Lin Shen and backhanded the sword, but it seemed that he had eyes on his back, and there was no effect at all. The sword was faster than the sword, and the pink sword light was earth-shaking, cutting the hurricane. Instead, Lin Shan was a little busy dealing with his various weird postures. Lin Shan, who had activated the super base form, could not gain any advantage over Christine. The two people kept flying and colliding in the wind, and the invisible fist force and the pink sword light kept fighting, causing terrible fluctuations and turbulence. Lin Shan found an opportunity, and ejected a finger sand in the gap between the rhythm of the wave-trampling fist. The needle-like finger force pierced Christine's acupuncture points, and directly pierced through the shell. Lin Shan thought it was finally over, but Christine's figure was not fixed. "This is impossible." Lin Shan was shocked, but Christine still rushed up frantically. Lin Shan had no idea that Christine was now controlled by the devil, and his body was no longer under his control. Even if his hands and legs were cut off, as long as there was still a breath of life in this body, the devil's will would not let him stop. Chapter 538. Lin Shan tried several more times, but the sand between his fingers could not hold Pink Christine. Lin Shan had never encountered such a situation before. He had confirmed that the sand between his fingers could press acupoints remotely, and he had tried it on other creatures, so it must work. How could it be useless? Even Nirvana creatures could be pressed. No matter how powerful Christine was, she was only a flying upgrade, and it was impossible for her to be stronger than the Night Raven. If the Night Raven could be pressed, why couldn't Christine be pressed? Is there a difference between pressing acupoints remotely and pressing acupoints with fingers? Lin Shan wanted to try to press Christine's acupoints with his fingers. But Christine was like a ghost now, with strange and unpredictable techniques. It was obviously not an easy task for Lin Shan to press his acupoints close to him. The two fought frantically in the storm, and everyone was dazzled. After trying many times, Lin Shan was not able to get close to Christine successfully. He was annoyed and flew to distance himself from her. He punched her continuously, and used 6 consecutive waves. Although the environment of the evil Whispering Star was bad, and the world power it provided was also very high, it was still much worse than the direct explosion of the fiery Mars. Unless Lin Shan rushed directly into the tornado, and used the power of the tornado and lightning to bless the super basic text. But if he really rushed in, he would have to bear the power of wind and lightning, which would cause considerable damage to himself. If this 6 consecutive waves punch did not work, he planned to activate the super basic and rush into the tornado. With the help of the power of the tornado and lightning, he would forge his body, combine the super basic with the super basic recast, cast a strong carapace, and then get the reinforcement of the super basic, and then come out to deal with Christine. Although the 6-punch combo wouldn't drain Lin Shan's body, after the 6-punch combo, Lin Shan's offensive also paused for a while, and his strength was a little out of control. Boom, Christine didn't even try to dodge, and forcibly blocked the 6-punch combo with a pink magic sword. The shockwave exploded, directly knocking Christine back. Even as strong as Christine was, she couldn't control her body for a while. Coincidentally, at this moment, a tornado turned a corner and swam over here, and actually rolled Christine's body in. For a moment, even Lin Shan was a little stunned. He didn't expect to be so lucky. The spectators were also stunned. After fighting for so long without a winner, Christine was unexpectedly caught in the tornado. Thunder and lightning were raging in the tornado. For a moment, thunder exploded and lightning flashed. The originally gray tornado now looked like a giant pillar of lightning between heaven and earth, shining all over. Christine. Won't she die just like that? Seeing that Christine had not been able to rush out of the tornado, everyone couldn't help but think this way. The Chaos God Bell had such a strong defense ability, but it couldn't last for a few seconds in the thunder and lightning. Although Guristine was strong, he was not stronger than the Chaos God Bell. It was hard for him to survive, after being bombarded by thunder and lightning for so long. God helps those who are righteous. Lin Shan looked at the thunder and lightning tornado and felt that Christine must be finished, and he also gave up the idea of entering the thunder and lightning tornado to strengthen his body. At this time, the thunder and lightning in the tornado were fully open, which was many times stronger than when the Chaos God Bell was destroyed before, and even more terrifying than the explosion of the Sea of Fire on the fiery Mars. If he really rushed in, Lin Shan didn't know if he could withstand it. With Lin Shan's personality, it's better not to try if you can. Everyone watched the terrifying lightning flashing in the tornado, like a real dragon of lightning looking up to swallow the sky. After a long while, the lightning in the tornado gradually disappeared, and only occasionally there were a few lightning arcs jumping in the tornado. It's over, Christine should be dead, and the Ascender can't survive such violent lightning. Almost everyone thought so. Even Lin Shan thought so, but his eyes suddenly shrank when he looked at the tornado. I saw a figure slowly flying out of the tornado, and the figure gradually became clear. It was not until he rushed out of the tornado that he could see clearly that it was Christine. At this time, Christine was still covered in pink shells, and the magic sword in his hand was still pink, but for some reason, he seemed to be a little different. Impossible. Catherine widened her eyes and stared at Christine, looking like she had seen a ghost. She saw something, but seemed to be unable to believe it. He actually succeeded. Sophia's face showed a look of relief, and she also breathed a long sigh of relief. He destroyed the Sacred Heart sword, released the devil's personality, made it expand infinitely, and then recast the sword heart with the devil's personality. Every step was a way to death, but he really completed it. Linshin, I've kept you waiting for a long time. I'm here. The voice was still Christine's voice, but for some reason, Linshin felt like they were meeting for the first time. What do you mean? Linshin frowned and looked at Christine. Christine actually explained. The evolutionary technique I practiced is called Extreme Devil. When it is practiced to the extreme, it is like a devil possessed and losing its nature. Although there are checks and balances, it is not a long-term solution after all, and it also greatly limits my own strength. So I let go of the restrictions, let it run wild, and then use your power to completely activate its power, and take the opportunity to truly take it back to my use, so that it will no longer be a constraint on me. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Without you, I may not be able to succeed. The me now is the real me. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Christine, and I am a disciple of the Sword Saint of the Diamond Clan. Christine looked at Linshin calmly and said, Linshin, human. Linshin replied, Our battle can finally begin now. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Christine put the pink magic sword in her hand back into the sheath, and said to Linshin with a smile, Please attack. If I attack first, you will have no chance. Linshin couldn't help but complain in his heart, You are not as cute as when you are possessed by the devil. At least you are not pretentious when you are possessed by the devil. Linshin didn't care whether he was possessed by the devil or not. Anyway, it was the same. He directly hit him with a wave-stepping 5-punch combo. His fists kept swinging out the fist force. The wave-stepping 5-punch combo formed a raging wave, and rushed towards Christine like a tsunami. Faced with such a terrifying punch, Christine just drew his sword and swept it lightly. Linshin sneered in his heart, I have 10 sets of 5-punch wave-treading punches. What do you mean by sweeping with a sword? Do you look down on my punching power? But the next second, Linshin's face changed. Christine's light sweep actually eliminated his 10 sets of 5-punch wave-treading punches without a trace. The terrifying punching power could not even stir up a wave, just like the wind stopped at any time, which was completely different from the previous defeat. Separation method? Linshin looked strange. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence. The person who posted the separation method on the internet would be Christine. Chapter 539. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. Many people were shocked. They had watched the battle for so long and were very familiar with Linshin's treading wave's fist. Just by looking at the fluctuation of the fist force, one can tell how many times the treading wave's fist is. Although Christine was able to break Linshin's 5 consecutive punches before, it was not as easy as it is now. The really terrifying thing is that before, when Linshin threw 10 5 consecutive punches, Christine had to break it with 10 blades, but now Christine only used one sword to break all 10 of Linshin's 5 consecutive punches, and it was so easy to break, which was a bit too scary. Even if it doesn't take 10 times the power to break 10 5 consecutive punches with one blade, it must have at least 5 or 6 times the power. 5 or 6 times stronger than a top-level ascender, or even more. With such strength, ordinary Nirvanas are probably not Christine's opponents. Too strong, too strong. The power that Linshin has exploded is already the top among the ascenders. Christine's sword has completely defeated Linshin. It can even be said that there is no comparison. Christine has the qualification to fight against the Nirvana with just this sword. No one in the ascender level is worthy of fighting him. I'm afraid that even if Deers comes, it will not work. Almost everyone thinks so. Even the Nirvana is no exception. If the fighting power that Linshin and Christine have exploded before can be regarded as being at the same level as Deers, then Christine's sword, to anyone's eyes, has already surpassed the current level and is not at the same level as Linshin and Deers. Christine. Such a strong person. Such a strong sword. This time even Catherine had to admit that Christine was too strong. Linshin also thought that Christine was strong, but others only knew that Christine was strong, but they didn't know where Christine was strong. Linshin knew it very well. The separation method he saw on the Skynet, was actually used by Christine. After mastering this technique, let alone Linshin's treading wave fist, even a Nirvana-level strongman would have a headache when encountering Christine. If the power particles and attribute particles of the Nirvana are not tightly combined, then the separation method can directly decompose their Nirvana power and turn it into invisible. It can be said that the separation method has a great restraining effect on ordinary Nirvana people. With this method, it is not impossible to challenge the Nirvana people with a higher level as an ascender. Linshin also studied the separation method, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. We are both human. Why can he practice the separation method, but I can't? Linshin sighed in his heart. However, in the eyes of others, Christian is ridiculously strong, but in Linshin's opinion, he just has one more separation skill than the devil personality state, and he is not so strong that he is invincible. This is the power of knowledge. Linshin knows the separation method, so he thinks it's okay. Others don't understand it, and when they see Christian's sword is so powerful that it explodes, they will think he is ridiculously strong. I give you another chance. Use your pistol to kill people in the air. Christian broke Linshin's 10-5 punch combos with one sword, and his self-confidence has reached its peak. Next, he will break Linshin's pistol to kill people in the air in front of all races in the universe, and then tell everyone that this is the separation method he created, the separation method that was ridiculed in the video. Fuck you, you know the separation method. There is no difference between me using finger sand and wave treading fist. You are really good at pretending. You pretend twice. That's enough. Linshin secretly complained in his heart. In fact, the spectators also thought so. They were both techniques of hurting people from a distance. Both wave treading fist and pistol treading killing skills were used by Linshin. Linshin's strength was so strong that the skills were slightly different and could not affect the overall situation. Some people even thought that if Linshin directly admitted defeat and gave up the fight, he could still save a little face. If he continued to fight, he would only be defeated and even his life might be in danger. Christine's sword was almost a sword that ascended to the altar. Now some people on Skynet have begun to call him the God Killer. Okay. Linshin is a person who listens to advice. Since Christine asked him to use finger sand, he would use it to show Christine. Why bother? It's just humiliating yourself. Although Catherine didn't really think that Christine's power was much stronger than Linshin's like the others, she also knew that Christine had mastered a powerful skill that could overwhelm or restrain Linshin. In this case, it was not a wise decision for Linshin to continue. He should fight first, then study Christine's skills, find a way to crack it, and then find a way to take revenge. Yi Yuzhen's mood was more complicated at this time. Christine's strength was so terrifying that she hoped Linshin would give up the fight immediately and never take risks. But once Linshin gave up the fight, she would lose the bet she made with her grandfather, and it would be very troublesome in the future. Yi Yuzhen just thought so. It didn't matter if she lost the bet, but Linshin couldn't get into trouble. She still hoped that Linshin could give up the fight. When Linshin did not give up the fight but raised his palm, Yi Yuzhen's heart was in turmoil, and she wanted to run up and pull Linshin out. It looks like he is in a bad situation. Yi Jingren smiled and added insult to injury. If you don't admit defeat now, you may not even have the chance to admit defeat next time. He won't lose, Yi Yuzhen said stubbornly. Yi Jingren smiled and did not provoke her again. He looked at the starry sky scroll and waited for the final result. This attack is very important. Even if the winner cannot be determined, it should be the key to determine the outcome. If Linshin can't come up with the same perverted skills as Christine, then he will have no hope. Seeing that Linshin's palm was shaped like a gun, everyone felt a little disappointed. Linshin's finger sand has been analyzed countless times by countless people, and even immortal-level strongmen have personally analyzed it. It can be said that the finger sand has been studied by others. Everyone knew that Linshin's finger sand was very strange, and that it was indeed very powerful, but compared to Christine's sword, it was far inferior, and not even on the same level. If Linshin used finger sand to fight against Christine's sword, the ending would be predictable even without watching. Linshin didn't care what they thought. He clenched his fingers into a gun shape, then made a gorgeous turn in the air. His arm also turned, and then his fingers shook violently, releasing finger sand. Chapter 540. The spectators were a little confused. They didn't know what Linshin was doing. Why did he have to spin in a circle before using the pistol to kill people from a distance? It seemed that spinning in a circle was useless except for being cool. They thought Linshin had a good mentality because he could still be cool even now, but it was useless. After Linshin's finger sand was fired, Christine did not sense the fluctuation of finger force, but the angle of Lin Shen's pistol was there. Christine directly swung out a pink sword blade to block the angle where the finger force might fly over. His separation method was naturally good against the power of the air. As long as Lin Shen's finger sand touched his blade, or even passed near the blade, the combined particles would be separated and directly eliminated. The blade of Christine's slashing rushed directly towards Lin Shen without any pause. In Christine's view, Lin Shen's pistol-killing skill from a distance had been eliminated by his blade with the separation method. His blade has blocked all angles. Unless Lin Shen didn't shoot in his direction, he would definitely be blocked by the blade. If he really didn't shoot in his direction, then Lin Shen's pistol-killing technique would be useless, and would not have any effect on him. The pink blade slashed out by the separation method almost instantly slashed in front of Lin Shen. Christine watched Lin Shen move his body sideways to avoid the blade he slashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The pistol-killing technique was broken. It's nothing great. It's not as good as the magic sword light that comes with my life base. As Christian was thinking this, he suddenly felt something piercing his left ear. His brain suddenly buzzed, and extreme pain hit his brain like a tide, making him feel as if his brain was turned into paste. Christine couldn't help but hold his head with one hand, but immediately realized that something was wrong, and the other hand holding the sword was about to swing the blade. But as soon as he raised his hand, Lin Shen's figure appeared in his pupils, which made Christian shocked and angry. He didn't know why Lin Shen's speed became faster again, and he appeared in front of him like teleportation. He endured the pain from his brain, and the hand holding the sword was about to chop at Lin Shen, but it was too late. When he raised his hand, Lin Shen's finger had already touched the acupuncture point on his chest. Christine's body suddenly froze, and he kept the posture of raising the sword, like a puppet that couldn't move, and his body was about to fall down. Sure enough, I can still use my fingers to press directly, but acupuncture from a distance is still a bit problematic. Lin Shen did not give him a chance to fall, and punched Christine with his fists and fingers, hitting her madly, making her retreat in the air. Finally, Lin Shen's 6-hit combo of stepping on the waves directly blasted her into the tornado. These actions sound complicated, but what the spectators saw was very simple. Lin Shen used the pistol to kill people from a distance, and Christine also used the terrifying sword technique. But Lin Shen dodged the sword light slash by Christine, but Christine did not dodge Lin Shen's pistol to kill people from a distance, and her ears were directly pierced from left to right, and blood spurted out from the right ear. Then Lin Shen rushed to Christine at an incredible speed, and beat her with his fingers and palms, leaving her powerless to resist. The carapace on her body was smashed by Lin Shen's fists, her chest was collapsed, her sternum was probably broken, and her internal organs were shattered. The last violent 6-punch combo blasted Christine, who was beaten into a broken sandbag, into the tornado. Looking at the crackling lightning in the tornado, everyone was stunned, and they couldn't react for a while. What happened in those few seconds just now? Christine, who was like a god and invincible a few seconds ago, was beaten into that state by Lin Shen in such a short time. Christine's head was pierced, most of his carapace was smashed, and his chest was collapsed. If he was hit by the lightning in the tornado, he might not be able to survive. Impossible. Catherine stared at the starry sky scroll in a daze, and it was difficult for her to accept what she saw. We won. Yi Yuzhen still couldn't believe it. What happened? I just lowered my head to drink a sip of water. How come Kishin was gone? Oh my god, Kishin's sword that broke 10 punches just now, couldn't it be played by actor Lin? He deliberately punched without force, making Kishin mistakenly think that he was very strong, but he was tricked. Actor Lin's pistol-killing technique is still powerful, and he shot Kishin in the head with one shot. That's not right. Actor Lin used the pistol-killing technique against Kishin's front. Why did Kishin's ears pierce through and his head explode? I guess it has something to do with the circles he spun before he attacked. Is spinning circles also a natural skill? Impossible. How many skills has Lin Yingde used? How could he have so many skills? See if God is gone? The lightning and the tornado stopped, but no one came out. When people thought Christine was gone, someone found that Christine had returned to his home planet. Christine stood there with his sword, his whole body covered in blood, with burnt meat and broken shells emitting a scorched smell, like a bloody man dug out of a fire. Although he looked miserable, he survived. God Ku is still strong, and he survived. God Ku 666, he didn't die. Fuck, someone challenged God Ku at this time, they want to take advantage. It must be a player who secretly watched the game, wanting to take advantage. An ascender appeared in Christine's main battlefield. It was a 10-turn ascender of the celestial race. The Celestials and the Diamonds have fought countless battles. They can be said to be feuds. No one in the Celestials wants such a terrible diamond to survive. The Tintern Celestial Ascendant was also quite famous, and was quickly recognized. Tian Beishing, a Tintern Celestial Ascendant, is actually going to take advantage of this. This is too shameless. Tian Wang was full of curses, but Tian Beishing naturally couldn't see it. Even if he could see it, he wouldn't care. If you can kill such a diamond, there will be fewer deaths of Celestials in the future. If you don't kill him now, you may not have a chance in the future. Tian Beishing said nothing and opened fire directly. An angel ring appeared on his head, and his combat power increased dramatically. At the same time, a shield-shaped golden light base appeared in his hand. Tian Beishing held the shield and rushed towards Christine, who was holding the ground with a sword and looked like a comet falling from the sky. As he rushed, a terrifying golden light accumulated on the shield, and the power became more and more terrifying. Sky Strike Divine Shield Technique, the famous shield strike method of the Celestial race, is an integrated attack and defense method. In addition to being difficult to cope with complex battles, the straight-line impact can burst out unimaginable power, and it has strong defensive capabilities. It is generally used in battlefields to attack cities and fortresses, or to break through the meteorite belt. Even solid castles and various meteorites are difficult to resist the impact of Sky Strike Divine Shield Technique. It is conceivable how strong the impact of Sky Strike Divine Shield Technique is. Christine, who was supporting the ground with a sword, stood there and looked as if he had no strength to dodge, but raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The pink blade light rose, although it was obviously much weaker than when fighting with Lin Shen, but when the blade light collided with the Sky Strike Divine Shield Technique, it split Tian Beishing's shield life base and the person in half from the middle. Chapter 541. There is no harm without comparison. When people saw Tian Beishing, who used the Sky Strike Divine Shield Technique, being split in half by a sword beam, they could have a more concrete idea of how strong Christine was. Tian Beishing was already a very strong ascender, but he couldn't even take a sword from the severely injured Christine. Lin Shen fought with Christine for so long and took so many swords from Christine. Although he felt that Christine's sword beam was very strong at the time, it didn't seem to be so amazing. It wasn't until a sword beam killed Tian Beishing that people had an idea of how strong Christine was. No one dared to challenge Christine anymore, and no one dared to challenge Lin Shen anymore. Christine could survive in front of Lin Shen, but it didn't mean that others could survive in front of Lin Shen. It was just that no one dared to try the weird headshot of the pistol's air-killing technique. Lin Shen sat back on the stone to rest, thinking about whether to just go for the right match. Anyway, his mission had been completed, and the ranking of the flying upgrade was useless to him. The ranking of Feishan can't affect the ranking of races. After all, the ranking of races depends on the final ranking. After winning the ranking of Feishan, you have to rank together with the strong men of other levels. Without the strength of a top-level Nirvana, it is almost impossible to rush into the ranking of 100 million races. But then he thought again, if he took the initiative to give up the battle now, wouldn't it be too obvious to target Christine? He is just a worker. If the Emperor Barbarians hold a grudge against him, and want to take his life no matter what, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt that it was necessary to act again, so that others would not think that he was targeting Christine. Then let's challenge a few stronger people. Who is stronger? Lin Shen looked at the ranking list. No one dared to challenge him now, and he couldn't dive down. He could only glance up, and found that Dais hadn't rushed up yet. He had to wait for a while before fighting him. In addition to Dais, there are actually many strong people in each race. It's just that Dais is too famous, so people think he is uniquely strong, as if there is no strong person except him. It's a pity that Lin Shen didn't know which strong people of the ascended level in each race. Just looking at the names on the ranking list, he really didn't know which one was strong enough. While he was hesitating about who to challenge, Lin Shen suddenly saw a familiar name on the ranking list. Shimen Jianke actually participated in this race ranking battle. Lin Shen found Shimen Jianke's name. After the last Night Ghost tribe moved, Lin Shen also specifically asked Tianxuan about Shimen Jianke's situation. Tianxuan only knew that Shimen Jianke was fine, and was still working for N117. Shimen Jianke is challenging someone else, not on his own planet. Lin Shen has no intention of challenging Shimen Jianke. He wants to see if the sand between his fingers can break his force-releasing method. He can also go to him privately. There is no need to try here. He continued to search the rankings, and soon Lin Shen found another interesting name. The third mountain of the Mountain Clan. This name is interesting. What kind of race is the Mountain Clan? I have never heard of it before. And he is called the Third Mountain. Is his surname the Third? Or his surname the D, and his name the Sanshan? Or is this just a nickname? Lin Shan was a little curious. He saw that the ranking of the third mountain was dozens of places higher than his own, and no one challenged him. He also saw that the ranking of Dai's was still a long way from his. It would probably take a while for him to catch up. Lin Shan was suddenly inspired, so he chose to challenge the third mountain. This was the first time that Lin Shan challenged someone else and entered someone else's planet. The spectators found that Lin Shan actually took the initiative to challenge others, and they were very curious about what kind of strong opponent Lin Shan would take the initiative to challenge. But when they saw the person Lin Shan challenged, they couldn't help but be slightly startled. It was a stranger, and no one had ever heard of the race of this stranger. What is Lin Shan trying to do? Challenging an ordinary passerby. Isn't that bullying? This third mountain is so unlucky. How come he is targeted by Lin Shan? It's boring. If Lin Shan wants to challenge, he must challenge the top strongman. Lin Shan just wanted to kill time, and after arriving at the opponent's planet home, he found that this third mountain was a little different from what he imagined. I thought that with such a name, he should be a man as majestic as a mountain, but he didn't expect that he was a fat man who was almost spherical. He was about 2 meters tall, wearing a white combat suit given by the race ranking, and his belly was bigger and rounder than that of a pregnant woman with twins. The difference between the third mountain and humans is his ears. His ears are like pigs, and other places are no different from humans. When the third mountain saw the challenger coming in, he sneered in his heart. Come on, come and die, let you scum know how powerful the mountain is. But after seeing the appearance of the person coming, the third mountain was slightly startled. Lin Shan? Isn't he ranked first? What's going on? How can he challenge me? Can't he only challenge those who are higher up? The third mountain had been challenging before, and didn't pay attention to the situation of others, so he didn't know that Lin Shan had already swooped down from the leaderboard. He even opened the leaderboard to confirm, and found that the number 1 was indeed not Lin Shan, and after a rough glance, his name was not in the top 100. Headache, why would he challenge me? The third mountain suddenly felt very depressed. He didn't want to be noticed by others. He had more important things to do. Without waiting for Lin Shan to say anything, the third mountain directly chose to give up the battle, and gave up this battle. Lin Shan was teleported back to his home planet, and ranked to the original position of the third mountain. Lin Shan didn't care. He was just curious at first and wanted to see what this mountain tribe looked like. Now he has seen it, and forgets it. Originally thought it was just an episode, but things seemed to be developing in an outrageous direction. No one had noticed this third mountain before, but after Lin Shan challenged him, many people felt that there must be a reason why Lin Shan challenged the third mountain, and it was not as simple as bullying the weak. So some people began to study the third mountain and looked up his previous records. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. The third mountain actually rushed up from the 50 millionth place, and he has also completed the third cross-level challenge rule. It's just that he is not famous at all, and the opponents he challenged are all selected from some small races. The challenge was not based on the maximum challenge value, so basically no one noticed him. If Lin Shan hadn't come out to challenge him, no one would have discovered that there was such a strong passerby here. Chapter 542. Because he gave up the battle with Lin Shan, San Shan's winning streak was also interrupted. He was originally able to challenge people who ranked over 1 million, but he retreated a level and could only challenge people who ranked 10,000 higher than him. San Shan quickly chose another target and continued to challenge. If he could win another 100 consecutive victories, he could retrigger the million-level cross-level challenge rule. San Shan thought that he would not be noticed if he gave up, but he never thought that many people would pay attention to him just because Lin Shan challenged him. Soon people found out that San Shan only challenged those unknown small race ascenders. At first, some people thought that San Shan was just picking up the weak, but after watching a few of his battles, they found that things were not that simple. Some of the small race ascenders selected by San Shan were unexpectedly strong. There was even a 10-turn ascender who had practiced the Soul Clan evolution technique Soul Sutra, and was almost killed by San Shan's slap. The Soul Clan Soul Sutra has a strong resistance to physical attacks after being practiced. It is generally difficult to injure the Soul Clan with the same level of destructive power. The third mountain almost killed the Soul Clan with just one slap, which is a bit scary. Someone also looked up his previous battle videos, which is even more amazing. The third mountain's combat power is not ordinary. Although he challenged the ascenders of small races, there are indeed many ruthless people among them, and their combat power is not worse than those ascenders of large races. But in front of the third mountain, they can only be beaten. Basically, No one can last a few rounds under his hands. Basically, a few slaps can solve the battle. It can be seen that he is very casual. Someone edited some of the battle videos of the third mountain and posted them on the internet, and mentioned in the title that Lin Shan was not picking on a weak person when he challenged the third mountain. Because of Lin Shan's reputation, many people watched the battle videos of the third mountain and discovered that the third mountain was a powerful ascender from a small race. This third mountain is really strong. No wonder Lin Shan challenged him. I knew that the actor Lin is not the kind of person who bullies the weak. It's a pity that the third mountain chose to give up the battle and didn't dare to accept the challenge. Many people began to pay attention to the third mountain because of this, and found that in addition to giving up the battle with Lin Shan, the third mountain started to win the subsequent battles, and it was an overwhelming continuous winning streak, which made more and more people pay attention to him. Lin Shan didn't know that he had chosen such a strange person for a challenge on a whim. After this challenge, Lin Shan found that his loser rule was also downgraded by 1 level, and only those within 10,000 places could challenge him. In this way, it would take a little longer for Dies to challenge him. Lin Shan thought about it, and decided not to challenge others. If he won again, he would only be further away from Dies. Now Lin Shan was thinking that he would fight with Dies as soon as possible and find an opportunity to withdraw from the competition. This kind of competition was too boring for him. The main reason was that no matter how much he won, it would not affect the ranking of humans in the universe, so he felt it was very boring. The crazy winning streak of the third mountain attracted more and more people's attention. Dies also won continuously, and finally reached a position that could reach Lin Shan. Dies hesitated for a while, and chose to challenge Lin Shan. He had watched the previous battle between Lin Shan and Christine. During that time, he gave up challenging others, and watched the battle between the two. So he hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to challenge Lin Shan first between Christine and Lin Shan. Christine was injured too badly. Although his recovery ability was amazing, it would still take some time to recover from such a serious injury. Diers planned to challenge Christine after the battle with Lin Shan. Lin Shan, who had been waiting for Diers, saw a portal appear and realized that it might be Diers, so he stood up. Sure enough, the person who came out of the portal was indeed Diers. Lin Shan, are you the younger brother of the undefeated king? Diers asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Shan was a little surprised, wondering why Diers suddenly brought up this matter. This is also God's will. Let's finish the unfinished battle between him and me, Diers said, and summoned his life-based dust. Dust is like a tiny speck of dust in the universe. It doesn't look very impressive, and doesn't match the great name of Diers. But his life foundation is just such an ordinary dust. You have already defeated my brother. Why are you still talking about an unfinished battle? Lin Shan asked with some doubt. Diers let the dust fall on his fingertips, and said calmly, I took his move, but he didn't take my move. The battle was undecided, so it can't be considered over. The undefeated king has reached Nirvana, and there is no possibility of continuing that battle. You can only replace him and take my attack. Lin Shan stared at Diers in a daze, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. Originally, he just wanted to fight with Diers casually, so that he could understand Diers' strength and find an opportunity to withdraw from the competition. But since Dies said so, Lin Shan couldn't deal with it so easily. Since Dies regarded him as the representative of the fourth brother, if Lin Shan lost like this, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the fourth brother's reputation as the undefeated king? Lin Shan looked at the dust life base on Dies' fingers, and the shell emerged, and at the same time, the super base form was activated. The super base text and super base recast were also activated at the same time, and the shell on his body bloomed with brilliant brilliance. In this case, then come on, I will take your attack on his behalf. Lin Shan looked at Dies, and said in a deep voice, My life base is called dust. It has been with me since I was born. It and I are one. It is me and I am it. It is a dust in the universe, and I am also a dust in the universe. Dies did not make a move immediately. He looked at the dust life base on his fingertips, and said some inexplicable words. Sorry, I don't know much about what you want to say. Lin Shan frowned and said, Sorry, I mistook you for the undefeated king. Although you are brothers, you are not the same person after all, and your temperaments are much different. Dies laughed dumbly and continued, My move is called Dust Settlement. Although it is emitted by the life base, it gathers all the power of me in it. You have to be careful. I am not my brother. In fact, you really don't need to say so much to me. Just attack directly, Lin Shan said helplessly. He was really not used to the way Dies spoke. Okay. Dies nodded slightly, clasped his middle finger and thumb into a ring, and flicked the dust at Linshin. Chapter 543. Linshin had seen Dai's use this move before, but he saw it in the video. At that time, he didn't think this move was that powerful, but when he faced it himself, his heart sank. To others, it was just a speck of dust, but in Linshin's eyes, that speck of dust was getting bigger and bigger like a snowball. It wasn't that the dust's life base became bigger, but that speck of dust seemed to have swept away the energy in the space, like a snowball, rolling all the energy in the space on it. Linshin even felt that the world power absorbed by his super base techs suddenly decreased a lot. When Dai's dust came out, the original world power surged into his body like a tide, but now it seemed to have become a trickle, and most of it was missing. Linshin suddenly understood why everyone said that Dai's was strong, and the strength of others was limited to their own strength. But the strength of Dai's is not as simple as his own strength. His casual attack can attract the power of the universe. This is simply cheating. No matter how strong one is, it is difficult to transcend one's own level, but his move can trigger the energy in the space to snowball, which is a real attack that can transcend the shackles of one's own level. The energy of the evil star is strong, and it gives Dai's attack infinite blessing. It was originally Linshin's home court, but now it seems that it has been chosen for Dai's. Linshin knows that he can't sit and wait for death, otherwise the snowball will roll bigger and bigger. When the dust reaches him, I am afraid that even the Nirvana level may not be able to catch it. If it were normal times, Linshin could choose to dodge this attack, but he had already said that he would take this attack on behalf of his fourth brother. If he dodged now, he would not only slap himself in the face, but also his fourth brother's face. I can only give it a try. Linshin's heart moved, raised his right hand like a gun, and shot the finger sand at Dai's again. This finger sand did not have the effect of gun fighting, nor did it have the power of the heavenly sacrifice halo. The finger sand shot out from the finger, which was a little different from usual. The finger sand, which was originally invisible and shadowless, actually shone with a dazzling brilliance this time, rushing towards the dust life base like a stream of light. Christine was watching this battle, and when she saw the finger force emitted by Linshin, her eyes widened immediately. Others could not see the difference between Linshin's finger and the one he used on him, but Christine could see it clearly. Because Linshin's finger actually had the effect of his separation method, Christine's face turned green. It was like the beautiful girl that he had pursued with great difficulty, but suddenly found out that there were other men who could use it. Impossible. How could he know the separation method? Christine found it hard to accept. He had researched the separation method, and the reason why he dared to announce the concept of the separation method on Skynet was because he had absolute confidence. Apart from him, no one else could have mastered the separation method. To master the separation method, it is not that you have enough strength and work hard enough to succeed. The separation method requires talent, and the so-called talent is the combination of Christine's innate ability and life-based talent. Others don't have his innate ability, his life-based talent. No matter how strong they are, they can't use the separation method. This is like iron can be made into steel. If you want to make steel, you must first have iron and other metal ores. No matter how hard you try to make a piece of wood, it can only burn into ash, and you can't make steel. So Christine couldn't believe that Linshin could actually use the separation method. In fact, the separation method used by Linshin is somewhat different from Christine's separation method. Just as Christine thought, Linshin did not have Christine's base change talent and life-based talent, so he couldn't figure out the separation method before. Until the battle with Christine just now, Christine used the separation method. After Linshin experienced the separation method personally, he felt that this method could only be used by Christine. But when he saw that the dust of Diaz had settled again, he suddenly had an inspiration. The essence of the separation method is to separate two combined particles. You only need to peel off one of the particles to achieve the effect of destroying the opponent's power system and directly causing it to collapse. Linshin didn't have the talents of Christine, so it was difficult to induce particle separation. However, the snowball-like dust settling of Diaz made Linshin suddenly realize that although he might not be able to separate other people's power particles, he might have a chance to break Diaz's snowball-like absorption technique using the theory of separation method. The dust settled swept away the energy in the space, making the world power absorbed by the supergiven very small. In other words, the supergiven actually has the ability to absorb the energy rolled up by the dust settling, which meets the basic requirements of the separation method. The energy snowball rolled up by the dust is looser than the combination of power particles and attribute particles, and it is easier to separate. So Linshin had an idea and wanted to attach the super basic text to the finger sand to achieve the effect of the separation method. The super basic text cannot be used on others, but only on himself, so Lin Shan can only try to see if he can attach the super basic text to the finger sand. If he fails, he can only use the Heavenly Sacrifice Halo to break the attack of Dai's. Fortunately, it succeeded in one go. The super basic text is attached to the extremely condensed finger sand, and coupled with Lin Shan's previous research on the separation method, the finger sand has an effect similar to the separation method. However, this effect is actually different from Christine's separation method. There is no way to separate those power particles that are more closely connected, and it is impossible to restrain the power of nirvana like Christine. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-separation method. But it is enough to deal with the loose dust like a snowball. When the sand between fingers touched the terrifying energy rolled up by the dust life base, it was like a red-hot iron rod inserted directly into the snow, melting all the snow it touched. No matter how strong the energy snowball rolled up by the dust was, it could not stop the sand between fingers. The sand between fingers penetrated the snowball-like energy outside and hit the dust life base in the center. People who knew Dai's, seeing that Lin Shan actually took Dai's dust settling head-on, instead of choosing a roundabout way to save the country like he did with Christine, all felt that Lin Shan might suffer a big loss this time. As long as Dai's was given enough space and time, even the Nirvana would not dare to take this dust settling move head-on. No matter how strong Lin Shan was, he was only an ascender. How could he take this attack head-on? But when the sand between fingers hit the dust, the energy snowball rolled up by the dust collapsed in an instant, and the dust life base was thrown back by the sand between fingers. Lin Shan himself did not expect that this pseudo-separation method would have such an effect. Not only because the pseudo-separation method can decompose the opponent's power system, but also because of the addition of the super base text, the finger sand can absorb the decomposed world power like dust settling, giving the finger sand a blessing. It can be said that this pseudo-separation method of finger sand has both the characteristics of separation method and dust settling. Chapter 544. Ordinary people cannot see how powerful Lin Shan's attack is. Only a few people who know how powerful dust settles can see how terrible Lin Shan's attack is. Ordinary people will only think that Dai's is just SOSO, far less terrifying than the fighting power shown by Christine. I took your attack. Should you also take my attack? Lin Shan looked at Dai's and said. Of course. Dai's nodded and said. Lin Shan raised his hand and pointed at Dai's like a gun, and used finger sand again without hesitation. A needle-shaped stream of light shot out from Lin Shan's fingertips, and went straight to Dai's face. During the flight of finger sand, it was a bit similar to Dai's dust settles, which directly absorbed the power of the world onto the finger sand, making the power of the finger sand stronger and stronger, but it was not as fast as dust settles. After all, it did not have the characteristics of snowballing, but just continuously absorbed the power of the world. Even so, this finger sand, because it subsequently absorbed the power of the world, also broke through the limit of Lin Shan's explosive power, but it was not as exaggerated as the dust settled. However, the dust settled also has its flaws, that is, it can only be used with the dust life base, unlike the finger sand, which can be used anytime and anywhere, and is not limited by the carrier. Lin Shan thought, Deers is at least the most recognized as the strongest ascender in the universe. I took his attack without using the life base. He won't be embarrassed to use the life base to take my attack again. Just thinking about it, Deer's middle finger and thumb formed a ring and flicked at Lin Shan's finger sand. Then a dust particle rolled an energy snowball and rushed towards the sand between fingers. It collided with the sand between fingers and suddenly erupted with a terrifying shock wave, which shook the bodies of both people backwards. Lin Shan cursed in his heart. What about the full-strength attack of the dust settled? What about the full-strength attack of the life base and himself? Isn't this deceiving my feelings? The attack of Dai's just now was obviously a random one, and he didn't use his dust life base at all. Didn't you say just now that the dust settled was a full-strength attack of you and the dust life base combined? Lin Shan couldn't help but directly question Dai's on the opposite side. Yes. Dai's nodded seriously. Then why did you not use the dust life base in your attack just now, but it played the same effect? Lin Shan stared at Dai's and continued to ask. Didn't I say at the beginning that my life base is a speck of dust in the universe, and I am also a speck of dust in the universe? I am it, and it is me. Any dust in the universe can be regarded as my life base. Dai's explained seriously. Simple it, I don't like philosophy. Lin Shan frowned. To put it simply, the dust life base is the dust that can be found everywhere in the universe, and any dust can be my life base. Dai's explained again. You mean, any speck of dust is your life base? You can use them as your life base? Lin Shan felt that Dai's was fooling him. How could such a thing happen? Yes. Dai's nodded very affirmatively. So the dust everywhere in the air is your life base? Since they are all your life base, you should be able to control them, right? Let me see. Linshin curled his lips and said, Okay. As Dai's voice fell, Linshin couldn't help but widen his eyes. The dust in the air, which was barely noticeable and almost hard to see with the naked eye, suddenly shone one by one. Countless dust, as if responding to Dai's, kept flashing in various colors, as if colorful stars were spread all over the space, and for a moment Linshin had the illusion of being in the galaxy. Dai stretched out a hand, and the dust as bright as the galaxy immediately gathered in his hand, really like the galaxy flowing backwards, constantly condensing in his hand, and turned from dust into a folding fan, exactly the same style as Linshin's inherited fan. Your life base is folding fan. You should be good at fanning. Then let's fight with the fan. Dai said to Linshin while holding the folding fan condensed from dust. Linshin felt cold sweat on his forehead. This guy can actually use the ubiquitous dust as a life base? Dust is everywhere, and Dai's can turn dust into a life base. Doesn't that mean that he is always surrounded by Dai's life base? And even the dust inhaled into his body will be manipulated by Dai's, and become a lethal weapon. How to fight against someone who can attack you from all directions at any time and anywhere, both inside and outside? Now Linshin finally understood why there are so many powerful people in the universe, so many strange and mysterious techniques, but only Dai's is recognized as the strongest. This is more than just strong, it's simply abnormal. Dai's, worthy of being a human race born in nirvana. The Emperor of Heaven rarely praised. The universe favors Dai's too much. Catherine also sighed. Christine looked at Dai's without saying a word, his eyes burning and frightening. Linshin was able to defeat him, which was somewhat tricky. If he fought with Linshin again, Christine didn't think he would definitely lose, but Dai's just showed his life base ability, which made Christine feel a huge pressure, and he couldn't think of a way to break it for a while. What is the real invincibility of the same level? It's probably this kind of despair. Someone sighed unconsciously. No one could think of how Dai's could lose. Many people thought that a strongman could match Dai's before, but until this moment, everyone knew clearly that no one was qualified to be compared with Dai's. He was a godlike existence, a real invincibility of the same level. Unless the body can withstand the ubiquitous continuous attack of the dust life base, it will be useless no matter who comes. Only by absolute strength suppression can Dai's be defeated. Now Dai's can only upgrade to the flying level, and there are still Nirvana level and Immortal level that can suppress him. But when Dai's is promoted to Nirvana level and Immortal level, who can suppress him with absolute strength at that time? Perhaps, the universe will finally usher in a new world king. Many terrifying strongmen in the universe couldn't help but have murderous intentions at this time, but thinking of Dai's origin, they could only suppress the murderous intentions in their hearts. If the Supreme Clan wants to point to the sky and draw a boundary to become the world king, it seems that they don't need to wait until Dai's is born. Linshin looked at Dai's, and didn't summon the inheritance fan, because it was meaningless. It was like Dai's put machine guns and cannons aside, and played close combat with you with a dagger. What's the point even if he won? Chapter 545. Linshin did not consider using the Heaven Sacrifice Halo. Using the attribute Blessing of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, he could crush Deers with absolute strength and win. But such a victory would do Linshin no good. However, even if he did not use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, Linshin would not necessarily lose, but he would need to fight with all his strength, and the outcome would be difficult to predict. In the state of Super Base form, Super Base recasting, Super Base text and Super Base transformation, his body has no defects. Even if the Dust Life Base causes an all-round attack on his body, or enters his body to attack him, it will not make any difference to him. But in that case, he would have to gamble whether he could survive until the Super Base transformation is completed. If he could survive until the Super Base transformation is completed, all attacks from Deers on him would become his help, and he could then suppress Deers with absolute strength. If he could not survive until that moment, his body would be destroyed by Deers, and he would naturally die. If it was really a race war, fighting for the first place, Linshin would fight to the end no matter what. It's a pity that humans can't even enter the billion race rankings now, so what's the point of him winning? I lost. Linshin smiled and admitted defeat, then chose to give up directly, and withdrew from this race war. Although everyone felt that Linshin's choice was justified, they were inevitably disappointed. Not being able to see the full fire battle of Dai's made them feel a little unsatisfied. It's a pity, if it weren't for the existence of Dai's, who is so unsolvable, Linshin should have had a chance to impact the ranking of the first ascender. Linshin is already very strong, but it's a pity that he was born in the wrong era and met Dai's. Does it mean that the era of heroes competing for supremacy is coming to an end, and a new king is about to ascend the throne? That may not be the case. It depends on whether Dais can live to immortality. Just as people were sighing, a figure walked into Dais' home planet. The spectators were all stunned. In this situation, there was still someone challenging Dais. People looked at the challenger and found that it was another human. The human was holding a jade umbrella and looked handsome as if he had walked out of a painting. Why are there so many good-looking people among humans? The undefeated king is already very pleasing to the eye, and this human is no less beautiful than him. Tia's eyes lit up. Catherine was a little speechless about this sister who was obsessed with appearance. She couldn't understand what the young people nowadays were thinking. In her era, strength and masculinity were the standards for measuring whether a man was attractive. Of course, appearance was also very important in that era, but it couldn't be ranked first. The human man walked slowly towards Dais with an umbrella, graceful and elegant, like a beautiful woman. Many people admired, and even envied his beautiful face that no race could find fault with. Everyone thought that this human man must have not watched the battle between Linshan and Dais just now, so he wanted to challenge Dais. Linshan left the battlefield and returned to his residence, and then saw Ouyang Yudu actually challenge Dais, and he was slightly stunned. What does Ouyang Yudu want to do? Linshan felt that Ouyang Yudu's challenge to Dais was unnecessary, and there was no benefit whether he won or lost. Let's do it again. Ouyang Yudu walked to the opposite side of Deers and said, "What do you mean by do it again?" Deers looked at Ouyang Yudu with some doubts. He was a little disappointed now. He originally thought that Linshan might cause him some trouble, but who knew that Linshan would just give up, which made him very disappointed. If he had known this earlier, he would not participate in the ranking battle. Let's do the trick you used on Linshan just now again. Ouyang Yudu looked at Deers and said. When he said this, everyone knew that Ouyang Yudu had watched the battle between Linshan and Deers. After watching that battle, he actually came to challenge, which was a bit too sensational. Many people thought that this human named Ouyang Yudu was probably crazy about becoming famous. Why? Deers frowned and asked. Not everyone is qualified to make Deers take real action. The reason why he showed his true strength to Linshan was because he thought Linshan was qualified. But he didn't think he had any reason to fight this human being whom he didn't know at all, and even wanted to give up and go home. Prove one thing. Ouyang Yudu said. Prove what? Deers asked. Prove that Linshan didn't lose, he just didn't want to win. Ouyang Yudu's words made the whole universe in an uproar. Linshan, who had just sat down and drank a sip of water, directly spit out all the water. Oh my god! Ouyang Yudu. What the hell are you doing? Linshan felt that something was wrong. Ouyang Yudu was going to make trouble. What the hell? Is this the actor invited by Linshan? I don't dare to fight Deers, is this interesting? I originally thought Linshan was quite graceful, but now he feels so low. If you lose, you lose. This is a bit of a loss. Deers, don't waste your time talking to him. Just kill him directly, it's a bit disgusting. How to prove it? Deers finally felt a little interesting and asked Ouyang Yudu. The one you used just now, do it again. Ouyang Yudu said. Deers understood what Ouyang Yudu meant, and the dust in the sky flickered like a galaxy again, turning into a fan of inheritance in his hands. You want to compete with me in this? Deers looked at Ouyang Yudu and asked. He wanted to make sure whether Ouyang Yudu really understood. What really forced Linshan away was naturally not the folding fan condensed by his dust, but the dust everywhere. Yes and no, do it. Ouyang Yudu shook his head and said. This time, Deers was finally sure that the human in front of him was not joking. He really understood. Deers no longer hesitated, casually threw the folding fan away, and threw it towards Ouyang Yudu. The folding fan disintegrated in the air, turning into countless glittering dust, like a galaxy pouring down, rushing towards Ouyang Yudu. Although it was just a casual attack, it was already terrifying beyond imagination, and it was similar to Lin Xiangdong's petal torrent. Everyone thought that the human would be turned into nothingness in this terrifying dust galaxy, which was not a force that the Ascenders could stop at all. Ouyang Yudu faced the dust galaxy, but just lowered the jade umbrella in his hand and slowly closed it. A strange scene happened. The dust galaxy rushing towards Ouyang Yudu seemed to be attracted by some force, and rushed into the slowly closing jade umbrella. When Ouyang Yudu completely closed the jade umbrella, the dust galaxy that was shining like a galaxy was actually collected into the umbrella without any drop left, and it did not cause any power vibration, and disappeared silently. You are very powerful, stronger than me, but you can't even beat me with this move. Linshan is much stronger than me, it is impossible for him to lose. As expected, he just doesn't want to win. Ouyang Yudu gave up and left directly after saying this. The people watching the battle in the entire universe were briefly dazed, and Deers was also stunned there. Lin Shan felt that his blood pressure was soaring, and he was about to have a cerebral congestion and a heart attack. Chapter 546. Brother, you can pretend, but don't take me with you. Lin Shan's eyes twitched, and his heart was blocked. Ouyang Yudu had the means to absorb energy, which could absorb the energy of the dust. He didn't have such ability, so what could he do to break it? What's more, Lin Shan also saw that Ouyang Yudu was actually a little reluctant to take it, and in the end, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella almost didn't close. And this level of attack was actually just a casual attack by Deers, using only the part of the dust that condensed into a fan, instead of fully triggering the cosmic dust. Even so, Ouyang Yudu had already taken it reluctantly. Lin Shan knew it, but others didn't. Ouyang Yudu had come so hard, and now many people felt that Lin Shan had the ability to fight, but chose to avoid fighting. Is it true that Ouyang Yudu actually took on the attack from Deers? Oh my god, did actor Lin show off his acting skills again? Acting skills are only part of it. He definitely didn't have the confidence to beat Deers, so he withdrew directly. The people who previously thought that Ouyang Yudu was here to whitewash Lin Shan became more active. Ouyang Yudu is already so strong, so he said that Lin Shan is much stronger than him. Maybe Lin Shan is really capable of competing with Deers. But some people insist that Ouyang Yudu is here to whitewash Lin Shan. Maybe he is not weaker than Lin Shan. That Ouyang Yudu is not bad. He should have participated in the Battle of Fiery Mars with Lin Shan, right? The Emperor of Heaven pondered. Yes, Your Majesty. Tian Songyun answered from the side. Since entering the universe, the human family that Ouyang Yudu belongs to has always been attached to the Fiery Mars family under our Tianan clan. Because of the dispute with the Diamond clan, the few Nirvanas of the Ouyang family have almost died. Ouyang Yudu participated in the duel with the Diamond clan and saved the Ouyang family's property on Fiery Mars. This person is good. Tianxia Academy will need manpower for future development. Dean Tian also needs someone who can do things. Transfer him to Tianxia Academy. Tianshu Emperor said calmly. Your Majesty, what position should you give him? Tian Songyun understood Tianshu Emperor's thoughts. For people of a small race like this who have no territory of their own, no top masters, and can only rely on the wings of others, as long as they are given a little benefit, they can be made to work hard. They are obedient, less troublesome, and have strong abilities. They are not as demanding and troublesome as the geniuses of their own race. It doesn't matter if they die. They are very useful. Let Dean Tian decide for himself. Tianshu Emperor said calmly. Talents like this should be given more opportunities to let them work for our race. Yes, I will notify Dean Tian right away. Tian Songyun replied. Dais came back to his senses. His eyes were a little strange. Those two brothers are really strange. If there is a chance, I should go and meet them. When people were still discussing Ouyang Yudu and Lin Shan, Dais actually chose to abstain and withdraw from the race-ranking battle. With Dais and Lin Shan withdrawing one after another, Christine also withdrew soon. However, their withdrawal did not affect the intensity of the Ascendant battle. Many strong people from various races are still fighting for the ranking. Qinglong, come and sit. The leader of the Sword Alliance smiled, and asked Sui Qinglong to sit next to him. Leader, what do you want? Sui Qinglong saluted. The Star Lord saw your performance in the ranking battle, and ordered you to go to the Qin Guard. You should prepare, and go there today. The leader of the Sword Alliance said solemnly, this is your chance. The resources that the Green Guard can access are not comparable to ours. If you can gain a foothold there, it will not only be of great benefit to you, but also to the development of our Sword Alliance. Please rest assured, leader. I will not bring shame to our Sword Alliance. Sui Qinglong said. Child, be careful in what you say and do. If you need anything, you must tell me as soon as possible. We will do our best to help you. You can only go on your own in the future. Your generation is better than us. The leader of the Sword Alliance patted Sui Qinglong on the shoulder and said, go out and go. Don't worry about the family. I will protect them. Lin Shan lay on the sofa, feeling that he was hollowed out. He was too weak to get up. The battle in the Starry Sky Scroll was still going on. Lin Shan was watching the battle of his fourth brother, while browsing the news on the Skynet. Fourth brother's fighting power is unexpectedly strong. It has only been a short time since he entered Nirvana, but he has already rushed into the top 10 million of the Nirvana rankings, and is now ranked over 9 million. Don't underestimate this ranking of over 9 million. Those who could enter the ranking of the 100 million races are at least first-class Nirvana. It is not easy for a newly promoted Nirvana to maintain his ranking. For someone like Lin Xiangdong, who can rush into the top 10 million from such a low ranking, he can be considered a very strong existence in the Nirvana level. Lin Shan watched several battles of Fourth Brother, and was somewhat surprised to find that the reason why he was able to rush to such a high position was actually relying on the same move, as if he only knew this move. If it was before, Lin Shan couldn't see any tricks. But after the battle with Dais, Lin Shan also made the pseudo-separation method of finger sand, so when he looked at Lin Xiangdong's pedal torrent again, he saw some problems. Lin Xiangdong's move clearly had the shadow of Dais' dust settling. His pedals could roll up the energy in this space. It was not like Lin Shan's super basic absorption energy, but it was really like Dais' dust settling, which could roll up the energy like a snowball. Did the Fourth Brother know this move originally, or did he learn it from Dais later? Lin Shan was a little curious. If it was the latter, then the Fourth Brother could learn it, and maybe he could also make a real dust settling. After Lin Xiangdong rushed into the tens of millions, he did not continue to challenge, and rested in his own planet's home field. Now his ranking has a chance for humans to rush into the billion races ranking. Because the number of immortals on the immortal ranking list has not reached 100 million, and there are still tens of millions of vacancies. When the final ranking is made, it can only be filled by the races with Nirvana rankings. Lin Xiangdong's current ranking should be able to enter the race ranking steadily, but the ranking should not be too high. Lin Shan looked at the battle on the immortal side again, and he couldn't see anything at all. In his eyes, every move of the immortals seemed to be teleporting. Once they moved, their shadows could not be seen. Moreover, the battles of the immortals were all in the starry sky. Their power was too harmful to the planets, and some planets were even blown up. The battles of the top Nirvanas were also terrifying. Lin Shan watched several battles for the top 10. The terrifying strength of those Nirvanas was far inferior to that of the Ascended. Dai's strength is already very strong, but in front of those top Nirvanas, I am afraid he can only be crushed. Chapter 547. Tian Songyun came to Lin Shan's residence again. Lin Shan, who was watching the ranking battle, had to take Tian Songyun to the living room. Dean Tian's talent and ability are really amazing. Tian Songyun complimented. Lin Shan sighed. It's a pity that Christine's vitality is too strong, and he couldn't be killed. Tian Songyun smiled and said, it's enough. The Emperor showed mercy and gave Tien Renyuan 10 director-level positions, which are affiliated with the Special Service Department, and allowed you to recruit personnel independently. Manager Yun, you also know that I come from a small race. What does this director-level position mean? Lin Shan asked. It means that you can find 10 of your own people to enter Tien Shiyuan as director-level positions, which are affiliated with the Special Service Department. Moreover, these 10 positions are newly established and do not conflict with the previous positions. Their various welfare benefits are all financed by Tien Shiyuan, and you don't need to pay for them yourself. Tian Songyun explained. Lin Shan's face fell when he heard this. It sounds good to arrange 10 of his own confidants to enter the Tianyuan division, but entering the Special Service Department is a department that only does dirty and tiring work, and 9 out of 10 people have to complete tasks. If he arranges his own people to go in, they will be like donkeys. It is said that the Tianshur Academy's finances are used, and he does not need to pay for it himself. But the current finances of the Tianshur Academy are not paid by the Tianan clan's finance department, but by the Tiandi's own accounting department. Now he can give money for the Tiandi, and the Tiandi gives them this money. When he can't get money for the Tiandi, will the Tiandi still give them this money? The Tianshur Academy owed wages for so long before, and it was not because the Tiandi didn't want to support these idle people in the Tianshur Academy for nothing. The only benefit is that you can enjoy some welfare benefits. Some planets with better resources in the Tianan clan require a certain status to enter, and there are various controlled resources that also require a certain status to buy. There are also various evolutionary techniques and skills, etc., corresponding ranks, and corresponding libraries. Only when you have the status can you read and learn. Tian Songyun naturally knew what Lin Shan was thinking, and said with a smile, Dean Tian, the Emperor is very satisfied with your performance this time, and there is something to reward you. As he said, Tian Songyun took out a card and handed it to Lin Shan. The ability certificate of Tianan Star? Lin Shan recognized this thing. He took one last time, but it was taken away after leaving Tianan Star. In the future, you can come and go freely on Tianan Star. The Emperor gave you Ryuju to live in. This is an honor that no one has ever obtained except members of the Emperor's family. Tian Songyun said. The Emperor's grace. Lin Shan thought, finally, there is good news. Living on Tianan Star will really help with cultivation, and save a lot of resources. The previous Special Service Minister was inactive, and the Emperor has ordered him to be transferred to other departments. A new minister has been transferred to you to help. Tian Songyan continued. Who is the new minister? Lin Shen actually knew in his heart that the new minister should be Kong Chuan, the eldest brother of Tian Fei. It is estimated that Tian Fei has made another effort to deal with Tian Shu Emperor. This person is your old acquaintance. You should be very familiar with him. It will be much easier to do things in the future. Tian Songyan kept it a secret, and then revealed the man's name, Ouyang Yudu of the Ouyang family of Li Huaxing. Lin Shen was startled when he heard this, and looked at Tian Songyan in confusion and asked, Isn't it Kong Chuan? Tian Songyan smiled and shook his head. Kong Chuan has also been transferred, but not to the Special Service Department, but to the Vice President. I wonder which department Vice President Kong is in charge of? Lin Shen asked. This is up to you, the President, to decide, but Kong Chuan is the brother-in-law of the Emperor of Heaven. What kind of status is that? It is not good to let him perform those dangerous tasks, or give him a job with more money and less work. Tian Songyan said. Lin Shen thought, good fellow, the heavenly concubine was not able to deal with the heavenly art emperor. Although the vice president is one level higher than the minister of special service, if he is not given responsibility for the business, it is equivalent to a sinecure without any real power. Lin Shen thought this was good, and he did not want to use Kong Chuan, but the heavenly art emperor did not give a direct order, but let him take the blame. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. Could it be that the heavenly art emperor is the reincarnation of a non-stick pot? Lin Shen had to take the blame, and he was not willing to let Kong Chuan be the minister of the Special Service Department. The Special Service Department would definitely be the most relied upon department of the Tianshi Academy and Lin Shen in the future. If Kong Chuan pretended to obey him, but acted on his own, it would be unbearable. After Tian Songyan left, Lin Shen moved directly to Tian'an Star, where sleeping could increase the base mutation rate and allow the life base to reincarnate, which was much better than here. Just when he arrived at Buyuju, he saw Tianbulu in Buyuju, as if he was thinking about something, and his expression was changing. Emperor's son, why are you here? Lin Shen looked at Tianbulu in confusion. At this time, he should be participating in the ranking battle. Dios and Christian both gave up, so there's no point in continuing to compete, so I gave up too. Tianbulu said, Brother Tian. No. Brother Lin. After watching your fight with Dios, I know that my own strength is not enough, and it's still a bit too difficult to beat him. But my heaven and God art has not been able to break through, so I want to go to the source of the Chaos River. Are you willing to go with me? Chaos River? What is that place? Lin Shen had never heard of this name. The reason why Tian'an Star is rich in so much energy is that its source is the Chaos River. The place where we live now, including Buyuju, is near the tributaries of the Chaos River. Tianbulu talked about the situation of the Chaos River in detail. The energy near the tributaries of the Chaos River is relatively stable and suitable for nourishing the body, while the energy in the main river is not so stable. Although the energy is much stronger than here, it is not conducive to human absorption and may even cause damage to the body. But if you can adapt to the chaotic energy of the Chaos River, it will be extremely beneficial to your own growth. However, Tianbulu wanted to go to the Chaos River not for this reason. The place he really wanted to go was the source of the Chaos River, Luojiao Snow Mountain, where the emperors of all generations rested. What are you going there for? Lin Shen looked at Tianbulu in surprise. That place was equivalent to the cemetery of the ancestors of the Tian'an clan. Tianbulu went there. Did he want to dig up his own ancestral graves? It is said that the gods and the emperors of the sky sat in Luojiao Snow Mountain. I want to see his immortal body with my own eyes. Maybe I will have some insights that can help me break through the art of heaven and gods. Tianbulu said. Emperor, please think twice. This should be against etiquette, right? Lin Shen said hesitantly. If this matter were discovered by others, Tian Bulyu is the emperor's son, and Emperor Tianshu may not do anything to him. But as an outsider, I actually disturbed the rest of the ancestors of the Tian'an clan. I will have to bear the consequences, and I may even lose my life. Chapter 548. Tianbulu saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile, Brother Lin, you are mistaken. Although we are all from the celestial race, we have always been the most capable. There are many precedents in history where the emperor's son inherited the throne of the celestial emperor, but there are also many precedents where the emperor's son did not inherit the throne of the celestial emperor. Our branch has no direct blood relationship with the gods and the celestial emperor. After a pause, Tianbulu said, Besides, I heard that the gods and the celestial emperor sat on the top of Luojiao Snow Mountain and did not enter the mausoleum, so it's okay to just go and take a look. I see. Lin Shen listened to his heart. There was a doubt in Lin Shen's mind, so he asked, people like God and Emperor Tian must be immortals. Since they are already immortal, how can they sit and die? Tian Bulu explained, the so-called immortals are almost immortal, but their lifespan is still limited. In fact, there is no way to extend their lifespan. What really kills immortals is death. Tian Bulu gave Lin Shen some knowledge about immortals. The bodies of immortals are indeed difficult to be destroyed, and their lifespans are generally long. If there are special means, there are many immortals who can live for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. In addition to finding ways to extend their lifespan, the most difficult thing for immortals to survive is to face death. Ordinary people cannot sense death, which is a problem only immortals will face. Every once in a while, immortals have to face the troubles of death. Many immortals in the Tianan clan have left descriptions of death. From their descriptions, death is a kind of light. When death comes, a beam of light will shine on the immortals. No one knows where the beam of light comes from, and no one knows where it ends. Nothing in the world can stop the arrival of that beam of light. Even if you hide in the core of a star, or use immortal-level materials to build a secret room comparable to a planet, that beam of light can still shine on the immortals who are facing the disaster. The immortals call that beam of light the death light, and only the immortals can see and feel the death light. When the death disaster comes, other people can't see or sense the existence of the death light even if they are next to the immortals. However, the body functions of the immortals will decline rapidly in the death light, or even die directly. All the immortals who can survive the death disaster are extremely terrifying. However, the death disaster is not just once. Once you become an immortal, the death light will come again every once in a while, and each time it will be stronger than the last time. No matter how powerful the immortal is, there will be a time when he will be killed by the death light. Those immortals, who have lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, have survived countless death tribulations. Such immortals rarely ask about the things in the universe, because they are either going through death tribulations or preparing to go through death tribulations. At their level, the death light is already too terrifying to imagine, and they need to make a lot of preparations to survive the next death tribulation. It is said that the gods and the Emperor of Heaven sat on the Luojia Snow Mountain, because they did not survive the death tribulation. For some reason, the gods and the Emperor of Heaven could not enter the cemetery, and their bodies remained on the top of Luojia Mountain. Tian Buluo had never been to Luojia Snow Mountain, so he didn't know whether these things were true, but it was recorded in the classics of the clan. After confirming that going to Luojia Snow Mountain did not violate the rules of the Celestial Clan, and Tian Buluo was determined to go, Lin Shen thought about it, and agreed to go with him. Walking up along this tributary of the waterfall, Lin Shen could clearly feel that the energy in the air was becoming more and more dense. When he saw the main river channel of the Chaos River, which was as wide as the sea and almost endless, the energy in the air had actually formed fog visible to the naked eye. Such fog can only be seen where the energy of a few tributaries, such as Buyuja, converges, but here it is everywhere. However, the energy here is obviously very violent. After being inhaled into the body, it is difficult to be directly absorbed. Instead, Lin Shen feels that his respiratory tract is as uncomfortable as being cut by a knife. This is when he has already used the carapace. If he inhales it directly into his lungs, I am afraid that his lungs will rot. No matter how good something is, once it is excessive, it will have some bad effects, unless the body is strong enough. Lin Shen's body is very good. Under the automatic operation of the theory of evolution, the base mutation rate has increased again. If I can stay here for a while longer, my base mutation rate and the number of reincarnations of my life base will soon increase. Lin Shen was happy. Brother Lin, are you okay? Tian Buluo stopped and looked at Lin Shen worriedly and asked. Not bad. Lin Shen nodded. This kind of place was really suitable for him. If he opened the super base text, the world power he could absorb would be so huge that it would be unimaginable. The two walked up along the main river. The higher they went, the thicker the fog became. Later, the fog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Going further up, the light could no longer penetrate, and it was pitch black all around. Tian Buluo took out a spiritual base similar to Aladdin's magic lamp, and after the spiritual base lit up, it illuminated a small area nearby. The area near Luojia Snow Mountain is shrouded in chaotic fog all year round. Without special means of guidance, it is almost impossible to reach Luojia Snow Mountain. The two had given up flying. Tian Buluo led the way in front and said, This Mingshan lamp in my hand is one of the few flying upgrade spiritual bases that can illuminate the chaotic fog. Without it, we can't reach Luojia Snow Mountain. Lin Shen was about to say something when the watch on his wrist vibrated. He found that his base change rate had increased by a little bit. It had only been a short time, and it had increased by 2 points. After walking for a while, Lin Shan was shocked to find that outside the range illuminated by the Mingshan lamp, the black fog was like a copper wall and iron wall. When he touched it with his fingers, he felt it was extremely hard. If the Mingshan lamp was extinguished now, they would immediately solidify in this chaotic fog, and they would not even have a chance to escape. Now Lin Shan regretted it a little. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he should not have come. Tian Bu Luo also became obviously cautious, and it seemed that he was not as confident as before. Fortunately, the two of them arrived at Luojia Snow Mountain without any danger. Although there was a dark iron wall of chaotic fog all around, Luojia Snow Mountain seemed to be protected by an invisible cover, and was not affected by the chaotic fog at all. Moreover, the white snow on the mountain was glowing, like a white luminous mountain in the dark night. Take this incense stick. When the incense is exhausted, we must go down the mountain, otherwise our lives will be in danger. On the way up the mountain, we must not let go of the incense stick, let alone extinguish it, otherwise we will also be killed. Tiandiluo took out a box from his backpack, carefully took out 2 crystal-like incense sticks with a strange fragrance, lit them with a Mingshan lamp, and handed one to Lin Shan. Emperor, tell me honestly, is it really okay for us to come into Luojia Snow Mountain? Lin Shan suspected that he was deceived by Tiandiluo. As long as we don't commit suicide, there will be no problem. You have to believe me. Tiandiluo looked sincere. Or, I wait for you here. I won't go up. No matter how Lin Shan looked at it, he felt that this guy was not reliable. This is already the restricted area of Luojia Snow Mountain. It doesn't matter whether you go up or not. Tiandiluo realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly explained, Don't worry, there is no rule that prohibits entering Luojia Snow Mountain. You can see that there is not even a guard here, so you know I didn't lie to you. I don't trust you. Does a place like this need guards? Lin Shan was speechless, knowing that he had been tricked by him. He, who told us that we are good friends, just accompany me up. To be honest, I am still a little panicked when I come to such a place alone. Tiandiluo pleaded. Lin Shan said helplessly, Then go up. He has come here. If he tells others that he did not go up, I am afraid that others will not believe it. Then let's go quickly. The time for incense is limited. We must hurry back before the incense is gone. Tiandiluo was overjoyed, and quickly pulled Lin Shan up the mountain. Lin Shan followed Tiandiluo up the mountain, but he didn't find anything special. After halfway up the mountain was covered with thick snow and glaciers, just like a normal snowy mountain. The two of them soon reached the top of the mountain. Tiandiluo looked around, but didn't see the bodies of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shan also looked around, but also didn't find any bodies. Could it be that the records in the classics are wrong, and the bodies of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven have been moved? Tiandiluo murmured to himself, or buried under the snow. Let's look for it. Lin Shan looked at the incense in his hand, which had only burned less than a quarter, so there was still some time. The two of them searched around the top of the mountain, and when they saw a pile of snow, they dug it open with their hands to take a look, but they didn't find anything. As they walked, Tiandiluo, who was searching in front of them, suddenly shouted in surprise, Brother Lin, we have it here, come and see if it is the body of God and Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shan thought, You let me see, what can I see? I am not a celestial being, and I have nothing to do with God and Emperor of Heaven. It would be a miracle if I knew him. Although he thought so in his heart, Lin Shan still walked over. It is estimated that there is no one else who can sit and die in such a place except God and Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shan walked to the side of Tiandiluo and looked at the place he was staring at. There should have been a pile of snow there, but Tiandiluo dug a small part of it and revealed a figure. Lin Shan did not see what the figure looked like, because he saw a thick mosaic on the figure. What the hell? There can be mosaics on the body. Lin Shan felt creepy just thinking about it. He did not want to sleep with the body in his arms. Chapter 549. Tiandiluo looked at the corpse in the snow and said uncertainly, Is this the corpse of God and Emperor of Heaven? How come there is no breath of heaven and God and human art? You don't know, how can I know? Lin Shan shook his head. He couldn't even see what the corpse looked like, and he didn't even have the opportunity to judge. Tiandiluo couldn't be sure whether the corpse in front of him was God and Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shan was thinking about a question. Is this God and Emperor of Heaven a man or a woman? Theoretically, it should be a man, but he has never seen fire on a man. But he couldn't ask Tiandiluo about this. After all, the person is here. He can't tell Tiandiluo that he can't see it. Look for more, Maybe there are other corpses. Because he didn't find anything, Tianbulu had to continue looking, and Lin Shan could only follow him. The two people searched the top of the mountain, but didn't find the second corpse. Finally, they returned to the corpse. Don't you have any video footage of God and the Emperor of Heaven in your tribe? Lin Shan could only ask Tianbulu after a circle. Billions of years are too long. Many things will be lost in the long river of history. The fact that there are only a few words left is because our civilization is more advanced, and there has not been a major fault. Tianbulu said. Will such an advanced civilization still have a fault? Lin Shan was a little confused. With the technological level of the Tianren tribe, those media for storing resources should not be so easy to be destroyed. Tianbulu smiled and said, You humans have not changed dynasties. There is no civil war, no rewriting of history, and no discrediting of the previous dynasty? Of course there are. Lin Shan sighed. More than that, and it is very frequent. The history of the Celestials is said to be 10 billion years, but we don't know how many years it is actually, because there have been too many wars and civilizational discontinuities in the middle. Even within the Celestials, there are many different civilizations and races. For example, the three surnames of An, Qi, and Tian are actually just the surnames of different races in ancient times, but in terms of bloodline, they may not be very related. Tianbulu paused and continued, The gods and the emperors of heaven are too far away from the present. It is only because places like Tianringsing and Buyuju have been preserved, and basic evolutionary techniques like Qianxinju have spread throughout the universe that his name has become well known. In fact, there are many emperors of heaven whose names we don't even know ourselves. Even for some emperors with names, we don't know whether they really existed. If it is really such a distant era, how could a wooden building like Buyuju be preserved for so long? Lin Shan asked with some doubts. Didn't you notice? Tianren star is different from other planets. There are almost no new organisms growing here, and things here rarely corrode. Tianbulu said. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Lin Shan recalled that he had lived on Tianren star for 3 months before, and the scenery near Buyuju didn't seem to have changed at all. It is said that with such abundant energy on Tianren star, plants should grow wildly, but the plants near Buyuju were basically the same as when he left, just like when he came. Could it be that Tianren star has the effect of stopping time or slowing down the flow of time? Lin Shan thought about it again, and felt that it was not right. If time stopped or the flow of time was slow, then it should be different from the time in the outside world. Tianren star did not have such a situation. Tianbulu said, Although I don't know why Tianren star has such an effect, the reason why the emperors of all generations chose this place as a place for cultivation and a destination, in addition to the extremely rich energy of this planet, the main reason is that it can delay aging here, and the body will not change much after a long time after death. So, is this a god or a heavenly emperor? Lin Shan sighed. Theoretically, it should be, after all, that's what the records say, but in such a long time, who can guarantee that nothing will happen in the middle, such as someone coming here to study the ancients, or some emperor or son of the emperor having a whim like us? Tianbulu was also helpless. The key is that there is no breath of heaven and gods and humans on this corpse. Buyuju is just the residence of gods and emperors, and the place of enlightenment, but there is such a strong Tao rhyme. If this is his corpse, how can there be no breath at all? Then it's not a god or emperor. Lin Shan thought about it, and felt that he might have a chance to get the fire from this corpse. If this is the corpse of a god or emperor, it is estimated that the Tianren clan will definitely not let anyone touch him, so there is no chance to sleep with him. If not, maybe there is a chance to get the corpse out, and then his chance will come. It is impossible to sleep on the corpse now. The burning time of the incense in my hand is limited. Not to mention sleeping, I don't even have enough time to take a nap. That's not necessarily true. Let me study it carefully first. Tianbulu said, seeming to be a little hesitant and embarrassed. I should have brought Sister Qingyu here earlier. It's not good for me, a junior, to turn over the clothes of a female senior's corpse. Lin Shan was shocked when he heard it. It's actually a female corpse. Could it be that the god and the emperor of heaven are actually a female celestial being? If it's a female, then the fire on this corpse is likely to be rebellious against heaven. Tianbulu hesitated for a while, but decided to take action. Before taking action, he bowed solemnly to the corpse, and then cleared the snow behind the corpse. No. This is not the corpse of the god and the emperor of heaven. Tianbulu suddenly stopped and shouted directly. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Lin Shan asked hurriedly. Didn't you see? This corpse has no wings. How could it be the emperor of the celestial race without wings? No matter how unreliable the historical records are, It is impossible for an alien race to become the emperor of the celestial race. Tianbulu pointed at the corpse and said, "Is it possible that the wings were injured?" Lin Shen couldn't really see what the corpse was like, the mosaic was too tight. Of course, it's possible that it's damaged, but the direction of her spine is obviously different from that of a celestial race. Tianbulu pointed at the back of the corpse and said, "Then who is she? Why is she here? Can we tell her from the clothes and items on her body?" Lin Shen couldn't see anything, so he could only keep asking questions. "Let me see." Since she wasn't the emperor of the celestial race, Tianbulu's psychological pressure was not that great, and he reached into her pocket. Chapter 550. Lin Shen didn't think Tianbulu could really find anything. This corpse had been here for who knows how many billions of years. If there was anything, it would have been plundered by the predecessors long ago. How could it be their turn? While he was thinking, he saw Tianbulu's hand reaching out of his pocket and actually taking out something. When the thing left the corpse, it was no longer covered by the mosaic. Lin Shen saw that what Tianbulu took out was a black jade talisman. There were obviously some words engraved on the jade talisman. Tianbulu held the jade talisman straight and saw the words on it clearly. God and. This is the identity jade talisman of God and Emperor of Heaven. How could it be on her body? Tianbulu was shocked and angry. This woman was obviously not a celestial being, but the identity jade talisman of God and Emperor of Heaven was found on her body, so there was only one possibility left. Tianbulu suspected that this woman might be a member of a foreign group that invaded Luojia Snow Mountain and stole the bodies of the gods and emperors who had passed away on the top of the Snow Mountain. She herself died here for unknown reasons and was not taken away by her accomplices, or her accomplices originally wanted to use her to replace the bodies of the gods and emperors, so they killed her and left her here. No matter which possibility it was a blasphemy against the celestial race. Don't be angry first. Search her to see if there is anything else on her body, and see if you can find out her identity first. Lin Shen also thought of this and reminded. It's really unlucky. Tianbulu snorted coldly. He actually kowtowed to this woman just now, and it made him uncomfortable just thinking about it. Tianbulu reached into another pocket, and quickly took out another thing. This time, what he took out was a card that looked like a bank card, but the whole thing looked like crystal jade, and there was nothing on it except a pattern of a celestial being. Is this a bank card? Lin Shen asked Tianbulu. No, this should be an identity card from a certain period, and it should have the function of storing information, but the era is too long ago, and the interface and architecture of this card are different from now. I don't know if it can still be read. Tianbulu flipped through it again, and didn't find anything else. It's almost time. Let's go down the mountain quickly. Lin Shen looked at the incense in his hand, which had burned more than half, and he couldn't stay here to take risks. Tianbulu had to leave Luojia Snow Mountain with Lin Shen in a sullen manner. Before leaving, Lin Shen looked back at the location of the female corpse, and thought in his heart how to get rid of the fire on her body. Since she was not a god or a heavenly emperor, and she was also a foreigner, it would be much simpler. As long as we can find a way to let Emperor Tianshu know that there is such a person in Luojia Snow Mountain, maybe Emperor Tianshu will have her body taken out. After all, that is the place where all the emperors of the Tianan clan rest in peace. How can they tolerate a foreign race to settle there? On the way back, Lin Shen was already thinking about whether to go to Emperor Tianshu to apologize, which is equivalent to going to tell the secret and expose Tianbulu's affairs. After the two returned to Buyuju, Tianbulu took the card to study. He tried to use the communicator to scan and read the contents of the card, hoping that the interface and architecture could be universal. When the two were watching very nervously, they suddenly heard Tianbulu's communicator say, "The storage card was read successfully. The storage card has been damaged, and the identity information could not be found." After reorganizing and restoring, 3 videos in ancient mode were found. Holographic projection cannot be performed. It has been parsed into the latest image format. Do you want to project it? Projection. The two were overjoyed, and Tianbulu immediately ordered the communicator to project the video image. The two people stared at the projected holographic image, but Lin Shen was stunned. He could see that the projected image was a person, but he could not see what the person looked like. The person projected by the holographic projection was actually covered by thick mosaics. It's that woman. Tianbulu, who was standing by, had already revealed the identity of the projected figure, the corpse they saw on Luojia Snow Mountain. The projected video had no sound, only the woman was doing all kinds of weird movements. Although Lin Shen could only see the mosaic, he could still see the general movements. In Lin Shen's opinion, the woman's movements looked very strange, just like the movements of the shadow puppets in the shadow play, which was weird and seemed a little familiar. No. 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 This is not the art of heaven and gods. It can't be the art of heaven and gods. Tiambuluo looked at it for a while, his expression gradually became weird, and finally he murmured. After hearing what Tiambuluo said, Lin Shan suddenly realized why it looked familiar. When Tiambuluo practiced the heaven and god art, his body seemed to be pulled by a string, but his movements were relatively natural, and there was almost no problem. But this woman's movements were obviously like being pulled, and the feeling of a puppet was particularly obvious. Isn't this the heaven and god art? Why does it look a bit like it to me? Lin Shan said. It is indeed a bit similar, but it is also a little different. It's very strange, but I can't tell where it's strange. In short, this woman can't have practiced the heaven and god art. That is a secret method that only our Tianren people can practice. Tianbuluo denied Lin Shan's statement. Until the end of the video, no sound was heard from the video. Only the woman was making various strange movements. Many of the movements were extremely distorted. They were not movements that normal people could make. It was as if she was possessed by a ghost. The first video stopped abruptly, and the communicator automatically projected the content of the second video. Lin Shan was speechless. He still saw a mosaic. He knew it was still the same woman, but this time, she did not make those strange movements, but sat in front of a table and spoke to the camera. Because the video was restored, some parts were not restored so perfectly. The sound at the beginning was very stuck and not very complete. It sounded creaky, and could not be heard what was said. When the sound was finally clear, the first sentence they heard was, "The research on the art of heaven and gods and humans has failed again. What kind of existence are those? Where are they? Where do they come from? Why can they control everything? Are there really gods and ghosts in this world?" The woman talked to herself in front of the camera. Tianbuluo was puzzled when he heard this and said angrily, "What does she mean? Did she research the art of heaven and God? No, it's obviously my clan's gods and the Emperor of Heaven who figured out the art of heaven and God. What does it have to do with her? She is plagiarizing." Chapter 551. Lin Shan also understood that this woman was probably recording her research process on the heaven and God art. I guess this woman wanted to practice the heaven and God art created by the God and the Emperor of Heaven, but she couldn't do it and couldn't come up with any results. In the end, just like you thought, she wanted to go to Luojiao Snow Mountain to see the bodies of the God and the Emperor of Heaven, hoping to help her research on the heaven and God art, but she died there. Lin Shan made a bold assumption. After hearing what Lin Shan said, Tianbuluo looked a little better and nodded. That should be the case. I don't know what race this woman is, but she is so bold. It's okay to steal the heaven and God art, but she even dared to sneak into the forbidden area to steal the bodies of the God and the Emperor of Heaven. Damn it. The video continued, and the woman was still describing the problems encountered in the research. Tianbuluo listened and was surprised to find that this woman's research was quite in-depth. There were many problems he had encountered, and some problems the woman had actually solved, and there were many ideas that Tianbuluo had never thought of. This woman has actually studied the art of heaven and gods to this extent. Tianbuluo looked a little strange. His understanding of the art of heaven and gods was obviously several levels higher than his. She mentioned them many times. What exactly do they mean? Lin Shan asked Tianbuluo beside him. They probably refer to the natural laws of heaven and earth. When you are in the state of unity between heaven and man, you are comprehending the natural laws of heaven and earth, and thus complying with the natural laws of heaven and earth. Every move you make is in line with the principles of heaven. Tianbuluo said. Why do I feel like she's talking about some real creature, not an abstract concept? Lin Shan felt that it was not the case. Really? Tianbuluo listened carefully again, and sure enough, it sounded like she was referring to a specific existence, not the abstract laws of nature. Maybe it's her habitual anthropomorphic narrative style. Tianbuluo thought for a while and said, "Is it possible that the natural order of heaven and earth is really controlled by some kind of creature? For example, in the mythology of my hometown, thunder and lightning are controlled by the two gods Lei Gong and Dian Mu." Lin Shan pondered for a moment and continued, "If the first thing that the heaven and God art communicated was not the law of heaven and earth order, but a certain existence that controlled the law of order, then wouldn't it be easier to explain why the later realm is called the God and Ghost realm? I have also thought about this question. Even if there is really the thunder god and Dian Mu you mentioned, it is also a synonym for the rules of thunder and lightning. The so-called God and Ghost realm should be able to reversely use the ability to control the rules of thunder and lightning, but I have never figured out how to reversely control the rules. Tianbuluo is worthy of being a genius of the heaven and human clan. His ideas are very close to the essence of the heaven and God art. The reason why he couldn't figure it out was not his own problem, but that he couldn't see the thin lines of emptiness that appeared on his body. If he could see those thin lines of emptiness, he should be able to understand at once how to control those things that control the rules. Of course, knowing is knowing, and whether you can do it is another matter. Lin Shen didn't mean to point it out. It might not be a good thing to point it out now. Let him experience it himself. The video was only more than 10 minutes long. There was another part at the end, and it was missing again. It sounded squeaky, and no one knew what it was talking about. The second video ended, and the projection automatically played the third video. Tiandiluo took a look at the third video, and was immediately furious. Lin Shen actually saw the content of the video clearly for the first time. In a room, a woman from the Celestial clan had chains on her wrists, ankles, and wings. Her body was suspended in the air in a cross shape, without a single thread on her body. Looking at the state of the female Celestial clan, she seemed to have fainted. Although she didn't seem to be injured, for some reason, she always made people feel as if she had been tortured inhumanly. That bastard. Tiandiluo's teeth were about to break. Does the room look familiar? Lin Shen said, as he looked at the scene in the video. Tiandiluo then noticed the place where the female celestial being was imprisoned, and the more he looked at it, the more suspicious his face became. That is, Buyuju. Tiandiluo looked at the scene in the video, and the place where they were now, and finally said it. Although the furnishings in that scene were a little different from now, the layout of the house, the wooden house, and some details, even the dark spots on the wall were very similar. Impossible, Buyuju is the residence of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven, and it is her place of enlightenment. The emperors of all generations have taken good care of this place, and even many emperors and emperors are here to observe and comprehend the art of heaven and gods. Tiandiluo didn't want to admit it, but the more he looked at it, the more it looked like it. Suddenly, he jumped up and took a look at the beam, and his face suddenly became very ugly. That was the position where the chain was fixed in the video, and now you can still see the ring on it to lock the chain. Lin Shen also saw it, and his face became a little strange. He didn't know how many years ago, a female celestial being was imprisoned here, which was the position in front of him. The room in the second video just now is very similar to the room I live in, but the furniture and furnishings inside are a little different. Lin Shen comforted, which race has not produced a few tyrants? It should be that a tyrant found that woman to study the art of heaven and gods, and also used his own people as experiments. Lin Shen said so, and Tian Buluo felt that it made sense. Tianren Star was a place where only the Emperor of Heaven and the royal relatives could come. Without the permission of the Emperor of Heaven, outsiders could not enter at all. The foreign woman was able to come in, either because of the Emperor of Heaven's instruction, or because of the actions of a royal relative in the past. After the Emperor of Heaven ascended to the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, he did not allow royal relatives other than the Emperor's son and concubine to enter Tianren Star. In the past, many relatives of the Emperor of Heaven were qualified to come in, and it might be that someone among them did something wrong. As the two were thinking, the woman appeared in the video again. She walked to the hanging female celestial being, stretched out her finger and tapped her forehead, and she woke up immediately. The female celestial being was still a little confused at first, and the woman rubbed her temple twice, and she woke up completely immediately. The female celestial being looked at the woman and suddenly said a few words, which made Tiandiluo's eyes widen, as if he had seen a ghost. Lord Tiandi, please let me go. I really can't stand it. Chapter 552. Lin Shen suddenly felt that he was slapped in the face. All his previous guesses were wrong. The female celestial being actually called this woman the Heavenly Emperor, which made Lin Shen a little confused for a while. The woman was obviously not from the Celestial clan. How could she be the Heavenly Emperor? Tiandiluo was also shocked, and could not speak for a long time. No, she definitely can't be the Heavenly Emperor. It must be that the female celestial being was tortured too severely, or was bewitched by the spell, so she mistook the woman for the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen continued to give the most reasonable explanation. Yes, it must be like this. Tiandiluo also came back to his senses, and nodded repeatedly. But the conversation between the two instantly shattered the three views of the two people, leaving them stunned. Have you forgotten? You are the Heavenly Emperor, you are the king of the Celestial clan. The woman pinched the chin of the female celestial being and said coldly. Lin Shen no longer knew how to understand these words. Could this female celestial being be the Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial race? Would the Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial race be locked up here and made like this? Lin Shen's mind turned around and around, as fast as the speed of an F1 car, but he just couldn't get out of this corner. Female Heavenly Emperor, bound, Can't stand it. Various harmonious images appeared in Lin Shen's mind. Tian Buluo's 3 views were also shattered, and he couldn't even speak. He didn't believe these were true. Rather than believe these, it's better to believe that this is a pirated movie and has nothing to do with their celestial race. You are the Heavenly Emperor, I'm not. Please, let me go, I really can't stand it. The female celestial being cried and begged. The woman was unmoved. She pinched the chin of the female celestial being with her hand, and forced her to raise her head. You are not the Emperor of Heaven, so your family is not royal relatives, and your children are not the Emperor's sons. With what they did in the celestial clan, if you were not the Emperor of Heaven, would they still be alive? The female celestial being trembled, and at first, she did not dare to look at the woman. When she heard this, her eyes suddenly focused, and she looked at the woman and shouted loudly, "If you dare to touch them, I will never let you go even if I die." Is it me who won't let them go? It's you who won't let them go. You are not the Emperor of Heaven, they are useless people, rats crossing the street that everyone wants to beat, and scum that countless people want to kill as soon as possible. You can't protect them yourself, so what does their death have to do with me? It's you who don't have the ability, and it's you who sent them to a dead end. It's you who killed them, not me. The woman retracted the fingers that were holding the female celestial being's chin, and said ruthlessly, I. The female celestial being didn't know what to say for a while. I press this button and you be free. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not. The woman walked to the wall, and pointed at a button. The female celestial being remained silent. Judging from her expression, she must have been struggling with herself. If you don't choose, I choose for you. The woman said, and stretched out her finger to press the button on the wall. I am the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being cried out in tears, trying to stop the woman from pressing the button. What? I didn't hear you. The woman looked at the female celestial being coldly and said, I am willing to be the Emperor of Heaven. I am the Emperor of Heaven. I know I was wrong. I can hold on. I really can still hold on. The female celestial being pleaded like a dog. Who are you? The woman asked, looking at the female celestial being. I am the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being said hurriedly. Who are you? The woman asked again. I am the Emperor of Heaven. I am the God and the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being shouted out loudly. This sentence completely stupefied Lin Shen and Tian Buluo, and their brains were about to burn out. They originally thought that this female celestial being was at most the Emperor of Heaven during a period of division of the celestial race. But this sentence, I am the God, and the Emperor of Heaven completely pierced their brains, turning them into brain-dead idiots. God and the Emperor of Heaven. The great Emperor of the celestial race, who created one of the 5 basic evolutionary arts of the universe, benefited countless races, and is still praised by people, turned out to be like this. Lin Shen really dared not do such an outrageous thing even in his dreams. I didn't hear it, speak louder. The woman was still not satisfied. I am God and Emperor of Heaven. I am God and Emperor of Heaven. I am God and Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being roared at the woman, like a wild animal. The woman finally smiled. That's right, as an Emperor of Heaven, you should look like an Emperor of Heaven. You must master the art of Heaven and God. When she heard the words art of Heaven and God, the woman's body trembled obviously. Come on, let's try again. You can do it. You are God and Emperor of Heaven. It's just a technique. It's nothing big. The woman's fingers slid across the skin of the female celestial being. As her fingers passed, strange blood-colored lines were drawn on the female celestial being's body. Those blood-colored lines gradually formed strange patterns. When the female celestial being's whole body was painted with complete patterns, a strange scene happened. The female celestial being's body was suddenly pulled up like a puppet, suspended in the air in an extremely strange posture, and then made various incredible postures, like a controlled shadow puppet. The blood-red pattern drawn by the woman emitted a strange red light, which gradually penetrated into the female celestial being's body, making her eyes blood-red, and the wings behind her also turned blood-red, as if stained with blood. The female celestial being, who looked like a blood angel, suddenly rose upside down with her black hair. Her eyes were completely filled with blood, as if possessed by a devil, staring straight at the woman. Suddenly, the holographic projection disappeared, and Lin Shen and Tian Buluo felt as if they were stepping into the air. The gap in their hearts made them a little difficult to accept, and the strange blood-red eyes of the female celestial being still remained in their minds. After the 3 videos were played, their minds became even more confused, because these 3 videos were too weird. The God and the Emperor of Heaven is a female celestial being, but she was hung in the Buyu residence by a foreign woman and forced to undergo the experiment of the heaven and God technique. She also said that the woman was the heaven and God technique. If all this is true, then Lin Shen's guess is completely wrong, and it is very wrong. Emperor, I think this video should be a small budget movie shot by a small movie enthusiast based on the story of the God and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen said with a light cough. Yes, that's the case. Those who shoot small movies should die. Tianbu Luo nodded heavily and said viciously. But he couldn't deceive himself in his heart, because he could feel that the heaven and God technique shown in the video was real. Chapter 553. No, I have to go to the Emperor Father to make this clear. Let's go! Tianbu Luo pulled Lin Shen to go to the Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shen originally wanted to say that Tianbu Luo could go to the Emperor Tianshu himself. How could he get involved in such an imperial family matter? On second thought, Lin Shen swallowed his words and followed Tianbu Luo. However, when Lin Shen arrived outside the imperial palace, only Tianbu Luo was called in. There was no summons from the Emperor Tian, so he could only wait outside. Lin Shen didn't know whether he was right or wrong, but Enlu repeatedly reminded him that he should not think of deceiving the Emperor Tianshu in anything. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had to admit it. If he admitted it, he would be punished. If he didn't admit it now, it would be discovered by the Emperor Tianshu in the future, and it would not be a matter that could be resolved by punishment. Will the Emperor of Tianshu punish me? How will he punish me? I don't have money, and I can't give my life. Will the Emperor of Tianshu pull out the corpse of that woman and whip her? I wonder if there is still a chance to revive the fire. Lin Shen waited and waited, and it was almost midnight, but Tianbu Luo still didn't come out. Lin Shen thought to himself that it was not good. If even Tianbu Luo, the son of the Emperor, was punished, he would be punished more severely. Just when he was worried about gains and losses, the door of the imperial palace creaked, and Tian Songyun walked out. Dean Tian, come with me, the Emperor is waiting for you. Tian Songyun said expressionlessly. General Manager Yuan, where is the Prince of the Emperor? Lin Shen stretched out his hand to stuff something into Tian Songyun, but Tian Songyun directly held his hand and didn't let him take out the thing at all. Dean Tian, you and I just need to do our best to serve the Emperor, and don't think too much about other things. Let's go, the Emperor is still waiting for you. Tian Songyun said and led the way. Seeing Tian Songyun like this, Lin Shen knew that this matter might be a bit difficult to handle, and followed Tian Songyun to the outside of Emperor Tianshu's study. Your Majesty, Dean Tian is here. Tian Songyun whispered outside the door. Just reply outside the door, you can go down. The voice of the Emperor of Heaven came from the room, and the voice was majestic. Tian Songyun responded, and left the palace directly. The door of the study was empty, and only Lin Shen was left. Tian, do you admit your guilt? The cold voice of the Emperor of Heaven came from the study. Know your crime? Lin Shen said, as he thought, why does this heavenly art emperor like to play this game? He first asks others if they know their crime, like he's acting. The next sentence won't be tell me what crime you committed? Tell me what crime you committed. The heavenly emperor's next words made Lin Shen feel very strange. I shouldn't have entered Luojiao Snow Mountain without permission, and I shouldn't have taken His Royal Highness the Emperor with me. Lin Shen remembered Enlu's instructions. Suffering a loss is a blessing, and you have to take the blame on yourself. Since you know it, you still knowingly commit a crime. You do something and become arrogant. Do you really think that the rules of my heavenly clan can't kill you? Lin Shen heard the sound of heavy things being thrown in the study, as if something was broken. Lin Shen said outside the station, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with His Royal Highness the Emperor. Please punish me, Your Majesty. You are still a little responsible. You know you have to admit your mistakes. The tone of Emperor Tianshu was obviously much softer, but he still said with a cold tone, this is a big mistake. If you are not punished, I don't know what disaster you will cause in the future. Well, since you caused the disaster, the responsibility of burying the gods and the Emperor of Heaven will fall on your head. If you do this well, this matter will be over. If you don't do it well, I will not forgive you when I come back. As soon as Emperor Tianshu finished speaking, someone pushed the door and walked out of the study. Lin Shen saw that the person who came out was Tianbu Luo, and he was secretly relieved. He thought that Tianbu Luo had been dealt with by Emperor Tianshu, and it seemed that he should be fine. After Tianbu Luo came out, he closed the door from the outside, turned his back to the door, smiled silently at Lin Shen, and then handed a book to him, and then said, this is the method of burying the Emperor of Heaven. You must bury the gods and the Emperor of Heaven in the cemetery according to this method, and you must not miss anything. Yes. Lin Shen reached out and took the book, and saw the 3 words Heaven Burial Sutra written on it. Until this matter is settled, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Buluo, you must also be confined to Yanyu Tower for 3 months, and Qingyu will be in charge. If you dare to walk out of Yanyu Tower for half a day during the confinement, your legs will be broken. Come, take the son of Emperor Buluo to Yanyu Tower. The voice of the Emperor of Heaven came from the study again. Someone came to take Tian Buluo away, and soon Linshan was the only one left in front of the study. Emperor Tianshu did not ask him to leave, and he had no way to leave. Your name on the mother planet is Linshan? The voice of the Emperor of Heaven became much softer. Yes, Linshan replied. Since you have come to my Tianren clan, you don't need to use your previous name. The name Tian is very good. It fits my Tianren clan and this emperor. The Emperor of Heaven paused and continued. Do you know everything about the gods and the Emperor of Heaven? If the Emperor needs me to know, I will know. If the Emperor does not need me to know, I will know nothing. Linshan replied. It is good to know what to do and what not to do. You are very good. You should be punished for your mistakes, and you should not suffer in vain. Follow the will of Heaven and do things well. Those who follow the will of Heaven will be helped by Heaven. The Emperor of Heavenly Art seemed a little tired. Go, read the Heaven Burial Sutra more, and be sure to be decent. Yes. Linshan withdrew with the Heaven Burial Sutra. When he arrived outside the palace, he saw Tian Songyun, who sent him out of the palace again. Back at Byuju, Linshan opened the Heaven Burial Sutra and saw a sentence written on the preface. Heaven created all things to nourish people, and people bury their bodies to repay heaven after death. Looking through the contents inside, they were all the rules and etiquette for burying the Emperor of Heaven. However, if he followed the above etiquette, not to mention him alone, even if he was given 1,000 people, it would be impossible to complete the funeral in a short time. But the Emperor of Heavenly Arts only gave him a copy of the Heaven Burial Sutra, neither money nor people, and it was impossible for him to bury the gods and the Emperor of Heaven according to such standards. And that woman was not a celestial being at all, and should not be a god or the Emperor of Heaven. The fact that the celestial beings had not buried him in the Luojia Snow Mountain Cemetery must have something to do with this. Linshan turned back to read the handwritten preface, and immediately understood. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not ask him to bury the gods and the Emperor of Heaven, but to deal with the woman's body, preferably to destroy the body. Linshan was somewhat puzzled. Why had no one from the celestial race done such a thing for so many years? The Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not do it himself, but pushed it onto him instead. Linshan knew there must be a reason, but he just couldn't figure it out. However, this was also good for him. If he went alone to deal with the corpse, the fire would not be able to escape. But before he went, he had to prepare some things, otherwise he would not be able to enter Luojia Snow Mountain at all, let alone survive. Chapter 554. The race ranking battle is still going on. The first place in the immortal level is not from the Supreme Clan, but a person named Feng Lu from the Phoenix Clan. The second place is the Supreme Clan, and the rest are basically the former powerful clans. The immortals of the Celestial Clan are still ranked 16th, and have not yet entered the top 10. The highest ranking human at present is the undefeated Heavenly King. In addition to the undefeated Heavenly King, there are actually a few humans who have entered the Billion Clan rankings in the Nirvana level ranking battle. However, their rankings are relatively low, and they should have no chance of entering the final overall ranking. After preparing the things, Emperor Tianshu also ordered people to send the necessary items for entering Luojia Snow Mountain. The Mingshan lamp spirit base that Tianbuluo used before was sent to Linshan for use, except for 10 large incense sticks. Before, Tianbuluo and his team used fine incense to go up Luojia Snow Mountain. The burning time is limited. It can only burn for a few hours in total. Counting the time of going up and down the mountain, the time they can actually stay on the mountain is limited. Each of these 10 incense sticks is as thick as a thumb and more than 1 meter long. Each stick can burn for dozens of hours. After reading the Heaven Burial Sutra, Lin Shui finally understood why incense was burned on Luojia Snow Mountain. Before, Linshan thought it was to commemorate the dead. It turned out that it was not the case. This kind of incense is called guiding incense. Without this kind of incense, you will get lost on Luojia Snow Mountain. Luojia Snow Mountain is not actually very big. Linshan didn't know how he got lost on it, but it was written in the Heaven Burial Sutra. After packing up his things, Linshan went to the source of the Chaos River again and arrived at Luojia Snow Mountain alone with the Mingshan lamp. After lighting the big incense, Linshan began to climb the mountain. When he came to the top of the snow mountain again, he found that the body was covered by snow again. When did it snow? Lin Shen was a little confused. He looked at the sky. The snow mountain was covered with dark fog. He didn't know how it snowed here. Lin Shen had to dig up the snow again. Sure enough, there was the body covered by mosaic inside. If it was a normal situation, he needed to carry the body to the back mountain of Luojiao Snow Mountain, according to the Heaven Burial Sutra. There was the entrance to the Emperor of Heaven cemetery, and send her to the grave from there. But if he came alone, it was impossible to send her in according to the Emperor of Heaven's burial specifications. Besides, the Emperor of Heaven didn't give him the things he needed for burial, and it was obvious that he didn't really want Lin Shen to bury her. Since it can't be buried, where should the body be taken? Lin Shen pondered this question. The simplest way should be to destroy the body, but the body of the immortal and the power of the ascender may not be able to destroy it. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts probably doesn't want me to make too much noise here. He asked me to come here for more than just destroying the body. If the body can't be destroyed, and it can't really be buried in the Emperor of Heaven cemetery, what should I do? The Emperor of Heavenly Arts didn't explain clearly, and always let others guess. He wasn't tired, but others were tired. Lin Shen thought, while clearing the snow next to the body to expose it completely. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to find a place to bury the body. Since it couldn't be destroyed and couldn't be buried in the cemetery, he had to bury it. I want to help you bury the body, sorry, don't blame me. Lin Shen reached out and picked up the body, then walked to the back mountain. The upper half of Luojiao Snow Mountain is all snow, and there is soil in the lower half. If you want to bury the body, you can only go to the lower half. As long as you don't go to the cemetery, find a place outside to bury her, and she won't be easily discovered, there should be no problem. Of course, after Lin Shen found a good place, he planned to hold her to sleep first. Although it felt a little strange, the fire-starting ability couldn't be wasted. After a while, Lin Shen went down to the lower half of the mountain, found a relatively hidden corner of the mountain, put the body on the ground, and dug it out with his hands. After digging a few times, he found that there was only a thin layer of soil more than 1 foot thick outside, and below was hard rock, which could not be dug at all. It was the same in several places. The soil layer was too thin, and the rock below was not something that could be dug by the flying upgrade. Lin Shen had no choice but to restore the place he dug to its original state, and continued to walk down the mountain with the body in his arms, looking for a place to bury her. Every time he walked down a certain distance, Lin Shen dug once, but the results were the same everywhere. The soil layer was too thin to bury the body at all. He reached the mountain stream, but still couldn't find a place to bury the body. If we walk further, we will reach the Tianyi cemetery. Lin Shen looked around and saw a road next to the mountain stream. There were plants similar to pine and cypress planted on both sides of the road. At the end of the road was the entrance to the Tianyi cemetery. He couldn't go there, so Lin Shen carried the body on his back and walked towards the mountain stream. There were some small hills near the mountain stream. Lin Shen planned to look for a cave or something like that and seal the body in the cave. After a while, Lin Shen really found a cave. The cave was not big, and people had to bend over to get in. It was more than 10 meters deep, and there was a dead end at the end. There was nothing inside. Lin Shen felt that this place should be more suitable. As long as the cave entrance was sealed from the outside, and some disguises were made, no one should be able to find this place. In fact, few people could come here, so who would bother to find this thing? He carried the body into the cave, and found a dry place to put it down. Lin Shen muttered to the body, "There are many poisonous insects and beasts in the cave. It would be bad if your body was desecrated. I will sleep here with you for one night to make sure that this cave is unowned, and then we will arrange a new home for you." After such a toss, Lin Shen felt that there was nothing to be afraid of the body. He ran around holding the body, which was not a problem. The fire was important. Lin Shen put the body down and lay down next to the body, with one hand on the body. Although it seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of, he still felt a little weird and a little creepy when he slept next to the corpse. He couldn't fall asleep. The big incense stick next to him had only burned a short while. The Emperor of Heaven gave him 10 sticks, probably to give him enough time to deal with the corpse, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough time. Is the female celestial being who was forced by a woman to practice the art of heaven and gods the real god and Emperor of Heaven? Did she finally master the art of heaven and gods? She said that this woman was the Emperor of Heaven. Is it possible that this woman is the real god and Emperor of Heaven? After all, according to the records of the celestial beings, it was the god and Emperor of Heaven who sat on the top of Luojiao Snow Mountain, but there was only a corpse of a woman on the top of the snow mountain, and there was no corpse of the female celestial being. If the records are correct, then the god and emperor of heaven should refer to the woman. Lin Shan thought about it, and he was not so scared anymore. He didn't know when he fell asleep. Chapter 555. When Lin Shan woke up, he felt refreshed, stretched his body, and then sensed that there was more information in his mind. It's really a rebellious beast, and it has 10% more completeness. It seems that it is easy to find a rebellious beast, and the complete rebellious beast is just around the corner. Lin Shan was happy, but when he looked to the side, his face changed drastically. Why is it gone? Lin Shan got up suddenly, raised the Mingshan lamp, and looked around the cave quickly, looking back and forth several times. It was such a small place, but there was no trace of the corpse. Lin Shan felt his scalp tingling and goosebumps all over his body. He thought, no way. And he can even fake his corpse? Lin Shan didn't believe in those supernatural things, but the corpse was really gone. It's impossible that someone would come and steal it in the middle of the night. The corpse is not money, and can't be eaten. Why steal it? What's more, this is the area of Luojia Snow Mountain. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Who can get in? Who would be so idle to steal a corpse? But other than that, Lin Shan couldn't think of any other possibilities. Could he be alive? Lin Shan thought about it, and felt it was impossible. Although the other party was an immortal, it was a person who lived for who knows how many billions of years. How could he be alive? He turned his head to look at the big incense stick he had stuck on the ground. The incense was still burning well, and it was almost halfway burned now. The incense is still there. If she really came back to life and ran away, she would need incense and lamps. Lin Shan crawled out of the cave and looked around, but still did not see any trace of the body. Unable to find the body, Lin Shan didn't know how to explain to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, so he had to look around with incense. However, Lin Shan searched the entire area near Luojia Snow Mountain, and searched back and forth many times, but he didn't see any trace of the body, nor did he see any other creatures or people appear here. It's really a ghost. Where did the body go? Lin Shan was a little depressed. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts asked him to deal with the body, but he lost it. If the Emperor of Heavenly Arts knew about this, I don't know if he could still save his life. Seeing that the incense was about to burn out, Lin Shan lit another stick of incense, and carefully searched the area of Luojia Snow Mountain several times, not letting go of any grass or trees. Lin Shan searched all the corners and caves at the foot of the mountain, and even the cracks of the glacier, but still didn't get anything. The only thing left to look for is the cemetery. Lin Shan had a bad feeling in his heart. If something happened to the cemetery, he really couldn't afford it. Fortunately, when Lin Shan ran along the road to the cemetery, he saw that the gate of the cemetery was tightly closed. The dust on it was still there. No one had moved it. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, but why did the body disappear? Could it be that it really came back to life and ran away? Lin Shan had to consider this possibility. This kind of thing happened to a dead fan before. The dead fan came back to life after sleeping with him. But the dead fan is a genetically modified creature, which is different from humans. Lin Shan searched again, and finally had to give up helplessly, and left Luojia Snow Mountain. In a sense, this can be regarded as disposing of the body, right? I will not see her again in Luojia Snow Mountain in the future. Can this be regarded as completing the mission? Lin Shan thought to himself. After leaving Luojia Snow Mountain, Lin Shan went to the Emperor of Heaven to report. However, he did not see the Emperor of Heaven. Only Tian Songyun came to tell Lin Shan that the Emperor of Heaven was traveling, and would not be back in a short time. Before leaving, the Emperor of Heaven left a message for Lin Shan, asking Lin Shan to hand over everything to Tian Songyun after completing the mission. Lin Shan had no choice but to hand over the Mingshan lamp, the remaining big incense, and the Heaven Burial Sutra to Tian Songyun. After hesitating for a long time, he still did not tell Tian Songyun about the missing body. Tian Songyun also told Lin Shan that the Emperor of Heaven asked him not to run around recently, because he was now famous, and the hostile forces that could not bear to see the good of the Tianren clan might attack Lin Shan, so he must pay attention to safety issues, even in the Zenith Star. Lin Shan also knew that he had been too sharp recently, and it was inevitable that he would be envied. In addition, he was the dean of Tianshi Academy, and there were probably many people in the Tianren clan who wanted him dead. Lin Shan originally wanted to hide in Tianren Star to practice, but according to the time, Ouyang Yudu should be coming soon. He sent him a message, and Ouyang Yudu's message came back quickly, saying that he had already reported to Tianshi Academy. After rushing to Tianshi Academy, Lin Shan saw Ouyang Yudu standing in the yard with an umbrella. "Ouyang, you shouldn't have come. The water here is too deep, Lin Shen said to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, it's better to raise fish in deep water. If you stay in Liwaxing, you will never have the opportunity to develop. That's right. What are your plans for the future? Lin Shen also knew that relying on the resources of only one planet would never be able to give out the immortals. I am now the head of the Special Service Department, and you are the Dean of the Tianshi Academy. I will follow you, and I will fight wherever you point me. Ouyang Yudu said seriously. Then take a rest first. I don't have anything to do now, Lin Shen said. The Emperor of Heaven is traveling, and it is unknown when he will come back. The Tianshi Academy is to serve the Emperor of Heaven. Without the order of the Emperor of Heaven, they don't need to do anything. If it were in the past, when the Emperor of Heaven was traveling, the Tianshi Academy would definitely be responsible for the safety and various matters of the Emperor of Heaven. The current Tianshi Academy naturally does not have such capital. I heard that the Special Service Department has 10 director positions, and they can recruit them independently, right? Ouyang Yudu asked. That's true, but we don't have anything to do now, and recruiting them is useless. Besides, to be a director, you must be at least a Nirvana. I'm afraid there are no Nirvana people willing to join our Tianshi Academy on Zenith Star, Lin Shen said. Leave this matter to me. You are the head of the academy now, and you must have some useful people around you. And with your current reputation, there are too many people who want to plot against you. You need a few strong people to protect you. Ouyang Yudu said. My fame is also due to you, Lin Shen said helplessly. Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Don't thank me. Do you see my expression? Do you want to thank you? Lin Shen was speechless. He wanted to say something, but saw an old man running over and said to Lin Shen anxiously, Dean, you are finally back. This matter can only be handled by you personally. Chapter 556. Director Qi, what's the hurry? Lin Shen looked at the skinny old man in front of him in confusion. The feathers on the wings of this old man named Qi Xinhua were almost all gray, and some places were bald. He was so old that he looked like half of his body was about to be buried in the ground. But he was the director of the security department of Tianshi Academy, that is, the head of the security work of Tianshi Academy. Lin Shen doubted whether Qi Xinhua could still be defeated. Even if he was a Nirvana, he probably didn't have much strength left at this age. I don't know whose pet ran into our yard and ate all the vegetables planted in the backyard. If we don't get rid of it, we won't have any vegetables to eat in the future. Qi Xinhua pulled Lin Shen to the backyard. Ouyang Yudu also followed to the backyard, and saw a cat-like creature gnawing on a cabbage. Lin Shen was slightly startled. That creature was obviously a silicon-based creature. How could it eat cabbage? Even if it was a real cat, it was a carnivore, and it would not eat cabbage no matter how hungry it was. Dean, we have to catch it quickly, otherwise we can't keep the vegetables. It's best to catch it alive. If someone comes to find us, we have to ask them to pay compensation, Qi Xinhua said. Isn't this your job as the security director? If you can't even handle a cat, how can you be the security director? Lin Shen wanted to say this, but when he looked at the bald wings behind Qi Xinhua, he thought that there were no people in the security department at all, and Qi Xinhua was also a commander without troops, so it was not his fault. Forget it, I do it. Lin Shen flicked his finger, and a finger sand flew silently to the point on the kitten's body. Originally, he thought that he could easily capture the kitten with this remote acupuncture. Who knew that after he sent out this finger sand, the kitten seemed to laugh casually and accidentally avoided it, and the finger sand pierced into the soil silently. This little thing is lucky. Lin Shen didn't take it seriously, and sent out another finger sand. As a result, the kitten rolled on the ground and avoided it again. Lin Shen knew that things were not that simple. He frowned slightly, and then rushed up directly, using the technique of thousands of people pointing fingers, trying to point at the kitten. The kitten was very fast, obviously a flying upgraded creature. It turned and moved in the air, and actually avoided Lin Shen's finger attack again and again. Lin Shen tried his best, but he couldn't touch the kitten at all. What's even more annoying is that the kitten didn't even run away. It seemed to be provocative. Once Lin Shen stopped, it stood opposite Lin Shen, tilted its head, and looked at Lin Shen, with a human-like contempt on its face. Where did this little thing come from? It's so unruly. Lin Shen was furious. He put on his shell, and activated his skills to increase his speed. He had to catch the kitten. Don't worry, Dean. We don't know who raised this little thing. What if it was raised by one of our brothers? It would be bad if it was hurt. Let me, an old man, try. Qi Xinhua quickly stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought, why did you come to me if you can solve it? You came to me because you can't solve it? Just as he was thinking, He suddenly saw Qi Xinhua move. Although the speed was not very fast, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the kitten in his hand. Lin Shen saw clearly that the kitten had tried to escape as before, but somehow, it could not escape and was simply caught. Director Qi, your method is good. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Xinhua, cursing in his heart. This security director obviously has such a trick, but he had to call me here to embarrass me. He really has bad intentions. A little trick. If the dean is interested, you can take a look at this. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. As he said, Qi Xinhua took out a book from his arms, stuffed it into Lin Shen's hand without saying anything, and then left with the kitten. Lin Shen couldn't help but be slightly startled. He naturally saw that something was wrong. It seems that the security director wanted to give this thing to you intentionally. Ouyang Yudu walked over and said. Lin Shen looked at the cover of the book, but there were only 3 words catching loaches written crookedly on it. It seems to be the case. I guess they think that I am not capable enough as the dean, so they want to help me. Lin Shen smiled and flipped through the contents. The content inside was a kind of grappling technique, which was also written in those crooked words. Although the words were ugly, the more Lin Shen read the content, the more frightened he was. This grappling technique called catching loaches was surprisingly strange. Not only was the technique strange, but if it could be practiced to the extreme, it could also generate a kind of suction in the palm of the hand. Using that suction, the grappling technique was even more strange and unpredictable. I didn't expect that this security director, who usually likes playing cards and drinking and doesn't do anything serious, actually has such a unique skill. Lin Shen was surprised. Although this technique was not a very powerful technique, it was unique and unexpected. The security director returned to the office, sat down at the mahjong table, and said to the others, I gave him the loach to catch. Whether he can practice it depends on his own ability. If he can't practice it, it's not my fault. Just try your best. Our dean's strength and talent are still good. After all, there are not many ascenders in our Tianwen clan who can defeat Christine. The logistics director said while touching the cards. I don't think he can practice it. After all, our Laohua's loach catching technique was praised by the Emperor of Heaven. The previous dean also wanted Laohua to promote this technique, but Laohua taught it for so long, and few people could learn it. Vice Dean said. What do you mean few people can learn it? Not even one person can learn it. If it's so easy to learn, how can it be considered a unique skill? Qi Xinhua said proudly. Old Hua, you didn't hide it at that time, did you? You can't hide it from our dean. We still have to rely on him to make money in the future. We must let him learn it. His skills are too simple. More skills are needed to deal with various situations. Vice Dean said. Bullshit, am I that kind of person? I never hide my skills when I teach others. Qi Xinhua changed the subject and said, but after all, I learned this loach catching from the family secrets. The family secrets cannot be passed on to outsiders, so I removed the part involving the family secrets before. Don't worry, I gave our dean the complete version written by myself. If he can't practice it, it can't be blamed on me. Qi Xinhua saw that several people looked unhappy, and hurriedly explained. Chapter 557. How do you plan to form a new team for the Special Service Department? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu to live in his previous residence. Now that he moved to Tianren Star, the place was free, so he lent it to Ouyang Yudu for the time being. Recruitment? Ouyang Yudu said. Is it possible? Don't recruit spies from other companies. Lin Shen felt that Ouyang Yudu was a little too optimistic. It doesn't matter whether they are spies or not, as long as they can work. Ouyang Yudu was very optimistic. After the recruited people join the Special Service Department, let them go to the action group for training. When their performance meets the standards, they can be promoted to director. In that case, will anyone be willing to come? Lin Shen felt that if recruited in this way, I'm afraid no one would be willing to come. Aren't there still those spies who want to come in to get information? Ouyang Yudu laughed. Is this okay? Lin Shen was a little skeptical about how much effect the Special Service Department formed in this way could play when it really needed to contribute. Trust me, I can handle it. Ouyang Yudu said seriously, if there are really good talents, it is not impossible to develop them into backbones. Since Lin Shen handed the Special Service Department to Ouyang Yudu, he could only choose to trust his ability. Anyway, Tianshi Academy is really short of manpower now. Someone has to do the dirty work. They can't do everything by themselves. I have to recruit an assistant for you. Ouyang Yudu said again. What do I need that thing for? Lin Shen felt that he didn't need an assistant at all. Why did Ouyang Yudu say this? It's not for you, but for the Dean of Tianshi Academy. Ouyang Yudu said. Is there any difference? Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu in confusion. Yes, you are the head of a courtyard, and you always have to have some aura when you go out to do things. This thing is useless for people above, but it is useful for people below. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, I will get these things done as soon as possible. After I have a candidate, I will ask you to come and choose. Okay, then I will leave it to you. Lin Shen was not afraid that an assistant could get any information from him. He usually lives in Tianren Star, and the assistant can't get in at all. After settling Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen went straight back to Buyuju. There was not much work at Tien Shiyuan, and he was too lazy to care about those old people. He would make plans after recruiting new people. After returning to Buyuju, Lin Shen watched the ranking battles of Nirvana and Fabian, while studying the method of catching loaches. This method is really a bit unusual. It is easier to practice suction than Erbaquan, but not much easier. After practicing for a while, there was no effect, so Lin Shen didn't want to practice anymore, and laid down to look at the picture scroll in the sky. The ranking battle for the upgrade was getting more and more interesting. After the favorites such as Diers, Christine, and Lin Shen withdrew from the competition, more powerful ascenders stood out. The combat power shown by some ascenders was not weaker than that shown by Christine and Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to admire that there were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the universe, and there were too many geniuses from all races, and various magical abilities and techniques emerged in an endless stream. In comparison, there were only a few geniuses among humans who could show off, and there was no comparison at all. This is still the case of those who participated in the race ranking war. There are still many powerful people who did not participate in the race ranking war. What Lin Shen never expected was that the third mountain actually rushed to the top of the ascender ranking list. Lin Shen watched several of his battles. When fighting with some top ascenders, his body was just like a big meatball full of elasticity. All kinds of attacks hitting him would be rebounded back, just like a big meatball with counter-injury. Hitting him is like hitting yourself. The third mountain just stood there and let others hit him casually, but in the end, it was others who gave up. In addition to the rebound attack, the third mountain's own power is also very terrifying. When an ascender challenged him, he called him a meatball, and he slapped him into a meat pie with a slap, and his internal organs were sprayed out. The third mountain firmly occupied the first place. After accepting several challenges, no one could take him down. His own continuous fighting ability is also good, and it is estimated that he also has the technique to recover his vitality. The third mountain's position in the first place in the ranking list makes people more certain that Lin Shen knew he was powerful before challenging him. The third mountain didn't dare to accept the challenge. He must be afraid of Lin Shen. If Lin Shen hadn't withdrawn, the first place should have belonged to Lin Shen. The first place in the Nirvana ranking is also a Phoenix clan, and most of the top rankings are also those wealthy families. Lin Xiangdong's ranking has not changed much. Some people have challenged him, but they couldn't withstand his pedal torrent. Not many people challenged him. After all, his ranking was not high, and the top Nirvana people couldn't have such a low ranking to challenge him. The various abilities and secrets used by Nirvana are much more interesting than flying upgrades. After watching this ranking battle, Lin Shen gained a lot of knowledge. It's a pity that with his eyesight, he still can't understand the immortal level battle, otherwise he would have learned more. Just when he was watching it with interest, he suddenly saw the red crystal rope-like dead powder crawling out and wrapped around his arm. Evolution is over. Lin Shen was happy in his heart, but then he felt something was wrong. Didn't the dead powder advance to Nirvana? It is said that Nirvana-level pets cannot enter the combat state without the activation of Nirvana power. Lin Shen hurriedly looked at the attributes of the dead powder to see what was going on with it. It swallowed the ashes of reincarnation, but it didn't achieve Nirvana. Mutated Death Crusher, Super Base Nirvana Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 1620. Speed, 1620. Hardness, 1620. Toughness, 1620. Life Base, Super Base Crushing Diary. Nirvana Attribute, True Extreme Evil Slaying Death Light. Base Transformation Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor Breaking Thorn, Super Base Instant Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting, Super Base Eye of the Hell King. Lin Shen was overjoyed. After the Death Fan's Nirvana, it was a top attribute. The Nirvana attribute obtained was actually the True Extreme Evil Slaying God Light. You should know that the True Extreme Evil Slaying God Light is one of the most powerful offensive Nirvana attributes in the world. He has comprehended the mystery of the True Extreme Evil Slaying God Light, and knows how terrible this thing is. The Death Fan has this Nirvana attribute, which is equivalent to a Nirvana weapon with unparalleled destructive power. Lin Shan uses it to fight the enemy. Who among the same level dares to take his attack head-on? This thing may be more powerful than the separation method. The separation method only attracts particles to separate, and the true extreme evil slaying god light is a terrifying existence that can really penetrate particles directly. That's not right. This isn't the true extreme killing evil divine light. Lin Shan looked at it for a while, and suddenly realized something was wrong. It said true extreme killing evil death light, not divine light. Is there any difference between this death light and divine light? Lin Shan was a little confused and left Buyuju, ready to go outside to try out what the difference was. What made Lin Shan even more confused was that the diehard fan was clearly at the Nirvana level, but he, an ascender, could still activate it at will. He had never heard of such a thing before. Chapter 558. Being able to use Nirvana-level death powder is naturally a great thing for Lin Shan, as it is a top-level Nirvana combat power. With death powder by his side, even if he encounters a Nirvana person who wants to kill him in the future, death powder will be able to protect him. When they arrived at an open place in the wild, he let the death powder try out the difference between its true extreme evil slaying death light and the true extreme evil slaying divine light. The red light beam shot out from the death powder, just a random hit, cut a huge rock in half from the middle. The red light flashed over the boulder, and the boulder looked no different, but the death powder went over and gently whipped the boulder with its tail, and the boulder immediately split from the middle and fell to both sides, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. It seems that there is no problem with the destructive power. Except for the different color from the true extreme evil slaying divine light, there is no other difference. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the destructive power is no problem. Lin Shan stretched out his hand and pulled, and the dead powder's body stood straight, turning into a spear. He waved a few times, and stabbed out with a spear. The red light bursting out from the tip of the spear condensed at one point, and silently penetrated the boulder that was cut in half. Lin Shan finally found the difference. The true extreme killing evil light is a force that can directly penetrate the nucleus of an atom. When used, it will cause a terrifying explosion. It is not an exaggeration to say that it can be used to rub an atomic bomb. However, this true extreme killing evil death light, although it has strong destructive power, did not cause an explosion. It simply cut and pierced things. Although the destructive power is very strong, it is obviously different from the true extreme killing evil light. Lin Shan didn't know whether this difference was good or bad. He only knew that the destructive power of the death powder was something that ordinary Nirvana people might not be able to withstand. The death powder was sometimes soft and sometimes hard in Lin Shan's hand, like a whip or a gun. The whip light was like a red silk thread. When it hit anything, it would be directly broken in half. The destructive power was too terrible. After trying all the abilities of the death powder, Lin Shan became more and more satisfied. This was simply an invincible magic weapon. With this thing in hand, even if a top Nirvana person came, he could still poke a hole in him. If he met an opponent like Night Crow again, he would not be afraid of not being able to kill him. Now that the death powder has been Nirvana, there should be a high chance of collecting the three-headed dragon. Lin Shan felt that this was reliable, and could not wait any longer. He took the death powder to the crater planet to find the three-headed dragon. When he came to the crater where the three-headed dragon was, he saw that the three-headed dragon was lying on the stone platform inside the mountain to rest. Its body is made of silver crystals, and its 6 dragon wings look extremely domineering. Lin Shan directly summoned the dragon hunter Kivis, wanting to use him as bait to lure out the three-headed dragon. Otherwise, if it saw the Nirvana-level dead fans, it would turn back and dive into the cyan energy pool, and it would be difficult to find it again. Sure enough, as soon as Kivis appeared, he was sensed by the 3 6-winged dragons. The 3 dragon heads immediately raised their heads and stared at the direction where Kivis was. Lin Shan quickly controlled Kivis to turn around and run. The 3 dragons fluttered their 6 wings, and the cyan energy liquid on their bodies flowed. In an instant, they rushed out of the crater, and despite the damage to it from the environment, they directly sprayed a cyan crystal shield and smashed it at the fleeing Kivis. Lin Shan, standing on the crater, threw the death powder as if it were a javelin at the 3-headed dragon in the air. The death powder was like a red lightning, instantly piercing through the 3-headed dragon's body, causing the 3-headed dragon to scream. Lin Shan's main goal was to subdue the 3-headed dragon, not to kill it, so the location of this attack was not the vital part of its body. So although the 3-headed dragon looked seriously injured, it was not fatal. The death powder turned around and returned to Lin Shan's hand. Lin Shan flew and pointed at the 3-headed dragon, But the three-headed dragon still had no intention of surrendering. Lin Shan threw the death powder as a javelin again, and the three heads of the three-headed dragon roared at the same time, and the three shields of cyan crystal, silver crystal and gold crystal flew out at the same time. A cyan halo like a transparent bubble bloomed on the cyan crystal shield, and the silver crystal shield, and the gold crystal shield also bloomed with silver and gold halos. The three halos combined together, like a transparent bubble protecting the body of the three-headed dragon. The javelin-like death powder pierced the transparent bubble, and the transparent bubble shook for a while, but it couldn't penetrate it. Lin Shan was extremely surprised. Because he wanted to catch it alive, he didn't let the death powder use the true extreme evil killing death light, but even so, the power of the death powder itself was not something that a flying upgraded creature could resist. The three-headed dragon was able to block the attack of the death powder. Just this defensive skill was a bit surprising. It's worthy of being a rare three-life creature. Its ability is a bit abnormal. Lin Shan wanted to subdue this three-headed dragon as a mount more and more. He flew into the air, caught the flying death powder, and used it directly like a whip, with a red whip light, whipping the transparent bubble-like halo of the three-headed dragon. The whip light transformed by the true extreme evil slaying death light directly pulled away the halo bubble. The halo bubble that could withstand more than 1,000 power attribute attacks was as fragile as paper under the whip light. The whip light directly hit the green crystal shield, pulling off a corner of the green crystal shield, which immediately caused the three-headed dragon to suffer a great loss of vitality. Lin Shan whipped the silver crystal shield and the gold crystal shield again. The three-headed dragon did not dare to take it again and hurriedly took back its life base. Lin Shan whipped the three-headed dragon with a whip, leaving a scar on the three-headed dragon's body. This whip did not use the true extreme evil slaying death light. The three-headed dragon turned around and wanted to escape back to the crater. Lin Shan threw out the death powder. The speed of the death powder was incredibly fast and directly wrapped around the three-headed dragon's body. The red rope-like body actually stretched to an extremely long length automatically, tightly binding the huge body of the three-headed dragon and falling from the air. Still not surrendering? Lin Shan frowned at the three-headed dragon. If it still didn't surrender, then the chance of surrendering was very small. A fellow who refused to surrender until death would never surrender again. Just when Lin Shan was a little disappointed, he saw one of the three-headed dragon's heads open his mouth and spit out a mini key card from green crystal. Just when Lin Shan was overjoyed and wanted to go over to receive the pet key, he saw the middle dragon head also open his mouth and spit out a pet key, which was carved from silver crystal. The last dragon head also opened his mouth and spit out a golden crystal pet key. What's going on? How could a pet have 3 pet keys? Lin Shan was a little confused, but he still took back all 3 keys, and then took back the dead fans, allowing the three-headed dragon to regain its freedom. Watching the three-headed dragon fly into the air, the 3 heads simultaneously raised their heads to the sky and roared, then flew down and landed in front of Lin Shan, stirring up dust all over the sky. The 3 heads stretched out in front of Lin Shan and opened their mouths. Lin Shan used 3 keys to transform the three-headed dragon into a pet capsule with 3 keyholes. Chapter 559. Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, Mutated 10th Turn Ascension. Strength, 320. Speed, 320. Hardness, 320. Toughness, 320. Base Transformation Talent, Mutated Tyrannosaurus Body, Mutated Dragon Advent, Mutated Dragon Blood Boiling. Life Base, Mutated Bronze Holy Shield, Mutated Silver Holy Shield, Mutated Gold Holy Shield. Mutated Bronze Holy Shield, Round Defense, Bronze Holy Shield Shield. Mutated Silver Holy Shield, Triangle Defense, Silver Holy Shield Shield. Mutated Gold Holy Shield, Four-Sided Holy Shield, Gold Holy Shield Shield. After Lin Shan saw the attributes of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, he was stunned. The attributes of the 10th turn 3 life base Holy Shield Dragon reached an astonishing 320. Lin Shan calculated that when he was 10th turn, the ordinary attribute was only 243. This thing is actually higher than his 10th turn attribute. The 3 life bases are real. However, its basic attributes should be 80, and if it is 81, it can be a few points higher. Even so, it is already very abnormal. If this thing is promoted to Nirvana, its attributes may directly soar to more than 3,000, which is twice as high as the dead fans. It is simply an attribute monster. Looking at its skills, no wonder this thing can withstand the attacks of the dead fans. The 3 basic transformation talents are all for strengthening the physique. Tyrant Dragon Body strengthens hardness and toughness, and the Dragon's Descent directly strengthens the 4 dimensions, but the time limit is relatively large. Dragon blood boiling can also strengthen the four-dimensional attributes, but it is not as exaggerated as doubling. It is a skill that gradually enhances the attributes with the battle. The more you fight, the stronger you will be. Time is exchanged for attributes, and the highest attribute is also doubled. The 3 life bases are also defensive types. The circular defense can double the defense of the bronze holy shield, and at the same time has a force unloading effect. The triangle defense also doubles the defense, and has a counter-injury effect. The 4-sided holy shield also doubles the defense, and has an energy absorption effect. All 3 effects can be applied to the holy shield, and the holy shield can be stacked. The effect of the shield defense can also be stacked, and the stacking of the light shield can enhance the defensive ability. After Lin Shan read the skill attributes of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, he realized why this thing could withstand the attack of the die-hard fans. The 3 life bases are indeed abnormal. The only regret is that this thing is a defensive pet. Its own attack ability is not strong, but relying on its powerful attribute advantages, its combat power is also off the charts in the flying upgrade level. Finally, I have a decent mount. Lin Shan restored the Holy Shield Dragon to the pet state. It is a bit troublesome that 3 keys are required to activate the Holy Shield Dragon. Although the Holy Shield Dragon is only a variant quality, in some ways, it is more terrifying than the super base creature. The Holy Shield Dragon, which is made of silver crystals, unexpectedly matches Lin Shan's shell. The colors are a bit similar, and the texture is slightly different. Lin Shan rode the Holy Shield Dragon, and let it release the 3 shield life base. 3 shields surrounded the outside, forming a light shield that wrapped the entire body of the Holy Shield Dragon. This light shield can withstand the bombardment of Nirvana-level power. That is, the Nirvana attribute of the diehard fans has 2 strong attack power. If you change to a Nirvana attribute with weaker attack power, the 3 shields can probably withstand a few hits. With this powerful mount, it feels much safer to go out and hunt alien creatures. Under normal conditions, the 3 shields can't last too long, but if it is under attack, the energy absorption effect of the 4-sided defense can increase the duration of the light shield, which is very powerful. It's really a gorgeous and practical mount. Lin Shan decided that after he achieved Nirvana, he would also find a good way to make this guy achieve Nirvana. Lin Shan had never heard of any creature with 3 life bases except this one. After getting the Holy Shield Dragon, Lin Shan was not in the mood to hunt other Super Source Dragons. After riding the Super Source Dragon on the planet for a while, he chose to teleport back. As usual, seeing that it was morning, Lin Shan was going to visit the Tianshi Academy and ask Qi Xinhua how to practice catching loaches, and why he couldn't practice it. Before Lin Shan went out, he looked at his 4th brother Lin Xiangdong, who was still accepting challenges on the leaderboard. His ranking was still the same as before, and there was no change. It seemed that no one had challenged him for a long time. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Xiangdong. The battle on the leaderboard was not only a contest of strength, but also a test of physical strength and other aspects. Because during the leaderboard period, there was no supplement, no food and water, no healing potions. If challenged continuously, it would be difficult to recover the consumption of physical strength and skills. The fewer times you are challenged, the longer you can last. Some people have good fighting ability and strong physical strength, and the ranking they get may be better than those who are slightly stronger than him. In Lin Xiangdong's current situation, it should not be a big problem for him to last until the end of the ranking. While Lin Shan was thinking, he saw a figure entering Lin Xiangdong's planetary home field. It turned out that a challenger came. Lin Shan took a closer look and found that the person who challenged Lin Xiangdong was a member of the Diamond Tribe. Lin Shan, who was about to go out, could not help but stop. Originally, not many people paid attention to Lin Xiangdong. After all, with his ranking, there should be no top Nirvana people who would challenge him. He did not challenge others. Just to get a ranking, there was nothing to see. But with the arrival of the challenger from the Diamond Tribe, more people paid attention to Lin Xiangdong instantly. Isn't that Xiao Jelly? How could he challenge the undefeated Heavenly King? With his ability, his ranking should have rushed up a long time ago. Why did he just enter the top 10? Xiao Jelly is known as one of the 3 genius generals of the Diamond Tribe. He is more famous than Christine, and became famous earlier than Christine. His strength should be able to impact the top 10 of the Nirvana level. Why is his ranking so low? He wouldn't deliberately let his ranking fall behind in order to fight the undefeated Heavenly King. Don't tell me, it's really possible. Xiao Jelly looked at Lin Xiangdong and asked coldly, "Is Lin Shan your real brother? Do you know my brother?" Lin Xiangdong narrowed his eyes slightly. "I don't know him, but the people of the Lin family offended the nobles of my clan, so they all deserve to die, including you." Xiao Jelly looked like he was looking at a dead person. The Wan family followed Xiao Jelly's family, and the Xiao Jelly family followed Catherine's family. Because of the incident between Lin Miao and Wan Yanbei, not only the Wan family was almost exterminated, but even Xiao Jelly's family was implicated and punished by Catherine. So Xiao Jelly hated the people of the Lin family very much. If he could participate in the battle of the Ascension level, he would definitely not let Lin Shen go. Since he couldn't meet Lin Shen, he came to find Lin Xiongdong. Good, that's great. Lin Xiongdong laughed. What's so funny? Xiao Jelly stared at Lin Xiongla coldly and asked. It's naturally worth being happy to be able to kill the enemy. As Lin Xiongdong said this, he stretched out his hand and flicked out a petal. Chapter 560. The petals instantly turned into a torrent of petals in the air, rushing towards Xiao Jelly, and directly submerging him in the endless torrent of petals. Lin Xiongdong defeated many Nirvana-level strongmen with this move. Once they were trapped in the torrent of petals, it was almost impossible to get out. Because Lin Xiongdong's move was extremely similar to the dust settling, the power was getting stronger and stronger, and it was not difficult to defeat the strong with the weak. Unless there was a way to crack it, it would be difficult to defeat him. Suddenly, black flames rose from the torrent of petals. Almost in an instant, the torrent of petals was ignited and turned into a black river of flames. In a moment, all the petals turned into nothing. Xiao Jelly, with black flames rising from his body, stood proudly in the ashes, staring at Lin Xiongdong coldly and said, "Those little tricks of yours are useless to me, Xiao Jelly." Xiao Jelly is Xiao Jelly too strong? Although the undefeated king is very strong, his nirvana time is too short, and the number of nirvanas is too few. How can he be Xiao Jelly's opponent? I heard that Xiao Jelly has safely passed through 9 nirvanas. You can only give up the battle. Losing this time will not have a big impact on the ranking. Didn't you hear them say that this is a personal grudge? Losing the ranking is a small matter, but being abused by the enemy is too cowardly. When everyone was talking, Lin Xiongdong didn't say anything nonsense and flicked out the petals again. The petals turned into 10, 10 into 100, and 100 into 1,000, and instantly turned into a blizzard that enveloped Xiao Jelly. It's useless. Even if it happens 1,000 or 10,000 times, the ending will be the same. The black magic flames on Xiao Jelly's body rose, and once again ignited all the petals that fell from the sky. The petals in the sky instantly turned into sparks, but the number of sparks did not decrease, but increased. The burning petals did not burn to ashes like last time. More and more ignited petals fell on Xiao Jelly's body, forming a blazing petal tower. The tower pillars stood up one by one, and the tower body became thicker and taller. The layers of the tower body quickly rose under the condensation of petals, layer by layer. Xiao Jelly was suppressed in the tower base composed of petals, and he burst out with power crazily, trying to push down the blazing petal tower. At the beginning, he almost pushed down the petal tower, but as the layers of the tower body rose from the ground, Xiao Jelly had less and less room to move, and his whole body was pressed in the tower base, and could not move. No matter how much the magic fire on his body burned, it only turned the petal tower into a fire tower, but it could not push it down, nor could it be burned to ashes. You deserve to die. Lin Xiongdong looked coldly at Xiao Jelly, who was suppressed by the petal tower. His eyes were extremely cold. Xiao Jelly did not realize the seriousness of the matter at first, and summoned his life base to break through the suppression of the petal tower, but his life base rushed wildly in the petal tower, but he could not get out, and was suppressed tightly. As the number of layers of the petal tower increased, Xiao Jelly in the tower base felt that his carapace was about to be crushed. His internal organs were squeezed and deformed, and blood kept gushing out of his 7 orifices. The spectators were stunned. Xiao Jelly, who was known as one of the 3 genius generals of the Emperor Barbarians, was suppressed so miserably. No one expected this. This tower that suppressed Xiao Jelly looks familiar. Wait, isn't this the secret demon-suppressing tower of the Holy Heart clan? Yes, I said it looks familiar. The demon-suppressing tower of the Holy Heart clan is that the stronger the opponent's power, the higher the number of floors of the demon-suppressing tower. The move of the undefeated Heavenly King is very similar to the demon-suppressing tower. I remember that the undefeated Heavenly King challenged a genius of the Holy Heart clan, right? Didn't the genius of the Holy Heart clan use this move at that time? However, the genius of the Holy Heart clan was only an ascender, and could not use the real demon-suppressing tower. He just used the momentum of the demon-suppressing tower to suppress the momentum of the undefeated Heavenly King. It's over. Xiao Jelly is finished. He is suppressed in the base of the tower. He can't even reach out to activate the abandonment on his watch. People suddenly realized at this time that Xiao Jelly might die. Snap! Snap! As the flower tower piled up, the suppressed Xiao Jelly shell was broken, and his body was more and more deformed by the pressure. No matter how much the magic fire on his body burned, it could not burn the tower that reached the sky. The tower base was filled with howling sounds, but it was useless. Everyone watched the tower rise higher and higher, while the howling sounds became smaller and smaller until they could no longer be heard. Finally, the tower stopped rising and burned madly in the magic fire, like a pillar of fire supporting the world. Xiao Jelly's burning heaven magic fire was indeed very strong. Even though he was dead, the burning heaven magic fire was still inextinguishable, and would not stop until everything was burned to ashes. If the petal tower itself did not have the dual effects of snowballing and absorbing spirits to suppress demons, it would be difficult to suppress Xiao Jelly. As the petals stopped snowballing and absorbing spirits, the tower that reached the sky was soon burned to ashes by the burning heaven magic fire. The flower tower turned into ashes and fell, revealing Xiao Jelly, whose body was reduced to a pool of flesh and blood. You can touch me. If anyone touches my family, I will kill your whole family. I will not stop until you die. Lin Xiangdong's voice spread throughout the universe. Xiao Jelly died just like that. Everyone couldn't believe that Xiao Jelly was killed so easily. Xiao Jelly seems to be unworthy of his reputation. His strength seems to be just SOSO. It's not that Xiao Jelly is not strong enough, but that the undefeated Heavenly King is too strong. The Lin brothers are more terrifying than each other. I thought Lin Shen was strong enough before, but when the undefeated Heavenly King gets angry, he is much more brutal than Lin Shen. You're right. This seems to be the first time that the undefeated Heavenly King has killed someone. He has experienced so many challenges and battles before, but he has never killed anyone, right? I don't know what kind of hatred they have. After all, Xiao Jelly is one of the 3 great generals of the Diamond Tribe. If the undefeated Heavenly King kills him like this, he will be a mortal enemy with the Diamond Tribe in the future. What are you afraid of? Isn't his brother Lin Shen in the Tianren Tribe? The Tianren Tribe and the Diamond Tribe are enemies for generations. If the undefeated Heavenly King kills Xiao Jelly, the Tianren Tribe will definitely welcome such a strong man to join. 4th brother. It's still the 4th brother. Lin Shen watched Lin Xiangdong kill Xiao Jelly, and couldn't help but think of the 4th brother, who always stood up for him in everything. When Lin Shen was bullied when he was a child, it was always his 4th brother who stood up for him. Although his 3rd brother was also very kind to him, he would not help him. He would only teach him how to avoid being bullied, and how to bully those who bullied him. Although the 3rd brother was right, and made Lin Shen gradually become capable of facing the world, capable of solving some problems, and capable of bearing the pain of failure, the 4th brother was the one who gave Lin Shen the most sense of security. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was the white moonlight in Lin Shen's life. Chapter 561. Lin Shen walked towards the Tianshi Academy silently. On the way, people looked at him with strange eyes. It was probably because the news of the 4th brother killing Xiao Jelly had spread throughout the universe. Dean, your elder brother is really cruel. He killed Xiao Jelly? Xiao Jelly also asked for death. He has the burning heaven demon fire, and still stands there to be suppressed. He is simply a moron. Qi Xinhua, who was sitting in the security pavilion watching the gate, saw Lin Shen coming, and said with a smile, "He is indeed a moron." Lin Shen nodded and said. Qi Xinhua laughed. Your brother has offended the Diamond Tribe so much. Why don't you take this opportunity to recruit him into our Tianshi Academy? We Tianren Tribe are not afraid of the Diamond Tribe. If the Diamond Tribe dares to come, I, Lao Hua, will be the first to stand up and deal with them. I feel that I have a good relationship with your brother. How about letting your brother come to my security department, and let him be the deputy director? Okay, when I see him, I will convey your words to him intact, and see if he is willing to come. Lin Shen changed the subject and said, Lao Hua, is there a quick way to catch loaches? I have practiced for a long time, but there is no effect. I can't practice the suction force in my palm. There is no quick way. It depends on talent to practice this. Qi Xinhua thought for a while and said, but recently I thought of a practice method, which guarantees that you will not be so bored when practicing. I wonder if you, the dean, would like to try it. What practice method? Lin Shen asked. Playing mahjong. Qi Xinhua said seriously. Playing mahjong? How do you practice catching loaches while playing mahjong? Lin Shen immediately became interested and asked Qi Xinhua curiously. Qi Xinhua looked around like a thief. Seeing that no one was around, he lowered his voice and whispered in Lin Shen's ear, Dean, this matter should not be known to outsiders. It can only be known to you and me. It must not be known to a third person, let alone other people in this hospital. If you agree, I will teach you the method. I promise you that this matter will never be spread from my mouth. Lin Shen was even more curious. Go, let's go to your office. Don't let others see it. Qi Xinhua took Lin Shen into the office, and then closed the doors and windows. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a deck of mahjong cards from his body. How come you have a deck of mahjong cards on you? Lin Shen was stunned. He couldn't imagine how Qi Xinhua did it. It was impossible to see it at ordinary times. I applied the method of catching loaches to playing cards. Playing cards is practicing martial arts, and practicing martial arts is playing cards. Qi Xinhua slowly demonstrated to Lin Shen. Lin Shen's eyes widened. With his eyesight, if Qi Xinhua's speed was faster, he couldn't even see what Qi Xinhua did. After Qi Xinhua demonstrated it once, Lin Shen understood why he always lost when he played cards with Qi Xinhua before. This old man actually cheated by catching loaches. Stealing cards, hiding cards, stacking cards and changing cards were too easy for Qi Xinhua. It can be said that Qi Xinhua completely integrated his catching loach technique into the cheating skills of playing cards. It's really like what he said, playing cards is practicing martial arts, and practicing martial arts is playing cards. Lin Shen couldn't practice before because it was too boring. Now after being taught by Qi Xinhua, the old man, Lin Shen found that this thing is really interesting. Playing cards seriously, with Lin Shen's card skills, winning depends on fate. But with Qi Xinhua's trick of catching loaches, he is fate. Qi Xinhua asked Lin Shen to try it, and Lin Shen found it more and more interesting. Before he knew it, he had mastered the trick of catching loaches. Laohua, it's boring for the two of us to play. Go find the Minister of Logistics and Vice Dean Xiao, and we can play together. Lin Shen said to Qi Xinhua. They are very cunning. You just started. Don't let them find out your flaws. Qi Xinhua said anxiously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't win by too much. Lin Shen was full of confidence. He might learn ordinary skills slowly, but he felt that he was about to master this kind of skills. Qi Xinhua thought for a moment and said, How about this? I call Vice Dean over too, and you four can play together. If we play together, it's too easy for them to figure out what we're doing. That's fine. Lin Shen nodded. Anyway, he just wanted to try this trick, not really wanting to win money. Practice more, I call them over, don't let it slip. If they figure it out, I'd be in trouble. Qi Xinhua repeatedly warned him before he left. After a while, Logistics Minister Cole, Vice Dean and Vice Dean Xiao were called over by Qi Xinhua. They were all old friends before, and Lin Shen had played cards with them before. Mahjong was something Lin Shen brought into Tianshi Academy. After the four started playing, Lin Shen used the loach catching trick carefully. He didn't steal or change cards, but mainly used the loach catching trick to arrange the cards when shuffling. I thought I could win with my skills, as long as I didn't win too much. But after a few rounds, Lin Shen found that he didn't win as much as expected. Later, he even used some card-changing techniques, but he still didn't win much. When it was time for dinner, he only won a few dollars. Something's wrong, what's going on? When everyone left, Lin Shen stopped the logistics director, who was the only one who won money in this round. Cole, when we were playing cards just now, I saw that your eyes were a little wrong. Did you cheat? Lin Shen looked at Cole and asked. Cole smiled. Dean, who of us cheated, don't you know? What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Dean, others can't see Laohua's skills, but they can't hide them from my eyes. You have learned most of Laohua's skills in such a short time, which is already very strong. Cole pointed it out directly. How did you figure it out? Lin Shen didn't feel embarrassed, so he asked Cole. Cole smiled and said, I'm in charge of logistics. I don't have any other skills, but I can keep accounts. When our Tianshi Academy was still doing well, I had all the accounts of the logistics department in my mind. I even remembered how many screws there were in the warehouse. I have never made any mistakes in the accounts for 200 or 300 years. I can remember how many cards there are in a mahjong deck. I can remember which card is in which position, and what cards you have in your hands. You can do it. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He really envied this kind of memory. It's a low-level trick. Dean, thank you for your praise. Cole said this, but his face was very proud. No, when I shuffled the cards, I had already changed the position of the cards. Even if you have a good memory, you can't remember them all correctly. Lin Shen stared at Cole and said, Chapter 562. Cole stretched out his hand and scratched his hair, smiling a little embarrassedly. You saw through me. In fact, in addition to a good memory, my eyes also have special skills. What special skills? Lin Shen asked. Dean, I will only tell you this, you must not tell anyone, otherwise I will be finished, and I will not be able to get along in the hospital in the future. Cole said a little nervously. Don't worry, I'm the most tight-lipped. Lin Shen said seriously. Dean, to be honest, I can see through. Cole whispered. See through eyes? Is it your innate ability? Lin Shen was very surprised. He felt incredible that there was such an ability in the world. See through sounds simple, but this ability itself is a very advanced skill in theory, even more advanced than the separation method. Of course, it is only very advanced in theory, and the actual effect is certainly not as good as the separation method. No, if I use my innate ability, how can I hide it from those old foxes? This ability of perspective is a secret method I accidentally obtained. I use some special medicine to soak my eyes. After soaking for a long time, I gradually gained this ability. Cole whispered to Lin Shen. I have kept the prescription, but there are several kinds of liquid medicine in it that are difficult to get. If the dean is interested, I will give you this prescription. Minister Cole is thoughtful. The welfare of the logistics department has been owed for so long. No one can suffer, but our logistics department. I will think of a way later, Lin Shen said. Dean, you are really the savior of our Tianshi Academy. Cole quickly offered his potion formula. How long does it take to take effect? In addition to the perspective card, can you see through other things, such as combat uniforms? Can you see through combat uniforms and find the enemy's weaknesses? Lin Shen asked seriously. Dean, clothes cannot be seen through, no matter what material the clothes are. Cole understood what Lin Shen meant and said helplessly. Why? Lin Shen showed disappointment on his face. This kind of perspective is not real perspective, and it cannot really see through matter. I don't know the details. Anyway, some magnetic fields of the organism itself will affect this perspective ability, so if you are too close to the organism, such as the clothes worn close to the body, you will not be able to see through them, unless the other party is a dead person. Cole sighed. I also want to be able to see through living people, but I really can't do it. Okay, go eat first. After asking Cole some questions, Lin Shen sent Cole away. Then Lin Shen went to Deputy Director Chiao's office. Although Deputy Director Chiao didn't win any money, he didn't lose much either. He basically got his money back. He felt that Deputy Director Chiao also had problems. Before Lin Shen could speak, Deputy Director Chiao said with a smile, Dean, you must be wondering why I didn't lose money even though you changed the cards and cheated, right? Lin Shen nodded and opened his mouth to say something, but before he could say anything, Deputy Director Chiao said again, Minister Cole has an amazing memory and a perspective eye, so why didn't I lose? Lin Shen nodded again, somewhat surprised that Deputy Director Chiao knew everything, even Cole's perspective ability. Vice Dean Chiao continued to talk to himself. Dean, have you ever heard of the saying that you can tell a woman by her scent? Yes, I have heard of it. It should be said that every woman has a different body fragrance. You don't need to use your eyes to see, just smell it, and you can tell who is who. Lin Shen finally had the opportunity to speak. I have seen countless women since I was a child, and I have trained the ability to tell a woman by her scent. However, I have expanded it a little bit. I can remember the smell of anything that my nose has smelled. For me, it doesn't matter whether I look at more than 100 mahjong tiles or not. Vice Dean Chiao smiled and said, Dean, this matter is known to you, me, heaven and earth, and it cannot be known to a third person. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone. When Lin Shen left Vice Dean Chiao's office, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are only a few old guys left in Tianshi Academy, and each of them is as smart as a monkey. There are so many intrigues when playing cards. When Lin Shen was about to go back, he was stopped by Vice Dean N. Seeing Vice President N standing at the door of the office and waving at him, Lin Shen had no choice but to walk over and enter Vice President N's office. Vice President N was the only one who lost money, and he lost a lot. He should be fine, so Lin Shen didn't plan to look for him. Vice President N asked Lin Shen to sit down, and while making tea, he said to Lin Shen, Dean, have you talked to those people? I talked to them. It was very interesting. Lin Shen said with a smile. Lao Hua's skills are very strong, but he can't hide from Cole and Lao Chiao. Cole has a good brain and good eyes, but his emotional intelligence is a little low. Lao Chiao does well in this aspect. He can win, but rarely wins money, and sometimes loses a little. Vice President N said, as he brought the brewed tea to Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen listened, the more surprised he was. He didn't expect that Vice President N, who was the only one who lost money, actually knew everything. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little sad for Lao Hua. He thought he had done it perfectly, and his cheating method would not be discovered. As a result, all his partners were watching him cheating, but no one pointed it out. What's the difference between this and the emperor's new clothes? Lao Hua was just showing it in front of everyone, but he was the only one who didn't know. Vice President and is really a master who can do what others can't do, Lin Shan said sincerely. Watching several of his subordinates cheating, Vice President and was able to play cards with them for so long and lost so much money. This realm is not something that ordinary people can achieve. What master or not, it's just that I'm old and don't care much about those things outside of my body. Vice President and laughed. Olden, I still don't quite understand. How did you see that they were cheating? Lin Shan still wanted to know what special abilities Vice President and had. I didn't see that they cheated, I guessed it. Deputy Dean and took a sip of tea. Guess? How? Lin Shan became more and more curious. There are billions of techniques in the world. Even if you are a genius, you can hardly master 1 or 2 billionths of them in your lifetime. Even if you just observe, if you can see 1 or 200ths, you are already knowledgeable. So if you want to know something, sometimes it is not enough to rely on knowledge. At this time, you need to guess. Deputy Dean said, opened the drawer of the table, took out a book from it, and put it in front of Lin Shan. If the dean is interested, you can take a look at this book, maybe you can understand how to guess. Lin Shan picked up the book, and saw a few beautiful but elegant words on the cover of the book, Unsolved Mysteries of the World. Chapter 563. Lin Shan looked a little strange, because he had read books with such names when he was a child. What XX Unsolved Mysteries, XX Great Unsolved Mysteries, most of them can only be read as stories, not taken seriously. The book Unsolved Mysteries of the World given to him by Vice Dean and did not seem to be reliable. In addition, Vice Dean said before that he only relied on guesses to do things, which made people feel even more unreliable. Dean, now that you are here, our Tianshi Academy should also raise its head. Lao Hua, Lao Qiao and Cole are all available people. Although they all have their own problems, they are not weak in their professional fields. The previous dean tried every means to invite them here, and spent a lot of thought, but buried them all here, and it has been more than 100 years. When Lin Shan was about to leave, Vice Dean said to him, Got it. Lin Shan actually knew in his heart that these people had expressed their attitudes, and were willing to follow Lin Shan. It's just that Lin Shan is not quite sure whether there are undercovers from other forces among them. But as Ouyang Yudu said, it doesn't matter even if there are, as long as they can help him work. The more you want to gain his trust and want to find out the secrets, the more you have to work hard. Such people are more useful, but it depends on whether the helmsman can control them. If used well, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. If not used well, Tianshi Academy will be completely finished. Back to Buyuju, habitually looking at Lin Xiangdong's planet home, no one challenged him, and he did not challenge others. Lin Shan sat down with peace of mind, and flipped through the book Unsolved Mysteries of the World given to him by Vice President and I thought it was some kind of metaphysics, but it turned out to be some mathematical conjectures. These mathematical conjectures were explained in some language that was as simple and easy to understand as possible. Lin Shan read it for a long time, but he still didn't understand what these mathematical conjectures had to do with the conjectures mentioned by Vice President and although Lin Shan didn't hate mathematics, he didn't have the heart to learn it, nor did he have the time to learn it. It wasn't until I turned to the second half that I knew what Vice President and meant. The second half was not about those conjectures, nor was it really about proving those conjectures, but using those conjectures to tell readers how to look at truth and falsehood dialectically. I thought it was a math problem, but I found out that it was actually a question of human heart. The latter part talked about using mathematical methods to calculate human heart, which actually seemed to make a lot of sense. Lin Shan could only admire the big brain of Vice President and then he continued to read it, and found that it turned from human heart to how to calculate the opponent in battle and predict the opponent's various behavior patterns. At the beginning, it was more based on consciousness, but later it became more and more academic, with various precise calculations involving theories of mathematics, physics, human anatomy, etc. It was written in a very messy and chaotic way. Lin Shan read it for a long time, but only understood a small part of it. He turned to the end, but the book was not finished. Even the last sentence was a comma. This means that Vice President only wrote to this point, and he was still writing, and he had not finished it. Lin Shan only read it once, and he knew that he could not practice this Unsolved Mysteries of the World. This thing requires too much brain, and with his ordinary memory, it is impossible to practice it. Lin Shan felt that Vice President gave him this book, which was like a pearl in the sky. It seems that these people have high expectations for me. Lin Shan sighed a little. If the Tianshi Academy cannot be developed, the efforts of these people will be in vain. Of course, Lin Shan will not force himself to do anything for them, but it happens that their goals are the same. The Emperor wants the Tianshi Academy to stand up again, they also want the Tianshi Academy to stand up again, and Lin Shan also needs the Tianshi Academy to stand up again. Fourth brother has been working hard to protect his family, but that is not enough. His strength alone is too weak, and he needs a stronger force as a backing. Fourth brother, I will be your strong backing. Lin Shan also wants to develop the Tianshi Academy quickly, but this is really not urgent. These days, Lin Shan has been reading books and studying things in Buyuju, and occasionally goes to the Chaos River to absorb the energy there to enhance the base mutation rate and life base. His base mutation rate has broken 95, and he is very close to perfection. The fate-defying one was only 1 turn away from a full turn, and the folding fan was still 7 turns away, a little short, but not far away. A few days later, the ranking battles of each level had ended. 10 days later, the final race ranking battle would be held. Whether humans could make it to the billion race rankings depended on Lin Xiangdong's performance. With his performance in killing Xiao Jelly, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to rush in. The first place in the flying upgrade was still the third mountain. The first place in the Nirvana level was Feng Yi of the Phoenix Clan, and the first place in the Immortal level was Feng Lu. The Phoenix Clan took the first place in 2 levels, and many people believe that the Phoenix Clan had the possibility of impacting the first race in the universe this time. Lin Shan didn't pay attention to the ranking of the base transformation level, and he didn't know who was the first. The Tianring clan still failed to enter the top 10 in the Immortal ranking, ranking 14th. The person on the list was called Qi Er. Qi Er was naturally the second-ranked person of the Qi family. This person was obviously not the strongest person in the Tianring clan. From this point, it can be seen that the Tianring clan did not intend to impact the race ranking this time. The Diamond clan ranked in the Immortal level, surpassing the Supreme clan and ranked second. This year, the Diamond clan also seemed to have some intentions on the race ranking. The Supreme clan, which has been the first race for many years, only ranked third in the Immortal ranking this time. Of course, this is not the final race ranking, and the final ranking may not be this. The final race ranking battle will start in 10 days. There was no race ranking battle to watch. Lin Shan was a little bored, and he went to Tianwang to look through some news, and suddenly found a hot news. The third mountain, who ranked first in the flying upgrade, actually challenged Lin Shan on the Skynet to prove that he could defeat Lin Shan. He just didn't want to waste too much time on Lin Shan during the ranking battle, so he chose to give up the battle at that time. He wanted to compete with Lin Shan again at the peak, but he didn't expect Lin Shan to withdraw from the competition, which made him lose the opportunity to prove himself. The third mountain challenged Lin Shan on the Skynet, just to let everyone know that he deserved the first place. Although the third mountain is now the first, due to the withdrawal of Lin Shan, Christine and Deers, many people think that the third mountain's first place ranking is a bit unworthy of the name, so he is so eager to prove himself. However, Lin Shan felt that the third mountain was not just seeking fame by doing this, because the third mountain had already stated that he wanted to challenge him on Zenith Star, and hoped that the celestial race would give him this opportunity. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter Zenith Star at all. This was the home planet of the celestial race, and not just anyone could enter. As the third mountain did this, Lin Shan felt that he was most likely trying to take this opportunity to join the celestial race, but he didn't know which force he wanted to join. Lin Shan ignored the third mountain's challenge at all. He would never let himself be a ladder for others. But what Lin Shan didn't expect was that the celestial race officials actually agreed to the third mountain's request to enter Zenith Star to challenge Lin Shan. As a result, people who were originally disappointed because they couldn't see Lin Shan and his friends fighting at full power were a little excited, and strongly demanded that the celestial race publicly broadcast the entire process of the third mountain's challenge. The official of the celestial race once again stood up, and said that they would broadcast the entire process from the time the third mountain entered the Zenith Star, and would never let the third mountain receive any unfair treatment. The idle people who did not watch the race ranking battle almost all focused on this matter. Lin Shan did not pay attention to this matter at all, because Ouyang Yuda told him that there were already several candidates for assistance, and asked him to choose one himself. Originally, Lin Shan planned to go and let Ouyang Yuda choose one himself, but when he saw the photos of the candidates sent by Ouyang Yuda, Lin Shan decided to go there in person to choose his assistant. Chapter 564. When Lin Shan arrived at the Tianshi Academy, he saw that the usually deserted Tianshi Academy was particularly lively today, with many people standing outside the courtyard. Qi Xinhua was holding an electric baton and shouting to maintain order. Ansai was registering at the gate, and the Tage people who were cleaning were handing out license plates. Lin Shen entered the Tianshi Academy, and went directly to the original reception room, and then he saw Ouyang Yudu. What's going on? Didn't they say that there were only those candidates in the photo? Why are there so many people outside? Lin Shen just took a rough look, and there were at least 1,000 people. Those are temporary workers of the special service department I recruited. They are paid less and have less work, so they can take the blame. Ouyang Yudu said. No establishment. Lin Shen was a little surprised. How can we give them a regular position? If we really give them a regular position, there are many top nirvanas who want to obtain permanent residency on Zenith Star. We can just go out and recruit some of them. Their level is much better than these. These are recruited to be coolies. Let them know that we have quotas, and give them hope of becoming regular employees. They don't need to really pay anything. Ouyang Yudu said, don't get involved in these things. I will handle it. What about my assistant? Lin Shen nodded. Ouyang Yudu was much better than him in this aspect. After all, Ouyang Yudu was now in charge of a family. They are the ones whose photos I sent. They are waiting for your interview outside. They are all carefully selected by me. They have their own skills. You can choose them yourself. Ouyang Yudu asked someone to call in interviewee number 1. The interviewee who came was actually a tiger. He was very strong and could beat 10 people at first glance. My name is Dongbei Tai, I have ascended to the 9th level, and I am good at claws. Tage introduced his various characteristics, and demonstrated a black tiger heart-piercing fist. Lin Shen looked at his resume and asked, have you won the championship 3 times in the free fighting competition held by Zenith Star? 4 times, 2 times in the basic level, and 2 times in the flying level. I will win the championship in the next fighting competition. Dongbei Tai said confidently. Since you have such strength, why didn't you participate in the race ranking war? Lin Shen asked again. As an ascender, I can't affect the race ranking, so there is no point in participating. Dongbei Tai replied. Ouyang Yudu looked at Lin Shen's eyes, smiled and said to Dongbei Tai, you go back and wait for notification. After we discuss, if we need to hire you, we will give you news within 3 days. Dongbei Tai got up and left. Obviously, he also knew that his chances were not great. This guy has strong combat capability, and is not at a high level. He can usually help you with things. If there is any problem, you can also deal with him. Ouyang Yudu explained the reason why he chose Dongbei Tai. Among the Feisheng level, Dongbei Tai is the most capable fighter he can recruit. Let's see. Lin Shen was obviously not satisfied. Ouyang Yudu asked candidate number 2 to come in, and he saw a big and strong pig man. Introduce yourself. Ouyang Yudu saw that Lin Shen did not say anything, so he spoke himself. The pigman stood up and said, my name is Dekongming, IQ test is 280, memory is very strong, anything can be remembered at a glance, good at observation, has strong reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities. You said you have a strong memory, and can remember everything you see. When you came in just now, did you see what I was holding in my hand? Lin Shen looked at Dekongming and asked. Yes. Dekongming replied, although there is a cup and a book in front of you, you didn't touch them. From the beginning to now, you have been holding the resume in your hand now. The resume is not mine, but the last tiger's, and you hold it upside down. Judging from your attitude, you should not be interested in that tiger, nor in me. Goodbye. After that, Dekongming turned around and left the living room. How is it? He is very smart and capable. Your memory is not very good. Having him by your side can save you a lot of thoughts, and can take good care of your daily life without wasting time and energy on those trivial things. Ouyang Yudu saw from the beginning that Lin Shen didn't like Dekongming, but he felt that Dekongming did have something, so he gave Dekongming a chance to show it. He is indeed very capable. Let's take a look. Lin Shen was unmoved. Originally, Lin Shen was very confident in handing the matter over to Ouyang Yudu, but after seeing the photos sent by Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen discovered a serious problem, that is, Ouyang Yudu is really a person who understands inner beauty. So the assistants he selected are all people like Dekongming and Dongbei Tai, who have very good inner beauty. One is smart, and the other is good at fighting, and can help Lin Shen do a lot of things. The problem is that Lin Shen does not need such an assistant. He is already very good at fighting, and he can't let a stranger who is better at fighting than him be around him. So whether the assistant can fight or not is almost the same to Lin Shen. Anyway, none of them can fight as well as he himself. As for someone like Dekongming, Lin Shen would not dare to use him. He was so smart that he could infer so many things from the slightest clues. He followed him, and knew the color of his underwear. He would not dare to use such a person. Lin Shan did not like it, so Ouyang Yuta continued to call in new people. These assistants that Ouyang Yuta found did have their own strengths. Lin Shan looked at several more, all of which were very distinctive. Among them, there was a person who was very good at cooking, and was good at various etiquette and communication, like a housekeeper. There were also people who were all-round, familiar with all kinds of affairs, and had a clear understanding of various interpersonal relationships in the Tianan clan. Lin Shan looked at them, but did not feel anything until another candidate came in. Lin Shan could not help but sit up straight. Introduce yourself. Lin Shan looked at the photo that Ouyang Yuta had sent him before, and then looked at the person opposite him, and nodded with satisfaction. There was almost no difference between the photo and the person in person, and the person in person was even better looking than the photo. Sister Tiger, from the White Tiger tribe, a small branch of the Tiger tribe, 25 years old, 9-turn ascended, good at clawing. Sister Tiger introduced herself. The White Tiger tribe is different from the Tiger tribe. The Tiger tribe has a tiger head. This tiger sister from the White Tiger tribe has only a pair of white ears and a white tail behind her back, which are the characteristics of the Tiger tribe. The rest is no different from humans. Sister Tiger has a muscular body, a broad mind, and a face with a kind of majestic beauty. The key is that the White Tiger tribe is worthy of the name, and the skin is white as if it can glow. This is good? Lin Shan listened and nodded frequently. Chapter 565. Lin Shan wanted to decide on Sister Who on the spot, but Ouyang Yuta asked Sister Who to go back first, saying that he would watch it first. After all, she was here, so he had to watch it once. Lin Shan felt that it made sense. He couldn't just let her go without seeing her. It would bring bad luck to Tianshi Academy. So Lin Shan had to watch it patiently. He thought it was just a matter of coping, but when candidate number 18 came in, Lin Shan suddenly felt his eyes brighten. Lin Shan rarely saw a woman with short hair that could be described as sexy, but the short hair of the woman in front of him seemed to be just right, showing the lines of her face perfectly. Beautiful and clean, beautiful and neat, it was a kind of straightforward beauty that hit the soul. What gracefulness, what book fragrance, in front of this kind of bold sexiness, it felt not worth mentioning. Nurture is important, but innate things cannot be changed. Lin Shan looked at this candidate, and suddenly felt that the previous tiger sister seemed a little bit rough. Lin Shan looked through the photos that Ouyang Yuta gave him. There was indeed such a woman, but she didn't look good in the photos. She was much better looking in real life than in the photos. Slender but not thin, plump but not fat, graceful and generous, bright and beautiful, these words are probably invented for such people. Introduce yourself. Ouyang Yuta said on the side. Lin Wan, human, 22, 10 turns of ascension, knows a little bit of everything, but is not proficient in anything, the woman said with a smile. Lin Wan's name reminded Lin Shan of a beautiful poem written by a human sage. Her name happened to be the last 2 words of that sentence. Can you cook? Lin Shan asked. Yes. Lin Wan nodded. Can you do housework? Lin Shan asked again. Yes. Lin Wan nodded again. Ahem. Ouyang Yuta interrupted Lin Shan with a cough, looked at Lin Wan and asked, do you know the etiquette of the Celestials, and have a certain understanding of the Celestials? Which kind of etiquette do you mean? Lin Wan asked. Is there any difference? Ouyang Yuta asked. There are 3 kinds of etiquette in the Celestials. The ancient etiquette is rarely used now. The modern etiquette is divided into aristocratic etiquette and popular etiquette. Popular etiquette is suitable for everyone, but aristocratic etiquette is a bit complicated. Lin Wan explained the various etiquettes of the Celestials. Yuta, I think this one is the best. She is capable, high-ranking, and beautiful. Lin Shan said. Let's finish reading first. There are only the last 2 left. Ouyang Yuta said. Okay, Ms. Lin Wan, please wait outside for a while, we will talk later. Lin Shan said to Lin Wan. Ouyang Yuta couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Shan had already made up his mind. The last 2 people were indeed good, but like the people Ouyang Yuta had chosen before, they were full of inner beauty, and their outer beauty was slightly inferior. After they left, Lin Shan called Lin Wan, who was waiting outside, in again, and said to her with a smile, we both have the surname Lin, and we are all human beings. We may have been a family hundreds of years ago. In the future, you can call me the dean in front of outsiders, and call me Xiaowu brother when there is no one in private. Xiaowu brother. Lin Wan's voice was not particularly charming, nor did it have a clip sound, and it was even a little cold, but it made people feel itchy. After signing the contract with Lin Wan and waiting for her to leave, Ouyang Yuta smiled bitterly and said, Little Fifth Master, you must be careful, don't fall for the beauty trap, don't trust her because she is a human being. There are many examples of people being harmed by their own kind in the universe. Lin Shan smiled and said, "Who do you think I am? I know my limits. You should really know your limits." Ouyang Yudu also knew that this little fifth master was a playful person, so he didn't say anything else and turned to say, "What are you going to do about the third mountain's challenge to you? Why bother with him? If he likes to come, let him come. Anyway, I don't have time to care about him," Lin Shan said indifferently. "It's not that simple. The third mountain was approved to enter the Zenith Star, and was allowed to broadcast the whole process live. I think the whole thing has the shadow of Tian Renyuan," Ouyang Yuda said. How could Lin Shan not know? He said calmly, "The Tianren Academy will not want the Tianshur Academy to stand up again, and will certainly do everything possible to hinder it. The third mountain is just a chess piece. If he can defeat me, and be recruited by the Tianren Academy, the races in the universe will only think that the Tianren clan has a broad mind, and can accept strong people from all races. It will not only gain a good reputation, but also hit our Tianshur Academy, and the Emperor of Heaven. This is killing two birds with one stone. If the third mountain is defeated, the person ranked first in the universe will be defeated by a subordinate of the Tianren clan. It will also be beneficial to the reputation of the Tianren clan. The Tianren Academy is really calculating." Ouyang Yudu smiled and continued, "That's right, so I don't bother to pay attention to him. Let him go around the Zenith Star. As long as I ignore him, the Tianren Academy can't let him stay here forever, right?" Lin Shan said. "That's true, but when the time comes, Tian Renyuan will definitely find a way to put pressure on you, and it's impossible for you to be so safe. If I hide in Tianren Star, can they still catch me?" Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "Of course not, but I think it's not necessarily a bad thing for you to accept the challenge. But the third mountain is indeed not an ordinary person. His strength is probably not weaker than Christine's, but the style is different. It's unknown whether Christine can win against him. I've seen his battles, and his ability to rebound damage is indeed very powerful. The stronger the offensive power, the greater the damage to the attacker. I don't know if Christine's sword light can break his damage rebound. This is an unknown. If it can be broken, the third mountain has no chance of winning. If it can't be broken, Christine will definitely lose. After all, the damage rebound is too abnormal." Lin Shan pondered. Ouyang Yuda nodded. "So, are you sure you can beat him? If so, it would be better to take action to deal with him. Humanity is just getting famous now. If we can win this game, many humans who are attached to other races will get more opportunities, and will not be ignored by the authorities as cannon fodder." Lin Shan also knew that the current situation of humans is not very good. Most human families are actually cannon fodder. Just like the Medici family, who are attached to Tianquan, they have contributed manpower to help Tianquan open up wasteland, and they are pure cannon fodder. The reason why they want to attack Tianquan is to get rid of this situation. Now that humans on the race rankings are shining, some big families have seen the potential of humans. At least they will pay attention to the human families attached to them, and maybe they will give them more opportunities for development. Maybe there will be a few people who can get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder. It shouldn't be difficult. Lin Shan thought about it, and suddenly laughed. This is not a race ranking. Everything can be used. To beat him, I don't need to do it myself. Chapter 566. When the third mountain entered the Zenith Star, the official news station of the Celestial Race broadcast the entire process live. The Celestial Court even had the third mountain personally go to the Celestial Master Court to issue a challenge. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that someone in the Celestial Race was forcing Lin Shan to respond. Many people only realized at this time that Lin Shan was actually the dean of the Celestial Master Court of the Celestial Race. Lin Shan is actually the head of a school in Tianshur Academy? No wonder he is so powerful. For an alien race to become the head of a school in Tianren clan, it has already shown Lin Shan's strength. I heard that Lin Shan was the lover of a female high-ranking Tianren official, so he was able to climb to the position of the dean. Which female high-ranking Tianren official is so powerful that she can have such power? I heard that she is a female Tianren from the Tian family, who has a seat in Tianren Academy. Fuck, this gigolo is good? A female Tianren, who can have a seat in Tianren Academy, is really not an ordinary person. The direction of public opinion quickly deviated. People's interest in the gossip about Lin Shan and the female Tianren was far higher than the fact that Lin Shan himself was the dean. The Tianren Academy is playing a really dirty trick. Catherine, who was watching the live broadcast, curled her lips and said, "If they lose, it will be a shame for the Tianshur Academy and Tianquan, and if they win, it will be a face for the Tianren clan. This is too clever a calculation. Will Lin Shan accept the challenge?" Tia said, looking at the third mountain, who had already arrived at the gate of the Tianshi Academy. I'm afraid he has no choice but to accept the challenge. As Catherine was talking, she saw the gate of the Tianshi Academy opened and a person walked out. Who is coming? The man asked, looking at the third mountain outside the door. The third mountain of the mountain clan, come and challenge Lin Shen. The third mountain sent the challenge to the man. The man took a look at it, but did not reach out to take it. He just said coldly, do you have the qualifications to challenge the dean of my Tianshi Academy? I am the first on the race ranking list, the first on the ascension list. Isn't this enough? The third mountain said in a deep voice. First on the ascension list? What the hell is that? Is it worthy of being compared with the dean of my Tianshi Academy? The man said disdainfully. His words immediately angered countless ascendants on the ranking list in the universe. For a while, they all said that Lin Shen was so arrogant that he didn't even take the ascendants on the ranking list seriously. The first on the ascension list is not qualified, so I want to ask, what kind of person is qualified to challenge Lin Shen? The third mountain was secretly happy that Lin Shen's subordinates were so arrogant, so he had already stood at the highest point of morality. The man didn't show any sign of restraint, and continued, no one is qualified. Without waiting for the third mountain to speak, the man continued, Tianshi Academy has not had a dean for more than 100 years, because it is better to have nothing than to have someone who is not qualified. The Emperor of Heaven took such a long time to select a new dean for Tianshi Academy, who is both talented and virtuous. He shoulders the future of the entire Tianshi Academy. The future of many families in Tianshi Academy depends on him. His life no longer belongs to him alone, but to our entire Tianshi Academy. It is a helpless move to let the dean participate in the race ranking battle. He has won glory for his race, and we have nothing to say. But now he has withdrawn. This is not the battlefield of the race ranking, and our dean has no grudges against you. What right do you have to challenge him? You challenged our dean, which means you challenged the future of countless families in our academy. You want to kill us? How can you challenge the lives of so many people in Tianshi Academy? The man stared at San San coldly and said, it doesn't matter if you die alone. If our dean is injured, will you take care of so many people in Tianshi Academy? It's just a competition. If your dean is capable, why should he worry about these things? Or is he afraid of me, San San? San San was unmoved and said lightly. As soon as he said this, the man laughed. I said so much just to tell you that you and our dean are not on the same level, and the responsibilities you bear are also different. If there were no race rankings, you would not be qualified to challenge him at all. If anyone comes to challenge us, then our dean will not be able to work. But since you want to be famous so much and must challenge us, then I will fulfill your wish. Wait here. Our dean is working. He can only deal with your challenge after he finishes his work. As he said this, the man took the challenge from San Sanshan and closed the door without waiting for San Sanshan to say anything. Many people think that what the man said makes sense. Lin Shen is the head of a hospital, and he is the new dean selected by the Emperor of Heaven after more than 100 years. For people like this, the responsibilities they bear are far beyond their own strength and level. The victory or defeat of a duel is really not important to them. San Sanshan wants to challenge the head of another hospital. The status is really huge. This incident caused a huge controversy on the internet. Some people felt that there was no distinction between high and low status, and as both were ascenders, the third mountain was qualified to challenge Lin Shen. Some people think that he is the head of a school and shoulders the future of the entire Tianshi school. He has no grudges against you, and is not on the race rankings. Why should he accept your rude challenge? Each person has his own reasons, and no one can convince the other. However, many people generally believe that Lin Shen must not be sure to defeat the third mountain, otherwise he would not have made such trouble. After all, he is the first person on the ascension list. Although Lin Shen is powerful, it is probably not that easy to say that he can win for sure. Don't say that he can win for sure. It's a problem whether he can win or not. The third mountain is good at damage rebound. After all, Lin Shen's fist finger is an offensive ability. He may be directly killed by the counterattack. There is no way to fight. Lin Shen is very strong, but I think the third mountain restrains him too much. This kind of argument is everywhere on the Tianwang. Most people think that the third mountain is Lin Shen's nemesis, so Lin Shen did not accept the challenge happily. Lin Shen was drinking tea with Ouyang Yudu in the office. The person who was talking to the third mountain at the door pushed the door open and walked in. Dean, Minister Ouyang, this is the challenge from the third mountain. Atai, what you said just now is good. You should sit down and have some tea. Lin Shen pointed to the seat next to him and said. Dong Beitai was a little hesitant. He still entered the Tianshi Academy, but not as Lin Shen's assistant. He entered the Special Service Department and worked under Ouyang Yudu. Do whatever the dean asks you to do. Don't think too much, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Dong Beitai sat down. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu chatted and drank tea, as if they had forgotten about the challenge to the third mountain outside. Chapter 567. Lin Wan was making tea for the 3 people, and he was very organized and professional. Of course, the most important thing was that the beauty was delicious, which added a bit of fragrance to the originally tasteless tea. Lin Shen originally wanted to get rid of the third mountain directly, but Ouyang Yudu told him not to worry. Once this hole was opened, anyone would challenge him in the future, and it would be endless. This kind of thing can't happen again, so Ouyang Yudu asked Dong Beitai to go out and say those words. He wanted to let everyone know that Lin Shen was the head of the hospital. He had a lot of things to deal with. He didn't have time to deal with people like the third mountain, nor did he have time to accept any challenges. If you want to challenge, you can wait outside the door. Wait for the dean to deal with things. When I have time to see you. Lin Shen had to admit that since Ouyang Yudu became the helmsman of the Ouyang family, his thoughts have indeed changed a lot compared to before. Don't look at me like that. Unless you want to face endless challenges in the future, you have to pretend anyway, Ouyang Yudu said while drinking tea. Lin Shen naturally didn't want this to happen again, so he had to shut up and continue to taste his tea. The third mountain was waiting outside, looking calm and composed, as if he had it all figured out. The live broadcast team of the Celestials also kept filming the third mountain, broadcasting live in the universe simultaneously. At first, the discussion was very lively, but as time passed, the third mountain had been standing outside the door for more than an hour, but still didn't wait for Lin Shen to come out, and the door of the Master's Court was still tightly closed. Even though the third mountain was mentally prepared, he still looked calm and composed, but he was very angry in his heart. People on Skynet were discussing whether Lin Shen was afraid of the third mountain, so he didn't dare to come out to fight and wanted to delay time here. However, most people knew that delaying time was useless, and they had to give the third mountain an answer. Lin Shen is too arrogant. Is the dean so great? This is too disrespectful. Do you dare to fight? Can't you give a definite answer? As time passed, more and more people became impatient. When the third mountain was about to lose his temper, the door of the Tianshi Academy finally creaked open again. I saw Dong Beitai, who had been seen before, came out of the door. When the live broadcast team saw Dong Beitai coming out, they immediately cheered up and gave all the cameras to Dong Beitai. The dean has accepted your challenge, Dong Beitai said lightly. When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. After waiting for so long, it was not in vain. Lin Shen finally accepted the challenge. But the dean is busy with official duties and cannot fight you now. Dong Beitai's next words made everyone frown. Do you dare to fight? Are you still trying to delay time? The people watching were all depressed, and their impression of Lin Shen became worse and worse. You could arrange a time and place. I'm always there for you, Sanderson said in a deep voice. That's not necessary. Please wait a moment. Accepting your challenge is a private matter. After all, the dean is a public official. He still has to put work first. After the dean finishes his official duties, he will come out to fight you immediately. Dong Beitai said, turned around and went back to the courtyard, closing the door again. Sanderson and the people watching outside could only continue to wait. Fortunately, according to Dong Beitai's meaning, Lin Shen would come out after finishing the things at hand, and it shouldn't take too long. After all, it was already noon, and the official business should have been almost done. But they waited and waited, and in order not to miss any scenes, the people in the live broadcast group didn't even have lunch. As a result, they waited for an hour, and the sun was about to set, but the gate of Tianqiyuan was still tightly closed. What the hell is Lin Shen doing? Is he going to delay it until the evening, and then use the excuse that it's too late to continue delaying it until tomorrow? Maybe he is really busy with official business, and is working now. You are kidding. No matter how busy you are at work, you can't even take time for lunch at noon? The third mountain stood in front of the door. His face was not very good. He originally came to challenge aggressively, but now he has been standing outside the door for so long, and all the momentum is gone. The third mountain cursed Lin Shen for being shameless in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. He still looked calm and composed, as if all of Lin Shen's actions were within his expectations. If he weakened his momentum at this time, he would really lose face. San Shan was helpless. He originally thought that Lin Shen would either refuse or agree to a fight. No matter what, there would be a result soon. But he did not expect to hit a soft nail. This was completely different from what San Shan had discussed with the big man of the Yin family before he came. He had no choice. The big man of the Yin family was not happy either, but he could not help San Shan too openly, otherwise after San Shan won, he would not be able to continue the drama of asking San Shan to join. Lin Shan's status and position were there, and San Shan could not force his way into the Tianshi Academy. In fact, the big shot of the Yin family also knew that although the Tianshi Academy was now in decline, it was not something that San Shan could break into. Not to mention that he was only the first on the Ascension list. Even if the first on the Nirvana list came and dared to break into the Tianshi Academy, whether he would be able to come out alive or not would depend on the mood of the masters inside. San Shan also knew that Zenith Star was not a place where ascendants from a small race like him could mess around, so he could only wait patiently. After waiting for an unknown period of time, San Shan looked at the time and saw that it was about to get dark. San Shan also thought that Lin Shan wanted to delay until tomorrow, and it was estimated that it would be impossible to fight him today. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a creaking sound, turned his head, and saw that the gate of the Tianshi Academy had finally opened again. When he thought it was still the Tiger Man, he saw that the person who came out was actually Lin Shan himself. San Shan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. The official business has been handled and I can accept your challenge now. Lin Shan walked outside the gate, stood on the steps, and looked down at San Shan and said, Now? Sandasan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Shan to not delay until tomorrow. Yes, right now. I have work tomorrow. Let's solve it now, while I have nothing to do. Lin Shan's tone was as if he was doing something small on the way home from get off work. There was no tension at all between the two strong players. It's almost dark. Are you okay? Sandasan wondered if Lin Shan would use darkness as an excuse for failure. It shouldn't take that long. Lin Shan said calmly, Can we start now? Lin Shan's words completely angered Sandasan. Chapter 568. Haha, Lin Shan is still the same Lin Shan. Everyone thought he was afraid of the third mountain, but it turns out that he didn't take the third mountain seriously at all. Everyone can brag. With the third mountain's defensive ability, how can he resolve the battle before dark? Maybe he meant that he would be defeated before dark? I wait and see who will be dealt with before dark. Everyone on the Skynet went crazy. Lin Shan's attitude of not taking the third mountain seriously made people feel that he didn't respect the third mountain, who was the first on the Ascension list. But some people thought that the third mountain came here on his own and had to challenge Lin Shan. Lin Shan didn't offend him. He was so aggressive, and Lin Shan agreed to fight him, which was already giving him enough face. Okay, let's do it now. The third mountain said coldly with a frown, Where do we fight? Here, can we start? Lin Shan asked again. Here? The third mountain frowned slightly. The location of the Tianshi Academy was not far from the Imperial Palace, and it was close to the center of the planet city. If they fought here and damaged the nearby buildings, how could the Celestials give up? Yes, it's getting late, don't waste time. Lin Shan said. Everyone looked strange after hearing this, and didn't know who was wasting time. Since you don't make a move, then I make a move first. Seeing the third mountain hesitate, Lin Shan threw out a pet capsule, which was the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon he had just obtained not long ago. Because the Holy Shield Dragon needs 3 keys to activate, ordinary pet guns have 1 key corresponding to 1 capsule, and there is no design of 3 keys corresponding to 1 pet capsule, so Lin Shan can only operate it manually. Fortunately, after learning Qi Xinhua's loach catching technique, his hand speed and dexterity have greatly improved. He can insert 3 keys into the 3 holes of the capsule almost at the same time, which is not much different from instant activation. When San Shan saw Lin Shan taking action, he thought he was going to use the wave-stepping fist or the pistol-killing skill, so he quickly summoned the carapace, and the energy in his body surged. The carapace was like flexible rubber, and it actually fluctuated in a wave state. Everyone looked at San Shan and Lin Shan, thinking that there would be a shocking battle, and they were all looking forward to the collision of the pistol-killing skill and the rebound damage skill. Who knew that they saw Lin Shan actually raised his hand and shot out a pet capsule, which surprised everyone. Only then did someone react that this was not a race-ranking battle, and pets and various equipment could be used. Seeing that the pet capsule instantly turned into a huge pet like a hill and pressed down, San Shan's face became even uglier, and he stretched out his palm, wanting to slap the pet to death. But his palm not only failed to kill the pet, but also failed to push it away. The pet's huge body pressed down directly, instantly pressing the fat third mountain down like an old hen hatching eggs. Everyone was stunned. After being pressed down, Third Mountain disappeared just like that, and no one saw him break free for a long time. Third Mountain was so depressed now. He was pressed down by the Holy Shield Dragon, and couldn't push the Holy Shield Dragon at all. His rebound damage ability seemed to have no effect on the Holy Shield Dragon. He was pressed down so hard that he couldn't move at all. Lin Shan almost laughed out loud, but fortunately, he was quite dedicated and tried hard not to smile. With the tonnage and strength of the Holy Shield Dragon, it was impossible for an Ascendant to push it. What was the concept of a 3-life base and 10 turn? Basically, it was an absolutely invincible existence after upgrading. Just use 2 skills to enhance attributes, and the attributes could soar to nearly 1,000. Even if Lin Shan ascended 10 turns later, it would be difficult for him to compete with the Holy Shield Dragon. What's more, the Third Mountain was good at rebounding damage, and strong attack was not his best skill. It was okay to deal with ordinary ascendants, but it was far from enough to deal with the Holy Shield Dragon. Silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Holy Shield Dragon and the Third Mountain that disappeared under the Holy Shield Dragon. Oh my god, what kind of pet is that? It's so cool. That pet is too strong. The Third Mountain was pressed down and couldn't get out. It's something. Is this cheating? How can you use pets in a duel? This is not a race ranking battle, why can't you use pets? Pets are also part of strength, right? What kind of pet is that? It's so abnormal. It suppressed the Third Mountain, the first ascender, with its buttocks. Looking at his condition, he really can't get out. The battle is over. The Third Mountain really couldn't get out. He had used his life base, but he couldn't shake the Holy Shield Dragon at all. The Holy Shield Dragon is a perverted existence that can even block Nirvana-level attacks. The attack power of the Third Mountain's life base is impossible to shake it. What's more, the Holy Shield Dragon itself has the ability to unload force, rebound damage, and absorb energy. Compared with the Holy Shield Dragon, the ability of the Third Mountain is still a certain distance. San Shan, stop wasting time, come out and fight. Lin Shan shouted to San Shan seriously. This shout made many people burst out laughing, and someone directly replied on the internet, Dean, do you think San Shan doesn't want to come out and fight? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How did actor Lin hold back his laughter? Actor is actor, professional. San Shan must be regretting it now. Why did he come to provoke this actor? It's so pitiful, he is obviously the first ascender, but he has to find someone to be abused. Sure enough, what actor Lin said is not wrong at all. It doesn't take that much time. The battle can be solved in one fell swoop. Lin Shan saw that no one responded, and after a while, he seemed to suddenly realize and said, it can't be that he can't come out. Wait for me to take back the pet. Lin Shan waved his hand, and the Holy Shield Dragon flew back, and when it fell into his hand, it had turned into a pet capsule. Everyone saw that San Shan got up from the ground in a mess. The ground material of the Zenith Star City is not something that can be easily destroyed by the power of the flying upgrade, but there is still a vague human figure left on the ground. It seems that the Third Mountain has suffered a lot just now. Lin Shan, why do you use pets in our battle? The Third Mountain was not convinced. If he had known that Lin Shan would use pets, he would not be so careless and be directly pressed down by the Holy Shield Dragon. Can't use pets? My pet is also flying upgrades. Aren't you the strongest flying upgrader? Lin Shan looked at the Third Mountain with surprise and asked. Killing people and hurting their hearts, everyone heard the taste. This is a mockery of the Third Mountain that he is not even as good as his pet. You? The Third Mountain gritted his teeth and held back his anger. He stared at Lin Shan and said, I didn't expect you to use pets, so I didn't bring a pet this time. I hope to fight you fairly. Chapter 569. Okay. Lin Shan took out the ghostly evil ghost blade, looked at the Third Mountain and asked, Can we start now? The Third Mountain looked at the evil ghost blade in Lin Shan's hand, and his face suddenly became strange. If Lin Shan directly took out a spiritual base as a weapon, the Third Mountain would not feel anything. But just now, he was suppressed by one of Lin Shan's pets, and now Lin Shan took out another spiritual base weapon, which made him smell the smell of conspiracy again. The Third Mountain was very suspicious that the weapon in Lin Shan's hand was used to restrain him. But just now, he told Lin Shan not to use pets, and now, he said not to let the other party use spiritual bases. It seemed that he seemed to be incompetent. It's getting late, can we start quickly? Lin Shan looked at the Third Mountain and said, I hope our duel can be pure, just like the race rankings. We can only fight with our own abilities without external forces. The Third Mountain said, I understand. Lin Shan readily put the evil ghost blade back into the weapon bag behind him, waved his hand, and swung the folding fan in his hand. then smiled and said to the third mountain, "Can we start now?" The third mountain knew that if he continued to talk, he might lose all his momentum. If he had a choice, he would rather give up the battle with Lin Shan today. But now the arrow is on the string, and has to be shot. He must defeat Lin Shan, and join the Celestial Clan with victory. Only in this way can he get better treatment and more opportunities. The third mountain directly exploded his ability, and the shell on his body became extremely tough, and at the same time, it actually grew spikes all over his body like a hedgehog. Lin Shan looked at the spikes on the San San Shan's body, and was not surprised. He had seen San San Shan's battles before, and knew that the spikes on San San Shan's body were his life base. San San Shan rushed directly towards Lin Shan. He threw a punch at Lin Shan lightly. Before the punch arrived, the spikes on his fist had already reached Lin Shan. Everyone thought that this time, a big battle was finally about to start, and they should be able to see Lin Shan use his folding fan life base, wave-trading fist, and pistol to kill people from a distance again. But watching San San Shan swung his fist wildly at Lin Shan still stood there shaking his folding fan lightly, without even the posture of fighting the enemy, and even without summoning his shell, just looking at San San Shan indifferently. Just when everyone thought that Lin Shan was going to fold his fan to block San San Shan's punch, Lin Shan's other hand in his sleeve moved slightly. San San Shan, who rushed to him, suddenly stood in front of him and did not move. The spikes on his fist were only a few centimeters away from Lin Shan's forehead, but these few centimeters seemed to be separated by a world. Everyone was confused as to what was going on. Why didn't the third mountain move? Lin Shan didn't even block it. Why didn't the third mountain throw the punch? What is the third mountain doing? Why didn't he throw the punch? Is it because Lin Shan didn't use his base power, and he felt it was unfair, so he didn't throw the punch? Lin Shan is taking too much risks. If the third mountain didn't stop, he would have been hit in the head. It's no fun to play like this. Can we get serious? While people were talking, Lin Shan flicked his wrist, closed the folding fan, and threw it directly at the third mountain's face like a teaching stick, knocking the round body of the third mountain sideways to the ground. Lin Shan didn't even look at the third mountain lying on the ground. He threw away his folding fan and walked past him gently. "Let's all go," Lin Shan said, and left directly. People stared at Lin Shan's back in a daze until Lin Shan disappeared at the corner of the street. The third mountain lying on the ground was still motionless, as if he was dead. Is this over? What the hell? The third mountain didn't allow people to use pets, and didn't allow people to use spiritual bases, but in the end, he didn't even catch a single move? Lin Shan is too strong, they are not at the same level at all. The third mountain, the first ascender in the universe, is too weak. He didn't catch a single move. Will he be beaten to death? It can't be said that the third mountain is weak. Maybe it's just that Lin Shan is too strong. Lin Actor, Deers and Christine withdrew from the competition. The ranking of ascenders this year is too fake. The number one can't even catch a move from Lin Actor. They are not at the same level at all. The Tiger Man from Tianshi Academy is right. The ascender list is. First, he is not at the same level as the head of Tianshi Academy. He is a dean with only one ascended skill, and he commands countless Nirvana-level people. His strength is unquestionable. There is no need for ordinary ascenders to challenge him. I watched Christine and Lin Shan fight for so long before. Although I thought Lin Shan was very strong, he was not so strong that he was invincible. I didn't expect that he would be so invincible just by changing his opponent. There is really no harm without comparison. The duel was over when Lin Shan's pet suppressed the third mountain. If you can't even beat other people's pets, there is no need to continue. For a while, the internet was full of emotional comments. No one thought that Lin Shan was deliberately delaying time before. It was obvious that Lin Shan did not regard the third mountain as an opponent at all, and he could easily deal with it. Isn't it good to be the first? You have to look for abuse. Christine was also watching this live broadcast, and said this with a cold face after watching it. Others don't know, but he has suffered a great loss from Lin Shan, and knows Lin Shan's strange acupoint pressing technique. How did you do it? Catherine frowned. She didn't understand how the third mountain was defeated. There are already various strong people who have begun to analyze how the third mountain was defeated, and various speculations have begun to spread wildly on the internet. Deers, Christine and others were also mentioned again, and they were all discussing who would have won the first place in the flying upgrade level if they had not given up the battle. From the results, Deers is definitely the strongest. Lin Shan defeated Christine and admitted defeat in the battle with Deers. But Ouyang Yu was able to take over the life of Deers, and said that Lin Shan was much stronger than him, and Deers might not win. This seemed to be a vicious circle. No matter how they analyzed it, no one could convince anyone. The only consensus was that the third mountain, the first ascender in the universe, was a big fake who got a chance. The third mountain lay on the ground motionless, his face full of pain. Lin Shen's blow to knock him down did not make him feel any pain, but the mental torture brought by this tragic defeat was more unbearable than the physical pain. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he was defeated so miserably, and whether the big man of the Tianren clan would still accept him, and the Shan clan to join was also unknown. Everything is over. The third mountain lay on the ground, but he only felt dizzy, as if his body was constantly falling and about to fall into the endless abyss. Chapter 570. What kind of technique is that? It's a bit like the magic soul-snatching finger of the Diamond clan, but the magic soul-snatching finger doesn't have the ability to act remotely when it's upgraded. It's a bit like the first order of destiny of the Supreme Clan, but the first order of destiny doesn't make people completely incapable of action. In the Tianshi courtyard, Lin Wan smiled. During the years I've been asleep, it seems that many interesting new things have appeared in the universe. This Lin Shen also has many secrets. It's possible that my death calamity was broken by him, but how could he, an ascender, affect the death calamity? Lin Shen returned to Buyuju and took a nap first. Anyway, sleeping is also a practice for him. The Immortal Sutra runs automatically, absorbing the energy of the Tianren star, constantly improving his own and his life basis physique, so he doesn't need to practice hard. Sleep until noon the next day. Lin Shen still stayed in bed and didn't want to get up. He asked Shuqi to project various news and interesting things, and he just played around. Suddenly, a message popped up. It was from Ace of Hearts, who hadn't sent a message for a long time. Lin Shen clicked it, and saw that Ace of Hearts had sent a video. He opened it, and saw that it was a video of him defeating the third mountain. This move is interesting. I don't know what kind of move it is, and I have no way to crack it. What about you? Lin Shen closed it after reading it. He would not reply to Ace of Hearts. He couldn't tell her about his ability to point acupoints through the air. Lin Shen continued to browse the news on the bed. After a while, another message came. Lin Shen thought it was still Ace of Hearts, but it turned out to be from Tian Xin. Strange, why would Tianxin send me a message? Lin Shen and Tianxin have always had a bad relationship, and Tianxin has never sent him a message. Lin Shen clicked it, and saw that Tianxin sent a photo. In the photo, Tianxin was with a half-human, half-iron weirdo. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw the weirdo. My friend is still looking for you. He already knows that you are on Zenith Star, so he asked me to find a way to take him to Zenith Star to find you. There was also a text message below. Still looking for me. Lin Shen thought that the weirdo had given up long ago, but he didn't expect that he was still looking for him. It's a pity that he couldn't enter Zenith Star. Don't bring him here. Lin Shen was a little unsure whether he could deal with the weirdo now. In theory, based on his previous experience of fighting with the weirdo, with his current strength, he should not be afraid of the weirdo. But for some reason, Lin Shen felt that the weirdo was very difficult to deal with, and he didn't know if it was a psychological factor. Why? Lao Tai is my friend, and I just don't like you. Tianxin's message came again. Nephew, you don't want your aunt to be a widow at such a young age, do you? Lin Shen was not afraid of Tianxin's threat at all. At worst, he would just return the mechanical watch to the weirdo. Although the mechanical watch is good, it is not his own thing after all. Moreover, now that he has the resources of the Celestials, he can go to many resource-rich planets to hunt advanced creatures. It is not a big problem to not use the mechanical watch. Lin Shen just couldn't figure out what the mechanical watch and Hulu Mountain were. Did Hulu Mountain crash on the mother planet together with the spacecraft of the God-making clan? Lin Shen plans to return to his home planet before his nirvana to thoroughly understand the underground world and Hulu Mountain. Hulu Mountain is obviously a special transmission device. What Lin Shen is afraid of now is that Hulu Mountain can transmit advanced creatures to the human home planet. The transmission devices found on the home planet can only transmit ascenders at most, so the human home planet is very safe. However, if there is a transmission device that can transmit nirvana or even immortality to the human home planet, it is very bad news for the humans left on the home planet. If possible, Lin Shen even hopes to destroy Hulu Mountain. The weirdo and Hulu Mountain seem to have a close connection. Lin Shen is a little worried that if he returns the mechanical watch to him, it will have a bad impact on the home planet. Get lost. Tianxin's message came immediately, followed by a second message. I advise you to be kind and return things to others, otherwise you will bear the consequences. I can help you delay for 10 days at most. Thanks, nephew. Lin Shen replied. You really deserve to die. From Tianqin's message, it seems that his handsome face with gritted teeth can be seen. Is the weirdo the ace of spades? Is he a member of the god-making clan? Lin Shen thought about it and couldn't figure it out, so he could only continue to send messages to Tianqin. Have you asked your old friend what race he is from? I don't know, Tianqin replied. Do you know what level he is now? Lin Shen asked again. Do you think I'm the kind of person who betrays his friends? Tian Xian snorted. If I return the things to him, can the previous things be settled in one transaction? Lin Shen had to ask from another angle. That depends on your attitude, Tian Xian replied. Seeing that Tian Xian was unmoved, Lin Shen did not send him any more messages. A message popped up. Lin Shen thought it was still from Tian Xian, but after a closer look, it was from Tian Qingyu. Brother Tian, can I borrow your people and pets? Emperor Qingyu, what do you want to borrow? Lin Shen did not understand what Tian Qingyu meant. Lend you. And your three-headed dragon. Tian Qingyu's message came again soon. Lin Shen chatted with Tian Qingyu for a while before he knew what she meant. Among the planets controlled by the Tianan clan, there is a planet called Pet Star. Of course, this name was given by the Tianan clan later. There are rich biological resources on that planet, and there are many creatures at the basic transformation level, flying level, and nirvana level. The reason why Pet Star is called Pet Star is because the creatures on that planet have a very special habit. All creatures on Pet Star follow a rule. As long as they can be defeated in a one-on-one battle, they will offer their keys and choose to recognize their master. It can be said that Pet Star is a huge pet resource library. Currently, Pet Star is jointly managed by the Emperor of Heaven and the Tianren Academy. In order to protect the resources of Pet Star, entering Pet Star requires strict review, and there are only so many places each year, and the next year will be adjusted according to the actual situation. In recent years, the number of places on Pet Star has been getting smaller and smaller. Now there are only more than 20 places on the Emperor of Heaven side every year, and a little more on the Tianren Academy, but only a little more than 100 places. Chapter 571. Recently, a new rule has been added. People who enter the Pet Star cannot fight in person or use any equipment. They must use pets to defeat creatures, and cannot challenge creatures that are higher than their own level. And there is only one chance. If you fail once, the quota will be invalidated. The reason why it is becoming more and more stringent is to ensure that the top quality pets on the Pet Star will not be captured in large numbers, to avoid resource depletion. However, due to such a rule, it is much more difficult to obtain top quality pets from there. After Tian Qingyu saw Lin Shen's Holy Shield Dragon, she wanted to borrow the Holy Shield Dragon to help her win a top quality pet on the Pet Star. In return, Tian Qingyu also applied for a quota for Lin Shen. There was no reason for Lin Shen to refuse such a good thing. He directly agreed to Tian Qingyu. After getting up and washing, when he was about to go out, Tian Qingyu had already taken the initiative to find him. Brother Tian, you won the battle with the third mountain beautifully. Tian Qingyu complimented him as soon as he came up. I think so too. Experts are just so lonely. Lin Shen laughed. Tian Qingyu also laughed. When others say this, I think they are joking. But when you say this, I think you are really lonely. Lin Shen was embarrassed by what she said. He shook his head and said, it's just a joke. When the Emperor said this, I feel ashamed. Tian Qingyu smiled and said, the third mountain originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to gain fame and fortune. As a result, not only has he lost his reputation, but N4 has also given up on him. He was defeated so badly that it is impossible for him to join the fourth mansion of the Yin clan. Lin Shen then realized that the challenge from the third mountain was caused by the fourth mansion of the Yin family. Let's not talk about him. I brought you something. Take a look first. Tian Qingyu handed a crystal card to Lin Shen. What is this? Lin Shen asked. The biological information of the Pet Star is not in the database. You can learn about it first. If you have a favorite creature, you can go to the Pet Star and find it directly. Tian Qingyu said, I want a Tianji beast as a mount. I will trouble you, brother Tian. What trouble is it? It is you, the Emperor, who should take care of me. Otherwise, how can I be qualified to enter the Pet Star? Lin Shen asked Xiao Qi to read the information of the crystal card. Various creatures were immediately projected by Xiao Qi. Lin Shen asked Xiao Qi to select the creatures that could be upgraded. There were still tens of thousands of species, which made people dizzy. You can try to select the mutants and ascend. Tian Qingyu reminded on the side. Lin Shen asked Xiao Qi to screen again, and finally more than 100 mutant ascended creatures appeared. Lin Shen carefully read the information of each mutant ascended creature, and there were indeed many very good pets among them. The Tianji beast that Tian Qingyu wanted was among them. Originally, Lin Shen heard the name of Tianji beast, and thought it was some kind of beast-shaped creature, but it turned out not to be the case. The Tianji beast actually looked like a convertible sports car, which looked full of science fiction. It was the first time that Lin Shen saw this kind of creature, and he asked strangely, "Are you sure this is a Tianji beast, not a man-made car? You won't think so when you see it open its mouth." Tian Qingyu gestured to Lin Shen to click on the detailed information of Tianji beast. A red convertible sports car appeared in the image. The front hood of the convertible sports car suddenly opened, revealing the internal structure that looked like a grinder. An ascended creature accidentally entered it, and was immediately shredded. The ascending liquid splashed out from the gap in the covered hood, and splashed everywhere. So brutal. Lin Shen was sure that the Tianji beast was indeed not a car. In fact, the Tianji beast only looked like a car. Its body was one piece, not pieced together, and it had no doors or steering wheels. The two headlights were actually its eyes. Lin Shen looked for a while, and felt that many mutant ascended pets were good. It was difficult to make a decision for a while, so he planned to go to the pet star to try his luck, and see which one he met. Tian Qingyu took Lin Shen to the pet star. Even if she, the Emperor's son, wanted to enter, she had to go through a very complicated review process. Lin Shen accompanied her through the process, and the sun was about to set. "Do you want to go tomorrow?" Lin Shen was afraid that it would be dark and the vision would be bad, and he would not be able to find those mutant nirvana creatures. When it is night on Zenith Star, it is day on Pet Star. Now is the right time to go, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Lin Shen then remembered that the time of day and night on each planet is different. He was used to the almost identical black and white pattern on Tianren Star and Zenith Star, so he forgot about it. When he arrived at the teleportation station, Lin Shen realized that the people going this time were not just the two of them, but also a young man from the Tianan clan. Seeing Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu coming over, the young man saluted Tian Qingyu slightly, and then his eyes fell on Lin Shen. "Dean Tian, I've watched several of your battles. You're very capable," said the young man. "Thank you. What's your name?" Lin Shen didn't recognize this man from the Tianan clan. "Angahe," the man replied. Lin Shen was slightly startled when he heard his name. Although he had never seen this man, he had heard of this name. The Yin family members, whose names did not have numbers, were not ranked in terms of overall strength. The reason why Lin Shen had heard of the name Angahe was not because he was famous, but because his father was too famous. The dean of Tianan Academy, and the first master of the Tianan clan, was the strongest person in the Tianan clan, bar none. Angahe was Yi's only son. Because Jiahe's mother died early, and Yi did not remarry, there was only one male child in the Huijin family. When Angahe was just born, Emperor Tianshu recognized him as his godson, and all the treatment of Angahe was in accordance with the standards of the emperor's son. Even many less favored sons of the emperor were not treated as well as Jiahe. After all, Emperor Tianshu had many children, but Yi had only this one son. It can be said that Jiahe was the man who was loved by everyone. Even Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu had to work hard to get some special resources. But basically, whatever Jiahe wanted, others would send it directly to him, and they would be afraid that he would not accept it. Tian Qingyu also called him Brother Jiahe, just like calling his own brother. The three people waited for a while, and 3 old men from the Tianren tribe came over and accompanied them to the pet star. These 3 old men were here to protect their safety, and also to ensure that they abided by the rules on the pet star, and could not capture pets at will. Chapter 572. Angahe smiled, and said goodbye to the two. He was already at the Nirvana level. Although they were both going to the pet star, they needed to go to different areas. One old man followed Angahe and left. The other 2 old men followed Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu respectively. However, they all left a distance, and would not disturb them if there was no danger. "You have to be careful of Angahe. He is a very scary person," Tian Qingyu whispered to Lin Shen. "I think he is weak and gentle, and speaks softly, like a scholar." "Is he such a scary person?" Lin Shen talked about his impression of Angahe. "What you see is just the side he shows to outsiders. Most people in the Tianren clan also think so, but I know that under his weak appearance, he has a heart that is scarier than the devil. As the dean of the Tianshur Academy, you are the opponent of the Tianren Academy, and you have to be on guard," Tian Qingyu said with a complicated look. "Is he strong?" Lin Shen frowned and asked. "I don't know." Tian Qingyu shook his head and said, "His identity is too special. We, the princes, are not like him. We have people guarding us 24 hours a day. No one can get close to him, let alone fight him. Did you see the supervisors who supervised us this time? Our supervisors are all Nirvana level. His supervisor is not only immortal level, but not even a regular supervisor. He is a supervisor temporarily served by his personal guard. Lin Shan was shocked. Then he can capture pets on the pet star at will. Even you don't have such treatment, right? We, the sons of the Emperor, dare not do such a thing, otherwise we will certainly be impeached by the members of the Tianren Academy. Tian Qingyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since no one has seen Njie take action, how do we know that he is very scary? Lin Shan asked puzzledly. He opened a family academy himself. Many children of the nobles in the Tianren tribe were sent to Tianhe Academy for training and study. Some even had to ask for help to find connections in order to enter the academy. The things taught in the family academy are all improved, and some are even newly created unique secrets, and those are all from Njie's hands. Lin Shan was somewhat moved after hearing this. The nobles of the Tianren tribe themselves have many privileges, and it is not difficult for them to get top-level evolutionary techniques. However, there are still so many nobles who would rather ask for help to find connections to enter the family academy to learn those improved things. It can be seen that Njie's improvement must be very successful. There are so many big men in the Tianren tribe. It is really hard to imagine how talented Njie is to be able to do this. The noble children who study in the Hejia Academy are obviously much stronger than the noble children who practice the same evolutionary techniques at home. Moreover, Njie can teach students in accordance with their aptitude and maximize the characteristics of each student. However, no one knows what he is good at, and no one even knows what evolutionary technique he practices. Just imagine how terrifying this person is. Tian Qingyu sighed. If he only has talent and talent, I wouldn't ask you to be so careful of him, but I saw it with my own eyes when I was a child. Forget it. Anyway, if you meet him again, be careful. Lin Shan nodded slightly. Njie was indeed unfathomable, and his identity and background were beyond Lin Shan's reach. If he could choose, he would never want to be an enemy of Njie. Such a person who stood in front of people for a long time, but no one knew his details, must be very powerful. However, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts pushed Lin Shan to the position of the Dean of the Tianshi Academy, and friction with the Tianren Academy was inevitable. Sooner or later, they would be completely on the opposite side. If Njie wanted to take over the Tianren Academy, it would be difficult for him to live in peace. Those were all things for the future. As long as Lin Shan did not leave the Zenith Star and the Tianshi Academy, Njie would not be able to attack him openly. Lin Shan was interested in knowing what kind of strength Njie had. But now was definitely not the time. Njie was in Nirvana, and he was just ascending. Lin Shan had no interest in challenging opponents of higher levels. If he could choose, he would prefer to fight opponents of the same level, or bully lower-level children. The two were flying on the pet planet, which was also a very large planet. The main body was forests and mountains. There were rivers of all sizes all over the world, but there were no large oceans, only countless lakes. However, because the pet planet itself was too large, those places that looked like lakes were actually about the same size as the oceans on the human mother planet, or even larger than the oceans on the human mother planet. Various magical species lived on the pet planet. Lin Shan saw a group of flying fish flying in the air, and their size was comparable to that of a large airplane. Lin Shan remembered that Tianxuan had such a flying fish pet, and he probably got it from here. There are all kinds of strange creatures everywhere on the pet star. Because they only have one chance, they can only appreciate them, and cannot attack those creatures. On a reef next to a lake, Lin Shan even saw a creature that looked like a mechanical mermaid. Various strange creatures flew in the sky from time to time. The two old men released their own nirvana power from time to scare those creatures so that they dared not approach. Lin Shan and Tian Qingyu have been looking for the traces of the Tianji beast. Unfortunately, they went to several places where the Tianji beast often appeared and did not see its figure. It's not in these places. It depends on luck to find it again. Let's just walk around and solve your problem first, Tian Qingyu said helplessly. Okay. Lin Shan did not refuse. Tian Qingyu couldn't find the Tianji beast, so he couldn't be blamed. The two Nirvana celestial beings protected them flying in the air. In a swamp, Lin Shan saw a group of cranes that looked like a mixture of mutton fat white jade and black jade. What kind of creature is that? Lin Shan pointed at the creatures that looked like white jade cranes and asked. That's a crystal-based ink crane, a mutant creature that is very rare outside. There are only a group of them on the pet star. It is currently forbidden to capture a creature. Please choose another creature, an old man said. Lin Shen was about to say something, but suddenly saw a figure running towards this side in the sky in the distance. Yes, it was running, not flying. The figure was walking in the air, as if running in the sky. Lin Shen looked carefully, and found that the one walking in the air was actually a fairy carved from ice crystal snow jade. That's Jade Fairy. Tian Qingyu recognized what kind of creature it was, and was immediately surprised and happy. Chapter 573. Seeing the appearance of the Jade Fairy, even the two supervisors' faces changed slightly. They flew in front of Tian Qingyu and Lin Shen and shouted at them, "Back off." As Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu retreated, Lin Shen asked, "Is the Jade Fairy a Nirvana-level creature?" The Jade Fairy is not only a Nirvana-level creature, but also a very terrifying Nirvana-level creature. Someone once got a Jade Fairy pet, and it was as easy as taking something out of a bag to kill creatures of the same level. But later, no one encountered the Jade Fairy on the pet planet. Everyone thought that the Jade Fairy had become extinct, but they didn't expect it to still exist. Tian Qingyu explained. While Tian Qingyu was explaining, the two supervisors had already summoned their life bases and fought with the Jade Fairy. 2 Nirvana levels besieged a Jade Fairy, but they couldn't gain any advantage. The sky was shining brightly, and the shockwaves swept across the sky, forcing Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu to retreat again and again. When he retreated to a distance and was about to watch the battle, he saw another figure rushing out from the forest below. That's the Fighting Buddha. Tian Qingyu saw the figure clearly, and was immediately surprised and delighted. Lin Shen also saw the figure, which looked like a gray stone monk statue with a bamboo hat on his head, a monk's robe, Buddhist beads around his neck, and a black jade bowl in his hand. But this statue can move. Not only can it move, but one hand holds the bowl, and the other hand holds a pair of black jade chopsticks. When Lin Shen was reading the information, he also saw the information of the Fighting Buddha, and was very impressed with him. He knew that this was a very rare and powerful mutant ascending creature. It's a pity that the first person who discovered the Fighting Food Buddha was a Nirvana-level strongman, who accidentally killed the Fighting Food Buddha. No one has discovered the Fighting Food Buddha since then, and it is basically extinct. But today, they not only saw the Jade Fairy, but also saw the Fighting Food Buddha. This is really lucky. Help me to subdue him. With the Fighting Food Buddha, Tian Qingyu gave up the Tianji beast without hesitation. At the beginning, the Nirvana said that he accidentally killed the Fighting Food Buddha, but in fact, it was because he felt the threat from the Fighting Food Buddha, so he had to use all his strength to kill the Fighting Food Buddha. There was no such thing as accidental. Lin Shen released the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, and met the Fighting Food Buddha. The Super Source Holy Shield Dragon opened its mouth, and spit out a green crystal round card, which flew towards the Fighting Food Buddha. The Buddha of Fighting Food held a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. The chopsticks knocked on the bowl, and then the blue crystal round shield that flew in front of the Buddha of Fighting Food suddenly fell down, and shrank rapidly as if it had shrunk, and fell into the black jade bowl. What the hell is that? Lin Shen was stunned. How could his life base be gone in an instant? There were clanging sounds in the bowl, but the blue crystal round shield was never seen flying out of it. The Buddha of Fighting Food flew up, and flew towards the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon had never suffered such grievances. It was fine to be abused by the Nirvana-level diehard fans, but an ascended creature also wanted to bully it. The Holy Shield Dragon was immediately angry. The Holy Shield Dragon's body swelled, the blood boiled, and the light burst out from its body. With a flap of its 6 wings, it rushed directly towards the Buddha of Fighting Food, wanting to tear the Buddha of Fighting Food apart with its flesh. Facing the crazy attack of the Holy Shield Dragon, the Fighting Food Buddha remained calm, and knocked the bowl again, with the chopsticks in his hand. The next second, Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu saw a scene that shocked them. The huge body of the Holy Shield Dragon shrank rapidly in front of the Fighting Food Buddha, and was finally sucked into the black jade bowl, like the green crystal round shield. Both of them felt cold in their hearts, and Lin Shen couldn't imagine it. The Holy Shield Dragon should be considered an invincible existence in the ascending level, so how could it be so easily dealt with by an ascending level creature? The Fighting Food Buddha is more terrible than the records. Let's retreat first. Your pet was lost because of me, and I will definitely compensate you when I come back. Tian Qingyu pulled Lin Shen to retreat. Before figuring out what the ability of the Fighting Food Buddha is, it is really not easy to fight him head-on. And the pet star has its own rules, and they can't kill the Fighting Food Buddha. Lin Shen had no choice but to retreat with Tian Qingyu, but the Fighting Buddha threw the chopsticks in his hand, and the 2 chopsticks immediately turned into 2 black jade dragons, rushing towards Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu respectively. Lin Shen directly threw out the inheritance fan, which was a lightsaber, and fought with the Black Jade Dragon. Tian Qingyu also sacrificed her life base, and fought with another Black Jade Dragon. The two people's two top life bases fought against the pair of dragons, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while, which made the two people even more suspicious. How could an ascended creature be so strong? Even if the chopsticks were his life base, there was no reason for him to withstand the attack of two life bases. And if the chopsticks were his life base, then what was the bowl? The bowl that could take away the Holy Shield Dragon should be a life base anyway. Could this fighting food Buddha have two lives? When Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu were full of doubts, they saw the fighting food Buddha rushing up with a bowl in one hand. After losing his chopsticks, the fighting food Buddha actually took off the Buddhist beads on his neck and threw them towards Lin Shen. Although there is a rule that pets on the pet star cannot be killed, one cannot just sit there and wait for death. Lin Shen directly used a 3-hit wave treading attack to hit the string of Buddhist beads. Lin Shen only wanted to repel the Buddhist beads and had no intention of killing the fighting food Buddha, because he heard a constant clanging sound coming from the bowl. It was probably the Holy Shield Dragon that was sucked in and was hitting the bowl, trying to rush out of it. But when Lin Shen used a 3-hit wave treading punch, the Buddhist beads in the air suddenly became larger, and the fist force passed through the middle, without affecting the falling of the Buddhist beads at all. The string of Buddhist beads fell directly, as if to wrap Lin Shen's body in it. Lin Shen arched his body, and suddenly launched himself, retreating dozens of meters, and forcibly retreated out of the range covered by the Buddhist beads. The Buddhist beads failed to hit Lin Shen, but the fighting food Buddha had already rushed up and slapped Lin Shen's face. In his palm, there was actually a lotus-shaped golden mark blooming. Lin Shen's body movements changed, and his punches were overwhelming. The fighting food Buddha also gave birth to lotuses with every step. Every move was like the law of Buddhism, and there was infinite mystery in the simplicity. Lin Shen was actually pressed back by him, and fell into a disadvantage. Tian Qingyu rushed up to help, but was trapped by the Buddhist beads. Her power failed to blast the Buddhist beads away, but was tied up by the Buddhist beads. For a while, she could not get away no matter how hard she struggled. Lin Shen felt something was wrong. It was understandable that the fighting food Buddha had strong abilities, but his mind and skills were not as simple as strong abilities. It was like he was being manipulated by someone. Otherwise, how could an ascended creature use so many exquisite variations of techniques? Even if it was a Grandmaster level technique, it would only be this good. Chapter 574. Lin Shen fought with Dosher Buddha. Dosher Buddha actually only used one hand. His other hand was holding the bowl, and was not used for fighting. Even so, Lin Shen's wave-stepping fist technique, with sand flying between his fingers, could not gain an advantage over Dosher Buddha. Dosher Buddha did not have the ability of heaven and gods, but he seemed to be able to predict the future. No matter what kind of moves Lin Shen made, Dosher Buddha could respond in advance. Lin Shen had to change his moves only halfway through. This feeling would be very uncomfortable for ordinary people. Although Lin Shen was uncomfortable, he was not impatient. He had experienced many failures before. What others could easily practice, he could not practice no matter how hard he practiced. So this feeling of giving up halfway was actually very familiar to Lin Shen, and he didn't think it was a big deal. While fighting with the fighting food Buddha, he suddenly heard a crackling sound, followed by a loud bang. The bowl in the hands of the fighting food Buddha was broken into pieces and exploded. The huge body of the Holy Shield Dragon squeezed out from it, and quickly grew larger in the air. The bowl was broken, and the fighting food Buddha spurted out blood. The Holy Shield Dragon rushed over, and slapped the fighting food Buddha with his dragon claws. The fighting food Buddha retreated quickly, but his speed was not faster than the Holy Shield Dragon, so he had to cross his hands to block the Holy Shield Dragon's dragon claws. However, the power of that claw was too explosive, and it directly knocked the fighting food Buddha down from the air. The fighting food Buddha smashed directly into the ground, creating a huge circular crater on the ground, like a lunar crater hit by a meteorite. The Holy Shield Dragon was obviously enraged, and its 6 wings vibrated, rushing towards the fighting food Buddha in the crater like a comet. The fighting Buddha had just gotten up, and had no time to dodge. He could only stretch out his hand, and the black dragon transformed from the pair of chopsticks flew back, rushing towards the Holy Shield Dragon from the left and right, trying to stop the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon ignored their attacks, and released light shields outside its body with 3 shields. The black dragon hit it, and was directly bounced away, without any impact at all. Boom! The Holy Shield Dragon, like a comet, hit the place where the fighting Buddha stood, and smashed a huge deep pit there. Under a big tree on the pet star, and Jiehe, who had closed his eyes as if he was resting, suddenly opened his eyes. 3 life bases. And Jiehe breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly, "Young master, what 3 life bases? Could it be that Lin Shan is actually a 3 life base?" The immortal-level old man guarding beside him frowned and asked. And Jiehe smiled and shook his head, saying, "Master Wu, you misunderstood. The 3 life base I was talking about was Lin Shan's 3-headed dragon pet. It turned out to be a 3 life base creature, which is really rare. 3 life base creatures are indeed extremely rare. There are only a handful of known 3 life base creatures in the entire universe. I didn't expect that kid to have a 3 life base pet. I'm afraid it's not a gift from the Emperor of Heaven." And 5 snorted coldly. The attributes of the 3 life base pet are too strong. The body of the Dosher Buddha can't match it. It's a bargain for Lin Shan to be disturbed by it. But I already know his strength. Although he has extraordinary abilities, he lacks practical experience and his techniques are not systematic. He is not a real master. Jiehe stood up calmly and said, "Let's go. I already know his strength. He may become a trouble in the future. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible if he can't grow up. The Emperor of Heaven is very kind to him now, and even let him live in Tianren Star. It may not be easy to attack him." And 5 said, "The reason why the Emperor of Heaven is very kind to him is that he can collect resources for the Emperor of Heaven, so he will definitely go on missions. Then there will be opportunities. We just need to wait patiently for the opportunity. But we can't do it. We have to find a suitable candidate." And Jiehe's eyes were indifferent, as if he had already found a candidate. The Holy Shield Dragon directly smashed the body of the Fighting Food Buddha. Originally, Lin Shan was thinking about whether he could collect the Fighting Food Buddha as a pet, but now there is naturally no hope. When the Fighting Food Buddha died, his chopsticks and Buddha speeds were broken. It seems that those things are not his life base, but just some kind of ability. The real life base of the Fighting Food Buddha should be his bowl, but unfortunately, the bowl was also blown up by the Holy Shield Dragon. I didn't expect that the fighting power of the Fighting Buddha would be so amazing. Fortunately, your pet is too strong, otherwise it would take some tricks to deal with him. Tian Qingyu flew over and said, "It's really interesting." Lin Shan's eyes were deep. He didn't think that the Fighting Buddha would be so powerful. Although those techniques were used obscurely, Lin Shan still detected traces of human intervention. On this pet star, in addition to them, there were also Jiehe and his supervisor who came in together. If there were no other people, they would naturally be the most suspicious. Unfortunately, even if it was really them, Lin Shan couldn't do anything about them. After all, there would be no evidence for such a thing. If it was really Jiehe, his ability to control creatures is quite interesting. Lin Shan didn't say anything to Tian Qingyu, because it was useless to say anything. Being attacked by a wild Dosher Buddha could not possibly be related to Jiehe. The 2 supervisors over there also repelled the Jade Fairy, and flew over here. They were quite surprised to see the destroyed Dosher Buddha's body. After all, a pet like Dosher Buddha is really rare. Lin Shan and his team killed Dosher Buddha, which means they lost an opportunity. Only one person has the opportunity to get a pet. This is the rule of Pet Star, and even Tian Qingyu can't change it. Brother Tian, since I can't find the Tianji Beast, I don't have any other pets I want too much. What pet do you want? I will help you find it. Tian Qingyu said to Lin Shan. I have this pet, and I don't have much interest in other pets. Lin Shan said, and took back the Holy Shield Dragon. This kind of pet is extremely rare in the entire universe. Brother Tian, you have such a pet, and other pets are really not worth looking at. Tian Qingyu also saw that the Holy Shield Dragon used the 3 life bases, and knew that Lin Shan was telling the truth. She was no longer polite, and continued to look for creatures that she liked. Perhaps it was a good turn of events, and Tian Qingyu actually encountered a Tianji Beast. The Tianji Beast looked like a cute sports car in a cartoon, but this one was blue, a little different from the red Tianji Beast that Tian Qingyu showed him before. However, its speed and strength were good, but it was a pity that it was no match for the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon didn't even use the life base to deal with the Tianji Beast. The defeated Tianji Beast actually spit out the pet key obediently, and Tian Qingyu collected it with great joy. Lin Shan also completed his merits, and helped Tian Qingyu get the pet he wanted. Although he didn't get a pet himself, he also gained something from the battle with the Fighting Buddha. Chapter 575. Back in Buyuju, Lin Shan recalled some details of his battle with the Fighting Buddha. The techniques used by the Fighting Buddha seemed to be easy to use, but he was able to predict the enemy's moves, so that he couldn't even use the moves completely. If it was just about moves, Lin Shan was indeed not as good as him. His method of predicting the enemy's moves is similar to the Unity of Heaven, and man of Tian Buluo, but it is not the unity of heaven and man, and there is no thin line of void. How did he do it? Lin Shan didn't figure it out, so he asked Xiao Qi to search on the Tian Wang, but he didn't get the answer. Lin Shan's heart moved, and he remembered that he still had a card for library number 1, so he could go to the library to check the information. It just so happened that he should prepare for his nirvana, and wanted to go to the library to check the information of the base change land, so he looked at it together. The privilege given to him by the Emperor of Heaven, he can use most of the base change lands in the Tianan clan, and he can choose any one. The scale of library number 1 was much larger than he had imagined, but it was different from what Lin Shan had imagined, because the library was actually built underground, and the number of floors in the library was the opposite of that of a normal library. The top floor of library number 1 was actually the deepest floor underground. In the top floor of the library, Lin Shan saw so many books that it was unimaginable. The huge bookshelves on both sides were like the walls of 2 mountains, and the aisle in the middle could accommodate trains and airplanes. Some of the celestials who came here to read books flew by themselves, while some used hoverboards to look for the books they wanted on the huge bookshelves. When those celestial beings saw Lin Shan, they were slightly surprised, because outsiders were generally not qualified to enter library number 1, and few outsiders were issued library cards. This was only the first floor of the library, and there were many floors below. Lin Shan did not waste time to read them layer by layer, because there were too many books here, and he could not read them all. In fact, there were intelligent instruments in the library, which could directly search the bibliography and even download the contents of the books. However, this kind of equipment was used less and less as it went down. When it came to the second to last floor, there were no electronic devices at all, only physical books. This place was not as big as the outer layer, and it was divided into several rooms, and the books in each room were different. Lin Shan first entered a technique room, where the books were all various techniques. Lin Shan glanced at it casually, and saw several secret techniques of the great cosmic races. Lin Shan even saw the demon heart finger that he had learned from Red Heart A, and took it out to look through it. The content was basically the same, except that a few details might be a little different, but it was harmless, and did not affect the practice. Lin Shan was dazzled by the various techniques. If any of them were brought to the human home planet, they would be enough to trigger a desperate fight for the secret book. But here, these techniques can be browsed at will. Lin Shan thought that the box of secret books he got on the giant ring star was already very advanced, but compared with the collection here, it was still far behind. Unfortunately, a person's energy and time are limited. No matter how many secret books are in front of him, there will not be many that can be truly practiced. Lin Shan used to practice whatever he had, but now there are too many choices in front of him, and he doesn't know what to practice. It's like when I was a kid, I liked to read comics. I saved money to buy a comic book and read it over and over again. When I grew up, I could read comic books at will, but I didn't seem to know what to read. Originally, I wanted to check the source of the techniques used by the Fighting Buddha, but there are too many techniques here. Without knowing the name, it is not easy to find out what techniques the Fighting Buddha uses. Let's go and see the information about the base change land first. After leaving the technique house, Lin Shan turned around and found a house called Nirvana House. After entering the Nirvana House, he saw that there were all kinds of Nirvana methods inside, including a lot of information about the base change land. Lin Shan roughly looked through it. There are too many base change lands controlled by the celestial race, from the base change lands that breed base change creatures to the base change lands that breed Nirvana creatures. It can be said that there is everything here. There are even some data on the base mutation places that breed immortal creatures, but those data are relatively vague and do not record too much. Lin Shan does not need those. His best choice is to choose a mutation ascension place or a mutation nirvana place. As long as his body can bear it, he can directly achieve nirvana in the nirvana place, which is the most direct way. However, most ascenders cannot bear such nirvana, and it is easy to lose themselves and become inhuman. After looking for a while, Lin Shan really saw a lot of mutation ascension base mutation places, and there were also some base mutation places that made Lin Shan very tempted. After choosing for a long time, I was overwhelmed again. I felt like I didn't know whether to choose Guli Naza or Diliriba first. This base change place is good. It can be reborn into a mutant ascending creature, the Phoenix. After successful rebirth, it obtains the Nirvana attribute of the immortal fire. This base change place seems to be good too. It can be reborn as an ice unicorn and obtain the Nirvana attribute of the ice spirit power. It is said that it is difficult to choose, but in fact, I have not seen a base change place that really suits me. The nirvana attribute that Lin Shan wants most is of course the time system and the space system. The nirvana attributes of these two are relatively strong no matter what era. Unfortunately, Lin Shan looked for a long time and only found some base change places related to the space system, but did not find any base change places related to time. Lin Shan sat on the ground and read one book after another. He looked through all the base change places for mutation and ascension that he could find. He did choose a few places, but it was difficult to make a decision. Putting these aside for now, Lin Shan looked through the nirvana methods here again. Although there are many different nirvana methods, they can be divided into two categories: small nirvana using nirvana eggs and large nirvana using base transformation land. Using the ashes of reincarnation is actually taking the path of small nirvana. The methods and results of the two are basically the same. Lin Shan must take the path of large nirvana. After all, the effect of large nirvana is still a little stronger than that of small nirvana. There is such a nirvana method? Lin Shan took another book on nirvana methods and read it. He was surprised to find that the methods mentioned in it seemed a little different. Although the nirvana methods recorded in the books he had read before were slightly different, they were all the paths of small and large nirvana. However, the method recorded in this book seemed to combine small and large nirvana, that is, using nirvana eggs and base transformation land. Chapter 576. Lin Shan was a little confused and looked through the title of the book. Phoenix Nirvana, Reborn Towards Death. Is this a work of the Phoenix clan? Lin Shan took a look at the author of the book, whose name was Feng Lu. Just by looking at the surname, he knew that he was from the Phoenix clan. Lin Shan felt that the name seemed familiar, and he should have seen it somewhere before. After thinking carefully, this Feng Lu was the Phoenix clan that ranked first in the immortal class in the current race rankings. The nirvana method written by such a person, then you have to read it carefully. Lin Shan looked through it again and roughly understood what the method written in this book was. In fact, it is similar to the general method, which is to use the power of nirvana to transform oneself and achieve the purpose of nirvana rebirth. The difference is that Feng Lu's method is to directly carry out double nirvana during the process of nirvana. Feng Lu called this method double nirvana, or internal and external double nirvana. It is to use the nirvana egg to act in the body, and add the transformation of the base change land outside the body to achieve a nirvana and double nirvana power combination. To complete this kind of double nirvana, there are several necessary conditions. Needless to say, the nirvana egg is a must. Ordinary base change land is not enough, and it cannot meet the needs of double nirvana. It must be a nirvana level base change land to meet the needs of double nirvana. These are not difficult to do. The most difficult thing is that ordinary ascenders cannot bear the internal and external torment of the power of double nirvana. They must have the Phoenix Nirvana talent of the pure-blooded Phoenix clan to complete double nirvana. Seeing this, Lin Shan already knew that there was no hope. Only the Phoenix clan had that kind of talent in the world, and they had to be pure-blooded Phoenix clan. This method could not be used by other races at all. There are some conditions later, such as the best attributes of the Nirvana egg and the Nirvana land. The attributes of the two cannot conflict. You must enter the Nirvana land first, and then use the Nirvana egg. Anyway, this method has many limitations, but it is not written at the end. What are the benefits of double nirvana? Various dangers and consequences are written very clearly, such as double nirvana may directly turn people into non-humans, directly become unconscious nirvana creatures, or the body is completely nirvana, and can never recover flesh and blood. The reason why the Phoenix Nirvana talent is required is to avoid these problems to a certain extent. Lin Shan looked at it, and suddenly thought of a question. His super base form talent skill is actually a kind of ability to completely change his base. If he completes Nirvana in the super base form, and then cancels the super base state, can he solve the problem of Nirvana and cannot recover his human body? Lin Shan thinks that this method is indeed feasible, but whether it is useful or not can only be answered in practice. The problem is that except for himself, no one else has the talent skill of super base form, and he can't find an experimental subject. Putting down Feng Lu's book, Lin Shan looked for some information about the Nirvana land. If he had the chance to use the double Nirvana method, he would need the Nirvana land as an aid. Before, he had only looked at the Ascension land. The Nirvana land was more dangerous. There were Nirvana creatures there. If he wanted to achieve Nirvana there, it would be best to clear out the Nirvana creatures there first. If he could not clear out the Nirvana creatures, the risk would be too great. How can the Ascenders have the ability to clean up the Nirvana creatures? In the final analysis, they still need the help of the forces behind them to complete Nirvana in the Nirvana land. More than 10 hours have passed unknowingly, and Lin Shan has not read the book so seriously. Unfortunately, the more he read, the more he forgets. Except for some important information, he can hardly remember it. Weiwu, what kind of books are this? Lin Shan was a little confused and pushed the door in to take a look. After reading the introduction and classification on the bookshelf, Lin Shan knew what books were placed here. The books placed here are those that have not been successfully studied for some reason and abandoned halfway, but it is not yet certain whether they are worthless. In other words, the various evolutionary techniques and skills here are all semi-finished products, which may be useful or useless, may be somewhat useful, or may kill people if practiced. Anyway, they are some things that are a pity to throw away, and no one can use them if they are not thrown away, unless someone is willing to continue to study and determine whether they are valuable. These unfinished research can be placed here, which proves that these research are not ordinary. Even if I can't use them, I can't let the enemy get them, so I put them here. Lin Shan picked up a book and flipped through it casually. It was indeed an unfinished research. The direction of this book is the Tianren clan's Tianqinju. The problem it wants to solve is that the power of Tianqinju is not strong enough. Unfortunately, until the end of the book, it has not been able to solve the problem, and the content is cut off here. I read a few more books, and the results are the same. The books here are called books, but in fact they should be called notebooks and research reports. Many of them are even drafts, and some are scribbled and revised, and it is a problem whether you can understand them. Seeing that there was really nothing valuable here, Lin Shan put the book in his hand back on the bookshelf, and prepared to leave the Wei house, and return to the technique house to see if he could find the technique used by the fighting Buddha. Even if he couldn't find it, he could find a technique that suits him and practice it when he returned. After putting the book back on the bookshelf, Lin Shan's eyes caught a glimpse of a book called Peacock Fairy Light placed a few books away. Lin Shan still remembered the light that Kong Chuan had that could freeze everything, and thought, could this Peacock Fairy Light be the kind of light that is being studied? He took it down and flipped through it, and then found that this Peacock Fairy Light had nothing to do with Kong Chuan's ability, but was studying how to resist the death light. Resisting the death light is a problem that only the immortal level will encounter. It is useless for ordinary people. 99.999% of people in the universe cannot reach the immortal level. Lin Shan still flipped through it. His goal must be the immortal level, so there is no harm in taking a look first. After reading for a while, Lin Shan's face became quite interesting. This book is obviously about the study of death light, but the name is Peacock Fairy Light, which is not a random name. According to the research in the book, it only takes one peacock with the talent of heavenly fairy light to lead away the death light when the death light comes, so that the immortal who is suffering from the death calamity can survive this calamity safely, and the peacock who leads away the death light will inevitably die. However, this method is still under research and has not been successfully studied. It is still unknown whether the heavenly fairy light can lead away the death light. The reason why the research was not successful is not because there is a problem with the research, but because there are too few peacocks with heavenly fairy light, and there is no way to find experimental subjects. Chapter 577. Lin Shan's first thought after reading this book was, could the heavenly concubine be carrying the heavenly eyes of the immortal light? The heavenly concubine was born in the Peacock clan. Although the Peacock clan is also a relatively large race, it is naturally nothing compared to the Celestial clan, and its influence is far behind. As the Emperor of Heaven, there are countless beauties in the harem. Why would he favor the heavenly concubine who was born in the Peacock clan alone? Is it for her beauty? Lin Shan used to think that this answer was not reliable. Not to mention the Emperor of Heaven, even he has seen many beauties. There has never been a shortage of beauties in this universe, and the Emperor of Heaven has no shortage of beauties. As for feelings, some concubines were even raised by the Emperor of Heaven. Wouldn't they have deeper feelings than the heavenly concubines from other races? Lin Shan thought about it, and couldn't figure out why the heavenly concubine was so favored. After reading this book today, he seemed to have found the answer. According to Lin Shan's guess, Tian Fei is a life-saving talisman for Tian Shu Emperor. It is not known whether it is useful or not, but there is a 50% chance that it is useful. Maybe when Tian Shu Emperor is in a death calamity that he cannot overcome, he can use Tian Fei's life to save his life. Tian Shu Emperor, that old man is really bad. Lin Shan quickly put the book back. It's okay to read this thing, but it must not be passed on. It's best not to let others know that he has read this book. Thinking in this way, Tian Fei is also a pitiful person. She seems to be loved by everyone, but in fact she is just a tool. I looked through some books again. They were all unfinished things. Some of them were not even clear. If you say they are worthless, the things made according to these ideas are really amazing. but 9 out of 10 are not feasible. After reading a few books, Linshin didn't want to waste any more time. He left the Wei house and returned to the technique house. He was more willing to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Linshin searched for a while and came to the sword technique area. He now has 2 good swords. One is the evil ghost blade that can be used as a sword, and the other is the indestructible slag sword. In addition, the inheritance fan can also be used as a sword. He has never used them much, which is too wasteful. Since he is here, it would be good to practice a sword technique. There are many top sword techniques on the bookshelf. Linshin read a few of them. It is not easy to practice them. The key is that they all require a long time of practice to achieve results. Is there no quick sword technique? You don't have to be too proficient, just make do with it. Anyway, I don't rely on sword techniques to win. Linshin looked again, and soon, he really picked a sword technique that can be quickly mastered. It can only be said that the collection of a wealthy family like the Tianren clan is too rich, and it is also right that this sword technique is destined to be with Linshin, because the name of this sword technique is actually called Greedy Life and Fear of Death Sword Technique. This seems to be a matching sword technique with the Greedy Life and Fear of Death Immortality Sutra that Linshin is practicing, but a closer look at the content shows that it has nothing to do with the Immortality Sutra at all. The sword is the fierce tiger of all weapons. The general sword techniques are based on fierce, cruel, and poisonous fierce attack techniques, but this Greedy Life and Fear of Death sword technique is based on the word defense. Linshin read through the 10 sword techniques in the whole book, and there was not a single attacking move, all of them were defensive moves. You said that you are a sword practitioner, and every move is defensive, then why do you practice swords? Isn't it better to practice shields directly? Linshin smiled and muttered to himself, of course I'm not such a coward, but I can practice it. If I meet such a coward, who uses such a cowardly sword technique, I can also defeat him. Linshin took the sword manual and read it with relish. He read it for several hours. Although there are only 10 sword techniques, each one is the essence. There are fixed sword techniques for defense against different attack methods. Linshin tried hard to memorize these 10 sword techniques. He practiced every move and style, and got the hang of it very quickly. As he practiced, Linshin felt that this sword technique seemed to be missing something. After thinking carefully, he knew why he always felt that something was missing. He practiced with a slag knife, holding the knife in one hand, and the scabbard in the other. The knife was used, but the scabbard was still idle. My slag knife and scabbard are made of the same material, and are equally indestructible. Since we need to defend, we should defend thoroughly, and use the scabbard as well. Linshin decided to change the one-handed knife technique to a two-handed knife technique after returning. Since they are both used for defense, there is no difference between the knife and the scabbard, not to mention that the slag knife is not sharpened, so there is no difference between it and the scabbard. He put away the knife and looked at the chapter on the knife manual. He found that this knife manual for cowards can be borrowed, so he planned to take it back and study it slowly. Linshin read some books again, but unfortunately he still couldn't find the techniques used by the fighting Buddha. He could only give up and read them slowly later. There are too many secret books here. Even if it is just this one technique room, he may not be able to read them all in 10 years. When Linshin arrived at the door, the administrator handled the borrowing procedures for him, and borrowed the knife manual very smoothly. Director. Linshin had just left the library when he saw a celestial being coming to the administrator, who immediately stood up and saluted. What book did Dean Tian borrow? The director asked. The Fear of Death Sword Technique. The administrator quickly answered. The director was slightly startled when he heard this. He spent so much time inside, and he only borrowed a sword manual for the Fear of Death sword? Yes, director, he only borrowed a sword manual. The administrator looked through the registration records again, and confirmed that only one sword manual was borrowed. The curator frowned slightly. The Fear of Death knife is just a defensive knife technique, and it is not even top level. It can be placed in this level purely because the Fear of Death knife and another sword of cutting off children and grandchildren are a combination of sword and knife. It is the secret skill of Zhuo Lianqin, the most wanted criminal in the universe. After Zhuo Lianqin was killed by our clan, we only found the Fear of Death knife on him, but not the sword of cutting off children and grandchildren. The knife technique is just a pure defensive skill. From a single point of view, it is not qualified to be placed in this level. What does he do with such a knife manual? No one could answer him. He just felt a little strange, but did not ask any more questions. He just borrowed such a secret book, so he did not need to pay too much attention. However, after the curator returned to the office, he still contacted Anjiahe and told him about Lin Shan borrowing the fear of death knife. His skills are amazing, but he is like a student who is very biased in one subject and has difficulty coping with comprehensive exams. It is normal for him to want to make up for his weaknesses. Ange thought, he has a good understanding of himself. He wants to play a defensive counterattack. For his current situation, it is also a good choice. However, a set of greedy life and fear of death sword may not be able to defend against it. Without the cooperation of the sword of cutting off children and extinction, this sword technique itself has a fatal loophole. At the beginning, I also studied the greedy life and fear of death sword technique, wanting to make up for the lost sword of cutting off children and extinction. In the end, I found that these two sets of sword techniques require Zhuo Lianxin's special talents to be truly perfect. Otherwise, there will be loopholes that are difficult to make up. If he can't find this loophole, this sword technique will become his fatal weakness in the future, and he has already had a way to die. Chapter 578. Ange wanted to complete the sword and knife skills and achieve full attack and defense. Lin Shan had no such idea at all. He did add some things, but the things he added were still defensive, and he had no idea of attacking. He studied and practiced the cowardly sword technique at home for several days in a row, and his progress was quite fast. Every move was very good. But he practiced by himself and didn't know how to make up. He went to Tianshi Academy to find Ouyang Yudu to help him practice sword, but Ouyang Yudu was busy reorganizing the special service department and had no time to help him practice sword. When he was about to leave Tianshi Academy, he saw Lin Wan who had made tea and sent it over. Lin Shan's heart moved, and he looked at Lin Wan up and down. "Dean, is there something wrong with my clothes?" Lin Wan looked at Lin Shan and asked. "I remember you said you were a 10-turn ascendant?" Lin Shan asked. "Yes, Dean. What instructions do you have?" Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Lin Shan had seen some flaws in her. "What weapons are you good at?" Lin Shan asked again. Hearing Lin Shan's question, Lin Wan was even more suspicious, but her face remained calm and she answered, "I am good at using swords, and my life base is also a sword." As she spoke, Lin Wan pointed her finger, and blue particles flew out from her fingertips, forming a life base in the shape of an ancient bronze sword in front of her. Lin Wan thought to herself, "I have the method of moving gods and ghosts, so it is not easy to change the appearance of my life base. If you want to see my origin from my life base, then you are wrong." "Very good, come and help me," Lin Shan said, turned around and walked to the back, and came to the martial arts field of Tianshi Academy. "Dean, what can I do for you?" Lin Wan was full of doubts now, not knowing what Lin Shan wanted to do. He didn't seem to be testing her. Lin Shan pulled out the Dreg's knife, holding the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. After getting ready, he said to Lin Wan, "You use swordsmanship to attack me. Isn't this a bad idea?" Lin Wan hesitated a little. She was not afraid that Lin Shan had any conspiracy, but she was afraid that she would stab him to death with one sword. "Don't be afraid, just attack. I have my own way to deal with it. Just use all your strength," Lin Shan said with a smile. "Okay, I try my best." Lin Wan smiled in her heart. "If I really use all my strength, I'm afraid that this day next year will be your Memorial Day." Thinking of this, Lin Wan pinched the hilt of the sword and stabbed it lightly. This was clearly just a casual sword, but in Lin Shan's eyes it was fast and steady, like lightning in the sky. Lin Shan didn't feel anything unusual. After all, Lin Wan was a 10th turn ascendant, so it was normal for her to have such a speed. He just didn't expect that such a beautiful girl could have such a powerful swordsmanship. This was exactly what Lin Shan wanted. He was afraid that Lin Wan's swordsmanship was too poor to put pressure on him. The slag knife swung, and with the style of being afraid of death, he blocked Lin Wan's sword. "Continue," Lin Shan shouted at Lin Wan. Seeing this, Lin Wan stabbed out with sword after sword, although he controlled his strength, as carefully as if he was embroidering, for fear that he would use too much strength and Lin Shan could not bear it. Lin Shan waved the slag knife, and blocked Lin Wan's attack one sword after another. In his eyes, the sword in Lin Wan's hand was like a sky full of stars, and each star was a stab. He couldn't swing his sword as fast as Lin Wan's sword, so he had to use both hands and the scabbard in his other hand. It was a bit difficult to deal with at first, but when he became familiar with the cowardly sword technique, it became much easier. But he always felt that his left hand and the scabbard were redundant, and even made him feel a bit of a hindrance, and it was difficult to truly integrate into the sword technique. Lin Wan saw clearly, and had long seen that Lin Shan's sword technique should be only half of a left-right combined attack method, with major flaws. Why did this guy only practice half of the technique? What's the use of practicing this half of the technique? Lin Wan was puzzled, Could it be that someone deceived him and deliberately gave him only half of the technique? Sure enough, the more Lin Shan fought, the more problems he had. Several times, the sword in his hand chopped on his own scabbard, like a child who couldn't coordinate his body. This is also a stubborn person. Can't you see that this is not a complete sword technique at all? Lin Wan felt that Lin Shan was really stupid. Lin Shan felt something was wrong the more he practiced, so he asked Lin Wan to stop, and then took out the book The Fear of Death Sword Technique and studied it carefully again. Lin Wan, who was standing by, saw the name written on the sword manual and couldn't help but smile. Dean, the name of the sword technique you practiced is very unique. The person who created this sword technique is also a talent. You don't understand. To learn how to fight, you must first learn to be beaten. The same is true for sword practice. If you want to learn a powerful sword technique, you must first learn how to defend. Lin Shan said while reading the sword manual. Lin Wan asked with a strange look on his face, Dean, who taught you this advanced theory? It doesn't matter who taught me. What matters is that I have to learn this set of sword techniques. Lin Shan studied it for a while, and felt that he was using the sword technique correctly. The reason why he felt that his left hand was a burden was that the position of his left hand and the scabbard was not right. So Lin Shan put away the sword manual and continued to let Lin Wan accompany him to practice sword techniques. Lin Wan accompanied him to practice for a while, and saw that Lin Shan had not made any progress, and did not realize that his sword technique was missing half. He could not help but hint, Dean, I think this sword technique is very awkward to use. Is there something wrong with this sword technique? What kind of good person would give such a name to the sword technique he created? Did he deliberately make a fake sword technique to deceive people? No, I took this sword technique from the top of library number 1. It must be that I haven't practiced it yet. There will be no problem if I practice it, Lin Shan said. Lin Wan smiled but said nothing. She had already seen that this sword technique was not only half of the skill, but also had a very big hidden danger. Even if Lin Shan practiced this half of the sword technique well, it would not be very useful, and it would leave him with a fatal weakness. However, due to her current identity, Lin Wan was not convenient to say anything. She thought to herself, since there is no way to tell him directly, let him see it for himself. With a thought, Lin Wan's sword technique changed a little. Just this little change immediately put Lin Shan, who had stabilized the situation, into a disadvantage again. Lin Wan attacked his weakness, and made Lin Shan retreat again and again. There was even a sword that he didn't have time to block. Lin Wan's sword almost hurt Lin Shan. Dean, I said there was something wrong with this sword technique. The person who created this technique must not be a good person. His intentions are extremely sinister. Lin Wan thought that Lin Shan should believe it this time. Who knew that Lin Shan just smiled and said, It seems that I am almost ready to practice, and I can already find the wrong part of the practice. Wait for me. Let me think about where I am wrong. Lin Wan was almost mad at Lin Shan. It was such an obvious problem with the sword technique, but he still couldn't see it. Lin Shan pondered for a long time, and once again held up the sword and scabbard, asking Lin Wan to practice with him. Lin Wan found that this time the scabbard in Lin Shan's left hand could actually cooperate with the sword in his right hand, and the scabbard made up for the lack of some sword techniques. Lin Wan looked at it, and suddenly her eyebrows jumped, and her face became strange, because she found something that embarrassed her. Isn't this the reverse backhand that I created in the early days? Who changed it into this shabby appearance? I almost didn't recognize it. Lin Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a bit hard to imagine that her top-level skills were changed into this weird appearance. It seemed that she had scolded too much just now. Chapter 579. The more Lin Wan looked at it, the more it looked like her own inverted forehand and backhand, except that her forehand and backhand can use two different forces with one hand. It can attack or defend, can be forward or reverse. Backhand is cloud, overhand is rain. It is a very mysterious technique. The reason why Lin Wan couldn't recognize the cowardly knife that Lin Shan used at first was because this thing not only split her forehand and backhand into two coordinated techniques, but also transformed it into knife skills, and many of the original techniques were also changed. After Lin Shan used the scabbard to assist the knife, and used some seemingly true and false combined attack techniques, Lin Wan finally realized and saw some familiar places. After thinking carefully, she finally thought of her forehand and backhand. Who changed my forehand and backhand into this broken thing? Almost even my own mother didn't recognize it. Lin Wan was angry and amused, and she found it even more amusing to see Lin Shan still practicing seriously. Lin Wan wanted to teach Lin Shan the real forehand and backhand, but with her current status, it was difficult to speak, so she could only force herself to continue practicing with Lin Shan. Seeing that Lin Shen's knife and scabbard were all used for defense, Lin Wan felt more and more uncomfortable and awkward. Forehand and backhand are about attack and defense, advance and retreat, exchange of reality and illusion, and turning the world upside down. When making a move, people can't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Lin Shen himself turned everything into a defensive move, completely losing the mystery of forehand and backhand, and turned it into a purely defensive technique. Not only was the power greatly reduced, but it could only be used for defense, losing the essence of forehand and backhand. Dean, I have a little immature idea. I don't know if I should say it or not. Seeing that Lin Shen had practiced the technique she created in a mess, Lin Wan finally couldn't help but speak while Lin Shen was resting. She wanted to give Lin Shen some pointers. Although she couldn't let Lin Shen practice forehand and backhand, he should be able to benefit from it. Speak, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. I saw you use the knife and scabbard to attack together. From my own experience, is it more efficient to use the scabbard for defense and the knife for attack? Lin Wan said. While thinking, Lin Shen said casually, your idea is a bit cliché. Who stipulated that the combined attack technique must have one defense and one attack, one yin and one yang, one positive and one negative? Wouldn't it be more powerful to combine hardness and softness? Lin Wan's eyes twitched. In her life, she had never heard anyone say that her ideas were cliched. In her time, there were countless people who wanted to be taught by her, but could not get it. Now she took the initiative to teach Lin Shen, and she was even labeled as a cliché. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to find the secret of surviving the death calamity from Lin Shen, and wanted to gain his trust first, Lin Wan would have been too lazy to talk nonsense with Lin Shen. It seems that you really don't understand. Let me explain this to you. Lin Shen picked up a slag knife and wrote the number 1 on the ground, then said to Lin Wan, can we regard rigid power as 1? Yes. Lin Wan nodded, but sneered in his heart. I don't understand. The crappy thing you practiced was created by me. If I don't understand, do you understand? I want to see what you can say. If rigid power is regarded as 1, then the corresponding feminine power should be -1. Do you think 1 plus 1 is greater, or -1 plus 1? Lin Shen explained while drawing on the ground. Lin Wan was dumbfounded when she heard this, and she looked at Lin Shen as if he was a fool. Is it calculated like this? Lin Wan knew that Lin Shen's calculation was definitely wrong, but she didn't organize her words for a while. How to refute Lin Shen? Of course it's calculated like this. A 3-year-old child can calculate. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Read more books. Practicing can't just rely on brute force. There must be knowledge and theory as a foundation. Lin Shen taught Lin Wan earnestly. Lin Wan was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. If she didn't want to find out the secret of surviving the catastrophe from Lin Shen, she really wanted to slap Lin Shen to death here. Has the celestial race fallen to this point? Such a weird thing can actually become the dean of the Celestial Master Academy. Lin Wan suppressed her depression and forced a smile and said, the dean is right. I will definitely read more books in the future. She had given up the idea of giving Lin Shen some advice. Such a guy was not worthy of her advice at all. Lin Wan really couldn't figure out how Lin Shen could be so weird and so confident. If she were Lin Shen, she would not be embarrassed to say such a weird theory. Come on, practice with me for a while. I feel that I am not far from success. Lin Shen rested for a while, and pulled Lin Wan to continue practicing. Lin Wan said nothing this time. He was like a robot throughout the whole process, accompanying Lin Shen to practice swordsmanship. You don't know what you missed. You originally had the opportunity to learn my inverted forehand and backhand. Now, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not teach you anymore. Lin Wan looked at him coldly, just to see what Lin Shen could come up with this 1 plus 1. Lin Shen and Lin Wan were talking half jokingly, but half seriously. Of course, he knew that the fusion of yin and yang was not calculated in the way he did. He had already felt it. The cowardly sword technique was obviously missing a part. There should be a matching left-hand technique, but he didn't have the other part, so he could only fill the gap according to his own needs. In terms of attack, he already had the wave-stepping fist and finger sand, so he was not lacking in attack power. Instead of studying both offense and defense, it was simpler and more direct to practice pure defense, and it was much easier to practice. As the head of a hospital, he couldn't lose face in front of his beautiful assistant, not to mention that he didn't know whether this beautiful assistant was an undercover agent, and Lin Shen didn't think about explaining it to her. After practicing for a while, Lin Shen's two-handed defense method became more and more proficient, and the cooperation between the sword and the scabbard became smoother and smoother. Lin Shen thought he had practiced well, and the results were very significant, but Lin Wan didn't think so at all. In Lin Wan's opinion, Lin Shan only strengthened his defense, and there was no special effect. Compared with the special effect of forehand and backhand, it was not worth mentioning at all. Lin Shan himself enjoyed it. When it was almost dark, Ouyang Yuta came over. "Ouyang, how do you think my sword skills are?" Lin Shan showed the results of his sword practice. Lin Wan had seen Ouyang Yuta practicing martial arts in the Tianshi Academy these days. He knew that Ouyang Yuta was much better than Lin Shan in terms of skills. He was a real martial arts genius. Lin Wan didn't know how Lin Shan had the confidence to ask Ouyang Yuta this question when he practiced sword skills like this. Very good. Ouyang Yuta gave Lin Shan a thumbs up under Lin Wan's eyes. I didn't expect that Ouyang Yuta, a young man who looked so upright, was so hypocritical. Are young people nowadays so sophisticated? Lin Wan felt a little sad for Lin Shan. Even his good friends didn't dare to tell him the truth. Chapter 580. After sending Lin Wan away, Lin Shan and Ouyang Yuta chatted for a while, and then went home. After returning to Buyuju, Lin Shan continued to study the method of combined attack. Recalling the battle with Dushifo, the knife and scabbard in Lin Shan's hand slowly crossed various trajectories. Dushifo's technique is very strong, similar to Tianbulu's unity of heaven and man, and even more aggressive. When encountering such an opponent, all of Lin Shan's moves are basically useless, and he can only suppress it with force or take shortcuts. Fingertip sand is good for sneak attacks, and although it is also very strong for frontal attacks, it is not strong enough to ignore skills. So Lin Shan needs a technique that can fight this type of opponent head-on, otherwise he will have to use force to subdue people or sneak attacks every time, which is not a long-term solution. The reason why he chose the cowardly sword method is to solve this problem. Aren't they good at predicting? Then don't give them the chance to predict. I only defend and don't attack. As long as I don't attack, there will be no flaws. How can you break me? You attack and I defend. I will consume you until you have no strength left. Even your most basic movements will be deformed and flawed. Then I will be at your mercy. As long as I can defend, I will be invincible. Lin Shan has made up his mind to defend to the end. He naturally couldn't say these words to Lin Wan, so even though he thought what Lin Wan said made sense, he still insisted on practicing defense. Of course, the premise of all this is based on the fact that he can defend. If he can't defend, then it's a waste. Lin Shan recalled the battle with Dosher Fo, and the battle with Tian Buluo. Although they were a little different, the results were the same. They were both able to predict other people's behavior. The knife and scabbard moved slowly, and Lin Shan stopped from time to time to think about how to avoid being caught by the opponent, thinking about various possibilities. The more he thought, the more Lin Shan felt inadequate. The original 10 moves of the cowardly sword technique were constantly expanded by Lin Shan, wanting to be perfect. 15 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves, 40 moves. The more Lin Shan wanted to be perfect, the more loopholes he found, and the more content he filled in. Soon Lin Shan found that this was not possible at all. There is no perfect technique in the world. If one loophole is remedied by 10 moves, then these 10 moves will have more loopholes. The more he fills up, the more loopholes there will be. Realizing that this was not possible at all, Lin Shan put down the knife and scabbard and sat in the pavilion to think about how to solve this problem. If the heavens don't favor me, I won't take it. If the time doesn't favor me, I won't wait. If people don't favor me, I won't give it to them. If the gods don't favor me, I will take it myself. Lin Shan couldn't think of a solution. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He twisted his neck and waist, looked into the distance, and then looked at the waterfall in front of him and the song of heaven and gods written on the mountain wall. Suddenly, Lin Shan was stunned. He suddenly realized that he had made a simple problem complicated. Whether it was Tian Buluo or Dosher Buddha, they needed the other party to attack first and then break the other party's moves. But since Lin Shan chose to defend instead of attack, it meant that they had to attack first. In other words, Lin Shan didn't need to make a move first and wait for them to break it. He just needed to wait for them to make a move first and then block it. So I don't need a perfect defensive move at all. I just need to be able to put myself in a favorable posture and be able to block at any time. Lin Shan figured this out, and suddenly he was enlightened. He no longer pursued the perfect defense, but tried to make himself more convenient to use force and deal with various attacks. Lin Shan directly tore down the moves he had made before, and the original 10 moves were simplified. Lin Shan also incorporated the unorthodox techniques he learned from Ouyang Yuta. One positive rhythm, one negative rhythm. The coordination of both hands suddenly became surprisingly harmonious, but it would make others very uncomfortable. At the end of the practice, Lin Shan found that so many moves were actually useless. If you just want to defend, the simplest and easiest posture to use force is enough. The real strongest defense is not to attack. As long as you don't attack, everything is possible. Lin Shan held the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other, slowly adjusting his posture, imagining that the enemy attacked from different directions, how he should deal with it, and in what posture it is easiest to use force, and can stop the opponent's attack with the fastest speed and the strongest force. As his posture was constantly adjusted, Lin Shan's aura seemed to change a little. Tianbulua was confined to Yinyu Tower, and he was really bored, so he sneaked out when Tianqingyu was not around. When he arrived at Buyuju, he called a few times, but no one responded. Tianbulua thought Lin Shan was not there, so he climbed over the wall by himself. "You are here, why don't you say anything?" Tianbulua was startled when he saw Lin Shan standing in the pavilion like a statue. But Lin Shan did not answer him. Tianbulua was a little confused. After looking at Lin Shan standing in the pavilion for a few times, he was suddenly stunned. Tianbulua's eyes gradually became sharp. Standing opposite Lin Shan, he adjusted his posture and momentum, and entered the realm of unity of heaven and man. He looked at Lin Shan, but couldn't find a chance to attack. It seemed that no matter where he attacked, he would be blocked. Even though it was the unity of heaven and man that was in line with the ultimate principle of heaven and earth, he couldn't find a chance to attack for a while. Suddenly Tianbulua moved. He stretched out one hand, and the whole world seemed to be pressed towards Lin Shan with his palm. Lin Shan also moved. The scabbard in his hand blocked Tianbulua's attack. Tianbulua's palm changed accordingly, and Lin Shan immediately fell into a disadvantage again. "Haha, brother Tian, although your defensive posture is very strong, once you move, you will still fall into my calculation of heaven and God and man. But if you don't move, you can only wait for death. Your move was broken by me." Tianbulua laughed and looked very happy. Being able to break such a strong defense, Tianbulua was naturally very happy. Lin Shan was a little distressed. He had practiced this static defense well, but once he moved, he would return to the previous problem and still could not solve it. "I just want to save my life. Why is it so difficult?" Lin Shan threw the knife aside and sat down in the pavilion, too lazy to move. "Brother Tian, in fact, defense is much more difficult than offense. Offense only requires considering how to attack, but defense requires considering how the opponent attacks. You don't know the art of heaven and gods, so it is impossible to achieve perfect defense. There will always be omissions." Tianbulua said aside.